Chen Mo, an ordinary individual, unexpectedly awakens to a mysterious ability, the power to open portals to alternate worlds. However, the predicament lies in the fact that these portals compel him to traverse through them against his will. During his inaugural journey, he encounters the perilous threat of zombies. In that instant, Chen Mo comprehends a profound truth. Navigating an alternate realm alone is perilously dangerous, necessitating the companionship of a formidable ally. A powerful ally. Can anyone be more robust than the state itself? Thus, he resolutely opts to collaborate with Xia. From that moment onward, the once treacherous zombie-infested world transforms into Xia's back garden. Through numerous explorations, the technological prowess of Xia is fervently illuminated. Just as Chen Mo believes that the zombie world represents the pinnacle of his adventures, a new portal materializes, revealing high martial worlds, realms of cultivation, enigmatic dimensions, and even parallel timelines of Xia. Come, my dear life, and grasp the essence of hydrogen bomb education. Eagle sauce? Experience the indomitable will of Xia, along with the torrent of steel. Thus unfolds an epic adventure, transitioning from personal escapades to national conquest. Chapter 1. The Peculiar Computer. Let's part ways. Receiving the call, Chen Mo smiled bitterly, fully understanding Ping Chi-Chi's decision. After all, in this era, how many are willing to endure hardships alongside their partners? Understood. He then disconnected the call, harboring a tinge of reluctance, such as the plight of being broke. At that moment, a countdown suddenly emerged on Chen Mo's retina. The reason eluded him, but he knew that when the countdown reached its end, he would be transported to another world. Days later, in a covert military base on the outskirts of Xia's Nandu, the evening breeze carried the scent of grass, and the distant shouts from the training grounds echoed. On the other side of the sentry post, a man with an old backpack and an unusual demeanor stealthily approached the military camp, fixated on his phone screen. He bore a striking resemblance to the charismatic character 55 Kai, yet his actions appeared suspicious. Report. A strange man is loitering outside the camp, suspected of surveillance. The sentry soldier promptly reported. Minutes later, 3 fully armed soldiers encircled him, swiftly subduing the man, who offered no resistance, his expression complex. Upon being escorted into the interrogation room, his bag was emptied onto the table, revealing an ID, a phone, a battered old laptop covered in scratches, and several items inscribed with peculiar symbols. The laptop shell was riddled with cracks, its keyboard layout bizarre, and the script unlike any known language. Most astonishingly, beneath it lay a glimmering metallic block resembling gold. What is this kid up to? Major Fong Tianrui furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath. He glanced at the ID. Chen Mo, a name utterly ordinary, yet the collection of odd items was anything but conventional. Subsequently, Fong Tianrui pushed open the door to the interrogation room. Chen Mo looked up, his gaze calm, yet tinged with fatigue. You are Chen Mo, correct? Do you realize this is a military facility? Your actions are illegal. Chen Mo offered a wry smile. I understand. But at this moment, the only ones I can trust are you. Fong Tianrui raised an eyebrow. Trust us? Are you attempting to extract military secrets? Not at all. Chen Mo interrupted, his tone remarkably serene. Did you see the laptop in my bag? Please arrange for it to be examined immediately. Time is of the essence. I have only 47 hours left. Examine the laptop? Fong Tianrui questioned, skepticism evident. You risk being apprehended and imprisoned just to have us inspect a broken laptop? Are there not computer repair shops outside? Chen Mo sighed, his voice low. What I require is not merely repairs, but validation. The content of that laptop will substantiate everything I am about to convey. He paused, a bitter smile gracing his lips. In all of Xia, the only ones I can fully trust are you. This statement elicited a subtle change in Fong Tianrui's expression. Gazing at Chen Mo, whose calm demeanor and weary eyes bore no semblance of pretense, a flicker of unease stirred within him. Very well. Fong Tianrui replied gravely, then turned and exited the interrogation room. He picked up the intercom, his tone cautious. Technical division, send a few personnel with testing equipment. We have a special laptop here. Shortly thereafter, several young technicians arrived, donning gloves as they meticulously examined the machine. Before long, one of them furrowed his brow. Strange. Fong Tianrui immediately inquired, "What is it?" This device does not resemble any commercial laptops available on the market. The technician spoke with palpable confusion and excitement. The internal structure entirely defies existing standard chip systems. There are no Intel markings, nor is it AMD. The motherboard appears unusual. Moreover, this keyboard, it is not English and the layout is peculiar, resembling some form of specialized symbol input system. He paused, his expression grave. It could even be a military-grade model from a foreign nation. Upon hearing military grade, the atmosphere outside the interrogation room became palpably tense. Fong Tianrui's gaze pierced through the interrogation room window, landing on Chen, and instinctual awareness dawned upon him. This man, Chen Mo, was anything but ordinary, and he sensed he was entangled in an extraordinary event. As night deepened, Fong Tianrui stood by the window, quietly observing the man slumped in the chair, asleep. Chen Mo's rest was shallow, a persistent unease etched across his brow, as if he were running even in his dreams. Fong Tianrui's frown deepened. This sensation, having faced countless emergencies, he had never experienced such an intuition. This matter was indeed not simple. He inhaled deeply and picked up the secure phone. "Hello, this is Fong Tianrui." His voice was low and urgent. "We are encountering an exceptionally unusual incident here, suspected of involving national security. Please dispatch a team from the Security Bureau immediately, along with computer experts." After a brief silence on the other end, a concise response followed. "Understood." Within an hour, a deep gray, unmarked vehicle silently entered the base. The headlights sliced through the darkness like cold white blades, illuminating the muddy ground. The doors swung open, revealing several personnel clad in black protective jackets, adorned with the national security insignia, disembarking in unison. Their steps were precise, and their gazes steely. The leader, tall and imposing, with hawkish eyes, spoke in a low, steady voice. "Captain Fong." He presented his credentials: National Security Bureau, 9th Action Division, Kong Feong. "This is Dr. Yu Jinghui, our in-house computer technology expert. Welcome." Fong Tianrui extended his hand for a brief shake, his tone grave. "The situation is rather exceptional. I appreciate your assistance." The trio proceeded directly to the conference room, where the lighting was dimmed, leaving only a halo on the table. The so-called laptop lay quietly upon the surface, its exterior worn and battered, reminiscent of remnants from a post-fire disaster, yet subtly exuding an air of precision. Dr. Yu Jinghui donned white gloves, bent down for a closer inspection, his brow furrowing. "The age of this machine is peculiar," a team murmured. "The material of the shell does not appear to be ordinary alloy, and there are no records of its model. It resembles recent products, yet internally, it seems to belong to no known production system." That he retrieved a small testing device from his case, connected it with a data cable, and began disassembly. Each sound of loosening screws resonated like a countdown in the night. As the final layer of metal casing was removed, the air seemed to solidify. Dr. Yu Jinghui's pupils constricted sharply. "This," he gasped. Fong Tianrui and Kong Feong moved forward in unison. "What is happening?" Yu Jinghui's voice trembled slightly, his fingers quivering. "The motherboard architecture does not conform to any existing standards on our Blue Star. It is neither Intel nor AMD, and even the arrangement of solder points and power lines is entirely different." He paused, his expression grave enough to almost bead with cold sweat. "Moreover, its CPU is not silicon-based." Fong Tianrui was taken aback. "Not silicon-based? Then what is it?" "Carbon-based." Yu Jinghui's voice nearly erupted in a growl. "To be more precise, it is a highly stable carbon nanotechnology chip system. Even the storage modules are made of the same material. With our Blue Star's most advanced scientific capabilities, we could never achieve such precision in craftsmanship." The room fell into a deathly silence. Moments later, Kong Feong lowered his voice to inquire, "Are you implying that this machine does not belong to our Blue Star's technological system?" Yu Jinghui nodded laboriously. "From materials, circuitry to system logic, it resembles the product of an entirely different civilization." "Another civilization?" Fong Tianrui echoed, his heart tightening. The wind outside rustled the military flags, creating a haunting sound. No one spoke further. The only sound in the conference room was the trembling needle of the detection instrument, emitting an abnormal signal with a sharp beep. That sound was cold, hollow, and grating, as if it emanated from the future. Kong Feiyong slowly turned, his gaze penetrating through the glass, resting upon the interrogation room. The man, Chen Mo, remained asleep, his expression tranquil, seemingly oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. Kong Feiyong's eyes narrowed slightly. He risked capture just to have us examine this computer? Fong Tianrui replied in a hushed tone. Yes, he said it was merely to substantiate his forthcoming statements. To prove he is not insane. The air fell silent once more. Chapter 2. The Zombie World. The click of the door lock resonated distinctly in the stillness. The door to the interrogation room swung open, allowing light to pour in. Major Fong Tianrui, Director Kong Feiyong, and computer expert Yu Jinghui entered sequentially, their expressions serious and their steps measured. Chen Mo sat in the chair, lifting his head with a faint, elusive smile. What's the matter? His tone was calm, as if he had anticipated this moment. Is that laptop truly extraordinary? Yu Jinghui did not respond, but countered with a question. Where exactly did that computer come from? Chen Mo glanced at him, a flicker of complexity passing through his gaze. He spoke slowly in a deep, steady voice. From another world. The air seemed to solidify as those words landed. The three men furrowed their brows almost in unison. What did you say? Yu Jinghui stammered, struggling to believe his ears. Another world? Do you understand what you are saying? Chen Mo replied coolly. Then tell me, based on your understanding of Blue Star technology, is it truly feasible to create such a carbon-based computing system on Earth? He paused, glancing at his wrist, his expression suddenly turning more severe. Moreover, I have 36 hours remaining. Kong Feiyong squinted. 36 hours? What do you mean? Chen Mo whispered. In 36 hours, I will be forcibly transported back to that world. This statement weighed heavily on the atmosphere of the room. Are you joking? Fong Tianrui could not restrain himself. Forced transportation? Who would force you? How could that possibly exist? I'm not jesting. Chen Mo's tone sharpened suddenly. Before my first transportation, I had my doubts, but look at the laptop I have brought back. He leaned back in his chair, speaking slowly, yet every word struck like a hammer on steel. I do not know why it is me, nor who is orchestrating all of this. A countdown timer is embedded in my retina, and I can see it. When the countdown reaches 0, I will be transported whether I wish it or not. The portal will remain open for only a minute. Kong Feiyong's face turned serious as he swiftly produced a walkie-talkie. Raise the alert level, notify the command center, and I must contact the director immediately. With that, he exited the interrogation room, the urgent call signal buzzing on the other end. Fong Tianrui nearly followed suit, heading to contact Eastern Theater Commander He Xingyao. This situation had surpassed his level of authority. In the interrogation room, only Chen Mo, Yu Jinghui, and the star-cold light remained. He exhaled slowly, closing his eyes. Internally, he mused, it seems. The plan has succeeded, they believe me now. He recalled the bizarre occurrences of the past few days. The countdown numbers that appeared before his eyes were cold, yet suffused with a sense of impending fate. He did not comprehend why he was chosen, nor did he understand the source of this power. But he knew, when that string of numbers reached 0, the portal would open. During the first transport, he had hesitated, carrying a backpack filled with prepared food, contemplating whether to enter. Yet at the last moment, he was drawn in. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a desolate city. The wind carried the scent of charred remains and blood. Broken skyscrapers, scorched street signs, and shattered subway entrances surrounded him. Scattered on the ground were white bones, some still clad in tattered uniforms. Chen Mo nearly crumbled under the weight of despair, until in a corner of the ruins, he glimpsed the remnants of a gold shop. Sunlight filtered through the cracks in the shattered roof, illuminating the metallic fragments scattered on the ground. That glimmer of gold pierced through the world of dust and death, almost blinding him. Fear was momentarily replaced by a flicker of greed. He swallowed hard, summoning his courage, and pressed on. The air was thick with the scent of burning. The shells had long since collapsed, and blackened handprints lingered on the walls. He rummaged through the rubble and ashes, his fingertips brushing against a cold metal object. It was an intact gold bead. Is it really? Gold? Chen Mo's breath quickened, his hands trembling. In mere seconds, fear was wholly submerged in a frenzy of joy. He began to search, growing more exhilarated, even discovering a battered laptop beneath a charred counter. The laptop's casing was cracked like a spider's web, the screen marred with deep fissures, yet its design was unlike any laptop he had ever seen. The keyboard layout was peculiar, the symbols unfamiliar, and the material resembled some form of black carbon alloy. Clutching the laptop, he was so elated that he nearly forgot to breathe. This is a divine gift, truly a divine gift. Thus, he began to explore the ruins. Though he tread upon bones and charred corpses, he muttered softly, compared to corpses. Poverty is far more terrifying that a self-deprecating joke masked the fear that lurked within him. He stuffed every ounce of gold, jewelry, and bottled water into his backpack. The countdown on his retina read 3 hours, 57 minutes, and 42 seconds, and he felt a sense of reassurance. If I can just endure a little longer, I can return. But he had no inkling that this was merely the prologue to hell. He expanded his search, crossing through a dilapidated subway entrance. A tearing roar echoed from afar. He froze in place. Then he beheld it was a decaying human, skin pale and gray, blood staining the corners of its mouth, its body twisted as it dragged itself closer. Soon, more shadows emerged from the ruins, shrieking as they charged toward him. Zombies? How is this possible? This cannot be real. Chen Mo instantly broke down, bolting away. The gold in his backpack clattered against the ground, scattering as he dared not look back. That sound was akin to death pursuing him. He ran with all his might, his lungs feeling as though they were being scorched, until the familiar vibration from the countdown timer flashed in his retina. Signaling 0, the air suddenly tore apart. Light bending, a blue portal erupted before him, shimmering like a surface of water. He nearly lunged into it in that instant. He even glimpsed a few zombies pressed against the energy barrier, desperately pounding against it. Gasping for breath, he collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, I narrowly escaped a calamity. The portal closed, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, a new set of digits appeared on his retina. 120:00:00, a fresh countdown of 5 days. He stood frozen in place. 5 days. Must he venture again? He comprehended that this was neither a dream nor an illusion. It was compulsory. Whether he wished it or not, that door would inevitably open once more. Chen Mo clenched his fists, determination flickering in his gaze for the first time. This time, I cannot go alone. Thus, he shouldered his bag, grasped his laptop, and embarked on the train back to Nandu. He understood that if he desired anyone to believe him, if he wished to survive 5 days hence, he must find someone capable of protecting him in this world. The only entity worthy of his trust was the army of Xia. Chapter 3. The Virus Leak Crisis. Xia, Dongdu Security Bureau Headquarters. Director Yu Guodong received a classified report from Kong Feiyang, and for a few seconds he sat in stunned silence. The contents of the report conveyed over the phone were so outrageous, they bordered on the absurd. A laptop suspected to originate from another world. The bearer claims he will undergo forced traversal in 36 hours. Yu Guodong remained silent for a moment before murmuring, "Feiyang, this isn't a jest, is it?" Director Kong Feiyang replied, calm yet tinged with an undercurrent of unease. "You know I would never joke about national security." That brief statement made Yu Guodong acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Understood. Minutes later, a helicopter ascended. The wind whipped up by the rotor blades stirred the dust from the ground, and the red warning lights within the cabin flickered, indicating a Level 1 incident. Simultaneously, Commander He Xingyao of the Eastern Theater Command received military notifications. Almost concurrently, 2 pivotal figures within the Xia power structure set off for the Nandu military camp. Meanwhile, within the Nandu base, Kong Feiyang and Feng Tianrui continued their conversation with Chen Mo. The atmosphere had eased considerably, yet a palpable tension lingered in the air. Feng Tianrui no longer regarded Chen Mo as a lawbreaker intruding upon a military camp. He personally ordered the removal of Chen Mo's handcuffs and arranged for him to rest in his office. He even instructed the kitchen staff, prepare some hot meals and soup, but do not disturb those outside. Before long, a simple yet steaming dinner was served. The 3 gathered around the office desk. The harsh fluorescent light illuminated Chen Mo's face, revealing traces of weariness and anxiety. "So, you were saying," Fong Tianwei set down his chopsticks, frowning. The world you traverse to is a post-apocalyptic realm? Is it overrun with zombies? Chen Mo nodded. Yes, a world utterly lost. Civilization has collapsed, leaving only ruins and corpses. I have witnessed the living transform into monsters. The air grew considerably colder. Kong Feiyong and Fong Tianrui exchanged glances, a chill creeping down their spines. Even though they were seasoned soldiers forged in the crucible of gunfire, they could not suppress a slight shiver. After a brief silence, Kong Feiyong suddenly reacted, his expression shifting as he spoke urgently. Order an immediate lockdown of the entire camp. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Now, Fong Tianrui was momentarily taken aback before swiftly seizing the intercom. All posts, be advised of a temporary lockdown. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering or exiting. The red alert lights immediately illuminated. Within a minute, all entrances to the camp were sealed. Kong Feiyong stepped out of the office, his tone icy. Deploy a chemical defense unit. I suspect this matter involves biological risks. Understood. Before long, personnel from the chemical defense unit arrived, clad in sealed protective gear. They asked no questions, but, adhering to the highest risk protocols, began to secure everything Chen Mo had come into contact with: his backpack, laptop, water bottle, and even fiber samples from his clothing were carefully sealed in biohazard bags. The entire process unfolded in silence, save for the sound of protective suits rustling. Fong Tianrui watched the scene, his throat tightening. The items you brought cannot be touched temporarily. No contact is permitted until the test results are available. Chen Mo, though nervous, feigned calmness. Rest assured, if there were indeed a virus, I would have shown symptoms by now, wouldn't I? Do you think it is that simple? Fong Tianrui countered, his voice low and serious. Viruses have incubation periods. The world you visited is already post-apocalyptic. If you carry even a trace of a sample, you could endanger the entire world. Those words froze the air entirely. The night was deep, and the alarm lights flickered red against the military camp's walls. The air was thick with a mix of disinfectant and tension. Soon after, the chemical defense unit arrived. About a dozen fully armed soldiers emerged from armored vehicles, donned in sealed protective suits, wearing gas masks, with their shoulder lights shining brightly. Their movements were swift and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary words. Conduct a comprehensive assessment of the target. This includes blood samples, respiratory samples, and all surfaces of contact that may harbor potential carriers. As the orders were issued, Chen Mo was escorted into a temporary isolation chamber. He cooperatively extended his arm, the needle piercing his vein as blood was drawn slowly. The medical officer carefully sealed the samples within a heavy biohazard container and affixed a high-risk testing label. Meanwhile, Kong Feiyong stood outside the isolation glass, his brow furrowed, his tone grave as he asked, Chen Mo, how did you arrive? Describe the detailed route without omitting any details. Chen Mo answered honestly, I took the high-speed train from Modu to Nandu, then switched to a bus and walked here. Upon hearing the words high-speed train, Kong Feiyong's expression shifted dramatically. His fists involuntarily clenched, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. So, you were on public transportation the entire time? Chen Mo nodded yes. Kong Feiyong inhaled deeply, his face darkening ominously. He envisioned the catastrophic implications if Chen Mo were indeed carrying some unknown virus. The entire train, the station, even the entire city. The consequences were unfathomable. Damn it, he muttered. I hope the heavens grant you cleanliness. Otherwise, it will all be over. Time ticked away. The testing equipment hummed, with the display screen flashing complex waveforms. Each fluctuation of data felt like a taut string hanging over their hearts. Finally, the results were in. Report. The head of the chemical defense unit approached briskly, removed his mask, his voice muffled yet imbued with evident relief. Preliminary tests show no abnormal viruses or active microorganisms. Blood samples exhibit no mutation reactions, and air samples revealed no special pathogens. Those few sentences allowed everyone present to exhale in relief. Fong Tianrui leaned against the wall, patting his chest, murmuring few. Thank goodness. Kong Feiyong's expression softened slightly, yet the vigilance did not wane. Maintain the isolation status. He ordered, the results only indicate no anomalies at present, not absolute safety. All personnel who have come into contact with him must undergo secondary protective registration. Understood. In the air, the taut string loosened slightly. However, everyone understood that this matter was far from concluded. At that moment, the night sky was pierced by the roar of helicopters. Several military helicopters descended into the center of the camp, stirring up clouds of dust with their rotors. The door swung open, and first to emerge was a middle-aged man clad in a deep gray trench coat, his gaze sharp and his stride steady. Director Yu Guodong of the Daxia Security Bureau. Following closely was a tall officer dressed in military garb, stars gleaming on his epaulets. Commander He Xingyao of the Eastern Theater Command. The two most central figures in Daxia's command structure arrived almost simultaneously. They gazed up at the militarized camp, which was poised in a state of alert, surrounded by an atmosphere of solemnity and vigilance. Even though both had endured countless battles, they could still feel an unprecedented pressure in the air. Chapter 4. Preparations before entry. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving the same weight of gravity in the other's eyes. This incident had transcended any conventional contingency plan. As they were about to step into the military camp, they were halted by Kong Feiyong's outstretched hand. Director, Commander, please wait a moment. Yu Guodong furrowed his brow, his tone somber. What's the situation? Standing at attention, Kong Feiyong reported, his voice tinged with suppressed tension. According to Chen Mo's testimony, the world he traversed is one ravaged by zombies, a post-apocalyptic realm where civilization has collapsed. Given the potential risk of an unknown virus, Feng Tianrui and I have ordered a complete lockdown of the camp. No one is allowed to enter or exit freely. He paused briefly before continuing. For safety's sake, I would also ask that both of you don protective gear before proceeding. Yu Guodong and He Xingyao exchanged glances, understanding that this precaution was not superfluous but rather a necessary protocol. Minutes later, donned in heavy protective equipment and guided by two chemical defense soldiers, they entered the quarantine zone. The air was saturated with the pungent scent of disinfectant, the harsh white lights casting a cold glare reminiscent of an operating theater. Upon their first sighting of Chen Mo, their gazes momentarily met. Chen Mo's expression was calm, albeit tinged with weariness and resignation. He Xingyao frowned and spoke in a low voice. Young man, are you aware of how perilous your actions are? If you truly have brought a virus. Before he could finish, Yu Guodong raised a hand to halt him. Taking a deep breath, he softened his tone slightly. However, at least you chose the right place. If there is indeed danger, the military is the only force capable of maintaining control. They all understood. Had Chen Mo harbored malicious intent or ulterior motives, merely bringing that so-called zombie virus into a crowd could have plunged launching into an abyss of catastrophe. Kong Feiyong promptly continued his report. Based on current test results, no active viruses or abnormal pathogens have been detected, but we cannot rule out the possibility of a latent period. The world described by Chen Mo is undoubtedly fraught with danger. The cause of the disaster there remains unclear, yet according to his account, the entire city has been reduced to ruins, seemingly inhabited solely by zombies. In other words, Yu Guodong interjected quietly, the source and transmission methods of the virus remain unknown. He sighed, his brow furrowed. Let us hope that it is not airborne, nor does it have a latent period. If that were the case, considering his journey from Modu to Nandu by high-speed rail, through stations and crowds, if he truly carried the virus, we would be finished. The conference room fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by the sound of breathing from the protective gear. Like a tea that moment. He Xingyao slowly spoke, his tone steady but resolute. We cannot place our hopes on mere chance. He approached the table, resting his hands on the metal surface, his voice as unyielding as steel. We must act as if the worst-case scenario is upon us. Even if there's only a 1 in 1,000 chance, we must prepare in advance. Immediately issue an order under the guise of a national nuclear strike defense drill to activate Level 1 contingency plans. Kong Feiyong was taken aback, his eyes widening. He Xingyao continued. All high-level underground nuclear shelters across the nation must enter standby status. The military and the Security Bureau will jointly select a portion of citizens, prioritizing children and students, comprising 70% of the total. The remainder will consist of research personnel and foundational troops. The entry period is tentatively set for 1 week and must remain confidential. Hawaii Guodong's expression tightened. Commander, he will such a scale incite social panic? He Xingyao's gaze was sharp as a blade, his voice grave. Precisely because we fear panic, we will present it as a drill and limit it to a select group. He paused, his tone low yet resolute. I will personally communicate with the central authorities. Let us hope this is merely a false alarm. Yu Guodong and He Xingyao's eyes simultaneously rested upon Chen Mo. In that moment, the room was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. Sweat beaded at Chen Mo's temple, his fingertips trembling slightly. He resembled a taut string, ready to snap under the slightest additional pressure. Yu Guodong nodded gently, his tone softened in an effort to alleviate the coldness. Do not be anxious. The transmission portal you mentioned, can you confirm its existence? Can it truly allow passage? Chen Mo swallowed hard, his throat dry. It can. However, it can only be maintained for 1 minute. Once the time is up, the portal will be forcibly severed. 1 minute. He Xingyao's brow furrowed deeply, his mind racing through calculations. What are the spatial dimensions? Width and height. Can equipment be brought through? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo replied, currently, it is approximately 1 meter wide and 2 meters high. Barely enough for a single person to pass through. The space is unstable and cannot accommodate large machinery. Yu Guodong marked down a note in his record book, his voice grave, that implies heavy units cannot enter. We cannot deploy tanks, armored vehicles, or unmanned platforms. He Xingyao continued in a low voice. The focus is not on machinery. What is crucial now is understanding the ecology and pathogen mechanisms of the world beyond. He raised his head, his tone resolute. We must ascertain the transmission methods of that zombie virus. Is it airborne? Is there a latent period? Are there mutated strains? Only by grasping the transmission patterns can we establish a defense. The atmosphere grew tense. Yu Guodong and Kong Feiyong exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that this was not a routine intelligence task, but a scientific blitz that could determine the survival of humanity itself. He Xingyao raised his hand, his voice issuing commands with the sharpness of a blade slicing through the air. Immediately issue a mobilization order to the Eastern Theater Command. Deploy the Battle Tiger, Flame, and Thunder Special Operations teams, each selecting their most elite squad to assemble at the Nandu base on standby. He turned to Yu Guodong, his tone unwavering. Simultaneously, the Security Bureau must select 3 specialized research task forces to accompany them, ensuring they possess political reliability, psychological stability, and top-tier expertise. Each group must include specialists in virology, environmental analysis, and emergency medical response. Numbers are not as important as quality. We need individuals capable of handling samples on-site, mastering protective measures, and generating immediate analytical reports. Yu Guodong nodded and quickly added, the 3 groups will operate independently, providing mutual support. Should one group encounter an issue, the other 2 can immediately step in to ensure the data chain remains intact. He Xingyao supplemented. All teams must be equipped with lightweight, self-sustaining sealed armor, oxygen circulation systems, and communication terminals, documenting the entire mission process. Our sole objective is to ascertain the nature and transmission mechanisms of the virus. He paused, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable strength. We must understand the virus's transmission mechanisms during the next portal opening. Chen Mo's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he took a deep breath. He sensed that this was no longer merely his fate at stake, but that of the entire Xia and indeed all of humanity. With orders dispatched, unseen preparations for the special operations teams and research task forces swiftly commenced. Chapter 5. The Nation in Action. The command center of the Eastern Theater of Xia. In the early hours of the morning, alarm lights flashed. 3 encrypted orders were issued almost simultaneously. The Zhanhu Special Forces Team, prepare for action. The Lian Special Forces Team, enter a state of first-level readiness. The Leitang Special Forces Team, all personnel on standby, awaiting deployment. The 3 team leaders received the command at the same time, their expressions turning serious. They swiftly opened the encrypted message terminal, where only a brief line of text appeared. Deploy the most elite squad. Immediately assemble at the Nandu XX military camp. Mission level, top secret. There were no details about the mission, no combat objectives, just a code name and a location. The most elite squad? A top-secret mission? The Jianu team leader murmured to himself, yet refrained from inquiring further. Their duty was to carry out orders without knowledge of the purpose. Within a mere 5 minutes, the 3 special forces teams were activated simultaneously. The elite squad swiftly donned their full gear and boarded the aircraft. The helicopter's rotors sliced through the low-pressure night air, the roar echoing across the mountains and fields. The soldiers, wearing steel helmets, their night vision goggles glowing green, commenced a silent operation. Meanwhile, another line of directives rapidly spread. Within the Security Bureau and the National Defense Research Office, key research personnel began receiving notifications. It was an exceedingly brief order. A high-risk mission requires volunteers. Would you be willing to undertake it? Silence enveloped the meeting room. Some hesitated, some lowered their heads, while others exhibited a glimmer of determination in their eyes. I will go. Count me in. As long as Daxia needs me, I shall not hesitate. Within a mere 10 minutes, the number of volunteers far exceeded expectations. Beneath their white coats, the slender shoulders bore a resolve no less formidable than that of soldiers. Soon, the list for the research task force was finalized. 3 groups totaling 21 individuals: virologists, bioengineers, chemical protection experts, medical officers, and data analysts. They carried portable experimental chambers, air purification units, mobile sample freezers, and over 10 laboratory mice as biological test samples. The night wind howled as helicopters lined up on the runway. With the helicopters ascending, the sound shattered the darkness. Inside the cabin, the young researchers clutched their experiment boxes, palms sweating. No one spoke. They merely fastened their seat belts quietly, gazing at the diminishing lights outside. As the Special Forces team and research group urgently headed toward Nandu, Yu Guodong and He Xingyao joined forces to report the incident at the highest security level to the Daxia Central Command. That night, the alert satellites above the capital temporarily switched to an encrypted channel, and the Supreme Command Center convened an extraordinary meeting at midnight. Only 7 individuals attended. The meeting lasted less than 30 minutes. There was no debate, no hesitation. The issuance of orders was crisp and cold. Immediately initiate a nationwide nuclear strike defense drill. The number of participants, 200,000. Duration, 7 days. Operation codename, Morning Mist. Following the issuance of the order, dozens of classified documents simultaneously flashed across military and political terminals nationwide. On the electronic map in the central control room, a dense array of red dots lit up rapidly. The bunkers in the northwestern wilderness, the mountain shelters in northern China, the underwater defense pods in the southeast, and the underground research centers in southern Sichuan. These highest-level nuclear defense zones, which typically existed only in files, were now fully awakened. Overnight, a portion of residents in multiple cities across the nation were secretly screened. The screening criteria were stringent to the point of being harsh. Under the age of 18. In good health, with no significant hereditary diseases. A small number of remaining slots were allocated to research institutions, energy sectors, communication command, and basic military personnel. They received a very simple notification. Tomorrow morning, participate in a 7-day nuclear strike emergency drill. No one knew the true reason. Some were anxious, some confused, while many simply believed this to be a rare national-level drill, a security exercise requiring their cooperation. On television and online, there was no news, only the routine weather report, along with an inconspicuous scrolling subtitle. The Daxia Ministry of Defense reminds, to enhance the efficiency of the National Defense Response System, an emergency nuclear defense drill will soon be conducted in certain areas. Citizens are advised to remain calm and follow instructions. Behind that seemingly ordinary text lay an undercurrent capable of determining the fate of humanity. The mobilization of 200,000 individuals on the surface was a drill. In reality, it was preparation for the worst possible scenario. He Xingyao gazed at the confirmation receipt of the order issuance, his voice low as iron. To reach this level is already the limit. Any larger scale would incite panic. Yu Guodong nodded gravely. But at the very least, we have secured a 7-day window of safety. In the deep night at the Nandu military camp, the lights shone brightly. On the tarmac, the rotors of the 3 helicopters continued to spin slowly, heat waves and dust intertwining. Members of the Special Forces team and research group had all arrived, standing in neat formation at the center of the field. Each person donned a sealed protective suit, their breathing echoing within the masks. The air was heavy, tense, yet filled with an invisible cohesion. Moments later, the doors of the conference hall slowly opened. Two figures entered side by side, one clad in a deep gray suit, his expression solemn, the other in military attire, stars gleaming on his epaulettes. Yu Guodong and He Xingyao. Almost simultaneously, everyone present straightened their backs. Yu Guodong surveyed the crowd, his voice steady and powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Yu Guodong, director of the Xia Security Bureau. No sooner had he finished speaking than another deep voice resonated. I am He Xingyao, commander of the Eastern Theater. These simple words fell like two hammers, striking into the hearts of everyone present. No one dared to speak further. They all understood that the presence of these two individuals at the front line signified that the level of this operation had transcended any conventional task. Yu Guodong's expression turned stern, his words deliberate. Before explaining the mission, I must emphasize one point. This will be an extremely dangerous operation. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the rows of soldiers and researchers clad in protective gear. To what extent is the danger? I cannot provide a precise answer. But please understand that this is not merely an experiment. It concerns Xia and even the future of humanity as a whole. As his words hung in the air, he raised his hand, and an officer beside him presented a steel box. Yu Guodong slowly opened it, revealing dozens of pens and notebooks neatly arranged, along with several video recording devices. He continued, anyone willing to proceed with the mission, please write your last words here or record a video message. Should the unthinkable occur, the state will pass these on to your families. This record will serve as your final testament. Inside the room, silence fell, so profound that one could hear the heartbeat. In an instant, everyone's expression shifted. They were accustomed to danger, yet had never witnessed such a scene of leaving last words before the mission was declared. This indicated that even the superiors did not dare to guarantee their safe return. Chapter 6. An astonishing mission. Crossing into another world. Some gritted their teeth, while others took a deep breath. After a brief silence, a Special Forces soldier was the first to step forward. He removed his gloves, his fingers trembling slightly from tension. Yet he did not hesitate. Picking up a pen, he slowly wrote a few lines. Dad, Mom, I am unfilial. If I do not return this time, please do not grieve for me. I am merely heading to another battlefield. After finishing, he took a deep breath, signed his name at the bottom of the paper, and solemnly folded the letter, placing it into the steel box. Moments later, a second, third, and fourth individual stepped forward, one after another. They did not applaud, nor did they bid farewell. They merely silently made way, each one aware that this might be their last opportunity to sign their name. Some Special Forces soldiers expressed their longing for their wives, urging them to take good care of the children, wishing that their offspring would remember not their heroism, but the love they bore for them. Certain researchers penned apologies to their parents, lamenting that throughout their lives dedicated to research, they had never allowed their parents a moment of peace at the dinner table. Now, they truly had cause for concern. Others, addressing the camera with a smile, jested not to cry, as they were merely embarking on a distant journey. They promised to return and treat their loved ones to a sumptuous hot pot meal. Some spoke only a few brief words. Mom and Dad, I am sorry. Their voices trembled, yet resonated with sincerity and strength. The red light of the camera flickered, seemingly recording their final farewells. Their silhouettes were cast in stark relief beneath the harsh overhead lights, not out of fear, but a serene acceptance akin to faith. 10 minutes later, the letters and footage were gathered. Yu Guodong solemnly closed the iron box and personally handed it to his aide. Standing tall, his voice deep yet imbued with a reassuring strength, he declared, "You are not going to your demise. You are fighting for the chance of survival for all humanity." After a moment of silence, Yu Guodong stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the ranks of soldiers and researchers standing in formation, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. Ladies and gentlemen, he paused. Not long ago, a citizen of Xia unexpectedly acquired the ability to open a time-space portal that allows passage to another world. As the words fell, the room fell into a profound silence. In that instant, many instinctively thought they had misheard. A time-space portal? Crossing over? This seemed like a scene from science fiction. But when they beheld the two figures on the stage, Yu Guodong, director of the Xia Security Bureau, and He Xingyao, commander of the Eastern Theater, such absurd notions were swiftly crushed by the weight of reality. They understood that these two individuals would never jest about fantasies. Yu Guodong continued, The portal indeed exists. Its activation lasts only 1 minute. He raised his eyes to survey the crowd, his voice low and clear. After 1 minute, the passage will forcibly close, and anyone who does not return will be eternally trapped on the other side. A faint gasp echoed through the crowd. Even the battle-hardened Special Forces soldiers could not suppress the tightening of their fists. As for why you were chosen, Yu Guodong paused. Because on the other side of that portal lies a post-apocalyptic world ravaged by zombies. His words struck like a boulder dropped into a lake, freezing the expressions of all present. Some researchers turned pale, while others instinctively straightened, their fear transforming into solemnity. Yu Guodong's tone weighted with gravity. Chen Mo, the individual who controls the portal, has already completed the first crossing. He has witnessed the devastation firsthand and brought back irrefutable evidence. Yet, we remain in the dark regarding many aspects. The mechanism of the virus's transmission, its mutations, and incubation period are all unknown. He continued, your core mission is to assist Chen Mo in recrossing, confirm the source and transmission methods of the virus, and bring back first-hand data. He raised his hand, solemnly gesturing. This is not merely a scientific endeavor. It is humanity's first encounter with the unknown. An unspoken pressure filled the air. The gazes of the Special Forces soldiers grew resolute, while the researchers tightened the collars of their protective suits. One soldier whispered, "Zombies in another world," then suddenly raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. Understood. Immediately, a chorus of affirmations reverberated throughout the camp. Understood. The sound pierced the night sky, causing the glass of the conference room to tremble slightly. He Xingyao observed the scene before him, nodding slightly, his demeanor solemn. These individuals were not mere cogs in a machine. They were willing to take a step forward, fully aware that hell lay ahead. After the mission briefing concluded, Yu Guodong and He Xingyao invited Chen Mo to join them. Come, Yu Guodong said in a deep voice. Let me introduce you to those who will fight alongside you. The atmosphere in the conference room remained somber as the Special Forces team and the researchers stood in neat formation. The white protective suits and camouflage armor intertwining under the lights like two streams of cold light. As Chen Mo entered, all eyes turned toward him. This seemingly ordinary young man was the sole key to another world. The first to step forward was a burly man with resolute features, his tone crisp and voice booming. Captain Zhou Yang of the Zhanhu Special Forces team. We will ensure your safety on this mission. Let us collaborate successfully. Following him was a sharp-eyed officer, calm yet commanding. Captain Wu Hao of the Lai Yin Special Forces team. Rest assured, our weapons are not for show. Lastly, a slightly younger captain, composed and steady, stepped forward to salute. Captain Zheng Jia of the Lei Ting Special Forces team. I will serve as the temporary commander for all 3 teams during this operation. Rest assured, my current mission success rate is 100. The 3 stood at attention, saluting with strength and conviction. Chen Mo felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively returned an imperfect salute. I look forward to your guidance. Then, from the research team, a middle-aged man wearing metal-rimmed glasses stepped forward. He appeared cultured, yet exuded an undeniable confidence. Su Yin, Ph.D. in biology, virology, environmental science, and astronomy, overseeing the coordination of the research team. Our mission objectives are to confirm, analyze, and bring back data. I hope we all return safely. As Su Yin introduced himself, the other researchers nodded in agreement. In that moment, the divide between lab coats and tactical vests faded away. Yu Guodong surveyed the room, his tone grave. 3 Special Forces teams, each with 16 members, under Captain Zheng Jia's command. 3 research teams, each with 7 members, coordinated by Dr. Su Yin. All actions will adhere to unified commands, and Chen Mo, as the core of the crossing, will accompany the Lei Ting team. Yes, the unified response echoed throughout the conference room. Chen Mo took a deep breath, gazing at the faces around him, his expression shifting from tension to determination. I entrust this to all of you, he said softly, his voice though quiet resonating with sincerity. Zheng Jia clapped him on the shoulder, smiling, don't worry. We're not going to our deaths. We're going to save the world. Zhou Yang grinned. If we encounter zombies, remember to stay behind us. Wu Hao added quietly. We will protect you and bring you back. Su Yin adjusted his glasses, offering a slight smile. And we will uncover everything. In those few exchanges, a flicker of warmth illuminated the heavy atmosphere. Chapter 7. Preparations before departure. after Chen Mo met with the members of the special forces and research teams. The tense atmosphere in the room finally eased somewhat. Yao, commander of the Eastern Theater, surveyed the group and spoke gravely. Chen Mo, how long until the next activation of the time-space portal? Chen Mo raised his gaze, the cold digits still flickering before his eyes. 24 hours. Yu Guodong nodded, his voice steady and low. 24 hours, understood. From now on, your only task is to rest well. He paused, adding with a tone of concern, remember, after crossing, all actions will follow the commands of Captain Zhang Zhe and Dr. Su Yan. They are professionals. Your only responsibility is to activate the portal. Do not overreach. Chen Mo nodded immediately, of course. He responded readily, though internally he chuckled at the thought. After all, compared to these seasoned Special Forces soldiers and the profoundly knowledgeable researchers before him, merely ensuring he did not hinder their efforts felt like a monumental achievement. Yao and Yu Guodong exchanged a glance, both understanding that before acquiring this ability, Chen Mo had been just an ordinary young man. One cannot expect him to charge forth like a warrior, nor can one compel him to bear responsibilities that do not belong to him. His contribution lies in his stability, adherence to orders, and the avoidance of unforeseen mishaps. After all, the existence of that door relies entirely upon him. In a makeshift dormitory that followed, Chen Mo found himself in a rare moment of tranquility. Outside, the military camp continued its operations, the hangar lights ablaze throughout the night. Yet he finally had the chance to sit by the bed and take a deep breath. He gazed down at the protective suit he had been donned in, and a sense of absurdity washed over him. How ludicrous, he mused internally. Just days ago I was fretting over job prospects, and now it seems I am tasked with saving the world. A smile crept upon his lips, tinged with self-deprecation, yet underlined by a flicker of reassurance. After all, the individuals surrounding him, robust members of the elite special operations team, and the composed scientists with glimmers of wisdom in their eyes, instilled within him an involuntary sense of security. At least, he was not alone. He slowly reclined, the countdown timer before him still ticking away. 235,941. Chen Mo murmured to himself, well then, let us await the miraculous unveiling tomorrow. Meanwhile, as Chen Mo drifted into slumber, the vast realm of Xia was quietly mobilizing. From the southern capital to the central plains, and from the coastal regions to the high plateaus, at least 100,000 individuals were covertly summoned to partake in an unprecedented and bizarre contingency plan. The document's title left many aghast: Guidelines for Survival in a Zombie World. Numerous personnel drafted into service exchanged bewildered glances upon perusing the file. Is this a jest? A zombie world? Shouldn't this be the title of a film script? Someone could not help but scoff. Last time, it was a meteor striking the Earth. And now we have zombies? Is the nation indulging in theatrics? Yet the red stamp on the orders was undeniably authentic. Thus, no one dared to laugh for long. Due to the existence of the Time-Space Gate project being stringently classified as top secret, these grassroots participants only knew they were cooperating with the nation in an extreme environment emergency drill. They remained oblivious to the true reason behind it, believing it to be yet another large-scale disaster preparedness exercise. Although the survival manual for zombies appeared farcical, when compared to previous nerve-wracking drills, plans for World War III, sudden ice age responses, rising sea level contingencies, global torrential downpour protocols, meteor strikes, and even extraterrestrial invasions, this one seemed relatively reasonable. Zombies, after all, might be easier to contend with than aliens, someone jested. Little did anyone realize that absurd document was actually designed for a world that genuinely existed. Simultaneously, within the southern military camp, the lights blazed brightly. Emergency materials from across the nation were being compiled at breakneck speed and transmitted through encrypted networks to the central base. Everyone was in motion, and no one dared to rest. The director of the Security Bureau, Yu Guodong, Eastern Theater Commander Yao, Bureau Chief Kong Feian, and Major Fong Tianrui had scarcely slept throughout the night. They stood before the Electronic War Command Center's sand table, observing the incessantly flickering red countdown timer. Time-Space Gate opening countdown, 231,254. The air was thick with tension. The bitter aroma of coffee mingled with the metallic scent of the cabin, causing one to almost forget the passage of time. Yao repeatedly verified the Special Forces equipment list, while Yu Guodong incessantly reviewed the risk assessment report on zombology received from the central hub. Each piece of data weighed heavily upon their hearts like a stone. They did not display fear, yet all understood that should this operation fail, the consequences would transcend mere failure of a mission. Yu Guodong gazed at the countdown numbers, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue, yet more so a suppressed resolve. He could smile at Chen Mo and assure him not to worry, could tell the special operations team that the mission was well prepared. But only he understood the immense burden resting upon his shoulders, the future of one. For billion lives, the fate of the blue planet. This time, Xia had no retreat. Concurrently, on the other side, the makeshift hangar was ablaze with lights. 3 special operations teams were engaged in the final equipment checks and mission reviews alongside members of the research team. The air was suffused with the scent of oil and the chill of metal, with everyone busily attending to their tasks. Loading ammunition clips, adjusting grenades, calibrating breathing apparatuses, and verifying the sealing systems of sample boxes. Although everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, the tension was palpable. To alleviate the somber atmosphere, the Thunder Team leader, Zheng Zhe, jested. In previous missions, the furthest we ventured was abroad. Now we are heading straight into space. Laughter gently echoed in the air. Xu Yan adjusted his glasses, revealing a hint of a smile. Let's hope the world on the other side ISNT2 backward. If they have some new technology to learn from, that would be splendid. I heard that the laptop Chen Mo brought back last time had a carbon-based chip architecture. If it weren't so severely damaged, I would love to take a look. Another young researcher from the scientific team, Ku Yinggu, chimed in while inspecting equipment. Opening it would be futile. We probably won't comprehend it in the short term. I studied the keyboard structure of that laptop, and the writing system is entirely different from ours on the blue planet. This time, we should gather more written samples to take back and form a linguistic team for decryption. Perhaps we can unlock more information about their civilization. Xu Yan nodded, his tone imbued with contemplation and longing. Indeed, beyond viral information, we should also examine their culture, technology, and environmental data. I am curious about what the sky of that alternate world looks like. Does it have a moon as well? However, given Chen Mo's safe return, it at least indicates their atmosphere is breathable and the gravity conditions are similar to ours. The War Tiger team leader, Zhou Yang, while checking weapons, remarked, Dr. Xu, that sounds like we are preparing for a picnic. Let us not forget, according to movie scripts, even wearing protective gear could lead to being bitten by zombies. Laughter erupted again, yet it was laced with a trace of uncontainable tension. Zhou Yang shifted his tone, addressing the scientific team earnestly. Joking aside, when we arrive there, you must maintain discipline. When confirming samples, keep your distance and do not be reckless. We warriors will handle the perimeter defense. You focus solely on research, and we will ensure your safe return. Xu Yan gazed at him and nodded gently. Then we shall protect each other. Chapter 8 Departure. The following morning, the sky was overcast, and the lights of the southern military camp remained unextinguished throughout the night. As Chen Mo opened his eyes, helicopters were already taking off and landing multiple times, the footsteps of soldiers echoing rhythmically, the entire base resembling a colossal beast poised to awaken, silently awaiting that moment. After a quick wash, he donned his protective suit. Stepping out of the dormitory, he was greeted by the sight of special operations team members and researchers lined up in neat formation. Their visors reflected a cold light. Glimmering in the morning mist, all were fully prepared. In front of the control center stood Yu Guodong, He Xingyao, Kong Feiong, and Major Fong Tianrui simultaneously present. The air was infused with the scent of metal and disinfectant. Everyone's demeanor more composed and resolute than the night before. Yu Guodong approached, his gaze resting on Chen Mo, his voice steady. Chen Mo, during your last traversal, you stayed there for 6 hours, correct? Yes, Chen Mo nodded. Can you predict how long you might stay this time? Will the location be the same as before? Chen Mo shook his head, his expression grave. The duration of my stay can only be determined once we arrive. As for the location, we will see immediately upon transport. If it is the same as last time, he paused, taking a deep breath. There may be zombies nearby. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Members of the scientific team set down their equipment boxes, and the special operations team instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. No one spoke, yet each gaze was sharper, colder. He Xinyu spoke in a deep voice. Listen, after the portal opens this time, 3 special operations teams will proceed first. They will take the lead. responsible for vigilance and establishing a secure zone. The research team will follow to conduct air sampling, environmental testing, and sample collection. Chen Mo, you will be the last to depart, tasked with maintaining the stability of the passage and signaling for withdrawal. Understood. The response from the 3 special operations teams was synchronized and resonant. The members of the research team nodded in agreement, their minimal movements conveying a tacit determination. Chen Mo looked at them, feeling a tightness in his chest. The first person to step into the unknown is always the most vulnerable. Images of the desolate city, that blood-red sky, and the chilling low growls flashed through his mind. He wanted to say something, but merely exhaled softly in the end. This time, he was not alone. Behind him stood 3 entire special operations teams, 3 research teams, and the entire Great Xia silently watching them. The air seemed to thicken. The countdown timer on the control panel flickered. 005958, 005957, approaching minute by minute. As the final moment drew near, Chen Mo, along with the special operations teams and the research group, was ushered into an isolation chamber. The heavy alloy door slowly closed with a click, sealing the room completely from the outside world. The bright lights flickered on, and the air was filled with the scent of disinfectant and metal. Yu Guodong stood outside the blast-proof glass, his expression grave. Chen Mo, you will activate the portal from here. The special operations teams and the research group will enter immediately after the passage stabilizes to ensure your safety. Chen Mo nodded. Although he forced a smile at the corners of his mouth, the sweat in his palms had already soaked his gloves. Outside the isolation chamber, dozens of standby soldiers and members of the research backup team stood solemnly, their gazes fixed on the thick glass. They were there to receive Chen Mo's return and to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Yu Guodong reiterated, "Do not overthink it, Chen Mo. The last time you crossed over, it was at the original location of this base. Logically, it is likely you will appear in the same place again." Chen Mo took a deep breath and nodded gently. Understood. At that moment, Xinyu stepped forward, his tone somber yet imbued with unwavering authority. He turned to Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Thunder Team, his voice as solid as iron. "Zhang Zhe, remember, regardless of how urgent the situation may become, ensuring Chen Mo's safety is always the highest priority." Zhang Zhe stood at attention, his voice crisp. "Received." Xinyu added, "Once you arrive there, if the situation spirals out of control, do not act rashly. Do not consider capturing the zombies alive. That is a task for the next phase. Your most crucial mission now is to return alive." "Received." Zhang Zhe responded once more, his tone resolute. Xinyu's gaze swept across the room, landing on Dr. Su Yin of the research group. "Dr. Su, ensure to coordinate your actions with the special operations teams. Confirm environmental parameters, air composition, and pathogen data, and analyze them at the earliest opportunity." Dr. Su adjusted his glasses and nodded in reply. "Understood." Xinyu's voice dropped. "Also, once there, make sure to ascertain the transmission mechanism of the zombie virus. This step is key to humanity's defense." "Received." The special operations teams and the research group responded almost in unison, their harmonious voices slicing through the air like a blade. The orders were conveyed. Each individual silently adjusted their breathing, checked their equipment, secured connections, and confirmed the status of their signal devices. The series of mechanical clicks resonated in the quiet isolation chamber, sounding like a somber anthem of departure. Chen Mo stood at the center of the chamber, gazing at those around him, feeling a sense of reassurance. He thought to himself, "This time, I am not alone." Through the blast-proof glass, he could see Yu Guodong, Xinyu, Kong Feiyong, and Fang Tianrui still standing outside. They said nothing, merely watching him with silent nods. In that moment, Chen Mo felt an odd sensation, as if the hopes of all humanity rested in his hands. As the countdown reached its final seconds, everyone's breathing grew heavy. 3, 2, 1, activate. A blinding blue light erupted suddenly, as if the air had been torn open. With a low hum and the tremor of energy waves, the temperature in the isolation chamber plummeted. A blue-white energy arc formed in mid-air, the lights swirling, distorting, and converging, gradually outlining a door that did not belong to this world. It stood over 2 meters tall, wider than the one Chen Mo had opened previously at 1 meter. Its surface rippling like water, large enough to accommodate armored vehicles. The halo danced upon the walls and blast-proof glass, causing everyone to hold their breath. Even the special operations members, who had prepared mentally, could not help but gasp in awe at the sight, which seemed almost miraculous. Time was of the essence. They could not dwell on the expanding portal any longer. Thunder Team, move out, Zhang Zhe commanded. As soon as his words fell, he stepped forward first. The blue light enveloped his figure, and in an instant, he seemed to be pulled into the abyss. Following closely were the Battle Tiger Team and the Flame Team, entering one after another with steady steps and swift actions, each passage accompanied by a brief flash of light and a surge of air. Research Team, prepare to go. Dr. Su, carrying the equipment case, was the first to step through. Ku Yin and other researchers followed closely, pushing the portable experimental chamber into the shimmering door. At the moment each individual vanished, the surface of the light trembled slightly, like ripples on a lake. Finally, only Chen Mo remained. He turned around, looking through the blast-proof glass, seeing Yu Guodong, He Xinyu, Kong Feiong, and Fong Tianrui still standing in place. Their expressions were complex, filled with concern, yet also trust. Chen Mo swallowed hard and managed a strained smile. He wanted to wave goodbye, but suddenly felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble. Time was up. A blinding light burst forth, rippling the energy waves of the portal. Before Chen Mo could react, he was forcefully pulled into the blue light. His body was enveloped by the energy, and everything around him stretched and shattered in an instant, as if plummeting into a torrent of light. With the final arc of light contracting, the portal trembled in the air and then vanished completely. The isolation chamber returned to calm, a faint scent of Jiaozhuo lingering. Yu Guodong and He Xinyu stood in place, their gazes still fixed on the now empty space. After a long moment, Yu Guodong slowly exhaled, murmuring, "They are gone." He Xinyu nodded slightly, his voice deep and resolute. "The rest is up to them." Yu Guodong cradled his chin thoughtfully. "Did you notice that the portal is larger than Chen Mo described?" He Xinyu scratched his head. "Indeed. It seems the portal expands with each crossing." Yu Guodong looked at the spot where the portal had existed, saying, "Then next time, we can arrange for vehicles to accompany them." Chapter 9. A World of Despair. The dazzling blue light flickered a few times before rapidly retracting. Chen Mo felt a sinking sensation beneath him and landed heavily. A cold wind rushed at him, the air thick with a damp, rusty scent. He stumbled forward and looked up to see a landscape of shattered ruins. Crumbling walls and debris littered the ground, with several long-decayed corpses scattered about, their clothing tattered and bones exposed. Chen Mo's heart tightened sharply. The scene was nearly identical to what he had witnessed during his last crossing. He took a deep breath, surveying his surroundings. Not far off, several figures were crouched in a vigilant position, their reflective helmets glinting in the shadows. Chen Montak, it was Zhang Zhe. The leader of the Thunder Team turned to him, his tones steady and concise, confirm identity. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Chen Mo nodded. Zhang Zhe inquired once more, "Is this the location you returned to last time?" Chen Mo surveyed the surroundings, his gaze skimming over the half-collapsed billboard, the overturned bus, and the devastated overpass. He replied in a low voice, "Indeed, this is the place I last returned to." Zhang Zhe nodded, his expression growing stern. "The situation aligns with our expectations." He gestured towards several corpses not far away. "Upon our entry, we encountered a few active zombies. Concerned that the noise would attract more, we resorted to close combat with combat knives. This confirmed our suspicion that their weakness lies in the head." As he spoke, he kicked one of the corpses aside. The creature's skull was pierced by a sharp blade, its eye sockets hollow and dried black blood remaining in its mouth. Chen Mo watched the scene, his stomach churning. The realism was terrifying. Zhang Zhe continued his report. "The Zhanhu team and the Laiyan team have established a perimeter, and radio communication is functioning well. However, we have no means to contact Lanxing. The research team is also conducting preliminary analyses." Following his gaze, Chen Mo saw the members of the research team, led by Su Yin, clad in sealed protective suits, taking samples beside several zombie corpses. They meticulously used instruments to extract tissue, draw blood, and scrape off skin flakes, each movement calm and precise yet chilling. Suyang quietly instructive. Samples numbered 1 to 3 were taken from individuals with varying degrees of decay. The odor is heavily acidic, and significant tissue degeneration is evident. But no identifiable parasitic structures have been discovered. He nodded towards Zhang Zhe, indicating that the preliminary analysis had commenced. Zhang Zhe glanced at his watch and then turned to Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, what is your countdown this time?" Chen Mo lowered his head to check the time on his retina. 235,952. He took a deep breath and replied, 24 hours. Zhang Zhe nodded. 1 day's time. He repeated quietly. Then his tone firmed, understood. We will depart in 30 minutes for external reconnaissance to confirm the terrain and threat levels. The research team will continue sampling and maintain communication. Received. The team members responded in unison. Chen Mo stood amidst the ruins. Watching this group of individuals maintaining order in a foreign world, his heart filled with mixed emotions. 30 minutes later, a communication came through. Report. Captain Zhou Yang of the Zhanhu team returned, his protective suit still splattered with dry blood, ignoring the sweat trickling down inside his helmet. He spoke in a low voice that carried the efficiency of a soldier. Zhang Zhe, we just completed a perimeter patrol. This area appears to be on the outskirts of an abandoned city. The streets are devastated, buildings severely collapsed, and we found no survivors nor any sign of animals. Aside from a few slow-moving zombies, the rest is utterly silent. After he finished, silence enveloped the surroundings. The air was thick with dust and the scent of decay. Zhang Zhe nodded, understood. He raised his hand, his tone resolute and powerful. Teams prepare to depart. The Lion team will lead, while the Zhanhu team will take the rear. The Leiting team and the research group will be positioned centrally, with me personally escorting Chen Mo and Dr. Suyan. Yes. The synchronized response echoed through the ruins, deep yet filled with resolute power. The team members swiftly readied their equipment, confirming communication links and protective seals. Detection instruments, sonic detectors, air samplers. Each tool was activated in mere seconds. Chen Mo followed closely in the middle of the group, observing their calm actions, his heart involuntarily racing. They were preparing to set off when a sudden urgent voice from the research team broke through. Zheng team, please hold on. We have new results. Zhang Zhe immediately turned. Speak. Su Yin leaned over a glass lab box, where several mice were emitting piercing screams. Their bodies twitched slightly, the blue veins pulsating beneath their skin. Su Yin reported gravely, we injected different doses of zombie bodily fluid samples into 5 mice. The results indicate that as the dosage increases, the infection response intensifies drastically. The one with the highest dosage displayed significant mutations within 5 minutes. He pointed to the agitated mouse that was ramming against the cage, his expression serious. It has experienced a surge in strength, its teeth and claws hardened, and even after we pierced its chest, it continued to move. Only by shattering its brain can we completely terminate its life functions. A profound silence enveloped the research team. Suyan continued. The mice with lower doses currently show no abnormalities, but we cannot determine the incubation period. Their vital signs remain stable, and we are still observing. Insects and plant samples have not shown any signs of infection. At least that is good news. After hearing this, Zhang Zhe's expression darkened slightly. Understood, he replied solemnly. Then turned to the entire team. Everyone, take note. This indicates that the virus is highly active, and its transmission pathways remain unknown. The protection level must be immediately raised to the highest standard. Under no circumstances should skin be exposed. And direct contact with any zombie bodily fluid or external liquids is strictly prohibited. He paused, his gaze sweeping over each member of the research team. His voice low yet powerful. Let us depart. Yes. With the command issued, the team set off in earnest. They advanced along the shattered streets, surrounded by ruins consumed by time and disaster. Buildings lay in ruin, glass shattered, the streets cracked like spider webs, and rusted vehicles lay haphazardly across the road. With billboards half collapsed, the metal creaking in the wind. The air was thick with the scent of stale blood and decay, each step accompanied by the crunch of gravel. Tightening the chest, Chen Mo raised his gaze to the dim sky, where sunlight was obscured by thick dust and fog, casting the entire world in a shroud of deathly silence. He suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. This place no longer held any vitality. Zhang Zhe issued a low command. Maintain formation, control noise. Yes. The Zhanhu team quickly deployed into a tactical formation at the rear, while the Lion team took charge of clearing obstacles and potential threats ahead. Soon, they encountered several wandering zombies at a street corner. These creatures moved sluggishly, their skin pale as wax, emitting low, raspy, throaty sounds. Eliminate them, Zhang Zhe commanded softly. A series of muffled sounds followed. Thud, thud, thud. The clearing Lai Yin team executed their actions with precision, stabbing the blades into skulls, withdrawing them, and wiping them clean in one fluid motion. They controlled their breathing, making no unnecessary sounds. Watching this scene, Chen Mo felt his underlying tension gradually ease. Their calm and efficient demeanor made him acutely aware for the first time that he was not alone in this struggle. As they continued on their path, Suyan suddenly halted, his gaze fixed upon a building that had not fully collapsed, and although he did not recognize the faded sign, it appeared to be filled with books. Suyan nodded, his eyes brightening. It seems to be a bookstore. Let us check it out. Books or written materials could serve as a breakthrough in understanding the language system of this world. If we can bring them back, we can start deciphering the written structure here. Zhang contemplated for a moment before calling the vanguard through the radio. Yo Yang, Wu Hao. There's a target point, a bookstore. We need to enter and collect materials. The Zhanhu team will maintain perimeter security while the Lai Yin team clears the interior. Received. Zhou Yang's voice was low and steady. Zhang turned to the research team, signaling, follow closely. Time is of the essence. We have 15 minutes to complete the collection. Understood. Suyan responded. Chapter 10. The Search Within the Bookstore. Soon, everyone filed into the dilapidated bookstore. The moment the door swung open, a wave of stale dust rushed forth, mingling with the musty odor and the acrid scent of decaying paper in the air. Sunlight streamed through the shattered skylight, illuminating the dust motes floating in the beams, casting light upon the pages eroded by time and the broken shelves. Su Yin was the first to step inside, moving with utmost lightness, yet his tone carried an unmistakable hint of excitement. Everyone divide into teams. Focus on complete books, maps, newspapers, and manuals, prioritizing printed materials and any technological references. The members of the research team immediately dispersed. Some crouched down to organize scattered papers, while others rummaged through the depths of the bookshelves. A few opened recording devices, carefully capturing the discernible covers and texts. Make sure the angles are stable, Su Yin reminded. These materials are too cumbersome to carry much of. We should preserve as much as we can through images. Chen Mo was also assisting, picking up a magazine that had yet to succumb entirely to decay. The blurred image on the cover barely revealed what appeared to be some sort of mechanical device. It seems the technological level of this world has at least reached the information age, he murmured. After all, the laptop I brought back last time utilized carbon-based chips. Su Yin nodded gently at this observation. If that is indeed the case, the technological tree of this world may very well run parallel to ours, albeit diverging in direction. Researcher Ku Yin Guo muttered nearby. The question is, why did their civilization collapse to such an extent? No one answered. The air was filled only with the sound of footsteps and the rustling of pages being turned. A few Special Forces members maintained vigilance outside, occasionally relaying low reports over the radio. The wind outside howled more fiercely, causing the doorframe to creak, adding an extra chill to the already desolate building. Su Yin looked around. Let us see if we can find any usable electronic devices. If we can restore power, we might extract more information. The research team promptly began their search. They flipped over counters and pried open storage doors, uncovering several well-preserved terminal devices, a computer, a tablet, and a radio. Chen Mo approached to assist with the transport, the cold metal casing sending a slight shiver through him. In this world, anything that could illuminate was akin to a luxury. Su Yin attempted to power them on, but to no avail. No power, he assessed, tearing open another back panel and shaking his head. Or perhaps it has long since burned out. After a moment of silence, the researchers ultimately selected a few devices with intact casings and undamaged ports, sealing them in protective bags. If we bring these back, we might be able to extract residual data from the storage chips, Su Yin declared. Fall back. Zhang's voice came from the entrance, calm yet tinged with an underlying alertness. Just as Su Yin confirmed the last device had been sealed, a faint cracking sound echoed from above. Instinctively, everyone looked up to see the long-weathered wooden sign on the second floor of the bookstore sway in the wind, followed by a tremendous crash as it fell, sending dust and splintered wood flying. The sound reverberated sharply in the silent city, the echo rippling through the desolation. Zhang's gaze sharpened, his voice cold as steel. Not good. Special Forces team, full alert. As he spoke, the teams of Battle Tiger, Blazing Fire, and Thunder struck their combat formations. The members took cover, weapons drawn, locking onto the surrounding street corners, their infrared sights glinting faintly in the shadows. The research team was swiftly escorted to the inner side of the bookstore, with Su Yin and several researchers crouching low, pressing a sampling box to the ground. Chen Mo was shielded behind two team members, holding his breath. The wind outside abruptly fell silent. An oppressive stillness enveloped everyone. Then a low, guttural growl emerged from the street corner, followed by a series of dragging footsteps. In the darkness, swaying shadows began to materialize. A dozen hunched figures with decaying flesh slowly emerged from the rubble, their eyes gleaming with a murky white light. Black liquid dripping from their mouths as they emitted eerie chewing sounds. Zombie tide, Wu Hao, the vanguard, warned in a hushed tone. Zhang Zhi's expression turned grave. Approximately a dozen of them, small cluster. Exercise caution with firepower. He raised a hand, signaling decisively. Blazing fire team, advance and cover. Battle tiger team, encircle from both sides. Research team and Chen Mo maintain central defense. Move. Yes. The moment the tactical orders were given, the entire team held their breath in unison. Several Special Forces members quickly knelt in position, drawing lightweight crossbows from their tactical packs. The bow arms formed a cold line in the dim light. Silver bolts shimmering with a chilling glint. They silently raised their weapons, the dark arrow tips aimed at the heads of the dragging corpses. Originally, these crossbows were merely a contingency for extreme, close-quarter situations, but now they became the most ideal testing apparatus. Another group of team members had already lowered their bodies, drawing out suppressed 9mm handguns, fingers resting on the triggers, their muzzles shifting slightly in accordance with the team leader's gestures, poised to take over the firepower at a moment's notice. Further back, several soldiers stood guard with assault rifles. One member of the Battle Tiger team, even carrying a portable rocket launcher, their last line of defense. Zhang Zhi issued a low command, fire. The air was sliced by the sharp sound of the bowstrings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several crossbow bolts sailed through the air, accurately piercing the skulls of the zombies. The rotten bodies shuddered upon impact, almost simultaneously losing their balance and crashing heavily to the ground. Another round, concentrated fire. Zhang Zhi's voice remained calm and steady. Another flurry of wind-slicing sounds followed. More crossbow bolts penetrated the air, repeatedly striking the same zombie's head, black liquid splattering with a wet sound. The zombies fell in awkward, sluggish postures, yet they indeed ceased their movements. Confirmed kill, Wu Hao, the vanguard, reported in a hushed tone. Zhang Zhi slowly exhaled. Effective. The head is indeed the only weakness. He surveyed the battlefield. A dozen corpses lay strewn across the ground, the air thick with the mingling scent of decay and gunpowder. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Zhi spoke quietly into the communicator. Maintain silence, no gunfire. If we can avoid firearms, let us not alert the distant horde. The team members swiftly retracted their crossbows, ensuring the retrieval of their bolts and reposition for defense. Once they confirmed their surroundings were secure, Zhang Zhi gestured. The formation resumed, and they pressed onward. The team divided into 3 segments once more, with the blazing fire team leading the way. The Thunder team and research group situated centrally, and the Battle Tiger team covering the rear, maintaining outer vigilance. Their footsteps were light and steady, each step crunching softly on the debris and glass, producing barely audible sounds. The remnants of walls stood on either side of the street, the wind howling, as if the city had long since perished, leaving only the wind gasping for breath. Upon reaching a collapsed corner, Zhang Zhi raised a hand for silence. Several zombie corpses lay sprawled on the ground, the stench of decay wafting through the air, thickening it. Dr. Su, collect samples, Zhang Zhi instructed. Su Yan promptly led the research team forward. Several researchers crouched down, swiftly commencing sample collection. Cotton swabs scraping tissue, syringes drawing blood, each action precise and restrained, as if handling a rare specimen rather than death itself. One researcher looked up to report the bolts penetrated the skull, damaging the brainstem, completely halting neural activity. The penetrating power is effective under standard protective layers. Su Yan responded succinctly, record the data. Continue. Another researcher scanned the angle of penetration with instruments, confirming the depth and tissue response. The lethality is acceptable, but it still requires multiple hits to achieve a kill. Zhang Zhi stood by, observing calmly. Upon hearing the report, he nodded. In other words, effective in close combat for single soldiers, but group engagement still requires coordination. Su Yin wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze still fixed on the instrument screen. Yes, it can be confirmed for now. Physical destruction of the brain is the only way to rapidly terminate activity. He raised his head and surveyed the surroundings. However, one thing is certain. The blood of these corpses is still flowing, indicating the virus's high activity. Do not approach too closely. Exercise caution. Zhang Jia immediately responded. Research team, withdraw 2 meters. Zhanhu team, maintain perimeter vigilance. Understood. The team re-established formation. Su Yin and his colleagues completed the sampling, sealing the specimens within protective cases. The instruments beeped rhythmically, documenting each identifier. After a brief pause, Zhang Jia raised his hand once more. Advance. The team continued onward. The air was permeated with a mingling scent of scorched earth and rust, while the wind swept through the crumbling buildings, carrying with it a faint murmur. At that moment, Su Yan's deep voice emanated from the communication channel. Captain Zhang, I have made a new discovery. Zhang Jia halted immediately, signaling for everyone to be alert. Speak. Su Yan's tone carried a hint of gravity. The batch of laboratory mice injected with a moderate dose of zombie fluid during comparative experiments at the base has just exhibited signs of mutation. Chen Mo was taken aback. They have mutated again? Su Yan nodded, his gaze calm. The mice injected with a high dose reacted within 5 minutes, while those with a moderate dose did so in about an hour. Based on this progression, once the viral concentration reaches a critical threshold, any organism will lose control entirely in a remarkably short period. Zhang Jia responded coolly, his voice steady. Understood. His eyes sharpened. The mutation of the laboratory mice undoubtedly reaffirmed a grim reality. Even the smallest wound could prove fatal. Everyone must absolutely avoid scratches or bites. Even the slightest abrasion must be reported immediately. Zhang Jia commanded, his tone resolute. The research team should maintain a distance of 3 meters from the zombie corpses. Acknowledged. The various teams swiftly adjusted their formations. The analysis on Su Yan's end continued. He pointed to the screen of his portable terminal, where the microscopic images were magnified thousands of times. Under fluorescence, cells twinkled like stars, with a slender, spiral-shaped entity writhing frantically. Preliminary analysis indicated this to be a highly active parasitic virus that rapidly divides and replicates within host cells, poised to invade the nervous system in a short span of time. He looked up, his tone steady. The good news is that the possibility of airborne transmission is nearly zero. Currently, no suspended viruses have been detected in the test samples. Chen Mo also exhibited no signs of infection within his body. This statement elicited a collective sigh of relief among the group. Su Yan then added, however, the bad news is that even the batch of mice injected with the lowest dose is experiencing exponential growth of the virus. At the current rate, within approximately 10 hours, they too will undergo mutation. Zhang Jia tightened his grip on his weapon, inhaling deeply. Understood. He waved his hand. The team pressed on. As they advanced through the ruins, Zhang Jia increasingly sensed that this city was eerily silent. There were no bird song, no whispers of the wind rustling through remnants of paper, and even the distant growls of zombies had faded away. It was as if the entire city had been paused at a moment in time. This area was indeed devoid of human presence. Zhang Jia lowered his binoculars, his tone grave. To expand the search, he decisively ordered, deploy drones for full-spectrum scanning. Several Special Forces members acted promptly, activating their portable terminals to deploy small reconnaissance drones. A few silver drones ascended from their launch tubes, their propellers slicing through the air with a low hum. The real-time images unfolded on the screen. From the aerial perspective, the city resembled a vast carcass. Streets had collapsed. Vehicles were askew among the ruins, billboards tilted at odd angles, rust spread like a disease, and at certain alleyways, faint traces of dried blood could be discerned, winding like a silent river into the distance. Chen Mo approached Su Yan, lowering his voice. Do you think anyone is still alive in this world? Su Yan did not respond immediately, his gaze fixed on the surveillance screen, his expression calm to the point of indifference. After a moment, he quietly replied, uncertain. However, based on the city's structure, if there are survivors, they are unlikely to be many. Otherwise, one would expect an effort to eliminate the threat. Eliminate? Chen Mo was taken aback. Su Yan slightly raised his gaze. Indeed, if the military, government, or any organization existed, They would have dispatched troops to execute a cleansing operation long ago. Yet what we see now is a forsaken ruin. No barricades, no defensive positions, no broadcasts. As the search area expanded, time slipped away quietly. The light in the sky dimmed gradually. The shattered skyscrapers were stained a rusty red by the fading sunlight. And as the wind swept through the streets, it stirred up a flurry of paper and dust, reminiscent of the city's memories exhaling their final sighs. Night fell. Zhang Zhe glanced at his watch, his expression serious. All units, regroup. We will rest once we confirm the nearby buildings are secure. The risks of night operations are too great. Shortly thereafter, they discovered a dilapidated, yet relatively intact supermarket. The roll-up door was ensnared by long-dried chains, and the facade bore a faded, indecipherable sign. Zhang Zhe led the team in clearing the entrance, confirming no unusual activity within before ordering them to establish a base. The supermarket's shelves were long since emptied, the floor littered with dust and shredded packaging. The group switched on their portable lights, beams slicing through the aisles, dust particles floating slowly in the shafts of light, while the air was thick with the scent of aged plastic. Chen Mo leaned against a toppled cooler, his voice low, as if speaking to himself. I never imagined a city could be so utterly silent, devoid of life. Zhang Zhe was busy assigning watch duties, while Su Yin moved to the large windows, gazing through the shattered glass at the deep blue sky. There's a moon, he murmured softly. It was a moon casting a faint silver light, hanging in the distant gray horizon, its glow colder and sharper than that of the blue planet. Yet the celestial bodies troubled Su Yin slightly. They were not part of the Milky Way's constellation. The positions, luminosity, and even the arrangement of those stars were amiss. Chen Mo approached, following his gaze toward the night sky. In the silent darkness, the stars twinkled faintly, forming an unfamiliar trajectory. That was neither Orion, nor the Big Dipper, nor any known constellation. Chapter 12. The nighttime strengthening of zombies' night had fully descended. The city was engulfed in darkness, with only the wind traversing through the shattered buildings. A few portable cold lights flickered gently, casting a pale blue hue throughout the supermarket's interior, the shadows dancing upon the worn shelves and gray walls, resembling phantoms breathing. Out of caution, they refrained from igniting any flames. Fire signifies a heat source, a scent, and thus, potential exposure. The group sat quietly among the shelves, consuming their rationed compressed food. The sound of each package being torn open was jarring. Chen Mo took a sip of water. The sound of the plastic bottle collapsing echoed in the air, only to be swallowed by the night. Zhang Zhe leaned against a nearby cooler. Having finished checking the communication devices, he spoke softly. Thankfully, it is only 24 hours. If we endure this night, we shall return tomorrow. His tone was calm, yet no one truly relaxed. They all understood that in the darkness of this world, safety was merely an ephemeral illusion. The temperature was not low. The air was dry, tinged with a sense of scorched earth and dust. Even so, none dared to remove their protective gear. Su Yin sat in a corner near the glass window, holding a pair of binoculars, intently watching the pitch-black street outside. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow slightly. Captain Zheng, his voice was barely above a whisper. Come here for a moment. Zhang Zhe immediately stood and walked briskly to the window. Su Yin handed over the binoculars, directing him towards a distant street corner. Zhang Zhe took the binoculars, zooming in. Beneath the night, there was something amiss among the ruins. Su Yin whispered, Do you see it? Those moving shadows. Through the lens of a night vision device, several distorted figures were swaying in the street. Their movements were rigid yet swift, contrasting markedly with the zombies encountered during the day. At this moment, their actions were evidently more rapid. One could even observe them coordinating their limbs as they ascended the roofs of abandoned vehicles, producing a jarring sound of friction. After nightfall, they had become increasingly ferocious. Su Yan's voice was low, his activity speed nearly doubled, with quicker muscle responses and greater strength. If this was the natural cyclical activation of the virus, it indicated that the zombies entered a heightened state of activity during the night. Zhang Zhe's expression darkened completely. He responded softly. It seems we have truly chosen the right place. If we were still outside, we would likely be in peril. Zhang Zhe glanced at the time, then lowered his voice. Issuing orders. All members of the Special Operations Team, remain vigilant, split into 3 shifts for night watch. Change every 3 hours, and do not relax. Report any unusual sounds immediately. Received. The soldiers swiftly sprang into action, checking their weapons, assigning fire zones, and dispersing to elevated positions and cover around the supermarket. In the darkness, their silhouettes were faintly illuminated by the reflective strips of their protective gear, silent and alert. Inside, a light flickered back to life for the research team. Su Yin donned gloves and crouched before a row of dilapidated shelves, meticulously examining the dust-covered packaging and jars. Unable to comprehend the text, he relied on imagery. He murmured to himself as he delicately picked up a package of discolored snacks with tweezers, placing the sample into a testing bag. Ku Yen-gu beside him recorded notes while jesting. "Doctor, even in the apocalypse you're still studying food?" Su Yin did not lift his head. Food reflects civilization. From the ratios, additives, shelf life, to packaging materials, one can discern a society's technological and nutritional systems. He brushed off the dust, revealing a blurred trademark and a series of unfamiliar characters beneath the smiling face of a cartoon figure. While the text was indecipherable, he could infer meaning. Su Yin retrieved a portable ingredient analyzer, placing the powder on the testing plate. The carbohydrate, protein, and fat ratios closely aligned with those of Blue Star standards, and the distribution of trace elements was strikingly similar. Ku Yen-gu nodded as he flipped through his notes, acknowledging this indicates their physiological structure is akin to ours. Su Yan's tone was calm, yet contemplative. Indeed, the anatomical structures of the corpses and zombies show remarkable similarities to humans. Even the arrangement of their teeth is identical. This implies that the evolutionary path of humanity in this world may be exceedingly similar to ours. He paused, observing the flickering data on the analyzer. This suggests that this world may have once possessed a civilization almost entirely overlapping with ours. Ku Yen-gu felt a shiver run down his spine. After a moment of silence, he finally voiced the question that lingered in everyone's mind. Then why did they end up like this? Su Yan's gaze lingered on the dust-covered snacks, his fingertips gently rubbing against the cracked plastic seal. After a long while, he simply remarked, "That remains a secret." The lights in the supermarket gradually dimmed. Su Yin, Chen Mo, and several researchers laid out their resting mats in the corner. The soldiers continued their shifts, yet the atmosphere had relaxed slightly compared to their initial arrival. Chen Mo leaned against the wall, observing the pendant light swaying gently in the draft, producing a soft creaking sound that inexplicably brought him some solace. "Tomorrow," he murmured, "tomorrow we can return." Su Yin responded softly beside him, "Do not let your guard down. In places like this, the most dangerous moments often occur during seemingly safe nights." Chen Mo managed a wry smile, choosing not to respond. A few minutes later, he gradually slipped into a light slumber. Outside, the wind howled as it swept down the street, stirring up dust and scraps of paper. Occasionally, the faint sound of glass vibrating could be heard, as though someone were gently tapping on the bones of the city. Not far away, a low hissing sound emerged. Several shadows swayed, slowly approaching the supermarket along the street. The special operations team on night watch had already detected them, swiftly drawing back their crossbows and holding their breath to aim. The sound of the bowstring was nearly drowned out by the wind as a bolt accurately struck the forehead of a zombie. Its body paused before slowly collapsing, a dark liquid pooling and snaking across the ground. The nearby companions turned to investigate, emitting low growls but did not advance. They seemed indifferent to the demise of their kind, wavering momentarily in the darkness before resuming their silent wandering. The night continued to stretch onward. The darkness beyond the lights was unfathomable, the air thick with the sense of blood and rust. The sentinels gripped their crossbows, vigilantly watching over the desolate streets outside. The wind rustled the protective fabric draped over them, causing it to quiver slightly in the night. At long last, the interminable night came to an end. The eastern sky gradually brightened, the first rays of sunlight piercing through the shattered buildings, casting light upon the streets littered with dust and scrap metal, and into the dilapidated supermarket. The cold fluorescent lights had long since extinguished, and tranquility returned. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air, along with the fatigue left behind after fear had been extinguished. Captain Zhou Yang of the Battle Tiger team was the final watchman of the night. He leaned against the window with his weapon, observing the gradual illumination of the sky as the darkness was finally torn away. He exhaled deeply, the tension that had gripped his face throughout the night finally beginning to ease. "Daylight has arrived," he whispered, a hint of relief in his tone. Sunlight spilled onto the street corner, tainted a dark red by the decaying bloodstains. The wind swept through, carrying a faint scent of ashes. A few zombies in the distance continued to move slowly, but their pace was in stark contrast to the frenzied speed of the previous night. They moved sluggishly, their responses stiff, as if the sunlight had sapped their strength. Zhou Yang observed this scene and reported over the communication channel. "Captain, the zombies are noticeably slower in their movements after dawn. Their range of activity has contracted, and the perimeter is temporarily secure." Zhang Zhe's voice came through the earpiece. Deep and steady, understood. All personnel prepare. Have the research team record the differences between day and night. Chapter 13, the exploration of the following day, the actions of the following day, commenced in silence. Sunlight filtered through shattered glass into the streets. Golden rays illuminating the dust and debris, rendering the entire city pale and hollow. The team advanced slowly along the main thoroughfare, the occasional crunch of gravel underfoot breaking the stillness. The air remained oppressive, tinged with a hint of stale decay. They halted before a structure that appeared to be a residence. The door was ajar, though it already decayed. Zhang Zhe made a tactical gesture, and two special operations team members approached to clear the entrance. Confirming no anomalies, the group entered. Inside, the dim light revealed dust particles drifting in the beams. The walls bore mottled bloodstains that had dried, and a faint metallic scent lingered in the air. In the center of the living room, a long-since weathered corpse sat in a chair. The individual's hands hung limply, and on the wall behind their head was a desiccated bullet hole with radiating bloodstains. A rusted handgun lay quietly on the floor. Chen Mo gazed at the corpse, his throat tightening as he murmured, "He committed suicide." Su Yin crouched down, carefully examining the surroundings and the traces left behind. Scattered across the table were several yellowed papers and a notebook almost entirely buried in dust. He donned gloves and gently brushed away the dust. The cover of the notebook was damaged, inscribed with a series of unfamiliar characters, the script twisted and complex, resembling the strokes of another civilization. Su Yin flipped through a few pages. The paper had yellowed and become brittle, densely filled with records. Some pages adorned with hasty drawings and symbols. Chen Mo leaned closer, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Can you understand it?" Su Yin shook his head. "I cannot comprehend it, but..." He raised his head, his gaze becoming profound and cautious. "This does not resemble an ordinary personal diary." He pointed to a page that had been heavily marked and revised, its layout, segmentation, and numbering resembling research records. He pondered for a moment, then closed the notebook and solemnly stowed it in a protective pouch. Whatever was inscribed within could prove crucial, perhaps illuminating the origins of this catastrophe. Zhang Zhe nodded, indicating to take it along. The group continued along the street. The sun had fully risen, casting light upon the desolate cityscape, where dust danced in the sunlight, sparkling with minuscule glimmers. Chen Mo bowed his head to avoid the shattered glass littering the ground, the soles of his boots emitting a crisp crackle. The air still lingered with a faint scent of blood and decay, yet the wind carried an unsettling silence. Ahead loomed a cluster of large buildings. Zhou Yang reported in. Zhang Zhe raised his hand, signaling for everyone to take cover, and several members stealthily approached a damaged wall. As they climbed over, the sight before them left all in stunned silence. It was a school. The playground was open and expansive, the running track cracked, the grass withered, and several collapsed classrooms stood to one side, a broken flagpole fluttering in the breeze, remnants of torn red fabric clinging to it. Yet, what truly rendered the scene suffocating were the countless figures on the playground. Hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies wandered aimlessly across the barren field, devoid of purpose, stumbling and rising again. Sunlight illuminated their forms, their skin cracked and flesh darkened with congealed blood. At that moment, the playground appeared to be a living graveyard. Chen Mo held his breath, his voice trembling as he asked, "My God, how many are there?" Zhang Zhe immediately raised his hand, issuing a hushed command. "Everyone, take cover and remain silent." A few team members swiftly pressed against the wall, signaling warnings with gestures. Sugandi trived vainaculars, scrutinizing the mass of corpses on the playground under the dim light. He had initially presumed it was merely a typical congregation, but as his lens swept across the central area, he abruptly froze. Wait a moment. His brow furrowed, breath momentarily catching. These zombies were not all the same. Zhang Zhe glanced at him, inquiring, "What do you mean?" Su Yin adjusted the focus, his voice low and steady. Look at those few. Their skin is a dark, bluish hue, with distinct muscular protrusions on their bodies, and they move at least twice as fast as their counterparts. He continued to observe, and in his viewfinder, those peculiar zombies were ambling slowly, their heads tilting more frequently, their eyes not entirely clouded over, seemingly aware of their surroundings. Could it be that zombies evolve? Su Yin murmured, disbelief lacing his tone. As they progressed, the wind howled alongside the street, rustling scattered banners and broken advertisements. The sunlight slanted down, draping the desolate city in a pallid, cold luminescence. The Flame Squad was tasked with leading the way. Upon reaching a street corner, the team suddenly halted. It was an abandoned alley. On the cracked asphalt, a child, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, curled up and lay crying on the ground. The sound was faint, intermittent, carrying a heart-wrenching tremor. That sound was too vivid. In this deadened world, it rang out piercingly. A young Special Forces member, poised to clear the path, felt a jolt in his heart, hesitating with his weapon in hand. He whispered, "Captain, that's a child." Wu Hao's gaze turned icy in an instant. He remained silent, fixated on the small figure. As the wind blew, the child's body trembled slightly, their arm slowly rising, producing an unnatural twisting sound. Wu Hao's brow gradually knitted tighter. The next moment, a crossbow bolt shot through the air, striking the child squarely in the back of the head. The small body quivered, convulsed twice, and then lay still upon the ground. The air was suffocatingly silent. The Special Forces member who had almost approached stood frozen, his face pale, his eyes reflecting confusion and shock. "Captain, it's just a child." "No, this place shouldn't have children." Wu Hao stepped closer, kicking the corpse over. Sunlight illuminated the child's face. The skin had long since turned grayish and decayed, dry black blood lingering at the corners of the mouth. The eyes entirely clouded, yet still bearing a semblance of a grotesque smile. That was not crying. It was the instinctive groan emitted from a rotting vocal cord. Wu Hao crouched down, extracted the crossbow bolt, and wiped it clean. His tone remained flat, unperturbed by the recent events. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, one must remain vigilant against anything encountered. Remember, in the realm of the undead, a moment's hesitation can cost you your life. The soldier lowered his head, throat tightening, unable to utter a word. Wu Hao coldly added, "Extraneous sympathy can wait until we return, but here, a second's delay is tantamount to a second's death." After enduring a prolonged search and the strain of heightened nerves, the group finally reached an open area, a deserted city square. Weeds sprouted between the cracked stones, and at the center stood a broken monument, its surface etched with faded carvings that seemed to once convey a certain belief or slogan, now buried beneath the weight of time and dust. Sunlight filtered through the fractured clouds, casting a soft golden glow upon their protective gear, evoking a long-lost, almost ethereal sense of tranquility. Chapter 14. Return. The highly alert camp. The terrain here was open, the visibility excellent. Zhang Zhu observed for a moment, then nodded, declaring, "This shall serve as our return point." He swiftly led the Thunder Squad in establishing defenses. Several soldiers brought forth discarded advertising boards and metal railings, constructing makeshift barriers and traps around the perimeter. Barbed wire was tautly strung at angles, shards of glass buried in the earth as early warning signals. This way, should they return, the horde would not easily breach their defenses. While directing the preparations, Zhang Zhe also verified the route map. The research team's Su Yin was nearby, checking the sample boxes to ensure all collected tissues, liquids, and notes were securely sealed. He glanced up at the sky. The time was drawing near. An unusual stillness permeated the air. Everyone realized this was their final hour in this world. Zhang Zhe organized his equipment, his gaze still sharp. "Listen to my command. Chen Mo, you will be the first to depart. Ensure the passage is stable before signaling the research team. The second wave of the research team must prioritize bringing back all samples. Finally, the Special Forces will cover the rear." "Understood." Everyone responded in unison, their tones crisp and decisive. Time passed. Chen Mo focused on the countdown flashing on his retina. As the final 10 seconds blinked, he inhaled deeply. "Ready." He raised his hand, the faint glow at his fingertips igniting. Suddenly, the air distorted like a rippling surface of water, a ring of blue-white energy encircling the center. The energy waves radiating outward, slowly tearing open a portal of light in the middle of the square. A blue vortex churned, wind pressure surged, and dust was drawn upward. Everyone raised their hands to shield their masks, peering through their visors, catching glimpses of the familiar hues of the blue star within the writhing light. Action! Zheng Zhi commanded. Chen Mo was the first to step into the portal, his body instantly engulfed by blue light. The research team followed closely behind, cradling the sample boxes as they entered one by one. Finally, Zheng Zhi glanced back at the ruins before leading the special forces into the light. Outside the isolation chamber, the military camp was tightly sealed off. Iron bars, sandbags, and machine gun nests all were on high alert. During the time Chen Mo had departed, the situation had not relaxed for a moment. He Xingyao personally ordered that the Eastern Theater's elite heavy-armored 88th Group Army had secretly established defenses around the camp's perimeter. Heavy armor and armored vehicles concealed in formation, ready at a moment's notice. This was no routine drill. He understood that such a deployment should not occur in the outskirts of Nandu. Yet it had come to this. Chen Mo had recently returned here, and a sudden relocation would pose greater risks, making this a necessary outpost to defend. Throughout the isolation chamber's vicinity, guards remained vigilant at all times. As the moment the space portal reopened, the on-duty soldiers promptly reported to the command center. The passage is stable, personnel are entering and exiting, and the visuals are normal. A group of silhouettes emerged from the blue light. First was Chen Mo, his steps slightly weary, yet he exhibited no unusual reaction. Following him was the research team, carrying sealed sample boxes. Lastly came 3 special operations teams, their firearms still slung at their sides, their combat suits stained with blood and dirt. None were missing. The surfaces of their protective suits bore only sporadic blood and dust, with no unusual fluorescence or viscous substances in sight. Yu Guodong and He Xingyao exchanged glances, finally allowing themselves a simultaneous sigh of relief. Before further words could be exchanged, Su Yin stepped forward to address the primary concern: immediate comprehensive disinfection with saturated chlorine dioxide for personnel, equipment, and preserved samples. Preliminary tests indicate that saturated chlorine dioxide effectively neutralizes this virus. Any residual bodily fluids or fibers must be thoroughly disinfected. He Xingyao promptly issued the order. The chemical defense team and disinfection squad are to enter operational status immediately. The disinfection process commenced swiftly, involving a disinfectant passage, fogging, high-temperature separation of clothing, and equipment sealing, all executed methodically. Yu Guodong then officially announced, "Congratulations on your safe return." However, 2 essential tasks must be executed before returning to the camp: the strictest disinfection and isolation observation. Is there any dissent? Chen Mo and the accompanying personnel nodded in compliance. Exhaustion lingered, accompanied by a hint of relaxation, yet there was no rebuttal. They understood. This was not the time for celebration. Now was the moment to sever all risks and entrust the truth to science and the military. Outside, the fog from the chemical defense chamber spread, and the disinfection lights flickered. The military camp's perimeter remained unyielding, with orders continuing to circulate between the dark night and the dawn. Once the comprehensive disinfection was complete, a faint chlorine scent pervaded the air within the isolation chamber, and the protective lights emitted a cold white glow. Su Yin removed his heavy chemical defense suit, retrieving his portable recording terminal and the sample report, his demeanor as composed as ever. He took a deep breath and began his report. Based on our field observations and sample analyses, we can preliminarily confirm that the structure of the zombie virus exhibits extremely high activity. Its reproduction rate is alarmingly rapid. Even minimal contact will not exceed a 36-hour incubation period in the human body. He paused momentarily, allowing those present to absorb this information. From the experimental results, Su Yin continued, Chen Mo has shown no traces of the virus in the tests conducted since his last return. This indicates that during the previous transmission, Chen Mo was not infected, theoretically eliminating the risk of viral spread. In other words, both Chen Mo and Xia are temporarily safe. Yu Guodong and He Xingyao exchanged a serious glance, their expressions still grave, yet noticeably more relaxed. Su Yin turned to the next page of his notepad, his speech steady yet tinged with contemplation. However, one aspect continues to perplex me. He looked intently at the two, his gaze earnest, given the technological level and social structure of that world. The infection efficiency and transmission speed of this virus should not lead to the annihilation of the entire world. unless there are external factors we have yet to grasp. Yu Guodong furrowed his brow. Such as? Su Yin shook his head. It could be a secondary mutation or perhaps human intervention. If the virus's origin is controllable, then there exists a manipulator behind it. If uncontrollable, it could signify a deeper disaster. He placed the final seal bag on the table. Inside was the tattered notebook brought back from the otherworld. We also retrieved a substantial amount of paper documents and video recordings, the text unknown, and a linguistic system entirely different from ours. I recommend the immediate establishment of a decryption team. Simultaneously, we recovered several electronic devices, hypothesized to be based on carbon chip technology. If operational, they may reveal the true state of that civilization. After speaking, Su Yin exhaled slightly. His tone remained steady, though it could not conceal a hint of cautious fatigue. Yu Guodong responded solemnly, understood. I will promptly input the paper documents and video materials into the system for joint decryption by the Central Research Institute and the Military Intelligence Bureau. You will continue to lead the electronic device section, maintaining isolation protocols, and any anomalies must be reported immediately. He paused, his tone softening slightly. Dr. Su, thank you for your hard work. Su Yan merely nodded slightly. This was just the beginning. The director of the Security Bureau, Yu Guodong, then turned to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, what is your countdown now? Chen Mo looked up at the flashing numbers on his retinal display. 5 days. Yu Guodong nodded. Good. All of you will continue isolation observation for 24 hours. If the test results remain stable, you may engage in activities within the military camp tomorrow. But leaving the military district is prohibited. Understood. Chen Mo and the others responded in unison. Chapter 15. Translation and Decryption. Su Yin concluded his report. When the words indicating no risk of virus leakage left his lips, the atmosphere in the command hall seemed to lighten significantly. Yu Guodong remained silent for several seconds before gradually leaning back in his chair, releasing a long breath. Xingyao also set down his documents, his tone finally carrying a hint of relaxation. Thankfully, it was all for naught. They all knew how excruciating these past few days had been. Ever since they learned of Chen Mo's return from the zombie world, everyone had been betting that Chen Mo had not contracted the virus, betting that he would not become the catalyst for disaster. Now that the results were in, it at least indicated that their concerns were temporarily unwarranted. After leaving the isolation chamber, Yu Guodong and Xingyao walked side by side down the corridor of the camp. The lights bathed their uniforms, the cold white glow finally no longer blinding. Upon returning to the command office, the two exchanged glances and nearly simultaneously shared a wry smile. You haven't slept in days, have you? Neither have you. Yu Guodong shook his head. This time, we can finally take a brief respite. They then connected with the Central Command. After confirming the safety report was accurate, Yu Guodong personally issued a notice. The first phase of the otherworldly mission has concluded. No signs of viral leakage have been detected, and the safety status within Xia remains at level 1 alert with no risk of transmission. The national nuclear protection drills may be lifted and normal social order restored. The orders were transmitted via encrypted channels. Minutes later, notifications were received nationwide. The 200,000 individuals placed in nuclear strike protection facilities were initially curious about when this sudden high-profile drill would conclude. When the broadcast announced the successful completion of the exercise, everyone was momentarily stunned. The exercise has been successfully completed. Thank you all for your cooperation and support. Each participant will receive a subsidy of 1,000 yuan. After a brief moment of silence, laughter erupted. People began embracing one another, patting shoulders. Some humorously exclaimed, "You scared me. I thought we were really going to war." Others excitedly called home. "The exercise is over. We're fine." The ventilation openings of the shelters reopened, the long-awaited fresh air flooding in, sunlight streaming through the blast-resistant glass ceiling, illuminating the relaxed and joyful faces. Meanwhile, far away in the southern capital military camp, Yu Guodong gazed at the mission's success confirmation returned from Central Command, rising silently to gently pat the table. This battle was won splendidly. Xingyao looked out the window, sunlight casting on his profile. His tone steady, yet betraying a hint of unnoticeable concern. "I hope everything proceeds smoothly from here on out." Simultaneously, the Central Research Institute and the Military Intelligence Bureau received encrypted instructions from the Southern Capital Military Camp almost simultaneously. Assist in decrypting a batch of special textual materials with the highest priority, with a deadline of 72 hours for preliminary translation. The glaring red seal on the document was particularly striking. When the order was issued, all participating personnel were required to sign confidentiality agreements, and the entire project was classified under top-secret channels. However, for the outside world, the origin of the task was deliberately obscured. The document simply stated, "Suspected newly discovered ancient civilization literature. Please assist the language team in decoding." When the news reached the experts, many mistakenly believed it to be yet another high-profile archaeological endeavor. Which site had yielded remnants this time? Perhaps it was the batch of rock carvings from the remote northwestern region? Some half-jokingly murmured. However, as they glimpsed the urgent phrasing at the bottom of the command, the laughter quickly faded. The tone suggested not a request for an archaeological report, but rather an anticipation of battlefield intelligence. Soon, various departments, including linguistics, history, semiotics, and computational linguistics, were activated simultaneously. The server clusters operated at full capacity, and AI models were integrated into the decryption system, rapidly recognizing and analyzing scanned images. The physical documents brought back by Su Yin were remarkably abundant, encompassing manuscripts, tables, symbol charts, and several pages of ambiguous illustrations. Although the script was unfamiliar, the grammatical structure bore an astonishing resemblance to several ancient languages of launching. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, the decryption proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Within a mere 3 days, a preliminary translation was completed. While the phonetic system remained unknown, the syntax and logic were grasped. At the very least, the meaning was comprehensible, reported the lead linguist. Concurrently, the AI translation engine was also successfully trained. It could infer word meanings based on context, though sometimes clumsy like a primary school student. It was sufficient to aid in reading. The laboratory was permeated with the aroma of coffee and printer ink during the relentless translation efforts. Lines of translated text refreshed on the screen, and researchers gradually transitioned from tension to ease, with some even jokingly remarking on the intriguing content of the text, likening it to the history of another world. Laughter erupted in the lab, and someone half-jokingly retorted that perhaps it truly was a legendary tome of some civilization. And if its authenticity were confirmed, it could warrant a Nobel Prize. The laughter echoed throughout the laboratory. Meanwhile, the decryption of several electronic devices from another world continued to advance. Expert teams worked tirelessly day and night with data cables, power modules, and microscopic circuit scanners cluttering the experimental tables. With a subtle beep from the device, the first readable data was successfully extracted. As the fragmented notes were gradually pieced together, the outline of a long-sealed world began to reveal its chilling form. This world was unlike launching. It was not composed of multiple continents, but rather a solitary, isolated landmass surrounded by boundless oceans and scattered islands. The sole governing entity on that continent referred to itself as the Qinghai Empire. The notes described, the empire's rule persisted for centuries, marked by extreme hierarchy and decay. The aristocracy indulged in excess, while the lower classes suffered from widespread famine. The rulers harbored a profound fear of any potential rebellion. To maintain their power, they prohibited all civilian armament and strictly monitored technology and means of communication. Yet, the more they oppressed, the more they incited resistance. The notes recorded that the source of the apocalypse stemmed from the emperor's fear of popular uprisings. Prior to that, the emperor, anxious about insurrections, secretly ordered the research institution to develop a compliance serum designed to ensure eternal loyalty and eradicate the will to rebel. However, fate took a disastrous turn. During an accidental cross-experiment, the research team synthesized an extremely unstable neuroparasitic virus. This virus enabled the host to maintain mobility while utterly erasing thought. The infected no longer required sustenance or rest, yet their bodily functions continued to operate in an abnormal manner. The owner of the notes, an official from the Empire's research division, documented a chilling account upon realizing what they had created. We believed we had discovered the key to controlling souls, only to inadvertently forge the spark that consumes them. Upon learning of the virus's characteristics, the Emperor did not feel fear, but instead was filled with elation. No rationality. Even better, loyalty requires no reason. Obedience is the essence of order. He even commanded mass production, injecting the virus into death row inmates, transforming these mindless automatons into new labor forces. The next page of the notes was scrawled in a hurried hand. They were fitted with gags and steel gloves in the prison area, forcing these infected to tread on power-generating wheels day and night, providing energy for the Empire. During an inspection, the Emperor laughed. Even in death, they generate power. Now, that is true loyalty. Chapter 16. The next target. With the Emperor's frenzied implementation of the zombie automatons plan, the virus spread beyond containment. The Empire established energy factories nationwide, converting the infected en masse into so-called power units. These mindless beings were bound to endless wheels, generating energy by day and burning by night, the mechanical sounds of their movement mingling with wails, creating a bizarre rhythm of the Empire. They believed they had mastered the secret of eternal power, unaware that it was the fuse consuming their civilization. Initially, researchers noted that some zombies exhibited enhanced mobility and strength. They thought this was merely an incidental mutation and even designated these enhanced beings as key research subjects. However, as the enhanced zombies began appearing in various locations, organizing and clawing at iron bars and steel gates, and as the power plants fell one after another, the Empire finally realized too late. They were nurturing a new biological ruling class with the flesh and blood of an entire civilization. The virus was evolving. It was no longer content with mere obedience. The notes included a chaotic entry. They began to collaborate, to climb, to think. I witnessed a higher infected entity constructing a wall from the corpses of its companions, breaching our defenses. At that moment, I knew the Empire was doomed. From then on, the Empire's defenses crumbled like torn paper. One city after another fell, communication ceased, command collapsed, and the military disintegrated. After continuous intensive analysis and modeling, the external Daxia team finally pieced together some technical structures of the Empire from the data and electronic devices. A map also emerged, indicating a massive industrial zone named Xingzhou Core Lithography Plant, located approximately 300 kilometers north of their last base city. East of that industrial area was another facility marked as Constant Current Fusion Energy Center. This was the Empire's final pride. Su Yin pointed to the scan map, his voice subdued. This is the core production plant for carbon-based chips. The air froze in that instant. Even the battle-hardened officer Zhang could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Researchers gathered around, gazing in disbelief at the densely packed lines, lattices, and energy tower annotations. Carbon-based chip lithography technology, nuclear fusion energy systems. Given their level of civilization, this technology was at least 50 years ahead of us. Kiskiviko Jan murmuret, his voice filled with awe and a hint of trepidation. Another engineering expert shook his head with a wry smile. How ironic. They have achieved controllable nuclear fusion while failing to uphold even the most basic of humanity. Su Yin closed the projection, his expression grave. The leap in productivity could not redeem the rot of the system. The more science advanced, the more fervently madmen wielded their flames. After he spoke, a brief silence enveloped everyone. It felt as though they were gazing upon a corpse deified by technology. However, Su Yin quickly regained his composure. Looking at Zheng Zhe and Chen Mo, his tone resolute. That lithography plant and the fusion power plant likely hold the complete high-end technological framework of the Empire. If we can retrieve even a portion of the data or samples, it could lead to a monumental breakthrough for Lanxing's technological advancement. Zheng nodded. So our next phase target is set. Su Yin affirmed. Indeed, the northern Xingzhou Core Lithography Plant. Chen Mo also lifted his head, his gaze more determined than ever. When the time comes, we shall head there next. In preparation for the upcoming expedition, He Xingyao has requested multiple specialized all-terrain tactical vehicles. These vehicles have been uniquely fortified to navigate complex terrains, equipped with bulletproof, plating, and auxiliary energy modules. Additionally, the military has provisioned ample supplies for the research team. Compressed food, medical kits, fuel, and backup water filtration systems, all meticulously arranged for the 300-kilometer journey into the unknown. Chen Mo and his team have concluded their quarantine observation. Although still confined to the camp, they can finally breathe the fresh air outside. Under the setting sun, the breeze carries the scent of grass. Chen Mo strolled to the training area and spotted Zheng Zhe leaning against a tree, a military blanket casually placed behind him. Sunlight dappling his face through the leaves. "Lend me a cigarette." Chen Mo approached, extending his hand. Zheng Zhe handed him one, and the flicker of the lighter danced in the wind before igniting. As smoke curled around him, Chen Mo inhaled deeply, a complex expression crossing his features. To be honest, he murmured, I once thought the portal was a blessing from the heavens. How wondrous to traverse worlds and encounter the unknown. Yet now, at times, it feels more like a cage. Zhang looked up at him, his expression calm. Regret having it? Chen Mo chuckled softly and shook his head. Not at all. Before I obtained this thing, my life was stagnant. Now, despite the danger, the surveillance, and the isolation, I feel alive. He tilted his head back, exhaling a ring of smoke that drifted away in the wind, as if ascending to another world. Zhang observed him in silence for a moment. It is indeed unfair. Secrecy and confinement are burdensome. Yet we are all soldiers, researchers, ordinary people, each ensnared in our own trenches. The only distinction is that your trench leads to another world. Chen Mo smiled slightly. Hearing you say that makes it feel less gloomy. That's good, Zhang replied with a smile. Once everything stabilizes, I'll treat you to a drink. But not here in the camp, due to considerations of safety and confidentiality. Director Yu Guodong decisively announced during a late-night meeting that the next traversal would not occur in Nandu. The location has shifted to the Luobupo experimental zone. This implies that everything will be classified as a state secret of the highest order. When Chen Mo received the news, he was momentarily stunned. Luobupo? He murmured, repeating the name. Images of the desolate expanse, consumed by sandstorms, and the once anonymous heroes of the two bombs and one satellite flashing through his mind. He chuckled bitterly. Who would have thought I would experience their treatment as well? This laughter bore hints of self-deprecation and a touch of pride. The next morning, their relocation operation quietly commenced. The military deployed several transport aircraft, and as everyone boarded, all communication devices were temporarily confiscated, with flight paths strictly classified. The aircraft soared high above the clouds. Outside the window, the southern night lights were gradually swallowed, replaced by an expanse of Gobi and a sea of stars. Su Yin sat by the window, gazing at the silent desert, softly lamenting that was once the most silent and also the most glorious place in Daxia. Inside the cabin, silence reigned. Everyone understood that this journey was not merely a change of coordinates, but an entry into the true unknown. Meanwhile, the 78th Armored Group of the Northwest War Zone had already arrived at the periphery of Luobupo, establishing triple security barriers at the highest level. The first layer, an outer warning zone that would drive away any approaching life forms. The second layer, a decontamination isolation zone with complete sterilization. The third layer, the core command area, equipped with signal jamming arrays and emergency response devices. A clandestine underground base was awakening deep within the sea of sand. Chapter 17. Traversing again. The aircraft navigated through the night. The clouds outside the window edged in silver by moonlight. The low hum of the engine resembled a wordless elegy, carrying them towards the desolate realm of Luobupo. Chen Mo leaned against the window, half closing his eyes, watching the clouds flow beneath him. He chuckled softly, though his tone held a hint of coldness. How ironic. We have mastered nuclear fusion, capable of infinite energy, yet we remain unsatisfied and insist on meddling with biochemical weapons. He shook his head, creating a zombie perpetual motion machine. That emperor must be a living joke, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Su Yin chuckled as well, though his laughter lacked lightness. A joke? He murmured. I find it rather terrifying. Chen Mo turned to look at him. Su Yin gazed out the window, his expression profound. Consider this. A person who defies the emperor is transformed into a mindless zombie, fitted with a gag and shackles, then forced to run day and night on a power-generating wheel. Even death becomes a posture to serve power. He sighed gently. That is not merely a perpetual motion machine. It is a living embodiment of fear. Chen Mo fell silent, his fingertips lightly tapping a rhythm on the armrest. Su Yin continued, think deeper. If a family has a father transformed into a zombie, and imperial officials, in a bid for punishment, confine him at home with his wife and children, can you imagine what kind of rule that would be? Chen Mo shivered suddenly, the smoke swirling in his chest, half exhaled. Su Yin's voice grew somber. These so-called zombie perpetual motion machines are not energy experiments at all, but rather symbols of a terrifying order. They use fear to solidify the emperor's throne. He paused, gazing at the cold crescent moon outside. Yet the emperor has underestimated the cost of fear. When fear begins to backfire on the rulers, that is the moment of civilization's demise. Chen Mo remained silent for an extended period. Finally, he murmured, What a human tragedy. Sudian Nadif. Any technology, once stripped of humanity, becomes a catalyst for destruction. The aircraft decelerated as it began to land, the cabin door slowly opening. A gust of dry heat laden with sand swirling towards them. The golden dust particles rolled in the sunlight, and the distant mountain shadows appeared like stone. Luabupo desolate and tranquil, yet possessing a strange sense of solemnity. It was Chen Mo's first time here. He instinctively held his breath, as if he could smell the mingling of rust and hot sand in the air. Just as he surveyed his surroundings, a crisp voice called out, "Mr. Chen Mo?" He turned to see a young woman, dressed in a light gray protective training suit, approaching. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with graceful features and a serene demeanor. In this predominantly male base, her presence was particularly striking. The woman extended her hand, her tone warm yet straightforward. "Hello, I am Chen Sinyo. I will be your research assistant from now on." Chen Mo hesitated for a moment before shaking her hand. "Thank you for your guidance." After speaking, he turned to Zhang Zhe, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Zhang Zhe merely responded with a faint smile, likely having already guessed the reason. It turned out that Chen Mo's conversation with Zhang Zhe on the plane had been faithfully reported to Commander He Xingyao of the Eastern War Zone. In order to stabilize Chen Mo's mental state, He Xingyao specifically requested this young researcher from the Research Institute to assist with data organization and provide psychological counseling. Chen Mo understood this, but felt somewhat uneasy as he gazed into her clear eyes. Later, he approached Zhang Zhe and lowered his voice, honestly. "Do you think this arrangement is fair to her? I know who I am. I don't need this special treatment." Zhang Zhe chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "You're overthinking it. She volunteered for this. All arrangements were confirmed by her." Chen Mo frowned. "I still oppose it. You know where we are going. That's a hell teeming with zombies. Bringing a woman along only increases the risk." Zhang Zhe fell silent for a moment before nodding. "Understood. She won't participate in the traversal mission. She will only assist with data organization, psychological assessments, and communication records at the base." He paused for a moment, his tones softening slightly. "Xiaoqin has considerable expertise in psychology. If you encounter any difficulties in the upcoming tasks, it might be beneficial to have a conversation with her. Do not bottle up all your stress." Chen Mo remained silent, merely lifting his gaze to the barren horizon in the distance, where the wind stirred fine sand, glimmering under the sunlight. With the completion of the operation to relocate to Luabupo, the countdown to the second traversal had quietly begun. Deep within the heavily fortified underground base, the cold white lights illuminated the surroundings, and the air was permeated with the scent of disinfectant. The heavy metal hatch was firmly closed, and every breath and every word spoken within felt unnaturally subdued. Su Yin was reviewing the equipment records while confirming the chemical defense systems, murmuring with a hint of melancholy. "I wonder how long we will be able to stay this time. If it's still only 24 hours, we must seize every second." His words cast a deeper pall over the atmosphere of the preparation area. On the other side, 3 special operations teams were fully equipped and ready for action. Their combat suits provided close protection as they carried magazines, medical supplies, and emergency kits, with all weapons recalibrated. Each of their movements was precise and efficient, devoid of any superfluous words. Meanwhile, the research team conducted a final check of the data collection modules, small drones, environmental probes, virus sampling tubes, and the dozen or so all-terrain armored vehicles custom-made by the military industry, all lined up on the tracks before the hatch. The vehicle's tires were specially coated with self-repairing composite rubber, capable of resisting bites and corrosion, while the sides were equipped with electromagnetic mosquito repellent devices to fend off small infectious organisms. After confirming that all modules were functioning normally, Su Yin closed the inspection panel with a calm demeanor. Zhang Zhe lifted his head and glanced at Chen Mo. "Are you ready?" Chen Montauk nodded. Despite the impending second traversal, his gaze was steadier than it had been during the first. The countdown commenced as the Base S announcement resonated clearly within the enclosed space. 10, 9, 8, everyone held their breath, the air feeling as though it had solidified into ice. 3, 2, 1, a low hum filled the air as a blue-white energy surged forth, distorting the atmosphere, and a blinding halo illuminated the center of the transmission chamber. Zhang Zhe commanded loudly, "Thunder, Battle Tiger, Flame deploy." The 3 special operations teams drove into the portal in succession, closely followed by the members of the research team, who entered in their vehicles. Finally, Su Yin exchanged a glance with Chen Mo. Su Yin softly stated, "Let us go. This time, we are heading far away." With the accelerator pressed down, the off-road vehicle surged into the portal. Chapter 18. The Giant Zombie. A dazzling light flashed. Chen Mo felt a sudden sensation of weightlessness spreading from his feet. When he opened his eyes again, the world around him had transformed. A fierce wind whipped up dust, and the sky was a gloomy iron gray. The jagged outlines of a shattered city loomed in the distance, the air thick with the stench of burning and rust. Surrounding them were 15 all-terrain vehicles lined up neatly, their headlights bright as day, the roar of their engines echoing through the ruins. As if a ferocious beast was awakening from slumber, Zhang Jie immediately surveyed the surroundings and spotted the traps and obstacles set before their previous return. His tone was assertive. "Confirm the transmission coordinates are consistent with last time." He then opened the intercom, his voice resonating firmly through the channel. "Proceed according to the original plan. The Flame team will lead with 3 vehicles, responsible for clearing the path. The Battle Tiger team will trail behind, providing support. The Thunder team and the research group, including the 9 vehicles Chen Mo is in, will be in the center. Our objective, the nuclear fusion power plant located 300 kilometers to the north at Hongliu, Jiyuan Ningzhou. Received. Wu Hao, Yu Yang, Su Yan, and Chen Mo responded almost in unison. The entire convoy then deployed into formation. The vehicles of the Flame team ignited first, engines growling as their tires crushed the gravel, stirring up dust. "Set off," Zhang Jie commanded, and all 15 vehicles roared to life simultaneously. The deep growl of the engines reverberated through the ruins, causing the fractured bricks and tiles on the ground to tremble. Dense exhaust fumes mixed with sand, leaving a trail of smoke in the air, heading north. Shortly after the convoy departed, shadowy figures of corpses appeared sporadically along the roadside. These zombies, startled by the roar of the engines, shrieked and lunged towards the convoy. The Flame team's off-road vehicles maintained speed, their heavy anti-collision steel plates sending several zombies flying. Putrid blood splattered onto the ground, crushed beneath the tires. "The front is secure. Continue advancing." Wu Hao's voice came through the headset. Sitting in the back of the vehicle, Chen Mo gazed out at the scene, feeling a profound sense of awe. This moment no longer resembled a film, but felt like witnessing humanity's military truly stepping into another world. The 15 off-road vehicles formed a long line, winding through the desolate ruins. The metallic roar blended with the wind, resembling a battle hymn from Blue Star, piercing through the silence of the land. The convoy continued its northern journey. The gusts of wind swept through the ruins, striking the windows with a sibilant sound. The hatch on the roof opened, releasing a foldable drone. The propellers buzzed as it swiftly ascended, circling high above, relaying real-time data on the surrounding terrain and heat sources. On the screen, red dots flickered along the desolate city's edge, some remaining still, while others moved slowly. Su Yin glanced at the display and casually asked Chen Mo, "How long can we stay this time?" Chen Mo checked the countdown on his retina. 3 days. Su Yin sighed, half in resignation, half in self-deprecation, chuckling. 3 days, huh? This traversal mechanism is rather capricious. If one day it just tosses us here for a year, that would be truly absurd. Chen Mo laughed as well. "Don't jinx it. However, there's some good news." He paused, after opening the portal 3 times. "I have begun to sense the fluctuations of energy. If I can traverse a few more times, perhaps I will be able to control the activation time." Su Yin's eyes brightened. Really? His scientific curiosity instantly overshadowed his fatigue. If he could master the activation time, it would signify a qualitative breakthrough. We would no longer have to wait passively. Chen Mo shrugged and smiled. "Let us hope so. At least this is the first time I feel like a key." From the front driver's seat, Zhang Jie's voice came through, calm yet tinged with an underlying alertness. "Maintain vigilance. Judging by the current traces, the virus in this world is not fully disseminated. Since the virus can be manufactured and leaked, it implies there are still places with living people." Su Yin furrowed his brows. "Living people? Isn't that a good thing?" Zhang Jie sneered slightly. "Not necessarily. In such places, the living can often be more dangerous than the zombies." A silence enveloped the vehicle. The hum of the engines resonated across the desolate wasteland, echoing the weight of Zhang Jie's words. The convoy continued northward, the wind and sand pounding against the all-terrain vehicles with a muffled sound. Zhang Zhe remained on high alert, his binoculars almost never leaving his sight. Suddenly, his tone shifted, lowering his voice yet filled with palpable tension. Look to the southwest. Everyone immediately became alert, and both Su Yin and Chen Mo raised their heads. A few kilometers away, a colossal creature, dragging its distorted body, was slowly moving through the ruins. It was a giant zombie, standing nearly 3 stories tall, its skin stretched tightly over bulging muscle fibers, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The shattered skull atop its head glinted in the sunlight, reflecting a dull, cold light like metal. The drone in the sky simultaneously captured the scene, the control panel flashing as it displayed the enormous zombie below. Heavens! Suyang gasped in astonishment. This is truly astounding. The zombies have evolved to such an extent? Zhang Zhe focused intently through his binoculars, his gaze inching along with the monster's movements. It seemed oblivious to their presence, slowly dragging some enormous debris, as if transporting something. All personnel, stay alert. Zhang Zhe decisively activated the intercom, his voice laced with a chilling sense of urgency. Accelerate immediately. Avoid contact. Repeat, avoid any form of contact. The convoy responded swiftly. The 3 off-road vehicles of the Lian squad surged ahead, their engines roaring as they revved up, followed closely by the other vehicles. Abandoned cars leaned precariously on both sides of the road, some half buried by the wind and sand, their shattered windshields reflecting blinding rays of sunlight. However, there was no time for admiration. One by one, the off-road vehicles veered off the road, ascending wind-eroded hills, forcibly carving out a new path across the wasteland. Dust billowed, and the entire convoy surged forward like a steel dragon racing through the ruins. Chen Mo glanced back through the rear window, observing the massive zombie still moving slowly in the distance, seemingly undisturbed by their presence. He let out a long sigh of relief. It appears it hasn't detected us. Zhang Zhe put away his binoculars, his voice low. Do not let your guard down. A zombie of that size indicates that the virus's evolution is far more advanced than we had anticipated. Su Yan's expression turned particularly grave under the ashen light of the sky. He fixed his gaze on the distant giant zombie, his tones somber, each word striking a chord of anxiety among the group. Perhaps the catastrophe was not simply a result of the perpetual motion machine plan spiraling out of control. He paused, lifting his hand to point at the colossal figure in the distance. Consider this. Even if the virus is terrifying, an empire that has mastered nuclear fusion and carbon-based chip technology would not collapse so swiftly. A silence fell within the vehicle, broken only by the low rumble of the engine. Su Yan continued, his voice hoarse yet unsettlingly calm. I increasingly suspect that the Empire is not merely engaged in creating perpetual motion machines. They are deliberately cultivating a new species, a living weapon endowed with power, yet entirely obedient to the Emperor. Chen Mo's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he whispered. So you mean that such a giant zombie could have been engineered? Su Yin did not answer directly, but instead kept his gaze fixed on the receding monstrous shadow outside, coldly remarking, under such a mad emperor's rule, anything is possible. Chapter 19. The power plant in sight. The convoy continued northward. The further they traveled, the more desolate the world around them became. The sky was as gray as a dust-covered iron plate, wind whipping fine sand from afar, battering against the windows with a sharp sound. Alongside the road, the ruins stretched endlessly. Damaged billboards, half-buried overpasses, and toppled urban statues seemed to silently narrate the tale of a world's demise. Inside the vehicle, an extended silence ensued. Chen Mo leaned against the window, gazing at the endless wasteland, and suddenly chuckled softly. After driving for hours in a place like this, I'm truly grateful to have you all with me. If I were alone, I might have gone mad by now. Su Yin, seated opposite him, held a testing device, his head never lifting. That suggests you are still young, having not yet faced too many life-and-death situations. Chen Mo regarded him with a hint of curiosity. What about you? Why are you here, knowing well that this mission may not lead to our return? Su Yin set down the device, leaning back in his seat, his gaze drifting to the lifeless world outside. His voice was deep but resolute. Quite simply, because my country needs me. He paused, his expression softening slightly. When I was young, we experienced severe flooding, almost washing away the entire village. It was the army that came and rescued my family. From that day forward, I knew that if one day my country were in trouble, I would do my utmost to help, never retreating. Chen Mo was taken aback, surprised that this rational scientist had such a humble background. The vehicle fell silent once more, the wind seeping through the gaps, carrying a dry, dusty scent. Su Yin suddenly spoke again, his tone tinged with complexity. However, looking at the state of this world, I feel quite distressed. He gestured toward the wind-eroded remnants of a city, his voice imbued with bitterness. An empire equipped with carbon-based chips and nuclear fusion energy has come to this point because of power and greed. They could have changed the world, yet they first destroyed themselves. He chuckled, though the smile bore a sense of resignation. No matter how advanced technology is, it cannot save ignorance. The more splendid the civilization, the more swiftly it meets its end. Chen Mo remained silent, offering no response, merely staring into the boundless sea of sand, a chill creeping into his heart. The convoy continued its northward journey. Dust swirled in the wind, the sky darkening gradually, and faint glimmers of light appeared on the distant horizon. Ahead at 11 o'clock, signs of a stronghold. Ku Yenju, while peering through a high-powered telescope, reminded everyone. He zoomed in, frowning slightly. It seems there are people over there. Chen Mo and Su Yin exchanged glances. The convoy immediately slowed down. Zhang Zhe lifted his binoculars, and through the layers of wind and sand, he indeed spotted a rudimentary defensive structure, a wall seemingly constructed from containers and iron plates, with a few makeshift wind turbines standing atop it. Shadows of several figures flickered behind the wall, confirming that they were living beings. Su Yin whispered. At least they maintained some order and defense. Kiskiviko Yonyu, his tone laced with excitement, proposed. Should we go take a look? They might be a survivor base, perhaps offering more intelligence. Zhang Zhe promptly interrupted him, his voice calm and measured. Do not complicate matters. He lowered the binoculars, his gaze still fixed on the distant stronghold. Remember, in the apocalypse, people can often be more dangerous than zombies. We do not know who they are, nor do we understand their language. Reckless contact would only expose our whereabouts. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. He was right. No sooner had he spoken than the lights at the distant stronghold suddenly flickered twice, followed by a resounding clang as the heavy metal gate of the defense line slammed shut, cutting off all sight. In that moment, the two groups exchanged glances across the swirling sand, each on guard. Su Yin calmly observed for a moment before quietly reflecting. It seems that in this wasteland, all survivors have become hunters in a dark forest. He paused, his gaze resting on the recently closed iron gate. Their immediate action upon seeing us was to shut the gate, suggesting they have encountered convoys before. However, that convoy likely did not come in peace. Are you implying that they have been raided before? Su Yin nodded, his expression heavy. In such an environment, resources are more precious than trust. Had we been fewer in number, they would likely not only have hidden, but might have pursued us to rob. Zhang Zhe put away the binoculars and commanded, continue moving forward. The convoy resumed its slow advance. Nightfall enveloped the land, the last vestiges of light on the horizon swallowed by the sandstorm. Through the binoculars, a massive, indistinct shadow emerged on the distant horizon. That was their destination, the Honglio Fusion Energy Center. The complex loomed in the night like a slumbering giant, the silhouettes of its metal framework reflecting flickering electrical lights, suggesting remnants of energy still pulsing within. Finally, they had reached the Honglio Center. Suidian murmurith. Chen Mo stared at the dim outline, an inexplicable sense of oppression weighing on his heart. Do you think there might be enemies there? Zhang Zhe lowered his binoculars and replied solemnly. It's possible. However, moving in now would be too risky. Nighttime operations limit visibility, and the conditions inside the buildings are unclear. Entering recklessly is akin to gambling with our lives. He surveyed the surroundings, raising his hand to signal. Stop. Deploy drones to establish a perimeter alert. Several miniature drones roared into the sky, their red warning lights flashing in the night, forming an invisible safety circle. The darkness was too profound. They would rest here tonight and set off early tomorrow morning. The convoy then adjusted its formation. 15 all-terrain vehicles were divided into two circles. The outer circle housed the Special Operations Team's vehicles, while the inner circle comprised the research group and the defense area where Chen Mo was stationed. The engines fell silent, and the whisper of the wind reclaimed its dominion. The surrounding expanse was hauntingly desolate, interrupted only by the occasional gravel brushing against the vehicle, producing a soft, rasping sound. Zhang instructed Thunder, Battle Tiger, and Blaze teams will form 3 groups for alternating night watch. Report any anomalies immediately. Understood. The group dispersed, equipping themselves with infrared sights and setting up sensory devices. Once the situation stabilized, Chen Mo leaned against the vehicle door, tearing open a pack of military-grade compressed biscuits, the dry texture making it somewhat difficult to swallow. The night was profound, the starlight obscured by dust and haze. A breeze wafted from afar, carrying a mingled scent of metal and barren earth. Suddenly, Chen Mo felt a tightness in his chest. He spoke softly. Isn't it strange? I suddenly crave the tofu pudding from my hometown. Suyin looked up and smiled. Missing home? Chen Mo paused, momentarily at a loss for words, simply tilting his head to gaze at the sky adorned with stars distinct from those of launching. Chapter 20. The Former Golden Age. The night quietly retreated in the wilderness. The drone surveillance footage revealed a night of tranquility. No large biological activity or abnormal energy fluctuations were detected. A faint light emerged on the horizon. The dust and sand stirred by the wind, turning golden in the first rays of the sun. Start the vehicles, we depart, Zhang commanded, and the 15 off-road vehicles roared back to life, the deep engine sounds echoing across the wilderness. As they drew closer to their destination, the legendary constant flow fusion energy center finally revealed its outline amidst the morning mist. It was a colossal relic, a breathtaking amalgamation of steel and concrete, long since collapsed. Yet remnants of its once grand structure were still discernible. The control tower loomed high like a mountain, eroded by time and sand, with the remnants of the reactor shell still bearing indistinct inscriptions. Suyin sighed softly. Had it not been for the apocalypse, this place might have ushered their civilization into a new era. Chen Mo gazed at the ruins, feeling a mix of awe and melancholy. Ultimately, they harnessed the power that could illuminate the world, only to ignite destruction instead. The convoy gradually came to a halt. Zhang raised his binoculars to meticulously survey the surrounding terrain and the remnants of structures. There were no obvious signs of living entities nearby, but the possibility of lurking zombies could not be dismissed. We will establish our operational array here. As per the plan, 2 members from each special operations team will stay behind to guard the vehicles and communication equipment, ensuring the evacuation route remains secure. Zhang confirmed each order. The watch group will remain with the vehicle formation. Report any disturbances immediately. The rest will follow me. Understood. The team then reformed. The Blaze team led the way, the Battle Tiger team brought up the rear, with the Thunder team and the research group, including Chen Mo, positioned centrally in a stable. Trapezoidal formation. They proceeded slowly along the main passage. The interior of the constant flow fusion energy center was even more astounding than its exterior. The towering alloy arches had become weathered, and the walls were riddled with cracks and burn marks, scattered with molten metal and charred cables. The air was tinged with a faint burnt odor, reminiscent of a machine that had been extinguished in a moment of extreme operation. Occasionally, low growls echoed through the air. From the shadows ahead, a few tattered zombies staggered forward but were swiftly dispatched by the warriors led by Zhang, who used crossbows to deliver precise shots, each arrow finding its mark in the head, causing them to fall silently. Continue advancing. Maintain silence, Zhang commanded in a hushed tone. Suyin examined the directional signs on the wall, which were dust-laden and cracked, yet still revealed a few lines of unfamiliar text. That way is the main energy core, and the other side leads to the control room. He raised his hand and pointed down a corridor. Let us head to the control room first. We'll ascertain the system status before deciding our next move. Chen Mo leaned in for a closer look at the symbols, surprised. Aren't these characters foreign to us from launching? How do you seem to recognize them? Suyin smiled, his tone calm as if discussing a trivial matter. The decryption team just completed the translation. I picked up a bit. Chen Mo was taken aback. Picked up? That's impressively quick. We only finished the decryption 2 days before we set out, and you were busy organizing samples then, weren't you? Suyin shrugged. This symbol system is logically structured. I remembered it at a glance. Zhang chuckled lightly from the front. Don't compare yourself to Dr. Su. He holds 5 doctoral titles and has a photographic memory. It's not just talk. Chen Mo's eyes widened, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. Suyin merely smiled. If we can't return, that impressiveness is of little use. Laughter echoed softly in the metallic corridor, slightly hoarse, yet alleviating some of the tension. As they traversed the dilapidated corridor, the group finally reached the control room of the Constant Flow Fusion Energy Center. The heavy blast ore had long been hollowed out by time and corrosion. A faint blue light seeping through the cracks, emanating from the control console still operating at low power. Several special operations members quickly moved to secure the area. Once safety was confirmed, Su Yin led the research team into the control zone. The air was thick with the scent of aged metal and a hint of ozone. The control panel was covered in dust, yet some screens still flickered with indistinct characters. A line of unfamiliar text rolled across the display, resembling an automated system prompt. Su Yin donned gloves and gently brushed away the dust, bending down to closely examine the residual data. According to the documents left in the control room, this fusion power plant had been completed over a century ago. Chen Mo was taken aback. A century? That predates our launching's development of atomic bombs by a considerable margin. Su Yin nodded, a hint of reverence in his voice. From the records here, in the time of the Star Sea Empire, there was a genius known as the Father of Constant Flow. He single-handedly overcame the three major challenges of nuclear fusion, achieving breakthroughs in theory, apparatus, and materials, making this power plant a marvel for the entire empire. He pointed to a wall adorned with a relief, which faintly depicted the profile of a middle-aged man. His expression calm, yet resolute. That genius passed away shortly after achieving fusion. This power plant was his sole legacy to the empire. For decades thereafter, the empire's technology and productivity surged to unprecedented heights. Carbon-based chips, quantum communication, automated factories. Nearly all the technologies of the Golden Age emerged during that era. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. Isn't that wonderful? How'd it end up like this? Su Yin let out a bitter laugh. Unfortunately, he paused, his tone turning somber and complex. With boundless energy at their disposal, the empire's decline accelerated. When humanity no longer needed to struggle for resources, greed, corruption, and the quest for power became the new fuel. Social strata solidified. The lower classes were exploited to the limit. Knowledge and technology served only the imperial authority. And innovation ceased, leaving only extraction. He raised his gaze, surveying the lifeless control room. From that moment, the countdown to the empire's demise had already begun. Su Yin gently tapped the control panel, the metal feeling cold and unyielding beneath his touch. Nevertheless, this data remained a treasure. Just the reactor models and energy feedback mechanisms observed thus far could significantly advance our nuclear fusion research on launching. He inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with intricate emotions. That father of constant flow was undoubtedly a figure comparable to Einstein. It is a pity he created light, only for those who followed to illuminate the abyss. The entire control room fell into silence. The faint glow of the indicator lights danced across the visors of the team, akin to a silent heartbeat, reminding them that this ruin had once been alive. The air was saturated with the scents of metal and dust, and all that remained was the monotonous hissing of the respirators. Zhang Zhe surveyed his surroundings, confirming the absence of any anomalies before quietly stating, "The reconnaissance of the target area is complete. Next, we shall proceed to the main energy core." He continued to issue orders. Dare Tiger and Flame teams take the lead. Thunder and the research group will follow in the center. Chen Mo, you are to stay behind Dr. Su and do not act independently. Understood, came the reply. The lights flickered as the group reformed and advanced. After traversing a damaged alloy corridor, the air gradually changed, infused with a faint scent of ozone and burnt metal. Su Yin halted, retrieving a sampling device from his protective pack. Once we enter the periphery of the reactor, I shall need to collect several samples of structural materials. The density and heat-resistant treatment of these metals appear to surpass our existing technology on launching by a considerable margin. Beside him, Kuyingu also produced a camera, beginning to record video of the fusion reactor's energy core. Chapter 21, Natural Reactor Materials. Zhang Zhe and the others spread out around the perimeter, their warning devices flashing red dots as their weapons remained trained on the shadowy corners. Meanwhile, in the reactor hall, Su Yin, Kuyingu, and other researchers had already begun their tasks. Detection instruments, sampling devices, and spectrometers activated simultaneously, while mechanical arm slowly probed into the fissures of the reactor's protective wall. Chen Mo, trailing behind them, fell out of place, resembling a husky mistakenly brought into a research facility. His gaze was clear, his movements awkward, and amidst the data-laden atmosphere. He almost heard the sound of his intellect being overwhelmed. He listened as Su Yin and Ku Yinggu exchanged terms beyond his comprehension. Fusion reactor energy constraints, first wall materials, neutron bombardment tolerance curves. These phrases seemed far more terrifying than zombies. Su Yin crouched down, gently brushing his fingertips across a cracked section of the reactor's protective wall. The metallic surface reflected a chilling blue light, as if still resonating with the echoes of the extreme temperatures from years past. After a moment of contemplation, his voice trembled with barely contained excitement. So this is how they resolved their first wall issue. Kuyingu eagerly leaned in, asking, "What do you mean?" Su Yin pointed to the texture of the metallic layer. The atomic layering of this material is extraordinarily stable, possessing natural high thermal conductivity and radiation resistance. It's a composite lattice we have never encountered before. I bet this is not man-made, but rather a mineral discovered in nature, subsequently enhanced through extreme processing. He lifted his gaze, a mixture of admiration and regret in his eyes. This world is truly fortunate. They possess materials naturally suitable for fusion reactions within their crust. Our scientists on launching have struggled for half a century with the first wall issue, while they have simply leaped over it thanks to a geological gift. Chen Mo, bewildered, couldn't help but mutter, "So you mean they have an unfair advantage?" Su Yin glanced back at him with a slight smile. "You could say that. However, the advantage was so profound that they ultimately got caught in it themselves." Chen Mo's eyes lit up with excitement. "If we can bring these metals back, will our nuclear fusion on launching be advanced by decades?" Su Yan smiled sadly, his gaze still fixed on the glimmering protective wall cross-section. "One could say that. The issue with the first wall material has been resolved intuitively by them. What remains is merely the magnetic confinement of high-temperature plasma." He gestured toward the tokamak schematic on the wall, his voice growing steadier. "From the design traces, it appears they have also adopted the tokamak approach. However, strangely, their theoretical framework is not more advanced than ours. In fact, in many respects, their logic is less mature. Yet they can accomplish feats that elude us." He sighed softly. "One can only say that this world is remarkably fortunate." Chen Mo was taken aback. "Fortune? Are you saying they're lucky enough to have achieved nuclear fusion?" Su Yin chuckled, putting away his detection device and opting for a more illustrative analogy. "Let me share an example. In ancient Dacia, due to the lack of an additive for melting sand, they excelled in porcelain craft, but could never produce truly transparent glass. Thus, our ancestors gazed up at the sky with their naked eyes, looking to the stars. They looked down at the earth, shaping clay with their hands. They never considered that microscopes and telescopes could reveal a broader world. In contrast, the West inadvertently produced high-quality glass. Some looked down and discovered bacteria. Others looked up and beheld the stars. This cultural renaissance subsequently altered the fate of humanity." Chen Mo began to understand. "So, you mean we are constrained by materials?" Su Yin nodded, rationality glimmering in his gaze. "Indeed, launching is limited by materials, forced to delve into theoretical research, attempting to bridge the gap between thought and reality. Yet no matter how intelligent one's mind is, it cannot surpass the gifts of nature. They, however, are different. They possess materials naturally suitable for fusion reactions. I even suspect they have discovered room-temperature superconductors. Thus, they can easily achieve magnetic confinement. The dreams we have tirelessly calculated for half a century, they can fulfill with a gift from crust." Chen Mo clutched his head in despair, exclaiming, "It feels as if a deluge of knowledge is being crammed into my brain. But alas, my mind is too small to accommodate it all." Laughter erupted among the group. Even Zheng couldn't resist shaking his head. "If you could comprehend half of this, you would deserve a doctorate." Su Yin gently patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, his smile warm, yet imbued with a hint of profundity. "You know, perhaps you are the greatest fortune for all of humanity." Chen Mo was taken aback, still processing the compliment when Su Yin donned his protective goggles once more, returning his focus to the coldly gleaming alloy wall. The detection device beeped rhythmically, the energy waveforms on the screen fluctuating continuously. Su Yan's breath quickened, a sensation akin to a scientist witnessing a miracle. He murmured softly, "Indeed, they have employed a material for magnetic confinement that launching has never seen before. an inherently superconductive lattice composite. Ku Yinggu, nearly shouting with excitement, asked, "Are you saying they can stabilize plasma at billions of degrees using this material?" Su Yin nodded, his gaze intense. "Absolutely. They have bypassed all the obstacles that have hindered us for half a century. While we circled in theoretical quandaries, they took a shortcut through nature's gifts. This is a miracle." He extended his hand, lightly touching the protective wall. The sensation was cold and solid, like an ancient truth. The issues of the first wall and magnetic confinement had both been resolved. As long as we can bring these two elements back, Daxia's nuclear fusion will advance into a practical phase. The entire research team erupted in excitement. Some clenched their fists, while others felt their eyes welling with emotion. Zheng Jie and the special forces exchanged glances, feeling the overwhelming shock even without understanding the science. Chen Mo scratched his head, yet a smile crept onto his lips. "So, does this mean our journey might truly change the world?" Su Yin smiled, his gaze resting on the shimmering crystal, his voice low yet resolute. "Indeed, perhaps what we bring back is not merely samples, but the spark of hope rekindled for humanity." Subsequently, everyone began to spring into action. The cutting apparatus emitted a deep hum, sparks igniting in the dim reactor hall, as metallic shards glimmered like shooting stars. Su Yin and Ku Yinggu concentrated fully on operating the instruments, precisely detaching samples from the protective wall, each piece meticulously numbered, sealed, and preserved in a vacuum. These may well become the key to transforming Lanqing's energy landscape. Chen Mo assisted nearby, handling transportation, labeling, illuminating, and passing tools. Sweating profusely, yet wearing an expression of childlike excitement. He murmured to himself while carrying a sealed box. "Does this count as participating in the greatest scientific project in human history? Can I have my name on the paper when we return?" Suyan Chakil. A name? Of course, it can be included in the section for special thanks for transportation and physical contributions. Chen Mo chuckled softly, scratching his head. "Then I accept it." Laughter echoed in the cold, metallic hall, reminiscent of the long-lost vitality that breathed life back into the desolate fusion plant, which had been silent for a century. Chapter 22. Encountering Giant Zombies. As everyone was sealing the samples, preparing to pack up and leave, a sudden crackling noise burst through the earpiece. Beep. External surveillance point has detected anomalies. Immediately, the anxious voice of the remaining team member crackled through the intercom. "Commander, we have a situation. Several giant zombies are approaching. They are approximately 3 kilometers away, moving at an incredible speed, and there are at least 3 of them." The reactor hull plunged into a profound silence. Zheng Jie's expression shifted. "Confirm their position. Southwest direction. They are likely attracted by the drones or the sound waves from the previous vehicles. Expected contact within 3 minutes." The crackling static on the communication line made the air tense. Several members of the research team froze mid-action, while Chen Mo swallowed hard, his voice dry. "Giant zombies? Are they those monsters over 10 meters tall?" Zheng Jie replied coldly. "They range from 8 to 12 meters. Drones captured footage of them before, and now they are coming straight towards us." Su Yin raised his head, his gaze sharp behind the mask. "They are not wandering aimlessly. They have been drawn here by something." Zheng Jie immediately issued orders, his tone low yet resolute. "All research teams halt operations. Pack the samples and withdraw immediately. Teams Thunder, Battle Tiger, and Blaze regroup within 2 minutes and return to the vehicles along the original route. Do not engage. Do not linger." Received. The special forces swiftly sprang into action, executing their tasks of vigilance, escorting, packing, and retreating seamlessly. Chen Mo, burdened with the sample box, felt his heart racing. Through his goggles, he seemed to see distant dust swirling, as some colossal creature traversed the ruins, the deep vibrations striking at everyone's nerves. Zheng Jie gritted his teeth and growled quietly, "Hurry, everyone back to the vehicles. We cannot linger here for a moment." During the retreat, Zheng Jie's voice erupted in the earpiece. The 6 remaining team members split into 3 groups. "Immediately lay anti-tank mines nearby. We will arrive in 1 minute." Received. After a brief acknowledgement, the dull sound of metal clashing came from the perimeter of the convoy. The 6 remaining team members moved swiftly, almost running as they completed their tasks, digging pits, placing mines, covering them with soil, and laying wires. The entire process flowed smoothly, each second a race against death. In less than a minute, Zhang Zhe and the others burst out of the reactor hall, with the special forces already having taken over the heavy sample boxes, carrying them while protecting the research team. Chen Mo gasped for breath, trailing at the back, feeling the ground tremble beneath his feet. It was the footsteps of the monster. As they rushed through the final passage, the 6 remaining members were just finishing placing the last mine. Done. Preparing to detonate. Zhang Zhe raised his hand, issuing a clear command. Everyone get in the vehicle. Maintain distance to observe the impact of the anti-tank mine. Everyone leaped into the all-terrain vehicle, the doors slamming shut as the engine roared to life. They created a safe distance. At that very moment, the distant ruins swirled with dust, and the silhouettes of 3 giant zombies finally came into full view, their gray-white skin taut like rock, muscles intertwined, and dark red glints flickering in their hollow eye sockets. They crushed buildings with thunderous roars. Distance, 1,800, 800, 600, approaching the minefield. Zhang Zhe gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the sight through the scope. Closer, closer. The air felt almost solid. The next second, boom, the horizon was torn asunder. Flames and dust soaring into the sky, the shockwave from the explosion rattling the vehicle's windows. Chen Mo felt a jolt in his heart, gripping the door tightly. In the smoke and debris, the 3 beasts did not fall, but rather roared, stepping out of the inferno. The mines could not destroy them. Zhang Zhe growled, retreat. Everyone accelerate and leave. The engine of the all-terrain vehicle roared as it kicked up clouds of dust across the wasteland. Speeding up, although the giant zombies pursued furiously. They were clearly being outpaced by several hundred meters. Through the rearview mirror, the massive creatures continued their frantic chase, each step causing the ground to tremble. Dust swirling like a tide. Chen Mo breathed heavily, his tense nerves finally loosening slightly. Looks like we're faster than them. However, Su Yin remained vigilant. Watching the infrared images flickering on the monitor, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Team Leader Zhang, I have a suggestion. Zhang Zhe turned his head, speak. We currently have the speed advantage and can maintain a safe distance. Since these giant zombies can withstand anti-tank mines, we need to ascertain their defensive limits. I propose that while maintaining a distance of 1 kilometer, we utilize anti-material sniper rifles, explosive rounds, cloud bombs, and white phosphorus shells to test their resistance data throughout. As long as we can acquire complete data, we can formulate a truly effective response plan upon our return. Chen Mo felt a cold sweat break out. This idea seemed akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Zhang Zhe pondered for a moment, his gaze resolute. Dr. Su is right. Risks must be borne by someone. He turned to issue orders to all. Advance the convoy and maintain a distance of 2 kilometers. I will remain in this vehicle, keeping a distance of 1 kilometer to conduct weapon tests. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, no one is to turn back. Team Leader Zhang, before the Battle Tiger teams, Zhou Yang could finish. Zhang Zhe raised his hand, his tone calm yet firm. This is an order, not a discussion. Increase speed. Yo Yang, Wu Hao, Listen Garefuli. If anything happens on my end, command will be passed to Wu Hao of the Blaze team. Your sole task is to bring everyone back alive. The air inside the vehicle suddenly fell silent. Even the wind seemed to be pressed into a heavy layer of sand. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth softly. Let me do it. Our rear team is supposed to handle this. Wu Hao also gripped the steering wheel, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Of course, it's our Blaze team's turn to deal with the zombies. Zhang Zhe did not respond, merely offering a faint smile. The calmness of that smile was almost chilling, as if he had already packed life and death into his pocket. No more arguing. This is an order. After a brief silence, Zhou Yang and Wu Hao answered in unison, understood. Chen Mo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Zhang Zhe's determined gaze, his words turned into silent breaths. The wind howled as the front convoy accelerated to distance themselves, leaving only Zhang Zhe's vehicle solitary in the dust, slowing to maintain a distance of 1 kilometer from the zombies. Meanwhile, the members inside the vehicle readied their weapons, aiming at the massive shadows rushing towards them. Chapter 23. The Terrifying Giant Zombies. The first to fire was the anti-material sniper rifle. Zhang Zhe sat steady in the back seat of the all-terrain vehicle, the rifle mounted securely on a stand, the gaping muzzle aimed at the distant colossal creature. The wind howled, dust swirling before the muzzle. The sniper held his breath and pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunfire nearly tore through the air, causing the entire vehicle to tremble slightly. Accompanied by a resounding metallic roar, the supersonic bullet pierced through the giant zombie's forehead. Several kilometers away, all the readings on the monitoring instruments spiked simultaneously. Hit! Chen Mo and Su Yin peered through the binoculars, witnessing the monster's head snap back violently, thick skin and bone forming a deep dent, flesh and dark blood splattering. Hit! Zhou Yang gritted his teeth. Yet the next second, their cheers froze. The creature merely swayed its head slightly, emitting a low growl, its speed seemingly increasing. It's not dead. Su Yan's voice trembled. Chen Mo felt a parched throat as his fingertips tightened around the telescope. A single shot from an anti-material sniper rifle, capable of piercing an armored vehicle, had merely left a dent on the creature's forehead. He breathed heavily, watching the wound on the monster's brow pulsate and heal at a visibly rapid pace. It was regenerating? Su Yan whispered, "No, it's the explosion of reparative cells. That is not an ordinary body. This is not mere mutation, but a designed life form." Zhang Zhe gazed through the sniper scope and noticed a deeper crimson glow emanating from the creature's eyes. He coldly uttered, "Very well, let's have another shot." He ordered, "Load high-explosive armor-piercing rounds." The sniper swiftly complied, the heavy bolt clicking ominously as it chambered around. With a flash of fire bang, the high-explosive armor-piercing round howled through the air, striking the giant zombie's head and erupting in a blaze of fiery sparks, debris scattering in the air, smoke billowing forth, and the acrid scent of burning filling the atmosphere. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the creature remained unfazed. Its skull bore no visible breach, only the surface was charred, revealing an underlying layer that glimmered with metallic sheen. Chen Mo's eyes widened, his voice trembling. "Is it reinforced with high-strength alloy?" "That is not alloy," Su Yin observed through the telescope at a rapid pace. "That is biologically metallicized tissue. They have directly rewritten the lattice structure of the cells with a virus. This life form is no longer biological." Zhang Zhe stated resolutely, "Continue firing suppressive fire." A series of deafening shots followed as high-explosive rounds rained down upon the monster's head and torso, dust swirling, flames erupting skyward. Yet the creature continued its relentless charge, seemingly invigorated by the flames. This thing was more resilient than a tank. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Su Yin scrutinized the frame-by-frame playback of the data, his voice icy as a blade. "I finally comprehend why the Empire fell." Chen Mo turned to him. "Why?" Su Yin inhaled deeply, his tone akin to a whisper clawed from the depths of hell. "Because they created an enemy that even their own artillery cannot destroy." Zhang Zhe decisively switched rounds. He had come to a conclusion. The armor-piercing capabilities of the anti-material sniper rifle could not penetrate that alloy-like bone layer. And the shrapnel damage from the sniper grenade might not be effective, but could they afford not to try? "Let us first test the sniper grenade," he instructed in a hushed tone. Several grenades tore through the air, their trajectories marked by fire and smoke as they detonated in the distance, fragments raining down upon the giant corpse. The scene was stunning, yet the outcome was brutally straightforward. The outer layer of tissue was shattered, charred, and torn, blood and flesh splattering. However, beneath that, the skeletal structure revealed not white bones, but a hard layer gleaming with metallic luster. The shrapnel merely scraped the flesh, causing no fatal damage. After a series of resounding explosions, the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood. The giant zombie let out a low growl, pressing forward without a hint of hesitation. Zhang Zhe frowned, his voice lowered. The sniper grenade only produced superficial effects. "It seems we need a 115 mm or 155 mm smoothbore cannon or a weapon with greater armor penetration and kinetic energy to breach it." Silence enveloped the vehicle. No one was exhilarated anymore, only the chilling reality. This creature had surpassed the realm of what their conventional firepower could safely resolve. Meanwhile, Su Yin and the others were not idle. Their recording equipment was running, data synchronously stored. Every explosion, every impact point was meticulously logged. Su Yan's tone remained calm, almost mechanically steady, maintained filming angle. "Upon our return, we must analyze the impact resistance coefficient of these giant zombies. We need to understand what makes them so resilient." On the other hand, Zhang Zhe was undeterred. He picked up the communicator and decisively ordered, "Prepare the mortars. Lock on a target coordinates and fire immediately after loading." Received. Several mortar shells howled, trailing fire as they hurtled toward the giant zombie in the distance. Boom! Boom boom! The shockwave from the explosions kicked up a cloud of dust, flames roiling beneath the creature, even causing the distant off-road vehicle to tremble lightly. But when the smoke dissipated, the giant corpse continued to stride forward. Its skin was charred, muscles torn, yet there was no evident delay in its movements. Su Yin stared at the screen, his gaze frigid. The effectiveness of individual kinetic weapons was virtually nullified. The internal skeletal structure as strength was exceedingly high. Chen Mo sat dumbfounded in the vehicle, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as he murmured into the intercom. Isn't this absurd? The mortar merely tickles it? Tickles? Zheng Zhe, now in the testing vehicle, scoffed, folding up the telescope. I fear it might not even bother to scratch. Zheng Zhe ordered sternly, since kinetic weapons have limited effects, let us try fire attacks. Prepare the individual cloud explosive. With just a brief command, everyone held their breath. The cloud explosive was one of the most fearsome weapons in the Blue Star individual system. Once detonated, temperatures reaching thousands of degrees could instantly consume all combustible materials. Fire. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the air exploded as if torn apart. The scalding shockwave surged forth with a deep hum, kicking up a storm of dust. Suddenly, a small mushroom cloud rose above the wasteland, flames rolling. The shockwave sweeping over the armored vehicles, and everyone felt the searing heat rush toward them. As the flames dissipated, the outer layer of the giant zombie was nearly incinerated to charcoal. Its muscles ruptured, its surface carbonized into a black shell, emitting a pungent odor of charred flesh. The onlookers stared at the writhing shadow, momentarily speechless. Su Yin fixed his gaze on the surveillance footage, his voice tinged with suppressed excitement and rational calmness. It's still alive, but its visual and olfactory feedback is clearly impaired. Indeed, the creature swayed momentarily, turned, and began to wander aimlessly, no longer pursuing the convoy. Chen Mo stared in disbelief, finally managing to utter, "So it's not dead, but can it be blinded?" Su Yin smiled faintly. Although high temperatures cannot entirely kill them, they can destroy their sensory systems. In other words, fire is currently the only weapon capable of temporarily blinding them. Zheng Zhe inhaled deeply. Then remember, when we encounter such a creature next time, prioritize fire attacks. The group nodded in silent agreement. Chapter 24, Arrival at the Carbon-Based Chip Lithography Plant. Before Zheng Zhe could rendezvous with the convoy, he commanded, bring out the white phosphorus shells and thermite shells. Use drones to drop them, testing bombardment on those giant corpses. White phosphorus shells are cruel yet efficient. Once adhered, the flames are nearly impossible to extinguish, burning deeply, with the smoke being toxic. Thermite shells are even more severe, with temperatures high enough to melt steel. The drones ascended, carrying fierce munitions toward the distant horizon. Flames erupted across the ruins as the giant corpses were engulfed in fire. They did not fall immediately, but continued to writhe. However, their surfaces were charred, muscles carbonized, and their movements were evidently sluggish, suffering severe injuries. In the short term, they were unlikely to recover. Zheng Zhe accelerated, the off-road vehicle merging with the main force. The convoy reassembled, dust swirling, the wind carrying the scent of gunpowder. The data collected this time was invaluable. Su Yin opened the records inside the vehicle. Zheng Zhe gazed at the distant charred silhouettes, nodding. With this data, we will have countermeasures for the next time we encounter such monsters. After confirming the giant zombies have been left behind, the convoy adjusted its course once more, heading toward their second target, the carbon-based chip lithography plant, the core lithography center of Xingzhou. To avoid those few giant corpses, they would need to take a longer route. Zheng Zhe consulted the map while quietly issuing orders. Proceed in a north-northwest direction, approximately 10 kilometers remaining. Received. The engine roared, slicing through the desolate silence of the wasteland. On the long road through the ruins, scattered zombies occasionally swayed closer, but to this well-equipped team, they were merely speed bumps beneath their wheels. The sound of tires rolling over decaying flesh mingled with the acrid scent of dried blood in the wind. Su Yin sat in the passenger seat, gazing at the faint outlines of distant buildings, murmuring softly, if that lithography factory remains intact, perhaps our Daxia's chip technology could indeed turn a new page. Soon after, the convoy finally arrived at the Xingzhou core lithography factory. However, as the scene unfolded before them, The flicker of hope in everyone's hearts was instantly extinguished by the chilling wind. The massive factory complex had long since been transformed beyond recognition. Shattered towers and collapsed workshops stood as mere remnants of what once symbolized the pinnacle of technological advancement, now reduced to a wasteland. The wind howled through the shattered glass walls, stirring up dust and charred fragments of circuit boards. It seemed that this place had not escaped the cataclysm. A hint of disappointment crept into Su Yan's tone. Zhang Jie surveyed their surroundings and swiftly issued orders. 6 of you stay with the convoy and maintain communication. The rest, follow me inside to see what we can salvage. Chen Mo nodded and, alongside Su Yan and Ku Yin, donned their gear, treading upon the thick layer of dust. They approached the technological relic that had been consumed by time and disaster. Pushing open the rusted, deformed alloy door, a gust of cold wind, laced with the stench of oil and decay, struck their faces. Chen Mo, Su Yan, Zhang Jie, and the others activated tactical flashlights, the beams flickering through the darkness, illuminating a long corridor. The walls were marred with crisscrossing cracks, the once pristine purification layer, now tainted a deep gray by the passage of time and blood. This place had undoubtedly witnessed at least one large-scale battle. Zhang Jie quietly assessed, as the spent shells and broken visors crunched underfoot. Su Yan crouched down, picking up a fragment of a chip. It was a piece of carbon-based substrate glimmering with an ethereal blue sheen, its surface texture resembling a flowing galaxy on metal. He gently caressed the shard, his eyes reflecting a complex light. This was no ordinary carbon base. It was a carbon nanotube array structure, indicating that their lithography precision had far surpassed the limits of Blue Star. Chen Mo leaned closer, unable to suppress his astonishment. So, they truly achieved it? Stable mass production at the nanoscale? It seemed more than that. Su Yan's gaze shifted to the equipment wreckage in the corner. The structure of the main control machine resembled a self-calibrating quantum positioning system. Their machines could correct their own errors. The group was struck with awe. Blue Star had been stuck at the 5-nanometer process choke point, while this abandoned factory represented an alternative future for human civilization. As they delved deeper, the air grew increasingly murky. The ground was littered with black scorch marks and scattered protective suits. Su Yan pointed ahead. That's the main control room. Upon entering, the sight before them took everyone's breath away. Rows of colossal lithography machines stood in the darkness, their bodies shrouded in thick dust, yet still exuding an almost sacred beauty of industrial order. In that silent factory, one could almost hear the echoes of workers from a century ago. Chen Mo remarked softly, "Their world is truly bizarre. Technology reaching the heavens, yet self-destructing out of ignorance." Su Yan nodded gravely, his expression becoming more somber. Perhaps this was the inevitable fate of a civilization devoid of cultural depth. His voice echoed in the empty factory, feeling particularly desolate. They possessed boundless energy, yet failed to illuminate their souls. Su Yan looked up at the silent array of machines, his tone imbued with reflection and caution. However, he paused, unable to comprehend how an empire still entrenched in feudal hierarchy could construct such a technological system. They had mastered energy control through nuclear fusion and could leap directly from the Silicon era into the carbon-based epoch. This achievement was not merely a product of talent, but a unique endowment of this planet. Su Yan's fingers brushed against the exterior of the damaged lithography machine, dust falling away to reveal a cold, blue-silver metallic sheen. They could surpass the bottleneck that had hindered them for half a century, directly utilizing carbon-based lithographic structures. This material, this process, incited both envy and sorrow. He chuckled softly, though it was a bitter laugh. Previously, he had attributed Blue Star's developmental trajectory to a mere breakthrough of genius. But now it was evident that it was also due to the planet's own miracles. Their ecology, magnetic fields, and even the structure of carbon atoms might differ subtly from Blue Star. Having said that, Su Yan retrieved a portable scanner, carefully wiping dust off the instrument before directing it at the interface of the lithography machine's main chamber. The instrument emitted a low hum. A red scanning line traced bright streaks across the wall. Though the startup system was utterly destroyed, the control logic remained intact. At the very least, Su Yan squinted, pointing at the fluctuating data curves on the screen. We can discern its design principles. This device's core did not rely on conventional laser exposure, but rather on a carbon nanotube oscillation interference array. The principle was almost bizarre. yet elegant enough to inspire reverence. Chen Mo paused for a moment, unable to restrain himself. It sounds like you've encountered a miracle. Su Yin smiled slightly. In the face of science, miracles are merely unsolved common knowledge. Chapter 25. Contact with Survivors. Su Yin leaned over the massive lithography machine, meticulously wiping away the dust and corrosion from its metal surface. His fingertips tracing over the long-stilled energy lines, his tone gradually becoming somber, like the nuclear fusion reactor. The birth of this lithography machine was not solely reliant on the genius's vision, but also on the bounties of this planet. As he spoke, he opened the instrument panel, revealing the intricate carbon nanotube array and micromagnetic confinement structures. Each line sparkled with an almost artistic precision. Their design philosophy was entirely distinct from our silicon-based logic. A fervent light shone in Su Yan's eyes. This was not merely a matter of stacking precision, but rather from the material level, as they inscribed the pathways of information directly into the quantum vibrations between carbon atoms. Chen Mo, listening nearby, felt bewildered, his scalp prickling. Yet Su Yan was already in work mode, his movements swift and precise. He activated the portable analyzer, focusing on the main control core. This module was the energy frequency modulation core. And here, the carbon nanotube interference array. Excellent. We can extract several complete samples. He turned to Zheng Zhe. These structures are more precious than gold to us. Once we return, they may provide a new avenue for Daxia's chips. Zheng Zhe nodded, instructing a few special forces members to assist. Thus, amidst the desolation of the ruins, beams of flashlight interwove and flickered as Su Yin and the team cautiously dismantled the key modules and packed them away. After meticulously sealing, numbering, and confirming the lithography machine samples, they regrouped with Zheng Zhe, preparing to withdraw. However, just as they were about to leave the factory, a low voice crackled through the radio. Report. The external security team has detected anomalies. Someone is approaching not far off. Zheng Zhe's expression turned serious, immediately inquiring. How many? What is their equipment status? A short, labored breath came through the intercom. I estimate fewer than 5 individuals, dressed in tatters, but their movements are organized. They seem to be a small team. No heavy weaponry detected yet. The group exchanged glances. In this world, nearly consumed by zombies, encountering living humans for the first time felt as if the air had solidified for 2 seconds. Zheng Zhe said in a low voice, "Do not fire yet. Maintain distance and observe." Their survival in this environment suggests they are not ordinary people. He turned to Su Yin and Chen Mo. We must ascertain who they are. If they are survivors, we might gain more intelligence. Su Yin furrowed his brow slightly, but they could also be hostile organizations. In a zombie world, the human heart is more terrifying than a virus. Therefore, Zheng Zhe spoke firmly. We will approach, but we must be fully prepared. He succinctly issued orders. Zhou Yang, mobilize all members of the Zhanhu team, and bring along the expert from the research team who is familiar with their language. You traveled in 2 off-road vehicles, maintaining wireless communication. Should the need arise, do not hesitate to withdraw immediately. Zhou Yang stood at attention and saluted, affirming his understanding. Moments later, the engines of the 2 vehicles roared to life, their deep growls echoing across the desolate expanse. Inside, the researchers anxiously arranged their paper and pens, preparing to communicate in the most primitive manner. In the distance, 5 figures gradually emerged from the grayish-yellow dust, their heavy footsteps imbued with an unusual order. Meanwhile, Zheng Zhe commanded the drone to ascend, circling above to monitor the situation, while all firearms were silently readied. The atmospheric pressure feeling heavier than the winds sweeping across the wasteland. Both parties halted, separated by a distance of several meters. The wind swept through the ruins, stirring up dust. In this silent world, the sound of human voices became an unsettling luxury. Communication faltered due to a language barrier, and the atmosphere grew tense. The members of the Zhanhu team crouched in a defensive posture, fingers resting on triggers, their gazes calm, yet vigilant behind protective goggles. The opposing 5-member team appeared ragged, their faces marked by the ravages of wind and sun, yet devoid of frenzied chaos. Instead, they exhibited a rational wariness born of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. After a moment, Zhou Yang signaled for the translator from the research team to step forward. He produced paper and pen, inscribing the words, "Hello" upon the ground. The opposing leader paused, squinting slightly before crouching down to reciprocate with similar strokes. The ensuing exchange was arduous and slow, the characters not entirely identical, but decipherable. After several gestures and rewrites, both sides finally confirmed their intentions. They sought to exchange their portable gold for some water and food. Zhou Yang whispered among his team, and soon nodded in agreement to the exchange without demanding gold. After all, they would return to launching the following day, rendering the water and rations trivial. When a supply of clean water and several boxes of compressed biscuits were handed over, the 5 individuals opposite were clearly taken aback. In a world rife with zombies and ruins, the act of giving freely was nothing short of miraculous. The leader finally lowered his guard, removing his tattered gas mask to reveal a weary, yet still handsome visage. He retrieved paper and pen, writing down his name, Su Fei, adding, "I hope we can continue to exchange in the future." Zhou Yang nodded in response, writing, "Of course." These few simple words ignited a flicker of hope that had not yet been extinguished in the depths of despair. In the subsequent exchange, Su Fei intermittently revealed more information. Their group hailed from a survivor enclave in the north, and the colossal zombie previously encountered by Chen Mo and his team was not the most terrifying. In other regions, there existed even more horrifying zombies, though Su Fei had not witnessed them firsthand. Furthermore, it was rumored that along the coastal areas, there were marine creatures that had succumbed to zombification, even more fearsome than the giants. Zhou Yang and the researchers exchanged glances, each reflecting the same astonishment. Su Yin murmured through the communicator, "It seems the scale of the calamity in this world exceeds our initial estimations." After the exchange concluded, Su Fei's team carefully stowed away the water and food, nodding in gratitude towards Zhou Yang and his team before turning to leave. The waning sunlight filtered through the cracks of broken skyscrapers, their silhouettes gradually fading into the dust until they vanished behind the charred outline of the city. The occupants of the vehicle remained silent, not a word spoken. This was their first encounter with fellow humans in this foreign world, and it was also the first time they felt that kindness among humanity could be so precious. Meanwhile, Su Fei and his companions walked back along the desolate streets. Unet pesti, Su Fei sai sopti, reflecting on how long the disaster had persisted, and yet they could still encounter such benevolent individuals. They were willing to give us food and water without expecting anything in return. One companion chuckled wryly, remarking on their pristine protective suits, which seemed untouched by dust, as though they had just stepped into the wasteland. Perhaps they were fortunate to have stumbled upon a stockpile of preserved supplies. Yet another chimed in, "It was strange that they could write in our script, but could not understand a single word we said, as if they had fallen from the sky." The group shared a laugh, dismissing further thoughts. At this moment, in this ravaged world, returning with even a little water and food represented a luxury of hope. "Let us go." Su Fei raised his gaze to the dim horizon, pondering how many more days they could endure once they returned. Chapter 26. Survivor Base on the northern side of the Xingzhou Core lithography plant. An abandoned underground parking lot had been transformed into a temporary refuge. The exterior was sealed with cement boards and steel bars, leaving only 2 entrances. Outside, hand-painted warning signs proclaimed a barricade against zombies. This was the survivor base where Su Fei resided. The number of inhabitants was few, around a dozen, most appearing thin and gaunt, their complexion sallow. Those who remained were all remarkably resilient. It seemed some individuals, like Su Fei, had ventured out to scavenge for supplies. On the watchtower, 2 patrolling youths leaned against their worn rifles. The evening breeze, laden with sand, whipped against them, causing the edges of their garments to flutter. "Look, Su Fei and the others are back." The shout spread, instantly invigorating the atmosphere within the refuge. Several women approached, their faces etched with unmasked worry. In this era, venturing out for supplies meant one foot was already on the precipice of death. Su Fei entered, removing his gas mask, dust and sweat mingling into a layer of grime. With a smile, he raised the bag in his hand. "We have made some gains." The refuge erupted with muffled exclamations of joy. They gathered around to see the bag filled with clean water, compressed biscuits, and canned goods, items more precious than gold in today's world. Before long, these supplies were carefully transferred to the storage room, while Su Fei made his way to the deepest chamber of the base. This was the temporary command center of their leader, Kai Fei. The walls were adorned with maps and markings, red circles indicating zombie-infested zones. and blue arrows denoting their travel routes. Leader, Su Fei reported, still visibly shaken. Today, we encountered a very peculiar group of people. Peculiar? Kai Fei looked up, his gaze sharp yet calm. They wore astonishingly pristine protective gear, as if they had just emerged from a laboratory. Their weaponry was advanced, to the point where we could not even identify the models. Strangely, they could read our writing, but could not comprehend a single word we spoke. Su Fei Pao said. They were exceedingly generous. We merely attempted to barter gold for some water, and they provided without negotiation. The quantity is sufficient to sustain us for almost half a month. Kai Fei's brow furrowed deeper. He fell silent for a few seconds, muttering softly to himself. In this world, no one gives anything away for free anymore. He lifted his gaze, fixating sharply on a certain point on the map marked by Su Fei. Are you certain they are not like other survivors? No looting, no straits? No, Su Fei shook his head. They were calm, orderly, and vigilant. They did not resemble wild dogs that had survived the apocalypse, but rather individuals executing a mission. Kai Fei lightly tapped the table, lost in thought. Soldiers? Impossible. He murmured. The Empire's army has long since disbanded. Could they be from across the sea? Kai Fei raised his head, his expression steady and profound. Su Fei, keep a close watch on that area. Regardless of who they are, if they are indeed a friendly team, they may bring new life to our refuge. The lighting in the base was dim, a few rudimentary, energy-saving lamps swaying slightly in the breeze. Straw burned in an iron barrel, casting flickering light upon weary faces. Although the refuge could still function for the time being, everyone understood that this was merely a desperate struggle for survival. Kai Fei sat behind an old desk, hands clasped, his brow furrowed tightly. He gazed at Su Fei before him, his voice deep yet steady. With this meager supply of food, we can only postpone our demise. Su Fei was momentarily taken aback. Kai Fei continued. What can truly save us is a production line. Even the most rudimentary must be capable of producing grain, repairing equipment, and manufacturing ammunition. Otherwise, even if we are not starved today, we will surely perish tomorrow. He produced a crumpled hand-drawn map, marked with several red crosses indicating their previous encampments. Last week, an expedition team found some seeds in the suburbs, and I plan to take a few people to test them. But the problem is he raised his head, a profound shadow flickering in his gaze. We have no means to combat the giant zombies. Upon hearing the term giant zombies, Su Fei's breath hitched slightly. Kai Fei, lowering his voice. The base I once stayed at housed over 1,000 people and even managed to establish a rudimentary machining line. I thought we could endure. However, a giant zombie passed through. He paused, seemingly still able to hear the nightmarish sound of collapse. The base was destroyed. Less than a third of us managed to escape. The flickering firelight danced upon his wrinkled face, revealing a resolute calmness. If given the opportunity, he fixed his gaze on Su Fei, his tone particularly steady. We should maintain a cordial relationship with those mysterious individuals and inquire whether they possess any means to deal with the giant zombies, if they truly have such weapons. Kai Fei lowered his voice, each word etched like stone. Let us see if we can barter for them. Although he understood that weapons capable of combating giant zombies would undoubtedly be invaluable and nearly impossible to obtain, one must at least make an attempt. What if? After the conversation with Kai Fei concluded, Su Fei silently walked a circuit through the narrow passages of the base. The lighting was dim, the walls mottled, and the air was tainted with the sense of rust and dust. He realized that this sanctuary had reached its limit. The food could barely sustain them for a few weeks. The water source was becoming increasingly polluted, and each foray outside felt like a gamble with death. Yet, the group of people he encountered that day ignited emotions within him beyond mere hope. They were calm, disciplined, their equipment more advanced than the standardized military attire of the Empire. They were generous, yet devoid of any hint of plunder. They seemed like beings from another world. Su Fei clenched his fists, whispering, perhaps they can indeed bring forth a different future. He returned to the command room, nodded at Kai Fei, and spoke with conviction. Leader, once the situation stabilizes in a couple of days, I would like to visit that group again to see if we can establish contact. Kai Fei paused for a moment before slowly nodding. That is acceptable, but remember, in this world, hope always carries a poison. Getting too close may save you. Staying too far away may lead to harm. Be sure to gauge your distance wisely. Su Fei offered a faint smile, understanding. The night was heavy, and only a dim light illuminated the shelter. The wind whistled through the damaged vents, carrying with it grit and chill. Several individuals huddled in a small room, sparks from the fire occasionally crackling. The air was thick with a stifling burnt odor. One person, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "It's all that tyrant's fault. If he hadn't insisted on creating those abominations, the world wouldn't have turned into this." A middle-aged man with a beard scoffed from the corner. "Huh, even if he and T created monsters, our fate wouldn't T have been any better." He looked up, his gaze dark. "Have you forgotten? In the years leading up to the apocalypse, the Empire's taxes were nearly suffocating. You had to pay tax to eat, a transportation fee to leave. And if there were breathing taxes, I wouldn't be surprised. Life back then was just as much a living hell. The children in the slums couldn't even afford identification. If you dared to speak out, the Empire's surveillance could pinpoint your location in 10 minutes. Another young man clenched his fists. "My brother was taken away like that. They said he had improper thoughts, and we never found his body." Silence spread, the fire crackling ominously. The bearded man sighed. "So, don't blame the monsters. Blame those who create them." He murmured with a tone of almost self-deprecating calmness. "Perhaps the Empire destroyed by these monsters merits true reckoning. It is a pity for us that we must still scrape by amidst the ruins." Chapter 27. Return. Inside the lithography factory, the air was still infused with a faint scent of burnt material and metal. After concluding contact with Su Fei and his group, Zhang Zhe reorganized the guard posts. He ordered the equipment and samples collected from the factory area to be loaded onto the off-road vehicle with a firm command. Several Special Forces members promptly sprang into action, carefully packing and securing the instruments and samples dismantled from the depths of the ruins. Once everything was confirmed safe, Zhang Zhe, accompanied by Su Yin and Chen Mo, returned to the factory area for a final round of reconnaissance of the remaining zones. Su Yin's gaze was sharp, the light from his recording device flickering. He whispered, "This is the primary source area for the first wall materials, and over there should be the special crystal veins used for magnetic confinement." Chen Mo looked up to see several peculiar crystalline metal strips on the shattered ceiling, glimmering with a faint blue light under the sunlight, nature's miraculous gifts from this planet. Su Yin continued documenting coordinates. "Additionally, the core mining area for carbon-based chips is nearby." Zhang Zhe nodded, but furrowed his brow. "These locations are not far apart, but we cannot transport everything at once." Chen Mo remained silent for a moment before ruefully replying, "The duration of the portal is too short. We rushed here as soon as it opened, let alone transporting ore." Su Yin also sighed. "We can only rely on these samples to reverse engineer the synthetic pathways once we return. Ultimately, we are merely scavenging for inspiration amidst another's ruins." He gazed up at the sky, consumed by the zombie apocalypse, his voice imbued with complex emotion. This civilization may have been fortunate for having once held miracles, yet they are also unfortunate for not having preserved them. As night fell like ink, the wind whispered through the ruins. Chen Mo and the others returned to the vehicle to rest, ready to evacuate at a moment's notice should any unexpected situation arise. Outside the car window, the sky was clear, the Milky Way spilling like shards of silver, momentarily allowing one to forget the desolate world beneath their feet. Leaning against his seat, Chen Mo gazed at the strange, yet familiar starry sky and mused. "I never imagined that I would never even get to travel abroad in this lifetime. Yet here I am, stepping into another world." He chuckled softly, then sighed. "What a pity. This place is fraught with danger. If it weren't for the hordes of zombies, I would truly wish to explore here and witness the civilization they left behind." Su Yin leaned against the passenger seat, his eyes shimmering behind his glasses. "Actually, I wish to as well. Just on the second visit, I discovered 3 previously unseen minerals. Who knows how many secrets lie beneath this world?" Chen Mo lamented. "If only we could stabilize the portal. Then we could not only explore, but also allow the 2 worlds to complement each other. That would be a steady resource conduit." Su Yan offered the fantasmide, his voice softening. "To witness this with our own eyes is already the most extravagant miracle for our generation of researchers. Simple canned food, compressed biscuits, and purified water had become a luxurious dinner on such a night." The group leaned in the off-road vehicle, quickly finishing their meal under the dim light. Exhaustion permeated the air. Some yawned, while others leaned back against their seats and drifted off to sleep. The wind howled outside, sweeping across the wasteland, carrying the scent of ashes, brushing past the ruins of a forgotten civilization. Zhang just sat in the driver's seat, glancing down at the time before retrieving his communicator. His tone was composed and calm as he instructed, "Attention everyone, the special operations team will divide into 3 groups as planned, with shifts every 3 hours. Maintain a vigilance radius of 500 meters. Received." The special operations members moved with agility, refraining from any unnecessary words. The first group of soldiers secured their weapons and drove the off-road vehicle to disperse. The first rays of dawn illuminated the desolate wasteland, casting a somber light on the ruins of the lithography factory, which appeared even more forlorn than the day before. Chen Mo and the others disembarked from the vehicle, scanning their surroundings to ensure safety. The shattered factory grounds were eerily silent, save for the sound of the wind, devoid of any new zombie activity or signs of life. Zhang checked his watch and quietly remarked, "The environment has been cleared. The visibility here is broad, and the terrain is flat. Let's return here." Chen Mo nodded. The countdown had already dwindled to the final few minutes on his retina. The numbers flickered with a cold light, pulsing like a heartbeat. As the last second ticked away, the air suddenly twisted, and a blue arc of energy expanded on the ground, forming an oval portal. Electric arcs flickered, dust was stirred up, and a strange spatial fluctuation filled the entire factory area. "Depart." The engine of the off-road vehicle roared to life as the 3 special operations teams and the research group entered the light gate in succession. At the moment the convoy passed through the blue light, it seemed to be engulfed by another dimension. A minute later, the portal flickered a few times before abruptly extinguishing. The world returned to deathly silence, as if nothing had ever transpired. Hours later, Su Fei arrived at the lithography factory with a group of survivors. They pushed open the rusted iron gate, their gazes sweeping over the desolate ruins, which bore only a few peculiar ablative marks etched into the ground, resembling some mysterious runes. "They have left," Su Fei murmured. A companion sighed. "What a pity, I want to trade some items with them." Meanwhile, in the depths of the desert beneath the sands of Lanqing's Robu Lake, the isolation pod's lights suddenly shifted from red to green. The duty officer abruptly looked up at the monitoring screen, where a blue arc of energy flickered into existence. "Report. The portal has been activated." Almost simultaneously, hundreds of gazes focused on the main screen. From the distorted spatial rift, accompanied by the roaring of engines, a dozen off-road vehicles emerged, still shrouded in the dust of another world. "Confirm all vehicles have returned and initiate the full-area disinfection protocol." The next moment, fine disinfectant mist erupted from the top of the isolation pod, and the white gas quickly enveloped the entire space. The metal floor was coated with a thin layer of mist, and the low hum of machinery echoed within the pod, imparting a sense of solemnity. When the last traces of the disinfectant mist dissipated, the pod's door slowly opened. Chen Mo and Su Yin stepped out one after another, the mist on their masks still not fully evaporated. After multiple confirmations, they finally set foot again on the land of Lanqing. Outside the pod, a row of officers stood in neat formation. At the forefront, a middle-aged man approached, clad in a dark gray military uniform, with 2 gleaming gold stars on his shoulder epaulets. He extended his hand, his voice resonant yet gentle. "Comrade Chen Mo, welcome back. I am Major General Gong Yanfeng, commander of the Joint Command of Defense and Research at Robu Lake." Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the imposing figure of the general before him, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Hello, Major General." Gong Yanfeng smiled, grasping his hand with sincerity, no need for formality. "What you and your team have brought back from another world is an opportunity for our Great Xia." Chapter 28. Individual Nuclear Rocket Launcher. Meanwhile, as Su Yin entered the command room, he barely had time to remove his protective suit before urgently calling out to the communications officer, "Quick, connect me to a secure line for a video call, directly to the director of the Security Bureau, Yu Guodong." The staff swiftly activated the dedicated line. Seconds later, the screen flickered and the signal stabilized. Yu Guodong's figure appeared on the screen, his expression steady, yet unable to conceal the tension in his brow. "Su Yan, what's the progress on your end?" Su Yin saluted, his voice brimming with suppressed excitement. "Report, Director, we have made significant discoveries." Yu Guodong's eyes widened slightly. His interest peaked. "You visited the nuclear fusion power plant and the carbon-based chip lithography factory over there?" Su Yan nodded emphatically. "Indeed. Moreover, We have brought back unprecedented technological information and samples. He inhaled deeply, as if to lend gravity to his forthcoming words. Director, there exist 3 peculiar minerals in that world that are entirely absent from our launching. Xianhui stone, Shuanglong crystal, and Lingtan mother Oregon. Yu Guodong instinctively straightened in his seat. Su Yin continued, you know that our Great Xia is already a global leader in the field of nuclear fusion. Yet we remain constrained by the barriers of the first wall and magnetic confinement. They have already surpassed these hurdles using natural minerals. He displayed a scanned image. The minerals glowing with an ethereal blue light. They utilize Xianhui stone as the first wall material for their reactors. This mineral possesses self-repairing properties, capable of restoring its structure after damage, almost impervious to high-temperature bombardments. And the Shuanglong crystal is nothing short of miraculous. Su Yan's voice trembled with excitement. It is a natural superconductor at room temperature and pressure. They use it to achieve magnetic confinement without the need for our complex high-temperature systems. Yu Guodong's expression shifted from surprise to shock. He instinctively gripped his pen tightly, his voice low. This implies that their fusion reactors can operate stably for extended periods. Su Yan nodded, almost blurting out precisely. Furthermore, the costs are lower and the structures are simpler. Their civilization may have transcended decades of our theoretical barriers solely through these natural marvels. Yu Guodong took a breath, suppressing his emotions. What about the carbon-based chips? Did you also visit their lithography factory? Su Yin quickly switched to another image. Yes, Director. The core mineral there is called Lingtan mother Oregon. It possesses self-adaptive conductivity and quantum resonance properties, naturally achieving lattice quantum resonance. In other words, they have bypassed the silicon age and directly entered the realm of carbon-based information civilization. After reporting the main findings, Su Yin let out a long sigh, his expression somewhat complex. What a pity! He looked up at Yu Guodong on the screen, his voice tinged with regret and calm rationality. Currently, the duration of the portal is too short. We have accurately marked the mining site coordinates for those 3 minerals, Xianhui stone, Shuanglong crystal, and Lingtan mother Oregon. However, even if we attempt to mine, the portal only remains open for a mere minute, which is entirely insufficient for large-scale material transport. He pointed to a sealed alloy box on the table and continued. I have brought back samples of the core materials they use to construct fusion reactors and carbon-based lithography factories. Director, please dispatch personnel to retrieve them immediately. These samples may help us find a breakthrough for artificial synthesis. Yu Guodong nodded, his expression grave yet resolute. I will send someone over right away. His tone held no hesitation, clearly recognizing the significance of this batch of materials. Su Yin released a breath of relief, but his tone shifted abruptly, his expression growing serious. There's one more thing, Director. We encountered a new threat over there. Yu Guodong furrowed his brow. What threat? Su Yan's gaze turned somber. Giant zombies. At least 3 stories tall, slow-moving, yet extremely resilient. We tested them with anti-tank mines, anti-material sniper rifles, sniper grenades, and mortars, all ineffective. He paused, his voice growing heavier. We even employed thermobaric bombs and white phosphorus incendiary devices. The result? They can char the outer layer of tissue, but cannot be killed. At most, they temporarily lose their perception. Upon hearing this, Yu Guodong's expression shifted slightly. He slowly set down his pen, a look of long-forgotten contemplation and repression in his eyes. Are you saying that, given their defensive capabilities, over 70% of our conventional weapons on launching cannot effectively harm them? Su Yin nodded, his tone icy. Exactly. If such creatures were to proliferate on a grand scale, it would herald an apocalyptic ecological scenario of an entirely different nature. Their world would likely face obliteration as a result. After a brief silence, Yu Guodong spoke slowly. I understand now. Meanwhile, Zheng Zhe was reporting to Commander He Xingyao of the Eastern Theater Command regarding the empirical intelligence on the colossal zombies. On the other end of the video call, He Xingyao listened intently, his brow furrowed. I see, he said in a solemn tone. Next time, do not take an off-road vehicle. It is far too perilous. Zheng Zhe, puzzled, asked, if not an off-road vehicle, then what should we use? He Xingyao smiled faintly, yet his tone was resolute. Utilize the Type 100 main battle tank, equipped with the Type 11 105mm wheeled assault gun. This statement landed like a bombshell. Zheng Zhe was taken aback. The Type 100 is the latest generation of hybrid main battle tanks from Xia, characterized by low noise and exceptional mobility. Its main cannon is a 105mm weapon that employs fin-stabilized armor-piercing shells, boasting high initial velocity and formidable penetration power. Modifications would ensure the tank and wheel gun could traverse the portal. Xingyao continued to issue orders, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Should you encounter such a giant zombie again, fire a round to let it experience the might of the 105mm. Zheng Zhe could hardly conceal his astonishment. He never expected his superiors to deploy such heavy artillery. Xingyao then inquired, "By the way, have you heard of Z-468? Zheng Zhe hesitated for a moment. Z-468? Xingyao nodded. During the Cold War, the Americans experimented with a single-soldier nuclear rocket launcher. We also made a backup, codenamed Z-468. Zheng Zhe could scarcely believe his ears. Was it true? A single-soldier nuclear rocket launcher? Xingyao stated calmly, as if merely presenting facts. Indeed. It is equivalent to a tactical nuclear device with a yield of 50 tons of TNT. This revelation struck like a sledgehammer. Zheng Zhe nearly lost his footing. I never imagined that, for your safety, the commander would consider such extreme measures. On the other side of the video call, Xingyao's gaze was icy. I do not wish to resort to such measures lightly, but the foe you face may well exceed the limits of conventional firepower. Preparedness is essential, as are contingency plans. The mobilization of such a devastating weapon indicates the extraordinary level of concern Xia has for your situation. Chapter 29. The Hope of Nuclear Fusion. Just as Qi Ming was mired in contemplation, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, almost as if someone were running. Director, the Security Bureau has sent new material samples with the highest priority. We must begin testing immediately. Qi Ming looked up, his brow furrowing slightly. New samples? What is their origin? His assistant hastened forward, presenting an alloyed lockbox to him. The box bore a red seal, indicating utmost confidentiality. Qi Ming glanced at the accompanying documentation, and his heart raced. Xianhui stone, capable of maintaining structural stability at temperatures exceeding 100 million degrees. Shuanglan crystal, exhibiting superconductive properties under standard temperature and pressure. He was momentarily stunned. This is impossible. His quiet utterance silenced all nearby researchers. Stability at temperatures beyond 100 million degrees? Superconductivity at standard temperature and pressure? This was a complete overturning of the laws of physics. Qi Ming took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and donned gloves, carefully placing the sample into the testing chamber. Ion beam scanning, structural spectroscopy, magnetic field response, thermal shock stress testing. Each rigorous experiment unfolded in succession. Time trickled by. When the final results flashed upon the screen, Qi Ming was left in a daze for a full 10 seconds. It was indeed real. The entire laboratory erupted in excitement. Some clenched their fists in exhilaration, while others stared in disbelief at the data, repeating confirmations. Qi Ming gradually sat down, murmuring, "If we can grasp the principles of these two minerals, we may be but a step away from the commercialization of controllable nuclear fusion." However, he soon regained his composure, picked up the explanatory page, and sighed. The sample is too scant to construct an experimental reactor. Relay my orders to immediately initiate a reverse research project, dissecting and analyzing the crystalline structures of Xianhui stone and Shuanglan crystal with the goal of artificial synthesis. He paused, his expression suddenly grave and profound. Historically, humanity has been propelled into new eras by serendipitous minerals on multiple occasions. The smelting of aluminum was reliant on cryolite. Prior to its discovery, aluminum was more precious than gold. The reserves of cryolite on Blue Star have nearly been depleted. Yet that meager sample guided humanity toward a new direction. Artificially synthesizing cryolite opened the doors to the Industrial Revolution. Qi Ming gazed at the faintly glowing Xianhui stone. Speaking slowly, perhaps Xianhui stone and Shuanglan crystal will serve as the cryolite of the energy revolution. The night breeze at the Luobupo base carried a hint of chill. Chen Mo approached the railing, leaning against a saxaul tree, and slowly crouched down. In the distance lay the edge of the wasteland. At his feet, a sand trench carved by the wind. A few ants were busily transporting breadcrumbs along the cracks in the ground. Under the light, they made their repetitive journeys quiet, mechanical. yet persistently evoking a sense of pity. "What are you observing?" A gentle voice inquired. Chen Mo looked up. Chen Mo, clad in a light gray trench coat, approached with a light step. The moonlight graced her profile, rendering her serene and pure. Chen Mo smiled faintly. "I am watching the ants." He pointed to the ground. "Look, they are confined by the railing, endlessly circling within this small patch of earth, perpetually transporting items, as though they could never escape." Chen Mo paused for a moment, sensing the underlying helplessness in his words. "Do you feel trapped as well?" Chen Mo did not respond immediately. He remained silent for several seconds before slowly sitting on the ground, leaning against the tree trunk. The wind tousled his hair, and his voice, though low, carried a weight of suppressed solitude. "Yes, since I was young, I have been orphaned. It is the state that has allowed me to receive an education and sustenance. I have always told myself that I must repay this kindness." He chuckled bitterly. "Yet now, I sometimes feel like a canary in a cage, able to sing, able to fly, yet forever bound beneath this encompassing sky." Chen Mo squatted beside him, listening quietly. The wind swept by, bringing with it a faint scent of dust. "Do not worry," she said softly. "The state has never sought to imprison you. It was merely that upon returning from the world of zombies, no one could ascertain whether there was a risk of infection. The higher-ups had no choice but to take the worst precautions." She paused, gazing into Chen Mo's tired yet still radiant eyes. "Now, with the deepening research into the virus, you will soon regain your freedom. They are not confining you. They are protecting many others, as well as you." Chen Mo looked up at her, the shadows in his eyes gradually lifting, revealing a hint of gratitude in his smile. "Thank you." Chen Mo smiled and asked, "By the way, how long until the next traversal?" Chen Mo raised his hand, the retinal HUD interface flickering slightly as cold numbers danced across the screen. 7 days, perhaps. 7 days. She nodded, her gaze appearing contemplative. Then, she softly took her leave and turned to depart. Upon returning to her dormitory, she retrieved a secure phone and dialed Yu Guodong's direct line. "Director, Chen Mo's recent state is rather concerning." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Chen Mo continued. "He has repeatedly traversed between the two worlds, one of which is a ravaged zombie hell, and upon his return, he has been subjected to prolonged isolation at the base. His mental state is tense, his mood evidently low, exhibiting slight signs of depression. I suggest providing him with appropriate relaxation and psychological counseling." Yu Guodong lightly turned a pen with his fingertips, his voice steady and subdued. "Understood. By the way, how long until his next traversal?" 7 days. That works perfectly." Yu Guodong pondered for a moment before stating in a low yet powerful voice, "I approve his leave for 5 days. You, along with Thunder Team leader Great Xia and 2 of his subordinates, will accompany him. Provide him with a relaxing environment away from Luobupo. Consider it a vacation. He must return in 5 days." He paused briefly before adding, "I will provide him with a card containing 100 million for operational expenses." Wealth is not the crux. The essence lies in restoring his sense of trust. During this time, he may wander wherever he pleases, provided he remains within the borders. Should any situation arise that exceeds evaluation, report it immediately, and I shall arrange for reinforcements. "Understood." Chen Mo hung up the phone, feeling a flicker of warmth in her heart. The night was profound. Chen Mo approached Chen Mo, smiling as she presented him with a black gold card. "Chen Montak, congratulations on your vacation," she said cheerfully. "Return in 5 days. This card is for you. It contains 100 million for your use." Chen Mo was taken aback. 100 million? That is worth more than my life. He instinctively took the card, his fingertips trembling slightly. After a moment, he suddenly comprehended. "This vacation was your effort on my behalf, wasn't it?" Chen Mo smiled silently, tilting her head slightly, revealing a playful expression. "The nation certainly cares for you. You embody the fortune of the Daxia in the Transcendence program." Her eyes sparkled with genuine appreciation and encouragement. As Chen Mo gazed at her smile, a tender part of his heart was unexpectedly stirred. Chapter 30, Ascending Mount Tai. The moment the footage of Great Xia and his team confronting the colossal zombie reached the highest security weapons research facility, the atmosphere in the conference room seemed to pause. Every gaze was fixed on the screen, the sound absorbed, leaving only the echoes of sand and the clatter of metal. The clip was brief. The off-road vehicle splattered mud as Great Xia and his team tossed out box after box of weaponry, anti-material sniper rifles, grenade launchers, mortars, alongside cloud explosive munitions, white phosphorus shells, and thermite projectiles capable of creating extreme heat and burning effects. The traces of bullets, charred craters, and half-melted garments appeared both crude and futile. The reality of combat was even harsher. When landmines detonated, they merely shattered the ground. The zombie shook as if bitten by a mosquito, while the anti-material sniper rifle left only circular imprints on its exterior, with bullets ricocheting back. The mortar shells erupted in smoke, failing to impede the advancing giant, which continued its pursuit of the convoy. Only the cloud explosive munitions, white phosphorus shells, and thermite projectiles showed some effect, but even that was limited. They damaged the zombie's sensory system, causing the beast to lose its will to chase for a brief period, its body now charred. However, damaging the senses did not equate to death. It would still heal slowly, recovering to rise again, like an indelible tree stump. This giant zombie is incredibly resilient. Someone murmured beneath the screen. Indeed, can even an anti-material sniper rifle penetrate its carbon armor? An engineer mumbled, disbelief and anxiety lacing his tone. I wonder if the 1130 close-in weapon system could breach its defenses, another suggested, shifting their gaze toward ballistic test data. What if we launched a missile at it to see if it could withstand that? A military representative seated in the corner threw out the idea, as if testing boundaries. The meeting was presided over by General He Xingyao of the Eastern Theater Command. The reflection of the screen danced upon his glasses. After hearing the report, his brow furrowed deeper. The weapons you mentioned possess far greater individual power than the anti-material sniper rifle. However, the problem is they cannot be carried by a single soldier. Someone interjected, what if we mounted the 1130 close-in weapon system onto a tracked vehicle and tested it? There was a hint of anxious excitement in their voice. He Xingyao smiled faintly, as if entertained by a half-serious proposal. Good idea. I've already arranged for them to deploy the Type 100 tank and Type 11 wheeled armored vehicle next time, both equipped with 105mm main guns. If that fails to break the zombie's skull, then he paused, his tone turning playful. The armor-penetrating capabilities of your design weapons will not meet standards. A flurry of frantic pages turning and keyboard clatter erupted among the experts below. Someone immediately escalated the conversation to extremes. If 105mm won't suffice, then let's upgrade to 155mm. Short phrases were tossed out like grenades, striking each heart. He Xingyao continued solemnly. I have authorized the single-soldier nuclear rocket launcher. Initiating the technology reserve for the single-soldier nuclear rocket launcher previously studied before Daxia. The radiation dissipates quickly post-explosion. As long as we control the lethal radius and follow protective clothing standards, the risks can be managed. The meeting room fell eerily silent, akin to a grave. Someone coughed. Another covered their mouth. An elderly expert's expression changed. To mention the nuclear rocket launcher is somewhat deranged. Before the atmosphere could cool, a young expert pushed the conversation toward the laboratory's edge. If conventional explosives are insufficient, we could experiment with all-nitrogen cationic salt explosives, metallic hydrogen, or even directed energy, exploring all laser weapon possibilities that could enhance penetration and thermal damage. His words flew out rapidly, as if desperately laying out options to alleviate the collective dread of decision-making. The meeting at the weapons research facility continued. The enclosed conference room was thick with tension, each word dancing upon the edge of a blade. Metallic hydrogen possesses a high energy density, but the risk of control is significant. Then let's try all-nitrogen explosives. The explosive speed can increase, another suggested. Or perhaps laser weapons. Directed energy is cleaner. One technical term after another detonated in the air, like a string of high-temperature fuses, flashing with danger. Each person had reddened eyes, as if they were not in a meeting, but wrestling with death itself. Everyone was gambling, wagering whether the next Transcendence could genuinely bring an end to that monstrous entity. Yet, these matters were no longer Chen Mo's concern. In the evening, he officially received a notice of rest. Just two simple words felt like a passport away from the battlefield. The military transport plane glided across the desert of Luobupo, yellow sand swirling and engines roaring. As Chen Mo boarded, a golden-red glow ignited the horizon. Accompanying him were familiar faces: Qin Xinyu, the leader of the Thunder Team, Zheng Zhe, and his two team members. The cabin shook as the aircraft ascended slowly. Outside, the sand dunes cast long shadows in the setting sun, a desolate sea of golden waves retreating layer by layer. Finally, he could gaze upon the magnificent landscapes of the motherland. Chen Mo sighed softly, his tone imbued with a long-lost sense of relaxation. Qin Xinyu turned her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. This time, there's no need to ponder the fate of the world. Just enjoy yourself. Zheng Zhe leaned against the cabin wall, arms crossed, smiling with his eyes squinted. You need to truly unwind. Stop thinking about those monsters. Chen Mo chuckled lightly, saying little, merely tightening his grip on the documents and a well-folded map in his hands. He knew the world beyond still awaited him. Yet at this moment, he wished to exist in this realm. Their first destination was Mount Tai. The plane landed at the military airport in Taiyan. The night was deep, and the city's lights twinkled in the distance. The convoy moved northward, the off-road vehicle's headlights slicing through the darkness at the foot of the mountain. Mount Tai stood quietly in the distance, shrouded in mist like a slumbering giant. The mountain's silhouette was outlined by moonlight, sharp and defined. In that instant, Chen Mo felt an illusion that it was not merely a mountain, but an ancient will silently observing the rise and fall of humanity. Transitioning from that world to this felt like clawing back from hell to the realm of the living, he murmured, "Thus we must ascend to the summit." Qin Xinyu replied with a smile. Chen Mo nodded. Perhaps viewing the world from a different perspective will lighten the burden. Zheng Zhe, carrying a climbing backpack, patted his shoulder. I don't believe you are genuinely going to relax. The night wind rose, and the mountain path twisted. Their footsteps echoed upon the stone steps. The breeze carrying the scent of flora, moonlight shimmering upon the rocks. Halfway up the mountain, Chen Mo paused. He glanced back at the lights below and suddenly froze. A different scene flashed through his mind. The ruins of another world, ashes, broken walls, and a blood-red sky. The air there was dead still, devoid of wind or sound. Yet at this moment, he heard the chirping of insects and smelled the trees. The wind caressed his face, warm and inviting. He softly exclaimed, "This world is truly beautiful." In the early hours, they reached the southern heaven gate. The wind howled through the valley like the roar of the sea. The sky gradually lightened, clouds churning beneath their feet. When they stepped onto the Jade Emperor Peak, the dawn broke through the clouds. Golden light bathed the summit, illuminating the heavens and the earth anew. Chen Mo closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as the oppressive weight within his chest finally found an escape. He faced the eastern horizon and suddenly shouted with all his might, "I have returned." His voice was swept up by the wind, echoing through the mountains like a belated proclamation. Qin Xinyu raised her camera and pressed the shutter. In that fleeting moment, the light was perfect, and the wind tousled his hair. She gazed at the figure in the photograph and softly uttered, "This is a person, not a tool, nor an accessory to a portal." Chen Mo did not hear her. He simply stood in the wind, quietly gazing towards the rising sun, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes. Chapter 31. Returning to Mo Du after descending from Taishan, the mountain winds began to calm, and the morning light filtered through the clouds, filling the air with the fresh scent of earth and pine. Qin Xinyu put away her jacket and walked to Chen Mo's side, tilting her head with a smile as she asked, "Where do you wish to go next?" Chen Mo pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the distant ridgelines, and softly replied, "Mo Du." Qin Xinyu raised an eyebrow. "Going back to take a look?" Chen Mo nodded, his expression tinged with complexity. Mo Du was the place where he had once lived, worked, and struggled. It also held his most humiliating and helpless memories, having experienced life and death in another world. Returning now would evoke an entirely different mindset. The three members of the Special Forces silently followed behind. They spoke little, their movements revealing a calm vigilance. To an outsider, it appeared more like the escort of an important figure. In truth, Chen Mo's current identity was indeed of utmost significance. He was the sole individual capable of traversing two worlds freely, and his code name was listed alongside nuclear command systems on the military's highest confidentiality roster. Thus, this journey could not possibly follow civilian aviation routes. They boarded a military transport aircraft, departing from Taiyan and heading straight to Mo Du as the cabin door closed. The low rumble of the engine reverberated against the walls. The plane gradually taxied and took off, the metallic body trembling slightly. Leaning against the cabin wall, Chen Mo chuckled. "With a dedicated aircraft for travel, do you think I might be considered part of the privileged class?" Qin Xinyu turned to look at him, her eyes twinkling with jest. Given the value you bring to the nation, this treatment seems hardly excessive, does it? If anyone deserves privileges, it would be me, tagging along with you like a pet. Chen Mo laughed, shaking his head. You shouldn't speak of yourself that way. Zhang Jia, listening nearby, rarely displayed a smile. This mission isn't dangerous. It feels more like a vacation, and you two seem to be quite enjoying yourselves. This is not a mission, Chen Mo countered with a smile. It's a vacation. The military has officially approved it. Zhang Jia feigned seriousness. Then the three of us are bodyguards and tour guides. We deserve a raise. For a raise. You need to consult Commander He. Qin Xinyu chimed in, smiling gently. The atmosphere in the cabin gradually lightened. Outside the window, clouds rolled like waves. Sunlight pierced through the gaps, illuminating their faces and rendering the moment exceptionally serene. Chen Mo leaned back in his seat, watching the light outside the porthole. And a peculiar feeling arose within him. He was truly returning to reality. It was a sensation both foreign and gentle. He closed his eyes, allowing the sounds of the wind and the roar of the engine to merge into a deep background hum, while visions of ashes, flames, and ruins from the other world flickered through his mind, before everything was engulfed by a sea of golden clouds. Chen Mo, Qin Xinyu softly called. He opened his eyes and smiled. When we arrive in Mo Do, let's visit the places you used to frequent, she said gently. You should reconcile with your past self. Chen Mo paused, a slight smile tugging at his lips. All right. The plane landed smoothly, the tires rumbling against the runway. The moment the cabin door opened, the sea breeze, infused with a hint of moisture, rushed in. This was the distinctive scent of Mo Do. Salt, gasoline, and the clamor of the city. Zhang had already coordinated with the ground forces. Two black sedans awaited on one side of the airport. One was driven by Zhang Jia, carrying Chen Mo and Qin Xinyu, while the other, accompanied by two members of the special forces, followed closely behind. The convoy departed from the military district and entered the city's main thoroughfare. In the evening, Mo Do was illuminated like a river, neon lights flickering. Outside the car window was a city both familiar and alien. Chen Mo had toiled here, struggled, lost sleep, and shed tears. Now, returning once more, a strange sense of disorientation welled up within him. Leaning against the window, he murmured, It's strange, my body is still the same. And less than a month has passed, yet I feel as if I've become an entirely different person. Qin Xinyu tilted her head to look at him. What has changed? Chen Mo gazed at the ceaseless flow of traffic outside, his eyes somewhat vacant. Previously, in this city, I was always rushing for the subway, cramming into buses, working overtime, and writing reports. Back then, I believed that hard work would lead to success. But reality? It never follows the script. My college girlfriend left me because I couldn't earn enough money or buy a house. She ended up with a financial guy who drove a BMW. I was renting a place in the suburbs, commuting for an hour and a half to work. Can you believe that? He chuckled, shaking his head. The laughter tinged with self-mockery and a dull ache of past wounds. Qin Xinyu did not respond immediately. Instead, she reached out and gently patted his shoulder, as if to say, I hear you. Chen Mo continued, his tone suddenly lowering. Those days were truly difficult. Writing proposals during the day, staying up until 2 or 3 in the morning, and then putting on a smile for meetings the next day. Sometimes, I was too lazy to go home and just slept on the office floor. The funniest part is that I wasn't the exception. Many in the company were in the same boat. Everyone was desperately squeezing into a tiny space, and no one dared to stop. The elevated bridge flashed by outside, lights reflecting on his face, flickering like shadows. What do you think our lives will be like in the future? Chen Mo's voice was barely audible. This past month, isolated, under observation, facing dangers from zombies in another world. Strangely, I felt that time was less burdensome than working in Mo Do, at least then. I didn't have to pretend to be happy. After he spoke, a faint smile crossed his face, followed by a gentle sigh. Qin Xinyu, do you think I'm a fortunate failure? Qin Xinyu paused, then shook her head, reaching out to pat his back, her tone firm yet gentle. You are not. To establish a foothold in Mo Do is, in a sense, an act of heroism. You are not a failure, Chen Mo. You have simply been weighed down by life for too long, forgetting how remarkable you truly are. Chen Mo lowered his head, a slight smile on his lips, glimmering with unshed tears. Yes, I am quite extraordinary. He turned to look outside, where the tall buildings shimmered with a cold light in the night. But I hope that one day, everyone in Xia will be luckier than I am. They won't have to fight for houses, money, or opportunities, nor be crushed by life's demands. I hope that one day we can all truly live joyfully. After uttering these words, he leaned against the car window, falling silent. The city lights flickered past, reflected in his moist eyes, like countless unfinished dreams finally finding their place. The car passed through familiar neighborhoods, weaving through rows of aging apartments. The neon lights outside swept across the glass, casting Chen Mo's silent profile in soft hues. He quietly said, "We're almost there." It was an apartment building that appeared to have aged somewhat, its exterior dulled to a grayish yellow by time and rain, with the ground below cluttered with electric bikes and delivery boxes. The headlights illuminated the narrow, dim, and damp corridor, where the corner's advertisement paper had curled at the edges. Chen Mo stepped out of the car and looked up at the familiar window. "Don't laugh when you see it," he said with a wry smile to Chen Mo. "I used to live in this place." Chapter 32. The temptation of a bowl of green pepper stir-fried pork rice. They ascended the narrow staircase, the iron railing polished to a shine. In the corridor of the third floor, a melange of aromas wafted through the air: instant noodles, laundry detergent, and the greasy scent of takeout from the neighboring apartment. Chen Mo retrieved his keys and gently turned them. The moment the door swung open, a gust of dusty, stale air rushed forth. The room, barely 90 square meters, had been harshly partitioned into 4 separate chambers. Each room could only accommodate a bed, a desk, and a window that barely opened. The living room had become a communal hallway. "Oh, have you brought a friend?" A young man, lounging on the sofa, looked up, grinning playfully. "I had seen you for a month. I thought you had moved away." Chen Mo chuckled lightly. Business trip got delayed. He offered no further explanation before pushing open the door to his own bedroom. Behind the door lay a diminutive space of less than 8 square meters. A bed, a desk, a computer, and a second-hand bookshelf filled the room, while a corner overflowed with cardboard boxes and out-of-season clothing. Faded game posters adorned the walls, their colors long since dulled. As 5 people stepped inside, the room instantly felt cramped. The air was tinged with a hint of dampness and the scent of aged wood. "This is where I reside," Chen Mo said, smiling and spreading his arms as if recounting someone else's story. "Don't be fooled by the size. I was quite content back then. In Mo do, this condition is considered quite decent. Having a window is already a stroke of luck." Chen Mo surveyed her surroundings, her gaze softening gradually. She said nothing, merely turned her camera and discreetly pressed the shutter. In that instant, the flash illuminated the dim room, revealing the complex smile on Chen Mo's face. Nostalgic, self-deprecating, and slightly relieved. "How peculiar," Chen Mo murmured. "I once thought this place was as confining as a cage. Yet upon returning, it feels rather warm." The wind slipped through the window cracks, carrying the distant clamor of the city. Leaning against the doorframe, his gaze settled on the old desk where remnants of his youthful handwriting remained, a hasty scrawl, "To rise above." Chen Mo stood silently in that cramped little room for a while. Coming from a privileged background, she had always excelled academically. During university, her extraordinary learning abilities earned her a place under an academician, leading her to direct doctoral studies, publish papers, and enter a state-key laboratory, rarely stumbling in the quagmire of reality. While she had heard of individuals like Chen Mo, who lived in the margins, she had never truly seen one. At that moment, gazing at the narrow single bed, the chipped table leg, and the electric kettle heating water, a surge of indescribable emotions overwhelmed her. Perhaps sadness, perhaps respect. Chen Mo turned around, noting her expression, and waved his hand dismissively. "Don't look at me like that. It's not so bad, really. At least I have a room and a bed. In Mo do. Many people have it much harder than I do." His tone was nonchalant, as if narrating someone else's tale. Yet within that smile lay a tenderness born of long familiarity with hardship. As they departed from the rental, the sunlight cast a warm glow upon the aging street. The aroma of street food mingled with floral scents, and the breeze carried a hint of earthly essence. "It's lunchtime," Chen Mo remarked cheerfully. "What'd you like to eat?" Chen Mo glanced at the familiar alleyway at the corner, his lips curling into a smile. "Let us go to that little restaurant. Their stir-fried pork with green peppers is the best in the world." "You're now a national treasure," Chen Mo teased. "Shouldn't you indulge in a grand feast? 5-star hotels, teppanyaki, seafood buffets. Surely you must experience it." Chen Mo shook his head firmly. "No, I want to go. Those things taste too artificial." barbecue, hot pot, teppanyaki, seafood platters. They all pale in comparison to a simple spoonful of oil and a pinch of salt from a small eatery. That's the true essence of life. I've heard of those exclusive restaurants where a meal can cost tens of thousands, Chen Mo quipped. Not a chance. Chen Mo laughed heartily, waving his hand. Today, I'm craving stir-fried pork with green peppers. I can't resist. The group wandered into the narrow alley. Low bungalows lined both sides, with a few plastic tables and chairs set outside. Steam billowed from pots, mingling with the fragrant aroma of scallions, ginger, and garlic, making the entire alley mouth-watering. Hey, Chen Mo, the proprietor, a middle-aged man in his 40s, donned a glossy apron, wielding a spatula. You brought a friend today? She yes, quite lovely. Your girlfriend, perhaps? At his words, Chen Mo's face flushed crimson. Chen Mo quickly waved his hand. Don't say that. Just friends. Purely friends. The owner winked knowingly, chuckling as he slid the menu across the table. All right then, the usual stir-fry pork with green peppers? How about a tomato and egg stir-fry for your friend? And 2 bowls of soup? Sounds good. Chen Mo nodded. Just go easy on the spice. In the pan, the green peppers hissed in hot oil, sizzling as they were tossed. The skin of the peppers wrinkled slightly under the heat, revealing a tiger stripe pattern. And the intoxicating blend of char and spice could almost make one ravenous in an instant. The pork followed suit, sizzling and releasing a more intense aroma. Chen Mo watched the proprietor expertly handle the wok, the flames dancing beneath the metal spoon. Moments later, the peppers and pork were enveloped in a glossy sheen. The fragrance fully awakened. When the dish arrived at the table, steam still wafted from it. The vibrant green of the peppers, the rich red of the pork, and the pristine white of the rice formed an enticing tableau. Chen Mo picked up his chopsticks, deftly scooping up a portion of peppers and pork, followed by a generous spoonful of steaming rice, savoring the delightful combination. The taste was spicy yet not overwhelming, fragrant yet not greasy. The peppers were crisp and tender. The pork succulent and flavorful, with the rice soaking up the meat juices, each bite proclaiming, "This is life." Chen Mo took a bite, her eyes instantly sparkling. So delicious. This is far better than any of the upscale restaurants I've been to. Chen Mo smiled, setting down his chopsticks and leaning back in his chair. You see, the best food isn't necessarily in malls or those opulent places. It can be found in these alleys. Amidst the rising smoke and the sounds of spatulas clashing, true culinary delights exist here. Chen Mo nodded, her gaze softening. Perhaps this was the essence of life as flavors. Chen Mo offered a slight smile, lapsing into silence as he took another spoonful of rice, savoring it slowly. The bustling street sounds filtered in distant calls, the rush of vehicles, and in that moment, they both felt that bowl of stir-fried pork with green peppers was more precious than any lavish banquet. Chen Mo observed the contentment on his face and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, she understood. Perhaps this most ordinary happiness was what Chen Mo truly wished to cherish. Chapter 33. A chance encounter after a satisfying meal. Chen Mo suggested a stroll. The smell of frying oil from the alley dissipated in the breeze, while the golden hues of the setting sun bathed the old walls. Chen Mo walked beside him, her steps light, while Zheng Zhe and 2 team members trailed at a respectful distance, maintaining a vigilant watch like 3 shadows lurking in the background. The red light at the street corner flickered, blending with the sounds of traffic and the bustling crowd. Just as Chen Mo was about to cross the road, a sharp screech of brakes caught his attention. A red sports car halted at the intersection. The window rolled down slowly, revealing a heavily made-up face. In that instant, Chen Mo Flotza, Ping Chi-Chi, his girlfriend from university, the girl he once shared takeout with, squeezed onto the subway and discussed their futures. Now, she donned a low-cut mini dress, her hair brightly dyed, adorned with a gold chain around her neck, and her arms and collarbone marked with several glaring tattoos. Those once pristine areas now concealed beneath layers of color and chaos. In the passenger seat, she waved a lipstick, her eyes filled with disdain and envy. Well, look at you. Ping Chi-Chi scoffed, a biting smile curling her lips, not long after the breakup. And you've already snagged a new girl? You're quick on the draw this time. Her gaze fell upon Chen Mo, who was dressed in a simple attire and adorned with a subtle makeup, radiating an aura of tranquility akin to fresh snow. The innate purity she exuded stirred within her an inexplicable sense of jealousy and agitation. The man seated in the driver's seat, Guiyang, was her current benefactor. In the reflection of the car window, he wore an extravagant watch, his expression nonchalant, reminiscent of a wealthy heir. Guiyang's eyes shifted towards Chen Mo, revealing a fleeting glimmer of predatory admiration. In his heart, he mused, now, this is what a woman should be. Ping Chi had once seemed fresh and appealing, but now with dyed hair and tattoos, everything had lost its charm. He had grown weary of her, silently assessing her in his mind. The atmosphere grew tense. Chen Mo stood there, his demeanor calm to the point of indifference. He neither expressed anger nor resentment, merely casting a detached glance in her direction, as if she were a stranger. Long time no see. Chen Mo's tone was flat. It seems you're living quite well. Ping Chi felt a pang at the word well, her smile momentarily twisting, before she feigned disdain and laughed. You haven't changed. Still as stubborn as ever. But your new girlfriend seems quite impressive. Just don't get dumped again, all right? Chen Mo did not spare another glance at the vehicle, but took Chen's sinuous arm and turned away calmly. Let us go. His voice was as light as a whispering breeze, unworthy of further time. Just as they were about to distance themselves, a heavy thud sounded behind them. The sports car door was flung open with force. Don't be in a hurry. A man's voice drifted over, languid and laced with arrogance. Guiyang emerged from the vehicle, his hands tucked into his pockets, the golden chain glinting in the sunlight. A playful smile adorned his well-maintained face, carrying the thrill of a predator spotting its prey. He scrutinized Chen Mo from head to toe, as though evaluating a priceless artifact. In that moment, he experienced a familiar quickening of his heartbeat, akin to the initial encounter with Ping Chi. Back then, with just a luxury car, a prestigious watch, and the simple invitation of come with me, he had coaxed an ordinary university girl to willingly abandon Chen Mo. To please him, Ping Chi had learned to wear heavy makeup and donned revealing attire, even acquiescing to his absurd demands, all for the sake of acquiring a bit more money, a handbag, or a fleeting semblance of affection. Yet, that novelty had long since faded. Now, the woman beside Chen Mo, possessing a cool demeanor and clear gaze, was the one who truly captivated his heart. Beautiful lady. He grinned, revealing what he believed to be a charming smile. Shall we get acquainted? I am. Before he could finish, Chen Mo did not even turn her head, coldly retorting, what kind of thing do you think you are to be worthy of knowing me? In that moment, the air seemed to freeze instantaneously. Guiyang's smile faltered. For the first time, that sense of superiority was publicly shattered. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. How dare this woman speak to him in such a manner? Ping Chi, seated in the car, turned pale. Sensing the familiar aura of danger emanating from Guiyang, her heart tightened, and she hurriedly exited the vehicle, wrapping her arm around his, softly advising, brother, don't be angry. That woman is ungrateful. Let us not stoop to her level, shall we? Her voice trembled, nearly dissolving into the air. However, in the next instant, a sharp slap resounded, striking her face without warning. Ping Chi stumbled backward, clutching her face, tears springing forth instantly. Guiyang's expression darkened ominously, his gaze glinting with malice. Do you, CMG, think you are worthy to teach me how to act? His roar tore away the facade of composure. Passers-by on the street turned their heads in surprise. Ping Chi trembled, biting her lip, paralyzed with fear. Chen Mo turned back, his icy gaze sweeping over the scene. Zheng Zhi stepped forward, his expression alert, fingers twitching, prepared for any sudden developments. Chen Mo remained silent, merely casting a cool glance at Guiyang. That glance held no anger, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. Let's go. On the surface, Guiyang appeared to be a glamorous rich heir, adorned with a luxury watch, a sports car, and a sculpted smile. However, the forces behind him were not to be trifled with. His father had once been a notorious gang leader, later cleaning up his act to become a businessman, causing ripples that were even more profound and perilous. Guiyang returned to the car, retrieving his phone, his tone chilling as steel. Hello, Dalong. This is Xiaoyang. I have a woman here who is utterly unappreciative. Capture her and bring her to me for a few days of lessons. Rest assured, do not let it escalate to loss of life, and make it presentable. The voice on the other end responded succinctly. Understood, young master. We will act tonight. In the passenger seat, Ping Chi, nursing her reddened face, was secretly elated. Her heart brimmed with resentment and a desire for revenge, like a poison thrown out yet avoided. Meanwhile, at another corner of the street, Dalong, one of Yang's subordinates, sat in the shadows with 2 or 3 burly men preparing their gear. Gloves, black hats, bindings, car keys. Da Long had followed Yang's father in his transition to legitimacy. He was tough and efficient. He hung up the phone, a cold smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. The young master has worked for us. Get ready, we depart tonight. As per our usual protocol, swift, steady, discreet. And do not let outsiders see. As the evening fell, darkness enveloped the city. The lights in the park flickered on, casting a warm orange glow along the forested paths. Chen Mo and Qin Sinew walked side by side, the rustling of leaves underfoot stirred by the wind. Chen Mo, uncharacteristically relaxed, recounted amusing tales from their university days, nights spent rushing reports, missing the last bus, and cooking instant noodles in their rental apartment. Qin Sinew listened intently, occasionally smiling or appearing contemplative. Just then, Zheng Zhe approached swiftly from a distance, a hint of alertness on his face. Chen Mo, he lowered his voice. There's something off behind us. Chen Mo was taken aback. What is it? Zheng Zhe's eyes sharpened, speaking softly. It seems someone is watching you, discreetly maintaining eye contact. I suspect they are seeking an opportunity to strike. What? I haven't offended anyone. Chen Mo instinctively glanced around, a wave of unease washing over him. Do not panic. Zheng Zhe spoke calmly. I have sent 2 other team members to keep an eye on them, and I have also alerted the nearby SWAT team. As soon as they show a flaw, we will control the situation. Chen Mo nodded, drawing Qin Sinew closer to the center of the lawn, pretending to engage in casual conversation. Behind the bushes, Da Long observed the two from a distance, a cigarette hanging from his lips, squinting with amusement. Quite the beauty. No wonder the young master has taken a liking. A subordinate beside him chuckled lewdly. If one could have a taste of such a woman, it would surely be exhilarating. No sooner had he spoken than, smack, Da Long swiftly slapped the back of the man's head. The woman the young master fancies? You dare to think of her? Are you seeking death? I was just joking, Da Long, the man stammered. Shut your mouth. Da Long growled softly, flicking the cigarette but away, gesturing for everyone to draw near. Prepare for action. Strike when they reach the exit. Quick! Just as he finished speaking, a sudden rush of wind swept from behind. Before they could react, 2 shadows darted from the tree-line, their movements swift and precise, barely making a sound. Thud! Da Long's arm was expertly locked, his shoulder pressed down, forcing him to the ground. His subordinates, caught off guard, were swiftly subdued by a flurry of blows. Do not move. The voice was deep and powerful, piercing through the night like a bullet. Da Long struggled to lift his head, gritting his teeth. Who are you? The assailants remained silent, adhering to the principle of confidentiality, choosing not to reveal their identities. That silence was more terrifying than any response. Moments later, a blinding flash emanated from the other end of the park. The wailing of sirens pierced the air as red and blue lights flickered in rapid succession, and a squad of armed special police stormed into the area. Their commands were crisp and their movements swift. Everyone down, hands on your heads. The atmosphere instantly turned oppressive. Da Long was pinned to the ground, his face pressed against the grass, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still filled with defiance and confusion. Who the hell are you? The response came succinctly. We are the special police of Mo. In that instant, Da Long felt a chill seep into his core. Special police? He had thought her to be an ordinary woman, never expecting her to incite such a formidable response. It was over. He cursed inwardly. Zheng Zhe emerged from the shadows, his steps measured and his demeanor stern. He approached the subdued Da Long, towering over him, his voice as cold as steel scraping against the ground. You would do well to cooperate now. Minutes later, the scene was cleared. During the search, the special police retrieved a mobile phone from Da Long's pocket. The screen was still lit, having not even had the chance to lock. The most recent call log prominently displayed. Yang Xiao, afternoon call. Zheng Zhe took the phone, glanced at it, and a cold smile crept across his lips. That will suffice. He carelessly tossed the phone onto the table. Still pretending to be mute, Da Long fell silent for a few seconds, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He realized he could no longer feign innocence. Yes, it was Yang Xiao. His voice trembled, low and defeated. He was the one who urged me to act. Zheng Zhe narrowed his gaze and slowly nodded. Indeed, it was Guiyang. Chen Mo, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. I can't believe I just met that guy, and he dares to orchestrate a kidnapping? This is utterly outrageous. Zheng Zhe snorted derisively, his tone laced with sarcasm. Outrageous? No. He lifted his gaze towards the distant flashing police lights, his voice low yet remarkably powerful. They don't operate without rules. They merely believe themselves to be untouchable. Guiyang could never have imagined that his reckless ambition would lead him to strike the most formidable nerve into Xia. The night had not yet deepened, and the clouds above Mo churned ominously. At the headquarters of the Xia Security Bureau, an urgent encrypted communication flickered with red light. Yu Guodong, the head of the Security Bureau, sat in his office reviewing reports. Upon seeing the brief from Zheng Zhe, his brow furrowed deeply. Chen Mo encounters a kidnapping incident in Montauk-do. In just a few words, his heart sank. Who dares to lay a hand on Chen Mo in Mo-do? Who gave him the audacity to act? Immediately investigate. The intelligence officer beside him sprang into action, orders racing through the encrypted channel, cascading down from the central command. The Security Bureau, the Public Security System, the Internet Monitoring Department, and financial tracking were all activated simultaneously. Within 20 minutes, every piece of information regarding Guiyang and his father, Guhui, was thoroughly unearthed. The screen displayed a flurry of rapidly retrieved records. Zhu, a director of the local chamber of commerce in Mo-do, chairman of a real estate company, had once emerged from a life of crime, with subordinates entangled in numerous shady dealings, even unsolved homicides. However, he had later cleaned up his act, shielded by powerful allies, and risen to prominence. As Yu Guodong read this section, his finger snapped against the table, shattering his teacup. Absurd. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice reverberating throughout the conference room. A criminal boss enjoying freedom after going straight, and with protection? Investigate. Leave no connected officials unexamined. Soon, the intricate web of connections within the system was meticulously unraveled. The shadowy protectors emerged. A deputy mayor, 3 deputy chiefs of police precincts, and several grassroots officials. Some are playing cards, others studying foreign languages, and some contemplating how to stow gold bars in their refrigerators. Yet when confronted with Yu Guodong's personally ordered zero-tolerance operation, none had time to react. Bang, bang, bang. The Security Bureau agents burst through the door. By order of Director Yu, anyone suspected of harboring criminal elements is to be taken into custody. What is happening? I haven't finished. The deputy mayor's protest was cut short as handcuffs were slapped onto his wrists. Some were still in their shirt sleeves. Others had not even finished making tea. The entire power structure of Mo-do was uprooted within 3 hours. Reports indicated that the location of Guiyang had been pinpointed, and preparations for capture were underway, while Guhui had been taken in for questioning. No signs of resistance were detected at the scene. Yu Guodong settled back in his chair, his voice grave, excellent. They thought they could act with impunity in Mo-do. Now let them see who holds the authority in Xia. The night sky outside was deep and dark, and Yu Guodong's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Meanwhile, less than 3 hours had passed since Chen Mo had been kidnapped. Chapter 35, Cleansing Society of Evil. At that moment, Guiyang lay within his opulent private villa, valued at over 100 million. The lighting was dim, and the music was low. He was playing cards with the heavily made-up Ping Chi-Chi. Laughter and the scent of alcohol mingling in the air, creating an atmosphere thick with decadence. Though he was intoxicated, his thoughts were elsewhere. The eyes illuminated by the lights were filled with visions of Qin sinew. Ah, now this is a woman, he murmured, his tone dripping with greed. Each card played felt like a release of pent-up desire, much more refined than a person like you. Ping Chi-Chi's smile faltered, but she dared not react, only managing to chuckle in compliance. Suden Li, bang! The villa's front door was kicked open, a thunderous crash echoing through the hall, causing the lights to flicker momentarily. Who's there? Guiyang, startled, shot up from the sofa, still half-dressed, and shouted toward the door, Who are you? This is private property. You are trespassing. I will sue. Before he could finish, a dozen tactical-clad agents from the Security Bureau stormed into the living room, their weapons raised, cold light glinting off their faces. The leading officer wasted no time, pulling out documents and presenting the arrest warrant. His voice was as unyielding as iron. The Xia Security Bureau, executing an arrest warrant. He raised his gaze to confirm the target, comparing the photograph with the real person in an instant. No doubt about it. Guiyang. What about the woman beside him? The deputy asked quietly. The captain glanced at the still trembling Ping Chi-Chi and coldly replied, Not on the target list. Set her aside. Understood. Several agents swiftly moved in. Before Guiyang could react, his wrist was twisted behind his back, and cold handcuffs clicked shut. "Let go of me. Do you have any idea who my father is?" Guiyang yelled, his face flushed with anger. "My father is," with a slap. Before he could finish, the captain delivered a sharp slap across his face. "Enough chatter. Take him away." Guiyang, held firmly by two agents, was dragged out of the villa like a discarded rag. He continued to curse, his voice growing fainter. Meanwhile, a convoy outside had sealed off the entire villa area. The flashing police lights reflected off the luxury cars, transforming the once opulent courtyard into an exhibition of crime. During the handover of the special agents, an encrypted file was simultaneously sent to the Security Bureau. The file contained Guiyang's concealed criminal history, illegal detention, coercion, violent threats, and even 2 homicide cases. As Yu Guodong reviewed the report, his fingers gradually tightened. "Huh," he scoffed. "It seems that even murder cases can be buried. It is time for this city to be cleansed." Outside the villa, the night wind swept past the cordon as Guiyang was shoved into a vehicle, the flamboyant smile on his face finally vanishing. The villa's door was slammed shut, the police lights still flickering against the walls. Ping Chi-Chi stood frozen in the center of the living room, and only when the footsteps faded into the distance did she belatedly realize that Guiyang had been captured. In that moment, her mind erupted with chaos, and she nearly lost her balance. She collapsed onto the sofa, her expression vacant. Minutes later, she abruptly rose, rummaging through the house in a frenzy. Jewelry boxes, designer bags, cash, and gold watches were hastily stuffed into her bag. Her hands trembled violently, her eyes reddened, resembling a bird scavenging through the ruins. "If he gets caught, so be it. I must leave first," she murmured to herself as she continued her frantic search. Memories of her recent hardships, grievances, and suppressed indignities flashed through her mind. She was acutely aware that all her clothing, bags, car, and even this villa were gifts from Guiyang. Once he was finished, she would be left with nothing. She gritted her teeth, determined not to leave empty-handed. However, just as she was shoving a gold necklace in her bag, a cold voice interrupted her. "Madam, please stop." She looked up to see several police officers stationed at the entrance. One stepped forward, his tone calm, yet resolute. "These items are all stolen property and have been listed for confiscation. You cannot take them." Ping Chi-Chi stood frozen, hereby slowly lowering to her seal. In the next moment, a profound sense of loss surged from her heart, engulfing her like a tidal wave. I just... Her voice trembled. "These things belong to me. Please cooperate," the officer replied, his demeanor remaining indifferent. Minutes later, she was escorted out of the villa. Standing outside the door, Ping Chi-Chi gazed at the mansion that once led her to believe she could soar to great heights. Now it was merely illuminated by cold lights and surrounded by caution tape. The wind was frigid, and the night in Mo was eerily quiet. Clutching her imtipe. A chill crept up from her feet to her heart. The neon lights at the street corner flickered, and her makeup was long washed away by tears. She finally comprehended that the so-called love, reliance, and wealth were nothing but ephemeral bubbles. She squatted down, covering her face, and wept bitterly. Her sobs were carried away by the wind, swallowed by the night. Ping Chi-Chi realized that her greatest support had vanished entirely. The prison gate slammed shut with a resounding clang, the heavy metallic sound echoing in the corridor, imbued with a chilling sense of finality. Under the dim white lights, Guiyang was pushed into a cell by the guards. When he looked up, he saw a familiar face within the confines. His father, Gu Hui. The moment their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze. Gu Hui's hair had turned gray, and his gaze was as dark and deep as an ancient well. "Father, you've been caught too? Did you do something wrong? Can we still get out this time?" Guiyang managed a faint smile, his tone still somewhat naive. "J'ai eu snorted coldly," turning his head away. "Don't call me father. I have no son as foolish as you. I committed a crime." Gu Hui scoffed, lifting his eyes. "I've been quite compliant lately. Rather, did you provoke someone you shouldn't have? Let me tell you, not only have I been arrested, but the officials close to me have all fallen too." Guiyang blinked, still not grasping the severity of the situation. Could it be that they chose the wrong side and got caught in the crossfire? We can't possibly be victims of misfortune, right? Misfortune? Gu Hui's voice suddenly rose. His old hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. "How did I end up with such a foolish child? In all these years, have you ever seen a case move this quickly? This time the sky is falling. Who the hell did you provoke?" Guiyang apparated nonchalant. I didn't do anything. I just asked along to kidnap a woman. Before he could finish, Ge Hui kicked him in the chest with a thud. The iron bed rattled with a dull sound. What did you say? You had someone kidnap a woman? Gian Zhou violently, his face bawling. I was just joking. That woman was too arrogant. I wanted to scare her. Scare her? Ge Hui was furious, nearly charging at him to strangle him. You fool. I've spent years trying to clear my name, to manage things and spend money, all to give you a clean path. And here you go, jumping into the muck, dragging me down with you. The flickering lights in the cell cast a harsh glow on the two as their shouts mingled with the echo of the iron door, creating a jarring sound. Days later, the case was fully investigated. As the inquiry deepened, the company's accounts and underground enterprises owned by the father and son were all seized. Charges of illegal detention, extortion, violent assault, and causing death were piled against them, with irrefutable evidence. Ultimately, the verdict was delivered. Defendants Ge Hui and Ge Yang, guilty of numerous crimes, inciting severe public outrage, and posing a significant social threat, were sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. In the courtroom, the lights were stark and white, the air thick with tension. The presiding judge's voice was steady and cold. Defendants Ge Hui and Ge Yang, involved in organized crime, illegal detention, extortion, and violent assault leading to death, are guilty of numerous offenses with conclusive evidence and deep public resentment. They are sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. At that moment, the entire courtroom fell silent. Ge Hui's mind buzzed as if struck by a heavy blow. His mouth opened and closed several times before he managed to utter, I do not accept this. I do not accept this. The guards moved forward to escort him out. He attempted to struggle, but was firmly restrained by officers on either side. Beside him, Ge Yang had already collapsed on the ground, drained of all energy, lacking even the strength to protest. As they were dragged from the courtroom, flashes of cameras lit up, capturing their disheveled and absurd figures, akin to two jokes crushed by the weight of time. Back in prison, the iron gate slammed shut once more, enveloping them in silence. Ge Hui, consumed by rage, surged forward, delivering blow after blow to Ge Yang, his fists fueled by searing anger. Who the hell did you provoke? 10 days. 10 days. In my entire life of crime, I've never seen an investigation proceed so swiftly. With each word, his punches grew heavier. In less than 10 days, they sentenced you to death. Tell me, which deity did you offend? Ge Yang, battered and bruised, could only stammer, I don't know. I just kidnapped someone. I didn't expect. To Chen Mo, Ge Yang's plight was merely a trivial ripple in the vast river of fate. The moment he intended to abduct Qin Sinyu before Chen Mo's eyes, his fate was already sealed. This was simply retribution manifesting in another form. Those steeped in wrongdoing could never escape the consequences of their actions. Beneath the night sky by the banks of the Yangtze in Mo, the wind brushed gently by. The river lapped against the shore, creating layers of shimmering silver ripples. Chen Mo leaned against the railing, quietly gazing at the lights on the opposite bank. Those lights stretched endlessly, pulsating like the heartbeat of this era, flickering, urgent, yet tinged with solitude. He suddenly spoke, his voice low. Do you think our generation can be considered happy? Qin Sinyu did not respond immediately. She merely turned her head to look at him. The river breeze tousled her hair and scattered the hint of self-deprecation in his words. Chen Mo chuckled softly to himself, a sound laced with weariness yet resolute. As a child, he believed adulthood would change the world. Later, he discovered that he was nearly worn away by the world himself. But now that I have a portal, perhaps I can still do something. He raised his hand, palm facing the starry sky. I want to use it to help others within my capacity, to ensure that more people can breathe freely, and to bring genuine happiness to more individuals. His words resembled not a vow, but a gentle confession. Qin Sinyu tilted her head slightly, and in that moment, her eyes reflected the flickering lights on the river's surface, her lips curling into a faint smile. She softly replied, Then let's do it together. 5 days of respite passed in the blink of an eye. That fleeting tranquility had not yet been savored when Chen Mo embarked on a journey back to his desolate land. Luobupo. The private jet landed steadily on the military runway, scorched by the blazing sun. Dust swirled, and the air shimmered with heat waves. As the cabin door slowly opened, a dry wind rushed in, carrying familiar scents of salt and dust. Chen Mo squinted, gazing at the boundless expanse of wasteland. In this desolate expanse, devoid of commotion and greenery, only the scorching sun, swirling sands, and endless silence prevail. Yet, it is precisely within this barren land that the gateway to another world is about to open once more. Chen Mo took a deep breath, feeling the hot wind scorch his throat, the calm within him swiftly replaced by a surge of tension and a sense of duty. He understood that a new journey of traversal was about to commence. Chen Mo remained steadfastly by his side, adorned with sand-proof goggles, her expression resolute and focused. After merging with Great Xia and two other warriors from the Thunder Squad, they prepared for departure alongside the Battle Tiger and Blazing Flame squads. The atmosphere within the entire base grew taut once more. Inside the research center, the lights blazed brightly. Dr. Su Yin and his research team busily navigated through the instrument room, screens flickering with complex data streams. Upon the arrival of Chen Mo and his companions, Su Yin immediately approached, excitement and fatigue evident on his face. "You returned just in time," he exclaimed, adjusting his glasses, his words tumbling out rapidly. "We have deciphered new clues." Chen Mo's expression sharpened. "Speak." Su Yin called up a three-dimensional map on the console, 3 red dots pulsating in the virtual projection. The locations of these special mineral deposits correspond to the places we returned from last time, known as the Huigangdu Dai, which was once the industrial heart of the former Shanghai Empire. Chen Mo's eyes brightened. No wonder the carbon-based chip photolithography factory and fusion power plant are located there. Let us continue our exploration this time. Subsequently, everyone began to prepare for departure. Above the Luobu base, yellow sands churned, the roar of military aircraft intermingling with the engine sounds of ground vehicles, creating a somber prelude. As before, Chen Mo was assigned to remain at the base. She stood before the blast-proof hatch, gazing at Chen Mo, urging him to be cautious this time. Chen Mo nodded gently, offering a reassuring smile. As he, Great Xia, Su Yin, and others descended, arriving at the newly expanded underground isolation chamber, the scene before him nearly left him speechless. The once narrow experimental corridor had been completely transformed. The steel door leading to the chamber was half a meter thick, with layers of blast protection and airlock doors interspersed. Red warning lights flickered along the walls, and the air was infused with a faint scent of machine oil and heated metal. When the final alloy door slowly opened, a vast underground hangar revealed itself. The lights blazed brightly, the floor reflecting a cold metallic sheen. Inside the chamber, 6 Type 100 main battle tanks and 6 Type 11 wheeled assault vehicles stood in orderly rows. Each vehicle bore unique camouflage patterns, and their gun muzzles glinted under the lights, resembling a row of slumbering steel behemoths. Chen Mo stared for several seconds, unable to suppress a grin. How we upgraded from off-road vehicles to heavy artillery units? Great Xia smirked, patting the armored side of one tank. That giant zombie from last time wasn't even afraid of anti-material weapons. This time, we won't hold back. 105mm tail-stabilized armor-piercing shells are ready to serve. Let's see how it withstands that. Su Yin chimed in with a smile. Don't forget, all these vehicles have been modified with electronic protection, AI automatic loading, and active defense systems. Chen Mo whistled, half in astonishment and half in admiration. With this kind of setup, even the former regular troops of the Shanghai Empire would have to yield. Great Xia smiled slightly. Perfect. Let's see who is tougher this time. Chapter 37. The Justice of the 105mm. Soon, Chen Mo and his team, driving the Type 100 main battle tanks and Type 11 wheeled assault vehicles, once again traversed the time portal, arriving at the ruins known as the Huigangdu Dai of the Shanghai Empire. The heavy steel tracks crushed the scorched earth, dust swirling before the tank's gun barrel. The sky in this region still bore a dark red hue, the air thick with metallic and sulfurous dust. In the distance, collapsed steel towers loomed like giants consumed by time, half buried in the ruins. Seated at the tank's command position, Chen Mo gazed through the armored glass at the world outside, feeling a newfound sense of security. He raised the radio frequency, his voice laced with humor. "Shall we? Why not go out and find those giant zombies? Let's see if they can withstand the justice of our 105mm main gun." On the other end, Su Yan's voice arrived, tempered with rational restraint and a hint of excitement. "Not so fast. Confirm the time window for this transmission. How long can you stay?" Chen Mo glanced at the countdown displayed on his retina. 5 days. That should suffice. Great Xia's voice remained calm, yet exhilarated. "Then let us test their limits. This time, We are not escaping. We are launching an offensive. The convoy began to advance slowly. The gray city ruins unfurled before them, broken overpasses stretching ahead, while outdated metal signposts swayed in the wind, displaying characters unfamiliar to Chen Mo. A Type 11 wheeled assault vehicle moved to the forefront, its drone launch bay on the turret gradually opening. With a whoosh, 2 reconnaissance drones soared into the air, tracing luminous arcs against the dim sky. Live images streamed to the screen. The Battle Tiger Squad leader, Zhou Yang, scrutinized the footage, data rapidly changing. Northwest 15 degrees. Analyzed the image information. Before he finished speaking, the camera zoomed in on a desolate land where a group of colossal beings moved slowly. They were the giant zombies. Their forms remained towering and grotesque, the charred tissue covering them still bearing the marks of the previous bombardment by cloud bombs and white phosphorus. Yet beneath that ashen layer, new tissue was writhing, healing, regenerating, as if some bizarre organism was remolding itself. They have actually recovered? Su Yan's voice crackled through the radio, disbelief evident. What astonishing regenerative capability. The activity of those cellular tissues exceeds known biological limits. Zhang Jia narrowed his eyes, surveying the distance. Perfect. Last time we merely probed. This time, we shall attempt to erase them completely. Zhang Jia steadily extended his hand, pushing the main gun control lever. In that instant, the atmosphere inside the vehicle tightened palpably, the air thick with the scent of oil and metal, as if time itself was drawn into the crosshairs. Target, giant zombies. His voice was low and steady. Load the tail-stabilized, armor-piercing shell. Loading complete. The loader responded swiftly, his tone crisp and efficient. Zhang Jia took a deep breath, his finger poised over the firing button. His eyes cold as steel. Good. He slowly exhaled, watching the massive, writhing figures in the distance, a faint smirk curling his lips. Let them witness the might of humanity's firepower. Boom! The 105mm main gun roared, the muzzle flash exploding like thunder, a wave of air surging forth. The high-explosive, tail-stabilized, armor-piercing shell screamed through the sky, leaving a brilliant trail against the gray-red canopy. Direct hit. In the distance, one giant zombie's head was violently pierced through. The tremendous impact sent it staggering backward, the carbon-metallic exoskeleton blown apart, a smoking cavity forming as dark tissue writhed at the edges, evaporating, as if a torn machine attempted to self-repair. Not dead, but its defenses are shattered. Chen Mo ma videt. Continue the assault. Zhang Jia commanded solemnly. Second shot loaded. Fire. The cannon fired in rapid succession, several armor-piercing rounds striking the same target with precision. Each impact resonated with a deafening metallic crack. Third shot. Fourth shot. Fifth shot. With the final thunderous boom, the giant zombie finally succumbed, its massive body crashing to the ground, dust billowing upwards, shockwaves lifting the debris and causing nearby ruins to collapse. After a brief silence within the chamber, Zhang Jia revealed a satisfied smile, his voice laced with amusement. Not bad. He lifted his head, his gaze resolute, for it appeared that our righteous 105mm main gun remained the most compelling language of diplomacy. Inside the vehicle, Su Yan could not suppress a chuckle. This firepower far surpassed that of the anti-material weapon from our last encounter. From several kilometers away, those colossal abominations that had once rendered the special forces powerless were decisively eradicated this time. Drones hovered above the battlefield, capturing the moment. The flashes from the 105mm cannon illuminated the sky, each armor-piercing shell carving a blazing trajectory through the air, striking its target with unerring precision. Boom! 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 The reverberations of continuous cannon fire echoed across the wasteland, smoke billowing forth, and flames erupted like crackling thunder. Even those zombies, with their regenerative skin and metallic bones, were shattered into fragments by this true display of human firepower. One massive form after another collapsed, sending ashes cascading like rain, ultimately yielding to a profound silence. All targets confirmed neutralized. The steady voice of Su Yan resonated over the radio. A low cheer erupted within the vehicle. Chen Mo, seated in the commander's position, felt a surge of excitement. I want to give it a try. The soldier beside him grinned as he handed over the control stick, saying, "Be steady. Don't hit the drone." Understood. Chen Mo focused intently, gripping the control stick firmly, as the familiar crosshair aligned with the remaining half-collapsed zombie in the distance. He inhaled deeply and fired. Boom! Flames erupted from the cannon's mouth, causing the tank to tilt slightly backward. The projectile whistled forth, piercing through the target's chest cavity, and in an instant, dust and debris soared into the air. Chen Mo set down the control stick, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This feeling is rather exhilarating. From another vehicle, Zhang Zhe burst into laughter. This is our righteous firepower. How could it not be exhilarating? With the last giant zombie crashing to the ground, the ruins of the gray steel urban zone fell into a brief silence. The air was thick with the scent of charred remains, and the smoke had yet to dissipate, casting a dark red hue across the distant sky. Target neutralization complete. Zhang Zhe lowered the communicator, his tone remaining calm. Yet all understood that this was the first time they had thoroughly suppressed fear itself in this world. Just as everyone prepared to retreat, Su Yin stepped forward. He fixed his gaze on the distant colossal corpses, his eyes shimmering with a complex light, part curiosity of a scientist, part fervor ignited by a sense of mission. I wish to observe one up close. His voice was soft yet remarkably resolute. We need to understand its organizational structure, cellular morphology, why it can regenerate, and why it can become metallic. This data may hold the key to comprehending the origins of the virus. Zhang Zhe frowned. I disagree. He almost instantly rejected the notion. Its defenses are too formidable. No one knows if it is truly dead. Getting too close is perilous. Su Yin did not argue, merely pausing for a moment before speaking slowly. But if no one approaches, we will forever be probing at the edge of fear. He raised his head, his eyes behind the lenses shining with clarity. Someone must become the vanguard. A silence enveloped the air. Chen Mo and Zhang Zhe exchanged glances, both recognizing the stubbornness in each other. Zhang Zhe sighed. You must at least bring defensive vehicles. Take the Type 100. We will provide support from a kilometer away. In any situation, retreat immediately. Su Yan nodded, understood. Thus, the engine of a Type 100 main battle tank roared to life once more. Chapter 38. Contact with survivors again. Not far off, in a makeshift shelter within an abandoned underground parking lot, the light was dim, and the air was thick with moisture and the scent of gasoline. Piles of salvage supplies lay in the corner, and several battery-operated lamps flickered faintly, illuminating the anxious faces of the survivors. Kai Yifei leaned against an iron door, his expression troubled, gripping a rough wooden stick and tapping it incessantly against the ground. The seeds have been sown, yet it will be a long time before they mature. He muttered through clenched teeth, this cursed world has nearly eradicated wildlife. Even hunting has become a luxury. The food supplies in the shelter were rapidly depleting. The meager provisions exchanged with those mysterious individuals last time would last at most half a month. He paused, sighed heavily. If only we could encounter them again. Even exchanging for a few more cans would be beneficial. Beside him, Su Fei was organizing equipment and gently shook his head upon hearing this. I visited the lithography factory recently, and I didn't see any signs of them. They have likely relocated. Those individuals do not linger in one place for long. Kai Yifei clicked his tongue and gazed up at the dripping iron pipes on the ceiling. It's a pity they have food, weapons, and electricity. Regardless of who they are, they at least live better than us. Su Fei chuckled, choosing not to respond further. Just then, the ground trembled slightly. Boom! A low rumble echoed from afar, sounding like thunder rolling beneath the earth. Dust fell from the ceiling as the lights flickered. The people in the shelter immediately became alert. What was that sound? Someone exclaimed in alarm, looking up. Su Fei quickly hushed them. Quiet. Listen to the direction. Kai Yifei furrowed his brow, straining to listen. To the south. It sounds like cannon fire? Su Fei's expression shifted instantly. Cannon? That is not the sound of ordinary weaponry. Since the collapse of the Imperial Order, such firepower is not something just anyone can possess. Kai Yifei's heart raced. Could it be those mysterious individuals again? Su Fei replied gravely. That possibility cannot be ruled out. He turned back and instructed, I'll take a few people to assess the situation. If it is indeed them, there may be another opportunity for exchange. Kai Yifei note that, his expression complex. Be cautious. If you meet them, please ask if they can spare a bit more food. Su Fei slung an old rifle over his shoulder and gathered a few survivors. They pushed open the heavy iron door of the shelter, and a cold wind swept in, bringing with it dust. Let us go. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the gray steel urban zone, A Type 100 main battle tank traversed the scorched earth, the tracks crunching over rubble with a deep, resonant sound, stirring up clouds of dust under the blazing sun. The tank came to a halt, and the hatch opened. Clad in full protective gear, Su Yin emerged from the turret, the silver-gray visor reflecting a cold light. He carried a sampling box on his back and held a heavy portable chainsaw in his hand. This was the spot where one of the giant zombies had fallen. His voice crackled over the communication channel, hoarse from exertion. The zombie lay beneath a partially collapsed overpass, its surface charred and still emitting wisps of white smoke. The mingling of decaying odors and the scent of burning flesh filled the air, reminiscent of a recently concluded infernal feast. Su Yin approached cautiously, his steps steady and light. He reached out to tap the surface of the corpse, producing a metallic clang. This material, he murmured, his tone a blend of reverence and scientific exhilaration. The bone density exceeds that of conventional titanium alloy, equivalent to at least 200 millimeters of main battle armor. What biological entity is this? His speech slowed, as if conversing with himself. To achieve such metallic structure on a biological level defies the very logic of evolution. With that, he crouched down and activated the chainsaw. The whir of gears shattered the silence as the blade sliced into the tough black exterior. Sparks flew, intensifying the acrid smell. 1 kilometer away, Great Xia and the Special Forces team were already on high alert. All turret fire control systems were aimed at the zombie. Through the optical sight, Su Yin's figure overlapped with that of the corpse, cold light intertwining, the tension in the atmosphere reaching its zenith. Battle Tiger team, confirm lock. Main gun ready. Prepare to fire at any moment. Zhang Zhe's voice was low yet as steady as iron. Dr. Su Yin, continue your operation. Any anomalies, and we will provide immediate support. Understood. Su Yin responded faintly, the sound of chainsaws reverberating through the communication channel. As he meticulously conducted the dissection, extracting several tissue samples and bone fragments from the massive zombie. Preparing to return to the base for further research, several figures stealthily crouched behind the collapsed high walls in the shadows of the distant ruins. It was Su Fei and a few members of the refuge he had brought along. They clutched crude, homemade rifles, their faces etched with caution and tension. Feiga, look, a young survivor whispered. Aren't those the kind-hearted people we met last time? They seem to have returned. Su Fei furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed on that area in the distance. Amidst the ashes, several steel behemoths stood quietly, their gun barrels lowered, their formidable silhouettes emerging faintly through the dust. Something is amiss, he murmured, his tone laced with heightened alertness. Last time they were driving off-road vehicles. Now, this group is operating tanks. The survivors exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. Could they still be the same group? Su Fei inhaled deeply, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Whoever they are, do not approach recklessly. I will investigate the situation first. If anything happens to me, retreat immediately and inform the leader to remain vigilant. Understood, Fei Yi. The group concealed themselves, holding their breath. However, unbeknownst to them, a reconnaissance drone circling high above had already captured their every movement. Report, biological signals detected 1 kilometer away. Confirmed. It is the group of survivors we encountered at the photolithography factory. Zhang Zhe, upon receiving the report, swiftly entered the communication channel. Diasuyan, the group we previously encountered has reappeared. It seems they are still alive. Perhaps we can continue our dialogue. Dr. Su Yin, engrossed in organizing samples, replied without lifting his head, excellent. You shall engage with them this time. Bring Ku Yin Guo along. He has recently learned to read and write their language and can communicate verbally to some extent. He can serve as our translator. Understood. Zhang Zhe promptly issued orders for the Battle Tiger Squad to maintain vigilance in the area where Su Yin was located. With all fire control still aimed at the zombie remains to prevent any accidental resurgence. Meanwhile, Ku Yin Guo donned protective gear and set off with a 100 series tank from the Flame Squad. The engine roared as the tracks crushed the debris, the iron beast slowly making its way towards Su Fei and his companions. Chapter 39. Provisioning. Su Fei watched the massive tank start up, its engine's roar echoing through the ruins, an oppressive weight settling in his heart. They have discovered us. The survivors beside him immediately grew tense. Fei Yi, what should we do? Should we retreat? Su Fei lowered his voice, keeping his gaze fixed on the slowly approaching steel giant. At this distance, we cannot escape. Stay calm and observe their movements. If they are indeed hostile, remember, never disclose the location of our refuge. The group held their breath. Hidden behind the remnants of the wall, the air taut as a fine thread. The tank came to a halt. The hatch opened, the heavy alloy door emitting a low thud. The first to descend were Ku Yingguo and Wu Hao, the captain of the flame squad, enveloped in protective suits. The emblem on their chest stood out prominently amidst the dust. Chen Mo had originally intended to disembark, but Zheng Zhi's voice came through the communication channel. Proceed only after confirming that the other party poses no threat. Understood. Chen Mo nodded, waiting patiently. From the ruins, Su Fei recognized the two figures and was momentarily stunned. They were the enigmatic individuals they had encountered outside the photolithography factory. The same protective suits, the same insignia, and an aura that unmistakably distinguished them from ordinary survivors. His wariness gradually eased. It's them, Su Fei murmured. It appears they truly are those kind-hearted individuals. In this apocalyptic world, offering provisions without expecting anything in return is almost a miracle. Ku Yingguo noticed their anxiety and raised his hands to signal no ill intent. He then called out in fluent, albeit accented local dialect, "We are friends, not enemies." Su Fei hesitated for a moment, then nodded to his companions to lower their weapons. "Put down your guns. Let us avoid any misunderstandings." The survivors complied, slowly placing their old rifles on the ground. Wu Hao stepped forward, quickly assessing the situation for threats before signaling safety. At that moment, Chen Mo descended from the tank. Clad in protective gear, he walked steadily, and at the moment he landed, all eyes of his team naturally focused on him, even without understanding their language. Su Fei and his companions could discern that this young man was their leader. Zheng, Wu Hao, and Ku Yingguo formed a protective perimeter around him, ensuring not a single drop could penetrate. The respect and caution surrounding him were palpable. Su Fei understood. This individual warranted their utmost respect. He inhaled deeply, taking 2 steps forward, placing his right hand on his chest, and bowing slightly. Thank you for your water and provisions. It has been a tremendous help." Ku Yingguo translated beside him. Chen Mo, gazing at him through his visor, smiled gently. "No problem. We meet again." His words were relayed through Ku Yingguo. Subsequently, a dialogue unfolded slowly with Ku Yingguo's translations. The wind of the wasteland whirled between the two, carrying a scent of scorched earth and mingled metal. Su Fei spoke first, his tone still tinged with caution. "Where do you come from?" Ku Yingguo conveyed the question. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, refraining from mentioning the word crossing, as it was too monumental and sensitive a secret. He replied calmly, "We come from a distant place, dispatched to survey the situation." Su Fei frowned slightly, his gaze flickering between Chen Mo and the tank, then whispered, "Your equipment is remarkably advanced. It seems not to be of the Empire's standard issue." Chen Mo chuckled lightly, his tone serene and composed. "Indeed, all of it is self-developed." Self-developed? Su Fei's heart jolted, almost doubting his own ears. He pondered silently. What immense power must they possess to manufacture such a land warfare king? How many more are behind them? Last time they were driving off-road vehicles. Yet now they have upgraded to tanks. Could their base be nearby? He suppressed his rising questions and refrained from pressing further. The wind blew past them, stirring a fine sandstorm. Just then, Su Fei's gaze was abruptly drawn to a distant scene. There lay several colossal, giant zombie corpses, collapsed upon the scorched earth like destroyed hills. Su Fei's pupils constricted, his voice trembling slightly. "Those are giant zombies? You actually managed to defeat such monsters?" The survivors behind him were equally stunned, their mouths agape. In their memories, those creatures were insurmountable. They were the nightmares of the apocalypse, one of the reasons for the Empire's demise. Su Fei's expression grew grave, his eyes fixed upon the vast corpse in the distance. His voice tinged with an unmistakable tremor. The giant zombies were among the principal forces that devastated the Qinghai Empire. He spoke softly, the tone laden with ancient fear. It is said that in the searing plains of the south, there was once a group army of 50,000, fully armed with heavy artillery, only to be completely pierced through by a horde of giant zombies. The entire front line collapsed within a single day. He paused, inhaling deeply. It is said that in that battle, other special types of zombies appeared, each with different forms and abilities. However, I'm not a witness. I have only heard accounts from surviving soldiers. Even they said, that was not war, it was slaughter. Su Fei lowered his head, his voice increasingly somber. Our leader, the previous refuge, was overrun by a colossal zombie. The entire underground city lasted merely 10 minutes. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. He could sense the despair that transcended time in Su Fei's recounting. After a brief silence, Su Fei spoke again, his tone cautious yet sincere. We still possess some gold, gemstones, or other goods that can be exchanged. We wish to acquire more food. The supplies in our refuge are nearly depleted. Ku Yin Gu translated this. Chen Mo glanced at him, then smiled, his tone gentle yet imbued with resolute strength. It is of no concern. If you require food, we can provide it. We are not lacking in provisions. In that moment, Su Fei and his companions could hardly believe their ears. They exchanged glances, their eyes moistening. Previously, the group from afar had selflessly delivered food, and they had regarded them as a miracle. To their astonishment, this miracle had once again graced them. Su Fei dam. Thank you, thank you. He clenched his fists, his body trembling with excitement. You are the only light in this hellish world. Chen Mo merely smiled softly. To him, the provision of food was but a trivial act of kindness. Returning to launching, the Great Xia produced hundreds of millions of tons of grain annually, enough to sustain billions. This small gesture was merely an extension of goodwill. Yet, in his heart, a clear boundary existed. If goodwill is reciprocated, one should treat it with sincerity. Should anyone harbor ill intentions? He raised his gaze to the nearby 100 series tanks, their cold barrels aimed at the vast expanse of dust and ruins. Chapter 40. Mining Operations. After receiving the food gifted by Chen Mo and his group, Su Fei stood in stunned silence. The bags of sealed rice, compressed biscuits, canned goods, and purification tablets were more precious than gold in the desolate world of the apocalypse. He opened his mouth, yet words failed him as he choked back tears. Since the world descended into ruin, they had grown accustomed to deceit and survival of the fittest. For half a bag of grain, a person from a refuge could turn against their own. For a sip of water or a can, a knife could be plunged without hesitation into the back of an acquaintance. There were some who had descended into madness, treating fellow humans as mere food. Yet, before him stood individuals who demanded nothing, made no trades, and even appeared gentle in their vigilance. The kindness emanating from another world stirred a long-dormant warmth in a corner of Su Fei's heart. He took a deep breath and wiped the dust from his eyes. Thank you, truly thank you. He paused, gesturing toward the north. Beneath the ruins to the north lies our refuge. If you pass by, please do come and visit. We would be most welcoming. Chen Mo nodded and smiled. All right. Before long, Su Fei departed with several companions, their backs laden with food and supplies. Glancing back frequently, as if fearing this was all but a dream. Only when their figures vanished beyond the horizon of ashes did Zheng Zhe withdraw his gaze. His tone solemn. In such a world, kindness is not always a blessing. Chen Mo turned, his expression calm, the wind whistling through the crevices of his protective goggles. Perhaps, he murmured, but sometimes a small act of kindness is merely offering someone an umbrella. He gazed in the direction Su Fei had vanished. A hint of wistfulness in his voice. Every time we come to this world, the supplies we bring exceed our plans by several folds. Giving them, some has no bearing on us. Yet for them, it could mean the chance for many to survive another winter. He smiled slightly, his tone resolute. If a bag of grain or a kind word can alleviate the despair of this world, then it is worthwhile. Subsequently, Chen Mo withdrew his gaze from the north, his tone shifting to calm, yet laced with sharpness. Do not worry, I am not a naive do-gooder. He smiled faintly. If it were something we needed, I would not give it away freely. His demeanor shifted, his voice suddenly deepening. Moreover, Chen Mo's eyes sharpened at that moment. We must engage with the locals in this world. These survivors exhibit stable mental states, devoid of violence or madness, unlike those unhinged marauders. If subsequent interactions confirm their trustworthiness, we may consider collaboration. Zheng Zhe nodded, refraining from further objections. He understood that every step Chen Mo took was meticulously considered. His seemingly gentle goodwill concealed intricate strategies. Meanwhile, Su Yan's work had finally reached a conclusion. He and his research team successfully extracted muscle fibers, bone fragments, and metallicized cellular tissue from the colossal zombie. The samples were carefully placed in multi-layered protective containers, each labeled with a red warning tag. Sample collection complete, Su Yan reported through communications. his voice tinged with exhaustion and excitement. We can return or proceed with the second phase of resource collection. Zhang Zhe decisively commanded, redirect to the southeast. Heading for the mining area. Collect Xianhui stones, Shuanglan crystals, and Lingtan mother or along the way. The more we bring back, the faster our research will progress. Understood. The convoy resumed its journey. Several 100 series main battle tanks and 11 series wheeled assault vehicles moved in unison across the wasteland, their steel tracks grinding over scorched earth, the rumble echoing amidst the ruins. They navigated through shattered walls and entered an area known as the Great Xia mining belt. Sunlight pierced the dust, illuminating the rock layers adorned with metallic crystals, shimmering with an unusual blue-silver glow. Su Yin observed the energy spectrum while recording data. This vein exhibited strong energy fluctuations. The purity of Xianhui stones remarkably high, and the surrounding magnetic field unusually stable. It was evident that this had once been an imperial extraction center. Just as they busied themselves with sampling, distant low growls reverberated. Alert! Zhang Zhe commanded. In the next moment, several remaining ordinary zombies staggered out from the ruins, crushed into a puddle of mush by the armored assault vehicle. Meanwhile, a massive zombie, its body charred, slowly began to rise, its eye sockets sunken, exuding a volatile aura. Zhang Zhe calmly ordered, load armor-piercing shells into the main cannon. Loading complete. Fire. Boom! The 105mm main cannon roared, its flames illuminating half the sky. A few shots later, the massive zombie's head was utterly obliterated, collapsing to the ground amidst remnants of flame and tissue. Chen Mo gazed through the protective glass at the dust stirred by the cannon fire, softly remarking, "These monsters, no matter how powerful, are merely biological entities. It is humanity's firepower that articulates civilization." The process of collecting Xianhui stones proceeded exceptionally smoothly. The mining area was eerily quiet, with only the sound of mechanical arms cutting through rock echoing in the vast cavern. The unearthed crystals glimmered a soft blue-white luminescence under the light, reminiscent of stars sealed away for millennia. Su Yin crouched beside the ore pile, examining a crystal with fervor in his eyes. The energy stability of the Xianhui stones was exceptionally high, surpassing the purity of the samples brought back last time by at least 30%. This batch would sufficiently support our forthcoming energy experiments. The storage compartment of the collection vehicle quickly filled to capacity. Subsequently, they moved on to two adjacent areas. In the Shuanglan crystal mining belt, ice blue stones embedded in the rock walls resembled a flowing glacier, deep light patterns etched by the metal cutter. Chilling air coated even the surface of the armor with a layer of white mist. Su Yin excitedly documented the data. Shuanglan crystals exhibited ultra-high thermal stability. If combined with Xianhui stones, they might sustain stable energy output in extreme conditions. Soon after, they arrived at the Lingtan mother or belt. It was a pitch-black gorge, with faint fluorescence emanating from the rock layers, as if breathing. Chen Mo gazed at the dim glow and murmured, "This mine can sustain dozens of experiments upon our return. It is sufficient." Su Yin nodded, sealing the final sample into a specially crafted container. The continuous days of mining and transportation had left everyone somewhat fatigued. Yet as the last tank rolled out of the mining area, a sense of accomplishment enveloped them, marking the completion of this phase of their mission. The headlights carved long trails of light across the wasteland as a convoy of heavy vehicles slowly made its way back towards the portal. Inside the cargo hold, the once tidy space was now brimming with ores, the energy reflections of Xianhui stone, Shuanglan crystal, and Lingtan mother or danced upon the cabin walls, creating layers of shimmering light, reminiscent of an artificial sea of stars. Chen Mo beheld their achievements and softly declared, "These are the keys to a new world of science." Su Yin, weary yet joyous, smiled faintly, for tomorrow would herald their return. Chapter 41. The portal that can be sustained for extended periods. As the night receded, dawn crept over the contours of the ruins. The collection tasks from 3 mining veins had been fully accomplished, and Chen Mo and his team gathered not far from the Great Xia metropolis, preparing for their journey home. The air was still tinged with the scent of mining dust as the tank treads crunched over the scorched earth, producing a dull metallic sound. With all samples and ores securely loaded, everyone took their positions, awaiting the emergence of the portal. On their retinas, the familiar countdown flickered. 3, 2, 1. However, as the countdown reached its conclusion, the scene did not dissolve as it typically would. Instead, a radiant light began to spread slowly. The air warped. A stable, resplendent rift in space-time manifested before them, undulating quietly as if obediently responding to Chen Mo's summons. His pupils constricted sharply. Instinctively, he raised his hand, causing the edges of the rift to contract slightly, then expand once more at the slightest movement of his thought. What is this? He muttered incredulously. Zhengzhe immediately sensed something amiss. What's wrong? Why are we not leaving? Chen Mo inhaled deeply, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. I can control the opening and closing of the portal at will. The air seemed to freeze for an instant. Su Yin instinctively adjusted his glasses, a flicker of shock and fervor illuminating his gaze. You mean you can open it at any time? Chen Montauk nodded. Indeed, there is no longer a need to wait for the countdown, nor are there any time constraints. Now, I can traverse at will. Su Yan stu transfixed, finally exhaling. Do you realize what this implies? Chen Mo remained silent. Su Yin began to mutter incoherently to himself. This is no longer an accidental crossing. This is a stable interdimensional passage. It is a strategic breakthrough. This heralds the dawn of a new era for Great Xia. Zhengzhe was taken aback, gazing at the slowly rotating portal, his eyes gradually igniting with fervor. Subsequently, Chen Mo and his companions stepped into the portal. The space trembled slightly, a blue-white halo flickered, and in the next moment, they found themselves firmly back at the Luobupo base. Meanwhile, alarms blared within the research center, and Su Yin nearly shouted into the communicator, "Director, this is Su Yin, a monumental breakthrough. Chen Mo can now independently maintain the stability of the portal. The time for the transport channel is no longer restricted. We can continuously send equipment and personnel to other worlds." On the other end of the communication, the head of the security bureau, Yu Guodong, was momentarily stunned. What? Almost immediately, the documents on his desk were swept aside as he sprang to his feet, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. Report to the Central Command at once. At this moment, Xia has truly stepped onto the threshold of a new world. Simultaneously, the encrypted terminal of Commander He Xingyao from the Eastern Theater was activated. Zhengzhe's voice crackled through the receiver, brimming with enthusiasm. Commander, Chen Mo has broken through the control limitations of the portal. It can now be opened or closed at any time, with no time constraints. After a brief silence of mere seconds, He Xingyao erupted, "Excellent." His aides trembled in response to his fervor. He slammed his fist onto the table, declaring, "Now we can truly explore other worlds." The news raced through the Central Command like lightning. When the words portal stabilization achieved illuminated the massive screen in the high-level conference room, a profound silence enveloped the entire assembly. Subsequently, an elderly academic stood slowly, his eyes glistening with emotion. "We have finally arrived." Applause erupted in that moment, resounding like thunder. The Central Command ordered, with Luobupo as the core, immediately initiated advanced preparations for interdimensional exploration. Within the ranks of the 78th Armored Division stationed at Luobupo, the elite Qingqiu Brigade received their orders first. Concurrently, the 77th and 79th Armored Divisions from the Western Theater mobilized their respective ace units. The Zhulong Brigade and the Laishan Brigade, hastening towards Luobupo. In a mere 3 days, 3 armored brigades, comprising over 20,000 fully armed soldiers and thousands of armored vehicles, assembled. A formidable torrent of steel aligned in disciplined formations across the wasteland, stirring up clouds of dust, their imposing presence reminiscent of mountains. The oath-taking ceremony commenced officially. On the podium, Commander Wan Yuxiang of the Western Theater stood side by side with Commander He Xingyao of the Eastern Theater. He Xingyao's expression was notably grim. "Old Wan, this is outrageous. The first crossing was clearly under the jurisdiction of my Eastern Theater, and Chen Mo was discovered within our territory. You in the West have seized this opportunity too easily." Wan Yuxiang smiled amicably. "Old He, such claims are rather petty. The exploration of other worlds is a cause that concerns all of humanity. How can it be divided? Perspective. Perspective." He Xingyao rolled his eyes, snorting, "Ah, right. Then you can swap your 3 armor brigade for my 3, and I will concede." "Ha ha." Wan Yuxiang chuckled even more heartily. "I must say, Old He, Your Eastern Theater is the heart of the Xia's economy. How can I allow you to handle such rough tasks? Rest assured, let the Western Theater tackle these dangerous, arduous, and unpredictable missions. The veins on Xingyao's temples throbbed. The area you in the Western Theater must defend is immense. Is your task not equally daunting? Wan Yuxiang shrugged thus. I have received approval to expand my forces by 3 synthetic brigades. There is nothing I can do. Xingyao nearly choked on his words. Below them, the 3 armored brigades stood in precise formation, the reflective patterns of the armored vehicles glinting, soldiers gripping steel rifles, their badges gleaming brightly. The oath flags fluttered in the fierce wind. The presiding officer proclaimed loudly, from Luobupo as our starting point. We vow to explore new territories in the otherworld for Xia. Tens of thousands of voices roared in unison. We will fight to the death without retreat. For the glory of Xia. The resounding echoes reverberated through the heavens and earth, shaking even the distant sand dunes. Xingyao gazed at the steel tide, unable to suppress his laughter any longer. All right, old one, you go ahead and scout the way. Be cautious, and if any issues arise, the Eastern Theater will provide support at any time. Wan Yuxiang patted his shoulder, laughing heartily. Very well, then we have an agreement. Once we establish our foothold in the otherworld, I shall treat you to a drink. As the clamor of the oath-taking ceremony gradually faded, the night once again enveloped Luobupo. In a secure space hundreds of meters underground, the lights were bright, the air still, and the thick alloy walls reflected a cold glow. Here lay the highest-level interdimensional combat command center of Xia. The outer layers of security were tightly woven, with biological scans, infrared sensors, and nanobarriers intact. Every inch of air exuding an aura of solemnity and vigilance. At this moment, Chen Mo, Su Yin, and Zhang Zhe stood in the center. Chen Mo was preparing to activate the portal, while the surrounding security equipment was fully primed. Chapter 42. The Assembly of the Synthetic Brigade. While Su Yin recorded data, he inquired, can the access permissions for the portal be restricted once it opens? For example, to prevent creatures from other worlds from intruding, or to control one-way passage. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, assessing the simple options available. Prohibited entry and exit, one-way traffic, two-way traffic. Su Yin nodded, exhaling in relief. That is reassuring. As long as we can control the passage, we can embark on long-term development. Just then, footsteps echoed. The commander of the Western Theater, Wan Yuxiang, entered with his staff. A smile unmistakably etched upon his weathered face. Striding forward, he extended his hands and grasped Chen Mo's firmly. Wonderful young man. His voice boomed like cannon fire. You have rendered tremendous service to Daxia. It is you who has afforded us the opportunity to redefine the term boundary. Chen Mo offered a slight smile, his demeanor calm. I merely did what I could. Wan Yuxiang laughed heartily, clapping Chen Mo on the shoulder, his tone exuberant. From this day forth, the development of the otherworld will be spearheaded by our Western Theater. Rest assured, we shall not squander this opportunity. Beside him, the commander of the Eastern Theater, Xingyao, turned a shade of green. Clutching a half-finished cup of tea, the leaves swirling at the bottom, he remarked with a forced smile, Old Wan, your words seem rather casual. The first crossing was an operation of my Eastern Theater, and it was our people who first discovered Chen Mo. How has it transformed into your Western Theater's achievement at this crucial juncture? Wan Yuxiang shrugged, his smile utterly unabashed. Ah, old he, this is not about stealing credit, but rather division of labor. Your Eastern Theater must safeguard the coast and develop the economy. You cannot abandon your post. Such a dirty, laborious, and highly risky task is best suited for our Western Theater. Xingyao gritted his teeth, internally seething. Is this not a blatant act of usurpation? How brazen! He cursed inwardly, yet managed to maintain a semblance of a smile on his face. At this moment, Chen Mo awaited orders, ready to activate the portal. He glanced back at the two generals' verbal sparring. Amused, here we have 2 men nearing a century in age, still bickering. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the Luobupo, the desert under the night sky was illuminated by lights. Dozens of construction machines roared to life, their tracks grinding through the sand, arms swinging in the wind, sparks flying, casting light upon the workers' visors, worn and yellowed by the elements. Several construction teams had been urgently summoned, all signing strict confidentiality agreements. They were oblivious to what they were constructing, only aware of the unprecedented level of security surrounding the site. Around the camp, armed patrols circled, Even drones required encrypted signal verification to enter. Old Lee, what exactly are we doing here? A young worker could not help but whisper. The team leader, cigarette in mouth, squinted towards the enclosed area in the distance, where a massive circular foundation pit was being excavated, steel frames and concrete supports intertwining in the nightlight. He paused, then replied quietly, I am not entirely sure. However, given the scale, it seems the nation is up to something significant. What do you mean? The young man was even more curious. I once heard from an old superior, the leader exhaled a puff of smoke, that decades ago. He accompanied the engineers to Luabubo for construction, and at that time, no one knew the purpose, until later, when it was declassified. They realized it was an atomic bomb testing site. The wind outside suddenly intensified. Someone could not help but gasp. So, are we also working on something similar now? The leader's brow furrowed, his tone turning serious. Mind your discipline. Do not speak out of turn or speculate. The nation has tasked us with this, and we shall see it through. What needs to be known will be revealed. Do not ask what should not be asked. The group immediately fell silent, leaving only the roar of machinery. Soon, the immense underground structure began to take shape. Above ground, facilities disguised as research bases sprang up. Below, numerous deep tunnels extended further down. Each tunnel entrance was equipped with multiple layers of explosion-proof doors and electromagnetic locks. Whispers circulated. Could it be that we are constructing an underground city? No one answered. Yet, all could sense that Luabubo was transforming into something new. The Central Command issued a clear and stern directive. Establish a cross-border operational hub centered around Luabubo. Here, it would become the strategic heart connecting two worlds. Deep underground, energy reserves, control centers for the teleportation passages, and research and military-industrial complexes were being constructed simultaneously. As Chen Mo's portal was set to open, the Central Command recognized that this place would soon become a vital artery for Xia. The core base at Luabubo was ablaze with light, as bright as day. In the underground command hall, a massive holographic projection flickered with blue light. 3 elite battalions, Qingqiu Brigade, Zhejiang Brigade, and Lianshan Brigade, had completed all preparations for the crossing. Heavy armored vehicles were arranged in formation, their tracks rumbling against the ground. Soldiers, fully armed, their helmets glinting, bore tense expressions beneath their visors. The entire space was enveloped in a heavy metallic aura and an atmosphere of solemnity. In an inconspicuous corner, Chen Mo received the final command from the Central Command. Open the portal. He slowly raised his hand, the sensing device in his palm glowing with blue arcs. As the energy flowed into the control core, the air trembled, and a halo spread across the ground, followed by a radiant blue time-space portal gently unfolding before them. The space warped, light flowed in spirals, casting a pale blue glow throughout the hall. The light flowed like water, revealing the ruins and shadows of another world within. Some had witnessed this scene before, yet for many soldiers, this was their first-hand experience. Their breaths quickened involuntarily, and for a moment, the entire base fell silent, save for the soft hum of the light gate. Someone murmured, "Is this truly something humanity can create?" He Xingyao stepped forward, his voice resonant. "Comrades." He surveyed the room, his gaze resolute. "You all know, the other side is not a paradise, but a hell. It is a world consumed by zombies, desolation, death, and the unknown. But it is also our new frontier. Remember, every inch of land there, every breath, may harbor danger. You represent not only the military, but the banner of Xia." His voice echoed in the hall, reverberating like a war drum, stirring every heart. Then, Wan Yuxiang, commander of the Western Theater, raised his right hand and commanded, "Depart. Qingqiu Brigade, move out. Zhejiang Brigade, move out. Lianshan Brigade, move out." 3 resounding military orders rang out almost simultaneously, followed by the thunderous roar of steel. The 3 heavy combined brigades formed into neat ranks, the tracks of tanks and engines of assault vehicles roaring to life. The ground trembled slightly, dust swirling like ripples. Under the watchful eyes of Chen Mo and Su Yin, the first Type 100 main battle tank slowly approached the portal. The blue light flowed over its surface, and then the entire tank silently vanished into the light gate. Subsequently, the second, third tanks, followed by infantry formations, advanced in succession. A torrent of steel converged at the light gate, vehicle after vehicle, squad after squad, stepping into the other world. In that moment, The blue light reflected off each soldier's armor, igniting the dawn of the unknown. Chen Mo gazed at the portal to the other realm, softly uttering, "Let us cross over." This marks a new epoch for humanity. Chapter 43. Establishing the Forward Base. Fang Yuchen, commander of the Bai Zhe Combined Battalion under the Qingxiu Brigade. The moment the order was issued, he sensed something was amiss. This operation seemed rather unusual. Could it be another surprise drill? He mused internally. After all, Daxia's national strength was currently unparalleled, and the situation along the western border had long stabilized. Years had passed since the group of myopic white elephants had stirred a minor commotion at the border, and there had been no significant military action since then. However, this time, orders were suddenly issued for the entire brigade to assemble and head to Luobupo for a special mission. The urgency and secrecy in the tone of the command ignited a flicker of unease within him. Upon arriving at Luobupo, they were instructed to gather in a classified zone. A thick stack of confidential documents was presented to him, marked with a vivid red stamp of utmost secrecy. Fang Yuchen signed his name, and when he heard several key terms during the briefing, he nearly leapt from his seat. A portal? An alternate world? He doubted his hearing. Are we to traverse dimensions? Could it be that tasks have become this fantastical in these times? Were they truly to scorch extraterrestrial beings on the far side of the moon with a cigarette butt? How had they suddenly begun engaging in interdimensional warfare? He muttered softly, inciting muffled laughter from his colleagues. Yet, laughter aside, no one truly regarded it as a jest. The general at the podium wore an extremely serious expression. The opposing world posed extreme dangers: environmental contamination, rampant zombies, ecological collapse. Everyone must adhere to strict protective measures. Once bitten or scratched by an infected entity, one would undergo transformation within mere hours. At that moment, all laughter vanished completely. Fang Yuchen gazed at the mission briefing in his hands, feeling an overwhelming weight of pressure. For the first time, he comprehended that what they were about to confront was not a mere battle, but the very boundary between human civilization and annihilation. The briefing continued. The objective was to establish a frontline base, safeguard research and mining teams, and seize vital resources such as Zuan Huishi, Shuanglanzan, and Lington Mother, or for the Daxia. Fang Yuchen's hand instinctively clenched into a fist. To ensure a better life for the people of Daxia, to foster the nation's prosperity and peace, he knew they bore an undeniable responsibility for this conflict. On the eve of departure, he stood within the core passageway beneath Luobupo, witnessing the legendary time-space portal slowly opening. Waves rippled through the air, and dazzling blue light spread like flowing water, casting reflections on every taut face. Fang Yuchen widened his eyes, his breath nearly stilled. This was astonishingly surreal. At that moment, he fully realized that they were about to embark on not an exercise, but the first genuine cross-border expedition in the history of Daxia. Meanwhile, the deep night at Luobupo was no longer silent. Hundreds of heavy trucks traveled back and forth day and night. Massive construction lights illuminated half the desert, and the rumbling of concrete pumps, coupled with the sparks from welding, made this once desolate, no-man's land seem vibrantly alive again. Although the entire project was classified as top secret, with all personnel having signed confidentiality agreements, and the troops of the synthetic brigade mobilizing exclusively in the early hours under the cover of unmarked vehicles, the vast scale of the operation and the continuous influx of supply convoys could not escape the notice of some keen observers. Thousands of kilometers away, in a brightly lit intelligence center in the capital of the Eagle's Sauce, CIA Director George Carter sat at the conference table, his expression stern as he perused a freshly delivered report. On the screen behind him was an image captured from satellite footage, revealing a hidden area in Luobupo beneath a shroud of clouds, where faint thermal signatures of structures emerged, exhibiting energy characteristics far exceeding those of conventional military facilities. George narrowed his eyes slightly. Luobupo? They had tested atomic bombs there decades ago. Now, they were stirring things up again. This was indeed intriguing. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his tone low. Let us hear the specifics. The intelligence officer promptly opened the briefing. Currently detected activities include large-scale underground construction, unknown metallic structures, and what appears to be a significant troop movement. However, we cannot ascertain the purpose behind what they are building. George let out a quiet huff. The quintessential Daxia style. Operating quietly, and by the time you notice, They already concocted something that could change the world. He closed the file and leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. Keep a close watch on Luobupo. His voice reverberated coldly in the conference room. Whatever they are up to, I want to know at the first opportunity. On the other side, with the Qingqiu Brigade, the Zhejiang Brigade, and the Lushan Brigade sequentially crossing the portal, a torrent of steel thundered down upon the desolate land. The air in this alternate world was murky and frigid, with dark red clouds floating in an ash-laden sky, and dilapidated skyscrapers stood like tombstones in the distance, silently narrating the tale of this civilization's demise. Yet at this moment, the sounds of humanity's engines resonated once more across the wasteland. Upon arrival, the three brigades swiftly deployed their combat strategies. The Qingqiu Brigade was tasked with constructing defensive lines to the north. The Zhejiang Brigade established an armored defensive belt in the eastern mining area centered around their tank battalions. And the engineering and artillery units of the Lushan Brigade were responsible for the southern front, simultaneously building supply and communication nodes. The entire region formed a standard triangular defense system centered around three key mineral deposits. Area 1 is clear. A swarm of drones took off as the command echoed. Accompanied by the order, hundreds of tactical drones soared from the transport platforms, swiftly forming a swarm above the gray mist. They utilized a new generation of high-endurance energy sources, capable of remaining airborne continuously for 72 hours, with AI managing rotations to ensure uninterrupted battlefield surveillance and real-time data transmission. The imagery was projected back onto the holographic screens in the command center. Mines, ruins, canyons, riverbeds. Every inch of land was meticulously marked with numbers. With surface clearance completed and communication signals stabilized, the three brigades established interconnectivity across the combat zone. The voice of the communications officer bore a restrained excitement. Simultaneously, a makeshift launch pad was rapidly assembled behind the Lushan Brigade's defensive line. Alloy supports rose from the ground, while ground crew methodically secured the support rings and connected the fuel lines. Rocket arrival countdown, 5 minutes. In the next moment, the portal shimmered, and a massive long-range launch rocket was smoothly delivered. The rocket gleamed with a silvery metallic sheen, emblazoned with the bright red emblem of Great Xia. This was the latest generation of multitasking rocket, Qiming 17. It employed high-energy ion propulsion and an intelligent attitude calibration system, capable of launching 17 satellites in a single shot. Among the 17 satellites were optical reconnaissance satellites, geological exploration satellites, climate imaging satellites, communication relay satellites, and one strategic satellite dedicated to space interference monitoring. The launch control officer reported softly, "All systems have completed self-checks, fuel is sufficient, orbital parameters are synchronized, awaiting command." Authorized launch. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1, ignition. Boom! Flames erupted, and the rocket pierced through the gray mist, soaring towards the heavens. Smoke billowed, and shockwaves reverberated through the ruins. Chapter 44. The Iron Torrent. Unmoved by the tears of carbon-based life forms. As the three synthetic brigades fully deployed in the alternate world, the desolation of the wasteland was utterly shattered. Swarms of drones soared overhead. Radar scanning repeatedly expanded, capturing every ruin and canyon within the holographic screens. At this moment, the pulse of the entire combat zone lay firmly within the grasp of the Dacia military. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their actions stirred the slumbering nightmare. At the edge of the gray mist, a roar shattered the silence. Soon, deep growls resonated one after another. Hundreds of zombies, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, crawled from the ruins, pits, and sewer systems, converging en masse towards the position of the Qingqiu Brigade. Satellites and drones promptly detected the abnormal thermal signatures. On the infrared imagery, a blood-red moving heat blotch was expanding. Within the Joint Command Center, alarms blared suddenly. Report. A substantial congregation of beings has been discovered 20 kilometers east, preliminarily identified as a horde of zombies, numbering over 3,000. The commanding major, General Gong Yanfeng of the Western Theater, remains impassive, his gaze steely. What is the status of the ammunition reserves? Ample. Following our traversal, the engineering battalion has completed the construction of temporary storage facilities, ensuring a smooth supply line, with all artillery positions fully loaded with ammunition. Gong Yanfeng nodded slightly, his voice sharp as a blade. Relay my orders to the long-range artillery units to immediately lock onto the target and execute a saturation bombardment. It is imperative to annihilate them in one round, leaving no survivors. Understood. Outside, at the artillery positions, the 155mm and 105mm self-propelled howitzers are arranged in an orderly array. The cannon barrels face the sky as gunners swiftly adjust the angles, correct for wind speed and input coordinates. The firing parameters are calibrated. The coverage radius is 2 kilometers. With no blind spots. Excellent. Prepare for 10 rounds of strikes. All high explosive shells. Fire. Boom. The air is shattered by the explosive roar. The earth trembles in response. Shell after shell soars through the sky, trailing long tails of fire, landing in the heart of the zombie tide 20 kilometers away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, a cacophony of explosions follows. Dust and blood mist rise, forming mushroom clouds dozens of meters high as the ground convulses, shredding the staggering zombies into mere pulp. Corpses and scorched earth intertwine, transforming into a hellish landscape wreathed in black smoke. Minutes later, the artillery fire subsides, and the echoes of battle gradually fade. Report. The voice of the frontline observer crackles through the earpiece, indicating that there are no active signals in the target area. The zombie horde has been eradicated. Gong Yinfeng's expression remains unwavering, merely nodding slightly. Well done. However, do not let your guard down. Those were merely ordinary zombies. He turns, his tone steady yet laced with caution. Intelligence indicates the presence of giant zombies and mutated infected entities. Under no circumstances should we approach abnormal corpses. Furthermore, it is essential to enhance our vigilance against small animal zombies, particularly rodents and birds, as their transmissibility is even greater. The communications officer promptly responds. Understood. Each brigade has established a comprehensive defense line, and the chemical defense teams, along with unmanned reconnaissance devices, have been deployed. Gong Yinfeng intones. Excellent. Maintain a heightened state of alert. This land has only just begun to reveal its dangers to us. As the surrounding battle conditions gradually calm, the sound of cannon fire dissipates into the gray sky, and the desolation of this otherworldly expanse finally returns to a fleeting tranquility. Standing atop the frontline command vehicle, Gong Yinfeng surveys the scorched earth, once ravaged by artillery, and the stoic demeanor born of countless battles softens ever so slightly. The area is cleared, and the defensive line is stable. After the adjutant completes his report, Gong Yinfeng nods and commands. Each combined brigade shall commence the construction of defensive zones, erect temporary command posts and supply points, and establish a firm base. With the collaborative efforts of the 3rd Brigade, heavy armored vehicles begin to flatten the terrain, while the engineering battalion deploys modular, foldable barracks. In just a few hours, a metallic skeletal advance base rises upon the barren land. Defensive towers, radar arrays, and automated turrets activate in succession, with energy barriers shimmering a faint blue at the perimeter of the base. Meanwhile, supply vehicles continuously arrive, with warehouses for provisions, ammunition depots, and medical units being established in turn. As night falls, the edge of this gray steel urban area illuminates with a new light belonging to humanity. Notify the research and mining teams that they may commence operations. Gong Yinfeng closes the combat terminal, his voice low yet betraying a sense of pride. Soon, research vehicles and mining machinery approach from the direction of the portal. These vehicles are not ordinary models. Each is equipped with radiation shielding and high-energy scanning devices capable of operating for dozens of hours in extreme environments. Dr. Su Yin personally leads the team as they disembark, his eyes glinting behind a mask. The environment is stable, and the magnetic field interference is within normal parameters. We can begin sampling. The research team disperses, with spectrometers scanning the mineral layers, Xianhui stone, Shuanglan crystal, and Lingtan ore. The 3 mysterious minerals brought back by Chen Mo are now quietly buried beneath this land forgotten by time. The drill bits of the engineering vehicles were to life, the harsh metallic sound slicing through the air as the first batch of, or samples, is unearthed. Doctor. Su Yin looks towards the distance, murmuring softly. This wasteland may very well be the starting point of our journey into a new era. Soon, the results of relentless day and night mining begin to emerge. Blocks of Xianhui stone, Shuanglan crystal, and Lingtan were excavated by mechanical arms, undergoing preliminary encapsulation and energy stabilization processing in temporary smelting chambers. Subsequently, these glimmering minerals are packed into specially designed vacuum alloy boxes and continuously transported back to Daxia through the portal, now heavily fortified and encased in blast barriers. At that moment, the supply line traversing worlds is officially established. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away at the Daxia Nuclear Fusion Research Institute, Director Qi Ming rubs his temples in distress. In the experimental hall, warnings flash incessantly on the energy screen of the reactor model. First wall material under abnormal pressure. Magnetic field leakage rate too high. Insufficient superconducting stability. Qi Ming sighs heavily. The performance of materials like Xianhui stone and Shuanglan crystal is indeed remarkable. They can withstand high temperatures, resist radiation, and maintain quantum resonance stability. But unfortunately, they are far too scarce. The samples are insufficient, and reverse research cannot progress. Even with overtime work, it would take at least 3 years to produce a semi-finished product suitable for the reactor. Just as he contemplates smashing the table in frustration, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoes from outside the door. Director Qi, urgent intelligence has arrived. The issue regarding the quantity of Xianhui stone and Shuanglan crystal has been resolved. What? Qi Ming jolts upright, nearly losing his glasses. Please repeat that. I said, the materials are sufficient. There is no need to worry about shortages in the short term. They will be continuously supplied. In an instant, Qi Ming's mood shifts from gloom to elation. He slams his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Fantastic! With materials, we can produce results." Excitement surges through the research institute as technicians, physicists, and materials experts rally together, reigniting the long-dormant passion for unveiling a new era. Chapter 45. Igniting the Dawn of Nuclear Fusion. Meanwhile, in the central conference room, the highest decision-making body is engaged in a calm, yet cautious discussion. The portal project remains under the highest level of confidentiality. Yes, at present, nations on Blue Star are still embroiled in mutual defenses for their own interests. They have yet to perceive Daxia's otherworldly plans. This is our window of opportunity. Understood. The later it is exposed, the better. Once the portal is publicized, the eyes of the world will be upon us. At that time, they will band together to encircle us, whether through sanctions, threats, or warfare. Therefore, the leader's tone is resolute. Before that, Daxia must possess sufficient confidence. Be it energy, materials, or technology, we must lead the world by an entire era. Meanwhile, the oblivious Qi Ming is enthusiastically directing his research team to commence work. He still believes that a new mineral vein has been discovered in some remote area of Daxia. Unbeknownst to him, the Xianhui stone and Shuanglan crystal did not originate from the crust of Blue Star, but rather were transported back from beneath the ruins of the Qinghai Empire, transcending worlds. On this day, the Nuclear Fusion Research Institute remains awake through the night. All reactors are reignited, and the readings on the energy gauges steadily rise. Daxia's technology has thus embarked on a true fast track. Concurrently, in a zombie-ridden otherworld known as the ruins of the Qinghai Empire, a new exploration team is quietly mobilizing. With Chen Mo successfully achieving long-term stability of the portal, countless previously interrupted missions are now fully reinstated. The destinations are the 2 sites previously surveyed by Su Yan, the Xingzhou Core Lithography Factory and the Hongliu Fusion Energy Center. Those 2 structures still stand tall beneath the gray-white canopy of the sky. The metallic shell has long been tarnished by the passage of time and the ravages of war, while the colossal energy guide disk stretches across the ground, seemingly still humming softly. This is the pinnacle of the Qinghai Empire civilization, whose core and light once illuminated the entire continent. Depart. Under the leadership of Su Yan, the research convoy sets forth from the forward base. Mechanical arms drag, probing instruments, their wheels carving deep imprints in the ruins. This time, they are not limited to a mere minute. Instead, they possess ample time to dismantle, sample, and scan. The engineering team, data group, and energy division collaborate meticulously, each step being synchronously transmitted back to Luobupo via the holographic terminal. Su Yan gazes upward at the cracked factory area, his eyes shimmering with undeniable brilliance. This is the Xingzhou Core Lithography Factory. Upon entering the factory's interior, a faint scent of ablation fills the air. Abandoned mechanical arms dangle quietly from the overhead tracks, while the energy symbols still flickering on the walls attest that this place was not merely a production line, but rather a vast energy matrix. The system architecture here is entirely different from ours, Su Yin murmurs before the scanning screen, noting that the Qinghai Empire has evidently surpassed us in the combined utilization of Xianhui stone and Ling carbon mother ore. They directly embed the ore into energy channels, utilizing material resonance to replace conventional electromagnetic control, a concept that has yet to be achieved by launching. Meanwhile, another team arrives at the steady current fusion energy center. It is a colossal energy ring, with towering magnetic confinement pipelines winding for hundreds of meters, its outer layer cloaked in an unknown alloy. Even after the cataclysm, a faint blue light remains at the core, residual energy from the Shuanglan crystal following its natural decay. The lead researcher stares in astonishment at the data on the monitoring instrument. The energy density of these materials is at least 5 times that of our current superconductors. He hastily records notes, his tone almost trembling. While the Qinghai Empire may lag in theoretical physics, they have already forged an alternative path in material applications. They advance not through equations, but through the fusion logic of minerals and energy, reshaping technology. As that batch of relic data and energy information from another world is encrypted and organized, transmitting back to Xia, a wave of excitement reverberates through the Nuclear Fusion Research Institute. Director Qi Ming repeatedly examines the confidential document in his office, which displays a scanning image of a massive circular structure. The energy pipelines spiral outward, and the material analysis results of the core area are clearly marked. Main components: Xianhui stone, composite phase; Shuanglan crystal, high-temperature superconductor. Qi Ming's breath catches, and the pen in his hand nearly slips away. Is this a nuclear fusion reactor? He whispers, his expression growing grave. Yet its structure completely exceeds our existing theoretical models. He swiftly retrieves comparative data, contrasting it with the parameters of the current Xia fusion reactor plan in Xia. The result leaves him dumbfounded. Xianhui stone replaces the traditional first wall structure, while Shuanglan crystal serves as the quantum superconducting hub for high-energy channels, allowing the reactor to operate in a state of nearly zero energy loss. Leaning back in his chair, Qi Ming murmurs to himself, "This is something no nation could construct. On launching, there is simply no materials or design logic of this kind." A slight throb at his temple accompanies a whirlwind of confusion and amazement in his chest. Could it be that we have truly discovered some form of extraterrestrial relic on the far side of the moon? He chuckles wryly, shaking his head. Yet that absurd speculation lingers in his mind like a nail, refusing to dissipate. To confirm, he attempts to submit a request report to his superiors, seeking to understand the origins of this data. Hours later, a reply arrives, merely 2 words: confidential. No explanaciones. No elaboraciones. Even the source label of the document has been reclassified as secret. Staring at those 2 words, Qi Ming remains silent for a long time. His reason tells him this is a national-level discovery. Yet his scientific intuition screams, this technology does not belong to launching. He raises his head, a soft smile gracing his lips, tinged with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Surely, we did not acquire this from another world, armed with an unprecedented trove of data and rare mineral samples from another realm. Qi Ming's Xia nuclear fusion research team finally escapes the long night of stagnation that has plagued them for the past few years. In the experimental hall, the gigantic magnetic confinement ring slowly rotates under the cold light, while energy pulses leap like blue lightning within the vacuum tubes. Monitoring data on the control panel soars rapidly, and energy loss rates drop to unprecedented levels. Technicians exclaim in excitement. Report: the plasma stability time has exceeded expectations by 2-fold. Magnetic field strength is normal, energy walls intact. The Shuanglan crystal superconducting cavity is functioning well. Qi Ming stands before the central observation window, watching the increasingly bright ring of light, his eyes shimmering with a blend of excitement and reverence. It has finally succeeded. Chapter 46. Let every person in Xia live better. All the researchers present understand that this moment signifies the transition of the Xia nuclear fusion reactor plan from mere design on paper to the actual implementation phase. Qi Ming looks up at the pulsating energy curve on the screen, a rare smile lighting his face. with Xianhui stone and Shuanglong crystal. Our energy confinement efficiency has improved by at least threefold. The plasma leakage rate is below 0.02, a full order of magnitude lower than international standards. He turns to his team members, his tone resolute and impassioned. Give me 3 months, and I will ignite Xia. In the hall, all researchers momentarily hold their breath, followed by a thunderous applause. The stable portal has set Daxia into full motion. All sectors, research, military, industry, and diplomacy, are advancing at full throttle. Meanwhile, in the Luabupo base, shrouded in night, lights twinkle like stars, and the rumble of machinery echoes from the depths below, heralding the dawn of a new era. At night, the breeze is gentle. Chen Mo lies alone on the lawn outside the base, gazing up at the vast starry sky. The Milky Way flows, shimmering with a faint, cool light. He stretches out his hand, seemingly attempting to grasp the starlight, but when his palm descends, it only meets the cool breeze. Footsteps approach from behind. It is Chen Mo, clad in a white lab coat. Her steps produce a soft, rustling sound on the grass. Upon seeing him lying there, a slight smile graces her lips as she crouches down. Stargazing? Chen Mo chuckles, his tone laced with a hint of languor and a touch of melancholy. Indeed, it is beautiful, but I have been pondering. He turns his gaze toward the brightly lit research area in the distance, where everyone in the base is busy. The soldiers train, the research group conducts studies, and yet I seem to have nothing to contribute. Aside from opening portals, I am at a loss. He chuckles ruefully. Does that not sound like a waste? Chen Mo pauses for a moment, then gently raises her head, her gaze soft yet resolute. But do you know, everyone here, including me, has work to do because of you. Chen Mo is taken aback, turning to look at her. Chen Mo smiles faintly, her tone gentle yet firm. Without you, there would be no portal. Without the portal, all our efforts, all our research, all our hopes cannot even commence. So, do not say you are idle. In this base, you are the most crucial person. Chen Mo lets out a soft sigh, his gaze still fixed on the starry sky. The night breeze brushes against the tips of the grass, stirring his hair and evoking a sense of longing. Do you know? He begins slowly, his voice low and calm. During my school days, I harbored a rather childish dream to ensure that everyone in Daxia could live better. He smiled, a hint of self-mockery gleaming in his expression. It was only after stepping into society that I realized how utterly powerless I was. I could not change the world, and even my own life was a struggle. During that time, I felt profoundly despondent, until one day, I came to a reconciliation with myself. Chen Mo raised his hand as if to grasp the brightest star in the night sky. I reminded myself that for an ordinary person, living a fulfilling life is already a remarkable feat. He paused briefly, chuckling softly. But when I first discovered that I could open a portal, I truly believed I had become the chosen one. It felt as if destiny had given me a nudge, urging me to save the world. Chen Mo listened quietly, the gentle breeze lifting her hair, the starlight dancing in her eyes. Chen Mo continued. However, when I actually stepped inside and encountered the hordes of zombies, the desolate wasteland, and the gruesome sight of flesh nearly biting me, I realized I was not the chosen one. I was merely an ordinary person who had survived by sheer luck. He exhaled softly, his gaze becoming profound and resolute. Thus, I chose to approach the military and confess everything. I understood that as an individual, I could not possibly undertake the task of developing an alternate world. My strength alone was utterly insignificant. He turned to look at Chen Mo, a glimmer of light in his eyes. But now, the portal has stabilized. Scientists are researching, soldiers are protecting, and workers are building. This endeavor has finally transformed from a solitary pursuit into a collective effort for all of Daxia. He smiled, his expression pure and sincere. I feel that I am truly engaged in something that can enhance the lives of everyone. Chen Mo inched closer, sitting beside him with her knees together, her arms wrapped around her legs. The night breeze brushed softly against her profile as she looked up at him, her smile gentle like the starlight. Then let us continue this endeavor, for the person you are at this moment is truly remarkable. On the other side of Daxia, the night enveloped the technological special zone. In the silver-gray research building of the Computing Institute, lights burned late into the night. Bai Yufan, the director of the Daxia Computing Institute, sat before a cluttered experimental table filled with documents and circuit boards, his brow furrowed and eyes bloodshot. He sighed, staring at the flickering test results on the screen. What can we do? The restrictions imposed by Jiang on our lithography technology are excessively stringent. He rubbed his temples, chuckling ironically. Although we managed to tackle the DUV lithography machine, the manufacturing costs are exorbitant. And moving forward to EUV? That would be akin to reaching for the heavens. The deputy director murmured. Director, it is said that they united the entire Western world's strength to create the EUV. Bai Yufan grimaced. Indeed, just the light source system and mirrors are enough to break us. He shook his head, weariness evident in his tone. What we lack is not technical enthusiasm, but rather materials and conditions. Just as he pondered how to overcome that technological barrier, the office door was suddenly pushed open. A researcher burst in, cradling a sealed box, and exclaimed excitedly, Director, you must see this. What is going on? Bai Yufan frowned. The researcher lowered his voice. Speaking mysteriously, a newly delivered, or sample, codenamed Ling Tanmu Quan. The test results indicate it possesses natural adaptive conductivity and quantum resonance properties. It can be directly used for carbon-based lithography materials. Bai Yufan was momentarily stunned, almost thinking he had misheard. Are you joking? Such properties are theoretically ideal materials. He hurriedly donned gloves and opened the sealed box. Inside, the mineral glowed faintly blue under the light, as if electric currents were flowing within, pulsing with light patterns. Is this real? The researcher nodded vigorously. The data has been repeatedly verified. Its conductivity efficiency surpasses that of any artificial crystal. Bai Yufan stared at the mineral for a long time before finally lifting his head, his voice hoarse and filled with astonishment. Where on earth did this come from? It only states confidential. The researcher replied cautiously. Confidential? Bai Yufan raised an eyebrow. Do they need to keep secrets from me, given my authority? Could it be, he chuckled lightly, that the technology was extracted from aliens by burning their rear ends with a cigarette on the dark side of the moon? Laughter rippled through the laboratory. Yet no one denied the profound shock he felt within. Bai Yufan contained his mirth, readjusted his goggles, and his tone became resolute once more. Regardless of where this came from, since it can conduct electricity and resonate, I shall make it the heart of Daxia's carbon-based lithography machine. He approached the experimental table, the lights flickering back on. Beneath that illumination, the development of Daxia's carbon-based lithography machine officially entered the fast lane of uncharted territory. Chapter 47, Su Fei's Visit. Beneath the gray sky of the zombie world, the wind howled, swirling dust. In a long-abandoned underground parking garage, flickering bulbs cast dim light. This small space had become a sanctuary for the remnants of humanity. The air was thick with the scent of metal and dampness, and the walls were lined with makeshift wiring. Leader Kai Yifei was bent over a tattered map, while Su Fei stood nearby, excitedly rambling incoherently. Leader, I must tell you, those people are truly different. Su Fei's eyes sparkled, his voice tinged with enthusiasm. After the apocalypse, as you know, human hearts have become so corrupt and ruthless. To not help others, to not take advantage of their misfortunes, that already counts as being good. But they're not like that. He took a deep breath, as if savoring the moment. I encountered them twice. Both times I offered gold, silver, and even jewelry from the old world in exchange for food. And, you know what? They didn't even glance at me and simply handed me supplies. They asked for nothing in return. Like saints in the apocalypse. Kai Fei looked up, his gaze profound. Saints? There are no saints in this era. His tone was calm, yet cautious. I trust your judgment, but remember, do not harbor ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against them. Our survival thus far relies on this vigilance. Su Fei frowned, yet his tone remained steadfast. Leader, if you had seen them, you wouldn't think that way. They still retain a sense of humanity, that pure and sincere feeling. If they truly were villains, I would rather the world collapse. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled. A deafening explosion erupted outside. Boom! The entire shelter shook slightly, dust cascading from the ceiling. Several guards rushed out, shouting in panic. Leader, something seems to be happening outside. Kai Fei was startled and immediately dashed outside. From the horizon, a distant glow illuminated the sky, accompanied by a thunderous barrage of explosions. What the hell? This isn't thunder. Su Fei looked up, his expression shifting dramatically. Listening to the rhythm, it sounds like artillery fire, and heavy artillery at that. Kai Fei's expression grew serious. Is it the remnants of the Empire engaged in battle? Su Fei shook his head. Impossible. The Empire has been destroyed for decades. And even if there are remnants, they wouldn't possess such firepower density. This scale resembles a full salvo from an army. He murmured. Disbelief etched on his face. But even at the Empire's peak, their armored divisions could not match this firepower density. This is akin to divine punishment descending from the heavens. Clearly, the Qinghai Empire does not suffer from a fear of inadequate firepower. The density of a full army's firepower surpasses even half of Daxia's 3 heavy combined brigades. This is still without Daxia deploying missiles or rockets. Kai Fei fell silent for a moment, then raised his head, his expression grave. Regardless, Su Fei, you take a few men to scout. Determine what force possesses such astonishing firepower density. Understood, Su Fei replied, hastily departing with several capable team members. Meanwhile, within the front command center of the mining area, Major General Gong Yanfeng stood before a vast holographic battlefield map, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The current situation is as follows. He spoke slowly, his tone somber. We must exploit the mining area, yet it is impractical to send our frontline soldiers to mine. That would be an egregious waste of our combat strength. A staff officer immediately interjected. Sir, is it possible to reassign personnel for within the country? Gong Yanfeng shook his head. Sending too few would be futile, while sending too many would inevitably compromise the secrecy of the portal. This is a matter of utmost confidentiality for Great Xia. Should it be leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as he finished speaking, the tent flap was suddenly lifted. A soldier rushed in, saluting. Report, sir. There are individuals outside requesting an audience. They appear not to be zombies, but human survivors. Gong Yanfeng's gaze sharpened. Bring them in. Moments later, several survivors clad in rudimentary protective gear were escorted in, with Su Fei leading the group. Upon entering the encampment, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Rows of tanks and wheeled assault vehicles stood silently. High-mobility artillery and armored transport vehicles were arrayed in order, the air thick with the scent of oil and metal, mechanical arms in the distance hoisted ammunition boxes. And the sound of soldiers' footsteps resonated with a powerful rhythm, all in perfect order. Su Fei felt a tightening in his throat. It was a long-lost sense of security, a feeling of power that belonged to civilization and order. When he was brought into the command tent, the first thing he noticed was Major General Gong Yanfeng, draped in a combat jacket. The piercing gaze, reminiscent of a hawk, instinctively straightened Su Fei's posture. Inside the command tent, the accompanying translator for Xia was already prepared. Gong Yanfeng glanced at them and stated calmly, I know who you are. Previously, our advance team has provided supplies to your refuge on 2 occasions. Su Fei was taken aback, then elated. It truly is you. I thought that last small team was all your strength. I did not anticipate you would possess such a formidable army. His voice was filled with awe by the end. As I was brought in, I saw those iron streams, tanks, assault guns, and artillery arrays. The momentum was overwhelming. Su Fei Yinan deeply, his voice tinged with disbelief and excitement. Such a force could withstand a barrage even during the zenith of the Qinghai Empire. Gong Yanfeng looked up, a faint smile in his eyes. The Qinghai Empire? I have heard of it. Decayed and exploitative, it has ground the populace to dust. Su Fei gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. It's more than just exploitation. We can barely survive. Outside, the ground is teeming with zombies. These are abominations conjured by the last emperor. The empire has been torn apart, and we have been dragged into hell. At this point, his knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists. I heard that the capital was flattened by a terrifying zombie king accompanied by a horde of colossal zombies. And the devastation was unimaginable. Were it not for the moral constraints, I would have skinned him alive and beheaded him. Even that would not suffice for vengeance. Though his words were harsh, his tone was a mixture of raw emotion and despair. Gong Yanfeng merely nodded. It seems that Emperor truly is devoid of humanity. Su Fei's eyes ignited with deeper hatred. Exactly. He has forced us into this plight. By the way, where do you hail from? Your sudden emergence, in such a grand scale. Your speech is unlike ours, needing translation. Are you aliens or from some mysterious place? Confronted with the truth from Blue Star, Gong Yanfeng chose not to divulge too much. He smiled, adopting a measured tone. Let us keep that confidential for now. You will learn the truth in due time. What I can assure you is that we are different from that decayed empire. Changing the subject, Gong Yanfeng's gaze turned serious. Listen to me. How many people are in your refuge? What is the situation in nearby shelters? I have a request. I would like your assistance. He calculated carefully in his mind. Reassigning a large number of personnel from outside carries high risks, and the portal's secrecy is hard to maintain. However, these local survivors are numerous, controllable, and familiar with the terrain, making them excellent labor resources. Su Fei candidly replied, "There are approximately 3,000 to 4,000 people in our refuge, but our food supplies are nearly depleted. I have some understanding of nearby shelters. Some are quite congenial, while others are not so fortunate." Gong Yanfeng nodded, his tone imbued with a soldier's calm and calculation. "Resources are not an issue. We need your help with labor. Do not worry about safety. We have a strict work system, 8 hours of work with 2 days off. Compensation will be based on labor, with work points recorded. Based on my estimates, a day's work could yield enough food for one person for a week." As he spoke, his voice was not loud, but resonated with conviction. The air in the tent seemed to still in response. Unbeknownst to them, on the other side of the portal, an entire industrial chain of Xia was quietly sustaining this effort. As long as the blue light portal remains active, food, equipment, medicines, and energy would continuously flow in. In this desolate world, where even basic sustenance has become a luxury, such a promise felt more tangible than any myth. 5 days of work and 2 days off. A day's labor can exchange for a week's worth of food? Su Fei was momentarily stunned, his eyes nearly sparkling. It was a long-lost hope, a beam of light piercing through a world nearly crushed by despair. Gong Yanfeng smiled and added, "In addition to food supplies, we have prepared various living and entertainment products to allow you to truly live as human beings." With that, he rose and gestured for Su Fei to follow him. They traversed a railway and entered a spacious warehouse. Rows of lights flickered on, illuminating neatly stacked equipment. Here, there were washing machines for laundry. Over there were electric kettles for boiling water, clean and safe without the worry of infection. There were televisions, gaming consoles, fans, and simple air conditioners, all brand new. Su Fei stood in astonishment. He could hardly believe these items were real. The smooth exteriors, tidy packaging, and screens illuminated by blue indicator lights symbolized an entirely different civilization to them. He turned to the translator beside him, his voice trembling as he asked, "Can these also be exchanged?" Gong Yanfeng smiled slightly, nodding, "Indeed, all of them." At that moment, Su Fei was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, his heart racing, his eyes shimmering with a long-forgotten light. He realized that this was not merely food. It was hope, a signal to rekindle belief in the future. "I must return immediately to inform the leader," Su Fei exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontrollable joy. "This could very well be our refuge's greatest opportunity." He thought to himself that if they acted swiftly, they could secure their survival before other shelters even realized what was happening. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in another refuge was permeated with a faint metallic scent, humid and stifling. Mixed with the odors of decay and rust, it was nearly suffocating. Kai Yifei stood at the entrance of a rudimentary isolation room, his brow deeply furrowed. The flickering light bulb cast an intermittent glow upon the pale face of a man lying on the bed. The man was covered in blood, his forehead burning hot, and his breathing rapid. His thigh was bound with coarse cloth, now soaked with dark crimson blood, the wound exhibiting clear signs of infection. Beside him, a woman wept inconsolably, holding a small girl of about 8 or 9 years, the child's tears tracing clean paths through the dust on her face. Jai Fisikit, his voice barely above a whisper. "Ah, it's an infection." He paused, his expression complex. "We must leave it to fate." The phrase "leave it to fate" in the refuge was nearly synonymous with awaiting death. The woman lifted her head, her voice trembling. "Please think of another way. He only fell. He shouldn't die." Kai Yifei shook his head, his face reflecting helplessness. "You know as well as I do that our refuge is already doing everything possible to ensure everyone has something to eat each day. Our medical supplies ran out completely 2 months ago. Survival now hinges on everyone taking turns to venture out in a desperate search for supplies." His gaze fell upon the man's wound, where the blood had begun to darken and the flesh was rotting. The infection was severe. Antibiotics would be a solace, but alas. He let out a bitter chuckle, his voice hoarse. "I am at a loss as well." The woman's eyes instantly shattered. Choking back tears, she clutched her husband, her voice a piercing lament. What will become of me and our child if he passes? Kai Ifei inhaled deeply, a heavy, unspoken burden churning within him. I will do my utmost to care for you, ensuring you have at least one meal a day. Yet he shook his head. I cannot afford to give anyone special treatment. The refuge has thousands of mouths to feed. One extra bowl means one less for another. The woman's cries grew more desperate, and the little girl joined in, sobbing. The unconscious man stirred slightly, a faint murmur escaping his lips as if he were struggling in a dream. Kai Ifei turned away, unable to bear the sight. He knew he had witnessed such scenes too many times. In this world, death was never news. It was merely a daily routine. Behind him, the woman wailed, "Oh heavens, why must we suffer so?" Kai Ifei halted, clenched his fists tightly, and quietly exited the dim room. Upon returning to the refuge, the visage of the unconscious man lingered in his mind. He understood his helplessness. He was acutely aware that behind those words lay the lives of thousands. Just as he sighed in resignation, hurried footsteps approached from outside. Su Fei burst in, breathless and brimming with undeniable excitement. "Leader, good news. Wonderful news. Kai Ifei stay." Cautiously hopeful, "What is this good news? Have you discovered another supply depot?" Su Fei shook his head, his eyes sparkling like stars. "Not a depot, but them. The very group I mentioned before. What we saw earlier was merely the advance team. Now their main force has arrived. There are throngs of them, likely numbering around 20,000. Kai Ifei was taken aback, processing the information. "What? 20,000? Su Fei nodded rapidly, his words tumbling out in a rush. "Yes. You have no idea. The gunfire just now was them exterminating zombies. Their firepower is astonishing. All tanks. It seems as though they are deploying tanks as if they cost nothing. And those artillery trucks loaded with shells have a fierceness that surpasses even the Imperial Army we have heard about." Kai Ifei's expression shifted from skepticism to astonishment. "What are they here for? To rob us?" Su Fei shook his head vehemently. "No. The crux of the matter is that they are well-stocked and genuinely wish to exchange supplies for labor. An 8-hour workday, 5 days on, 2 days off, with work points redeemable for supplies. I even saw their warehouse. The leader personally took me there. The abundance was unlike anything I have ever witnessed." Kai Ifei furrowed his brow. "Could this be a trap, luring people in?" "I have witnessed their demeanor firsthand," Su Fei replied softly, a tone of conviction and emotion in his voice. "Every individual behaved like a cultured, civilized person. They treated us common folk with unexpected courtesy and respect. They had no reason to deceive us. Their strength and resources were evident." The tent fell silent for a moment. This world had long been devoid of genuine security. Any semblance of good fortune could be a snare. Yet Su Fei continued with the most touching words. "They also said they have plenty of medicine and will provide as much as we need." Kai Fei's gaze softened instantly. Medicine was what he lacked most. The unconscious man, the nearly shattered family ledger, suddenly crystallized in his mind. He stood resolute, declaring, "Very well. I now order all those who are out to return to the camp immediately. Prepare your gear. I will take half of you to investigate further. First come, first served. We must seize the opportunity. However, no one is permitted to act independently. Any abnormalities must result in immediate withdrawal." Su Fei replied excitedly, "Yes, leader." Chapter 49. Embracing a New Life. Upon this decision, the atmosphere within the refuge surged with fervor. As soon as Kai Ifei's command was issued, it resonated throughout every corner. From the dilapidated train cars, tattered tents, and hastily constructed metal shelters, people began to emerge. Some bore smudges of coal dust on their faces, while others held thin bowls of watery soup. Upon hearing the terms of an 8-hour workday with 5 days on and 2 days off, disbelief rippled through the crowd. In the apocalypse, could such good fortune truly exist? What a jest! A work schedule of 5 days on and 2 days off. Back when the Empire thrived, we toiled daily without receiving a morsel. Indeed, during the Empire's reign, we were subject to head taxes. Living men were drained to the point of death. And now we could choose our working hours. If this were a ruse, it was worth investigating. Whispers of astonishment, skepticism, and a hint of eagerness filled the air. Kai Ifei stood atop an abandoned truck, his voice hoarse yet resolute as he addressed the entire refuge. "I understand that many of you harbor doubts, but Su Fei has witnessed them firsthand. They are a genuine army, not a band of thieves or remnants of the Empire. They possess order, firepower, food, and medicine. If what he says is true, then we have glimpsed the light of civilization once more. He scanned the crowd, his voice deepening. Those willing to accompany me, raise your hands. A moment of silence ensued, followed by one hand rising. Then a second, a third. Ultimately, nearly every hand was raised. Leader, we trust you. Even if it leads to death, we shall go together. Shouts of solidarity echoed, reverberating through the empty underground parking lot, causing dust to tumble from the walls. Kai Fei took a deep breath, suppressing his own exhilaration. Very well. We shall take the severely injured with us. There are medicines there, and perhaps doctors who can save their lives. Soon after, makeshift stretchers were brought forth, carrying several injured individuals, among them the man with a high fever. His wife held their daughter, her eyes finally glimmering with hope. Mother, do they truly have medicine? Yes, dear, they do. Kai Fei's expression hardened as he raised his hand. All who can walk, form up and advance. Our destination is the mining area. Meanwhile, within the front-line command tent, General Gong Yanfeng was poring over operational logistics reports, the table strewn with the latest satellite imagery and troop deployment maps. Several aides surrounded him, their expressions grave. Chief, one aide began, if we gather the local survivors to assist with mining and infrastructure, we can manage their living supplies. However, we must implement strict precautions and isolation. Should any wrongdoers or even infected individuals infiltrate, even a single oversight could lead to catastrophe. Another echoed, indeed, Chief. Our own personnel are disciplined, cooperative, and trustworthy. But the backgrounds of these survivors are unclear. No one can guarantee their integrity. Gong Yanfeng nodded slightly, tapping the table with his fingers. His tone steady, yet imbued with undeniable authority. You are correct. Any management must be predicated on safety. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp. I have drafted a plan. Survivors will be settled in the outer zones of our forward base, separate from true quarters, establishing dedicated living areas. Each living area will be equipped with high-definition cameras, an automatic alarm system, and thermal monitoring, ensuring 24-hour surveillance. The aides nodded in agreement, but Gong Yanfeng continued. Simultaneously, the placement of personnel must not be overly concentrated. Should infection or unrest occur, the spread could escalate exponentially. Thus, housing must be dispersed, maintaining safe distances between each residential area, with food, medicine, and equipment uniformly distributed by us. He paused, his demeanor softening slightly. However, based on my observations thus far, Su Fei's group exhibits relatively good qualities. They're organized, orderly, and most importantly, they remember what it means to be human. We can begin by approaching their refuge gradually, carefully assessing and selecting individuals. If they prove to be trustworthy, we can appoint someone from within to manage the operations, allowing locals to govern their own community, which will facilitate trust and stability. The few individuals inside the tent exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Yes, Commander, this arrangement is reasonable. Gong Yanfeng rose, his gaze penetrating through the tents, seemed toward the distant steel base being constructed. Construction vehicles were tirelessly traversing, cranes slowly ascending, while soldiers and engineers fortified the defensive walls. He inhaled deeply, his voice low yet resolute. Notify the engineering battalion to commence the establishment of prototype living quarters on the periphery starting today. All structures must adhere to epidemic prevention standards, constructed with high-level isolation measures. We must not only establish a defense line, but also an orderly environment. Soon after, the frontline command received news. Report, Commander. Refuge Representative Su Fei has arrived with over 1,000 survivors at the outer defense line. Gong Yanfeng closed the document. His tone steady. Understood. Instruct the resettlement team to execute the plan. The messenger added, they have brought some severely injured individuals and a few infected cases. The situation is dire and requires immediate medical attention. Gong Yanfeng nodded. No problem. Isn't the medical unit accompanying us? Have them take over treatment immediately. This place, despite being another world, is now also a territory of Xia. We will not allow any salvable civilian to perish at our doorstep. Meanwhile, when Su Fei and Kai Fei witnessed the medical personnel clad in white protective gear swiftly rushing forward, adeptly lifting the injured, administering 4 drips, disinfecting, and bandaging wounds, they were momentarily stunned. In this world, no one would unconditionally save another. Yet these individuals showed no hesitation. especially when the infected man was injected with medication and his temperature gradually fell, his breathing stabilizing. His wife and daughter collapsed to the ground, weeping. Thank you, thank you, thank you. At that moment, everyone in the refuge was moved to tears. They realized for the first time that in this world shrouded in ruins and bloodshed, civilization still indeed existed. That evening, outside the temporary resettlement area, Su Fei stepped forward, his voice sincere. Commander, we are ready. When we begin work, we feel uneasy if we are not productive. The soldiers responsible for maintaining order smiled, handing over a document. Don't rush. Take a rest today. We will take you to the resettlement point shortly for registration and allocation of supplies. This is the management regulations for living in safety. Every clause must be adhered to. Please read and sign. All right. Su Fei note that continuun, sir. As they were led into the resettlement area, an entire row of pristine model houses came into view, neatly arranged, with white walls and red tiles, clean streets, and even well-kept signage at the entrances. The crowd erupted in excitement. Is this really where we will live? My goodness. These houses look more upscale than those in the Empire. I had forgotten that home could look like this. Someone opened a door, and a wave of warmth greeted them. Inside, the lighting was soft, clean tiles adorned the floor, and a water heater and electric stove occupied the corner. Oh my, we could take hot showers? This can't be real, can it? That night, the queue for supplies extended from the warehouse to the street corner. Each person received a sealed meal box. When the box was opened, steam wafted out, carrying a delicious aroma. It's meat. It's really meat. I had almost forgotten what meat tasted like. And vegetables. We actually have vegetables. Some were so overwhelmed they cried, while others cautiously shared half of their meal with nearby children. Kai Fei watched this scene, his heart stirred. He turned to gaze at the distant fluttering Xia flag, his voice choked yet filled with an unprecedented determination. It seems we have truly encountered a new civilization. The next morning, a faint light broke through the gray sky. Su Fei and the others had already had their fill and were full of energy. Under the guidance of Xia soldiers, they entered the mining area in groups, some pushing mining carts, others sorting stones, and some assisting in moving equipment and laying temporary tracks. The soldiers' commands were concise and orderly, each action precise and efficient, leaving Su Fei and the others in awe. This was true organization and order. Meanwhile, in another part of the logistics area, a group of women was receiving training from military medics. The medical personnel, clad in white protective gear, demonstrated bandaging, bleeding control, and disinfection using mannequin models. This is iodine, used for cleaning wounds. If there is a high fever, first take the temperature. Do not administer random medication. Any injuries must be reported immediately. No concealment allowed. The women listened intently. They had never encountered such systematic teaching and diligently took notes, eager to memorize every word. Su Yin observed from a distance, smiling slightly. Excellent. These individuals are intelligent and grateful. Once they become proficient, they can help alleviate some of our medical burden. On the other hand, Su Fei was not idle. He dispatched a messenger team back to the old refuge to gather the remaining individuals. Upon their return to the dilapidated parking lot, the air was thick with decay and despair. A few people huddled around a fire, sipping on a concoction of unknown origins. The messenger, filled with disdain, kicked over the broken bowl, and with a crash, the slop spilled onto the ground. What are you doing? One person shouted angrily. The messenger scoffed. Why drink this foul concoction? Come on, let me take you to eat meat. Meat? The others exchanged glances, as if they could not believe their ears. Really? There's meat. There are houses, medicine, and hot showers. If you don't hurry, you'll miss your chance. In just a few short sentences, the messenger's words struck like thunder in everyone's hearts. Meat? Hot showers? And work points? We can exchange for goods. They could hardly believe it, but their feet moved of their own accord. Before long, the original refuge was completely deserted. The abandoned underground parking lot, once filled with dust, hunger, and despair, was now devoid of any human presence. In its place was an eerie silence, punctuated only by a bowl of spilled slop in the corner, cold and congealed, symbolizing the end of a difficult era. That night, in the temporary command center of the advance base, the lights shone brightly. Major General Gong Yin Feng stood before the sand table, his expression grave. The three-dimensional projection map displayed the gathering points of survivors within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Report, Commander, the advisor began. The proposal to enlist local assistance for production has been submitted to the Central Command. Gong Yinfeng nodded. What is their response? The central command indicates that the proposal is feasible, but safety must be the top priority. Gong Yinfeng solemnly reiterated, safety. His gaze turned cold. There were numerous survivors in this world. If properly settled, they could become invaluable human resources. However, if left disorganized and chaotic, they would eventually become a ticking time bomb. With the cooperation of Kai Yifei and Su Fei, the Xia military commenced systematic integration of the surrounding refuges. Drones patrolled the skies, while armored vehicles confirmed locations on the ground one by one. Some refuges, despite their hardships, maintained a semblance of humanity as they assisted one another and shared resources. Gong Yinfeng ordered these individuals to be directly integrated into the resettlement system, managed uniformly by Kai Yifei and Su Fei. These individuals are seeds of hope. Gong Yinfeng remarked, glancing at the list. They are worthy of trust and cultivation. However, not all refuges were so benevolent. Some had long since fallen into depravity. Their leaders proclaimed themselves lords, ruling over survivors with violence, even resorting to cannibalism to maintain order. When this intelligence was presented before Gong Yinfeng, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room. Moments later, he coldly uttered 4 words, eradicate on the spot. In the Qingqiu Brigade, the Bai Zhe Combined Camp, Commander Fang Yuqian stood atop a battle vehicle, the biting wind howling around him. Clad in a helmet, his voice resonated with icy resolve. Target, the 4th Area Shelter, designated Z-47. The leadership of this shelter has slaughtered civilians and resorted to cannibalism, their crimes unforgivable. Orders issued. Encircle from 10 kilometers away, prioritize the rescue of the innocent, while the rest are to be eliminated without mercy. Received. The battle vehicle roared to life, its treads crushing the heavy ash and earth beneath. A torrent of iron resembling a vengeful steel dragon. Fang Yuqian's gaze was frigid, his voice transmitting through the comms. Echoing across the camp, we come on behalf of Xia, not to invade, but to restore order and humanity. All soldiers, take heed. Tonight, we shall remind this world of what civilization truly means. Move out. Within the Z-47 shelter, the air was already saturated with the stench of decay and fear. The leader, self-styled Song Biao, was corpulent and arrogant, his face eternally adorned with a sneer. Indeed, another batch of fools deceived. Our reserve rations shall increase. He glimpsed several women caged behind bars, his eyes gleaming with animalistic greed. I heard there are women this time. A rare resource, ha ha ha. The captives were disheveled, their eyes vacant. They resembled the living dead, their hopes for survival gnawed away. Song Biao shook his head, ready to revel in his moment of triumph. Suddenly, gunfire erupted outside. Who dares to be unruly before Song Biao? He bellowed, gesturing for his men. Grab the submachine guns. Let us drive them away and show them what. Yet, Fang Yuqian's drones had already been circling in the night, capturing clear footage. The commander calmly reported from within the vehicle. Drone confirmation. There are no unarmed civilians at the shelter entrance. Fang Yuqian ordered in a deep voice. Then let there be no hesitation. Direct the coordinates to the artillery brigade. 155 millimeters. Unleash a few rounds of punishment. Before Song Biao could react, the cannon fire roared like a thunderclap, shaking the very foundations of the structures. The first shell fell. A tremendous blast, sending ash and blood mist swirling into the air. The second and third shells quickly followed. Song Biao had yet to command a defense when a shockwave obliterated him, reducing him to a grotesque joke, collapsing amidst blood and dust. Silence descended instantly. Those who had once been boisterous could not even muster a scream. Blood soaked the ground, and fear carved deep scars into every heart. Moments later, the gunfire ceased abruptly. A few individuals, still conscious, trembled as they lowered their weapons, crawling out from their hiding places. Their minds were singularly focused. Surrender. Fang Yuqian's voice resonated through the loudspeaker with unwavering steadiness. Everyone, lay down your arms and surrender. Those who defy this order shall be executed without mercy. As Fang Yuqian led his troops into the Z-47 shelter, the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and charred remains. Amidst the ruins, flames flickered. He stepped over shattered concrete towards the iron-barred cage. Inside, the captives were gaunt, clad in ragged garments, their eyes hollow. They gazed at their rescuers with no discernible emotion, neither fear nor joy, as if their souls had long been hollowed out. Fan Yuchen stood before the iron cage. Silent for a few seconds, his brow furrowed. Then, he inhaled deeply, drawing a loudspeaker from his waist, his voice booming. Listen, I come here for 3 things. Justice, justice, and damn it, justice. His voice erupted in the derelict underground space, resonating with heart-stirring power. I know there exists a group of people, he said, suddenly raising his gun and pointing at a row of kneeling surrenderers. Those who followed Song Biao, committing heinous acts, burning, killing, looting, resorting to cannibalism. Their hands stained with blood. You may think that surrendering can absolve your sins. Fan Yuchen's gaze was like a blade. No, lives are not chips to be wagered. Today, we shall settle the score. The faces of the surrenderers turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the survivors freed from the cage remained in a stupor, neither crying nor laughing. Devoid of reaction, their expressions resembled masks sealed by death. Fan Yuchen's voice gradually lowered as he slowly lowered the loudspeaker, his heart pained by the sight of those numbed faces. This world was not only consumed by zombies, but also devoured by despair, eroding the very essence of humanity. Among the numb survivors, a frail figure suddenly trembled and stepped forward. She appeared no older than 15 or 16, her face caked with dirt, hair tangled, resembling a blade of grass bent by the wind. Yet in that moment, a flicker of long-lost fire ignited in her eyes. She pointed at a man trembling on the ground, her voice hoarse yet piercingly clear. They took my mother away on the first day they captured us. Tears streamed down her face as she continued. Since then, I have not seen her again. At that moment, the air felt as if it had solidified. All eyes turned to the man, his face drained of color, his lips quivering. I didn't do anything. I just, very well. Fan Yuchen coldly interrupted, waving his hand. Drag him out. Several soldiers immediately advanced, roughly pulling the man from the line. His cries for mercy echoed as he was dragged away. Fan Yuchen's gaze was steely. This man bore grave sins. He pointed at the numbed survivors, his voice thunderous. Now, I deliver him into your hands for you to deal with, as you see fit. No, no, the man screamed in desperation. But no one listened. The soldiers flung him into the crowd. In that moment of silence, like the stillness before a storm, a furious roar shattered the quiet. The girl charged forward first, her fist striking the man's face. Return my mother. Soon, others joined, tearing, beating, and howling, their long-suppressed hatred erupting like a flood. Blood sprayed as cries and roars intertwined. The butcher screams were quickly drowned out by the throng. Minutes later, all fell silent. Only a vague mass of blood and flesh remained on the ground. Fan Yuchen stood silently to the side, making no attempt to intervene. He understood that this was their way of reclaiming dignity. Before long, more survivors emerged. They began to identify the kneeling villains. One after another dragged out and subjected to judgment by the crowd. Those who had once resembled lifeless corpses gradually regained breath amidst the flames of rage and justice. Their eyes sparkled anew, not with hatred, but with awakening. When the last villain was judged, the entire ruin seemed to regain warmth. The crowd fell silent for a moment before a weathered man slowly stood up. His once downtrodden gaze now glimmered with light. Commander, he spoke in a hoarse voice, yet imbued with unprecedented resolve. I feel you are different. You are not like those self-proclaimed saviors. You are truly saving lives. I wish to follow you, to walk with you. Is that possible? This single sentence ignited the dormant spark. More voices joined in. I want to go too. I'm not afraid of hard work. As long as I can survive, as long as there is a tomorrow. Commander, take us with you. Fan Yuchen looked at these people who had struggled amidst the wasteland for far too long, and a long-forgotten emotion surged within him. He responded loudly, his tone firm yet gentle. Yes, I will lead you to a new shelter. There, as long as you abide by the rules and work diligently, you shall have enough to eat, sleep soundly, and live as human beings once more. These words brought tears of hope to countless eyes. They had once thought this world held only hunger, death, and despair. But now, for the first time, they glimpsed the promise of tomorrow. Move out. Fan Yuchen signaled with a wave of his hand. The procession began to move. The wind swept through the crevices of the ruins, stirring up dust and carrying away the nightmares of the past. They made their way back to the frontline camp of Xia. As the first group stepped into the orderly model housing area, with smoke rising and the aroma of food wafting through the air, Everyone was momentarily stunned. Is this really where we are to live? There is electricity. There is hot water. There is meat. Many knelt down in excitement, tears mingling with laughter, unable to contain their emotions. Kai Yifei and Su Fei approached, witnessing this scene with a heavy heart, their eyes glistening with moisture. Similar incidents occurred frequently. The nearby shelters, which still adhered to the dignity of humanity, were systematically named by Gong Yanfeng for acceptance and reorganization. Those capable of cooperation were unified into resettlement. Those irredeemable were publicly tried according to their crimes. The camp soon became bustling with activity. Formations, tents, rows of model houses, makeshift medical stations, warehouses, dining halls, and distribution points were all arranged in an orderly manner. Streams of people surged like a tide. The elderly, the weak, the sick, children, women clutching their belongings, and those emaciated like paper, their eyes filled with long-forgotten hope. The Dachau mining team and engineering battalion worked in close coordination, straightening and thickening the mineral transportation lines. Zhu and Hoishi, Shuanglenshin, and Lington Mother were continuously dispatched, packaged, sealed, and sent back to Dachau through the blue light gate. The mining speed was rapid, and the efficiency exceedingly high. The labor force of tens of thousands, combined with the military's mechanization, propelled the progress upward. Yet in a hidden place deep within the continent, stood an unusual zombie in a charred forest. At times lucid, at times out of control, it oscillated between madness and reason. It repeatedly muttered, "I did not massacre civilians. I merely sought to overthrow the emperor. Their deaths are not my concern. Blame the emperor." Then it burst into laughter. "Ha, emperor, you used my whole family for experiments. And today, I have returned from hell." Suddenly, it wept, "Father, mother, Xiaoyan, I have avenged you." It was indeed a conscious zombie. Hanging from the treetops was a zombie covered in ashes. Its tattered clothing and shattered golden crown suggested it was the last emperor of the Qinghai Empire. Its limbs were pierced by iron stakes, moving stiffly. There were no cries, only the sound of the wind passing through its ragged form, producing a mournful whimper. Beside it, the zombie gazed at the one hanging and murmured, "Old fool, you got lucky. Why do you lack consciousness? It makes torturing you rather pointless." The words carried a cruel sense of vengeance, yet there was also an indescribable distortion. After hatred had been fully extracted, what remained was merely a hollow sense of victory. Chapter 52. Can we venture into a new world? The core base of Dachau in the Lopner region was brightly illuminated under the night sky, with wind and sand battering against the protective shield, emitting a low hum. Chen Mo sat in the command cabin, fixated on the retinal projection, counting down 72 hours. Glowing faintly blue, he immediately connected with the director of the Security Bureau, Yu Guodong. "Director, a new countdown has appeared on my retinal display. In 3 days, the portal will reopen. I have a premonition that this time, the destination will be an entirely new world." As his words fell, silence ensued on the other end for a few seconds. Then a shocked voice responded, "What? A new world?" In recent days, the scientific community of Dachau had been immersed in ecstasy. Thanks to Chen Mo's stable portal, Dachau was continuously retrieving ores and materials from the zombie world. Technological breakthroughs were achieved, with the Xia fusion project successfully igniting the experimental reactor, propelling the entire nation's technological advancements forward. Now, Chen Mo was to venture into another world, suggesting that Dachau's territory might span across more dimensions. Yu Guodong steadied his breath, adopting a solemn tone. "Chen Mo, wait for me. I will immediately dispatch Zhang Zhe and others to Lopner. The first exploration of a new world must ensure your absolute safety." Simultaneously, in the training ground of the Thunder team, Zhang Zhe was leading his team in high-intensity tactical drills, sweat trickling down his sturdy neck, dust rising from the ground. "Captain Zhang," a messenger hurriedly approached, urgently notifying him that the portal to the new world would open in 3 days. The higher-ups ordered him to lead the Thunder team to Lopner, providing full escort for Chen Mo, preparing for the joint crossing. Zhang Zhe's expression sharpened. "Rising at once, understood. Prepare immediately. We depart within 3 hours." Meanwhile, at the Frontline Research Institute on the Zombie World's end, Dr. Suyan also received a confidential order. "Dr. Su, the Central Command. Chen Mo will head to the new world in 3 days. Please lead the research team back to regroup and meet with Chen Mo." Su Yen removed his goggles. his face betraying uncontainable excitement. A new world. Perhaps there, we will encounter even more advanced technological civilization. Soon, in Lop Nur, the morning light filtered through thick clouds, illuminating the sandy ground, while the transmission device hummed softly. The armored vehicles of the Thunder Team were stationed at one side of the runway, and Su Yin arrived with the research team, carrying instruments. Chen Mo looked up, recognizing the familiar faces of Zheng Jie and Su Yin. Zheng Jie stood tall in his military uniform, his gaze sharp. Su Yin adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling. The three exchanged glances, smiles blossoming in unison. Chen Mo and Zheng Jie approached, patting him on the shoulder. They were to fight side by side once more. This time, Su Yin smiled and said, "I hope to witness a world even grander than the last." Just as Chen Mo and the others were preparing earnestly for their journey to the new world, on the other side of the earth, in the Oval Office, the leader of the Eagle Nation was in a furious rage. His face flushed crimson as he slammed his fist onto the mahogany table, sending papers flying. Not long after, the Eagle Nation issued an official statement. The news sent shockwaves through Dacia's AI companies, gaming firms, and server manufacturers, igniting a frenzy. Research groups, programmer forums, and gaming development circles erupted in lamentations. What? A graphics card that originally cost $3,000 now demands $10,000? Is this a way to live? An AI training cluster's budget has tripled. It's over. Graphics cards are now more precious than gold. This isn't selling chips. It's robbery. Meanwhile, the capital markets were also thrown into turmoil. Various analysts passionately discussed on television. This is a high-risk gamble. The Eagle Nation aims to curb Dacia's technological rise. But it may backfire. The leader of the Eagle Nation was completely infuriated. In the conference room, he slammed the table, causing the national flag on the wall to tremble thrice. Why do all analysts doubt my sanctions against Dacia? What give them the right to say we will shoot ourselves in the foot? I refuse to believe this nonsense. He glared at the aides beside him, his voice gritting through clenched teeth. Immediately, let the Treasury and our friends on Wall Street take action. Soon, dark currents began to swirl. The Eagle Nation's official capital and financial giants moved into action, the operators working through the night, releasing wave after wave of favorable news. The global AI craze reignited, and the U.S. stock market's chip sector was poised for a golden period. With EUV equipment exports restricted, corporate profits were expected to triple. Ordinary citizens, bewildered, were swept into the frenzy, rushing to participate. Forums, television stations, and social media platforms were flooded with fervent slogans. Buying now means profit. Chips are the future. The Eagle Nation is invincible. Stock prices surged, climbing ever higher. The bright green on the screen finally brought a smile to the leader of the Eagle Nation. Now that's more like it. He clenched his fist in triumph, as if envisioning Dacia's tech companies being choked one by one. On Dacia's side, the Calculations Institute was still brightly lit in the dead of night. Bai Yufan gazed at the international news playing on the wall, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. On the screen, the tone was filled with pride and threat. Bai Yufan slowly removed his glasses, dismissively uttering two words, naive. At that moment, behind him, a brand new device was quietly operating. Bai Yufan gazed at the gradually forming chip layers on the surveillance screen, his voice deep and resolute. Let's prepare for the announcement. It is time to show them what true technological advancement looks like. Soon, the Dacia government released a momentous announcement. The world was left in astonishment. International media erupted in disbelief. Had they truly achieved a remarkable leap forward? This was not merely a matter of years. It represented the progress of generations. The intelligence agencies and technology committees across the ocean were in disarray. The chief of the Eagle Nation erupted in a furious roar. Impossible. How could they possess chip technology more advanced than ours? Our machines are the culmination of decades of Western innovation. However, in a twist of irony, Dacia not only refrained from acquiring their technology, but also issued another statement that left the ASML headquarters in stunned silence. The CEO stood frozen, the documents slipping from his grasp. They no longer require our machines, murmured the financial director, his face pale, nearly whispering, we have lost our most significant client. Chapter 53. The Advanced Carbon-Based Chip. In the Oval Office of the Eagle Nation, the atmosphere was tense. The chief stared at the report in hand, his face flushed and veins bulging. How can this be? They must be bluffing. In just a few months, how could they possibly break through carbon-based chip technology? He slammed his hand on the table, scattering papers everywhere. Immediately organize a public relations team. Create a narrative that they're spreading false news. Then, with gritted teeth, he commanded, instruct Wall Street to continue driving up chip stocks to instill confidence in the market. As long as stock prices rise, no one will believe them. Hours later, the chief of the Eagle Nation joined a video conference with the ASML board. He struggled to force a confident smile. Those people in Dacia are merely employing old tactics, bluffing to inflate prices. You must engage with them quickly, lower the price of the EUV lithography machines. They will definitely want them. I know these Easterners too well. The ASML executives exchanged glances, none daring to speak. The chief continued issuing orders. Notify NVIDIA. Implement a complete ban on high-end graphics card sales. I want to star them out to teach them the pain of technology. An aide quietly reminded him, Mr. President, what if they are indeed telling the truth? Truth. The chief scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. How much have we invested in lithography machines? The EUV system, lenses, light sources, vacuum chambers. Each of these has consumed decades of financial resources. Their annual research budget for chips is less than 1/5 of ours. How could they possibly compete? I refuse to believe it. The advantage is mine. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, at the Dacia Computing Institute, Bai Yufan gently closed the terminal screen, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thanks to a batch of spirit carbon mother ore and the lithography technology gleaned from classified materials, they would no longer be at the mercy of their competitors for many years. He looked out at the night sky, his eyes shimmering with confidence. Their blockade was now nothing more than a joke. Concurrently, domestic discussions surged across Dacia's internet. Did I just wake up from a dream? How do we manage to create carbon-based chips and lithography machines overnight? Is this for real? Surely, it can't be another ploy for research funding, right? Let's not forget the Hanshin incident. The skepticism echoed online, accompanied by ridicule, doubt, and conspiracy theories. Isn't this just a publicity stunt? Just a video to fool the masses. Let's wait until mass production before we celebrate. However, at precisely 8 o'clock that evening, the opening scene of a national news broadcast silenced everyone. The global live broadcast of the carbon-based lithography machine activation ceremony. The screen displayed a massive silvery device standing in a dust-free chamber. Blue energy pulses flickering like a sea of stars. Quantum interference arms gradually unfolding, while, in the vacuum chamber, threads of energy intertwined and sparkled. The Longshin Generation 1 chip slowly took shape under the gaze of all spectators. Each layer of crystalline circuitry was distinctly visible, reminiscent of a work of art. The audience erupted in applause. The host's voice trembled with excitement. Dacia has become the first nation in the world to master carbon-based lithography technology. The revelations continued to cascade. Based on the Longshin Generation 1, the CPU and GPU products were officially released simultaneously. The CPU, starting at 32 cores, fully utilizing a big core architecture without hyperthreading. The flagship model boasted 512 cores, priced at merely 2,000 yuan. The GPU, performance rivaling NVIDIA's 5090, equipped with an impressive 128 gigabytes of memory, natively supporting multi-card parallelism. Also priced at 2,000 yuan. The announcement sent shockwaves through the internet. Am I dreaming? 2,000 yuan. Wake up. This is a graphics card, not a cabbage. The cries of despair echoed. NVIDIA is in for a rough ride. Buy, buy, buy. This romantic technological nationalism must be supported. Netizens, accustomed to waiting for government approval, were thoroughly shaken. E-commerce platforms were overwhelmed, crashing 3 times. Within a minute, the Longshin Generation 1 CPU and GPU sold out completely. After the pre-sale channel opened, within just 5 minutes, orders surged past 50 million. Foreign media were left astounded by this sudden technological upheaval. The New York Chronicle, they have not merely caught up, they have surpassed. The Financial Times, while we are still raising prices, Dacia has already rewritten industry standards. Nikkei News, the silicon era is over. The carbon era has arrived. Bai Yufan observed the frantically refreshing data on the screen, letting out a long breath. It was over. He smiled as he gazed into the night. The true technological era belonging to Dacia had commenced. At that moment, the financial centers of the Western world erupted. ASML, NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, Names once synonymous with technological myth saw their stock prices plummet like cliffs. The red lines fell relentlessly, alarms blaring in the trading halls. Analysts' faces were paler than the stock prices. How could this be? Their carbon-based chips are real. Is the Longshin a monster risen from the depths of hell? Within mere hours, ASML evaporated over 600 billion euros in market value. Nvidia suffered a single-day drop of 47, marking the largest decline in the company's history. AMD and Intel were derisively dubbed as obsolete CPUs by investors. Even worse, the catalyst for this collapse was the recent directive from the chief of the Eagle Nation to elevate chip stocks, projecting confidence to the world. Countless ordinary investors rushed into the market in that moment, filled with fervor and trust. Now they face total loss. New York, Silicon Valley, Chicago, blood flowed through the stock market overnight. Some collapsed in the trading halls, others fainted on the spot. While many left notes before leaping from high buildings, I believed in their confidence. News broadcasts that night reported, panic escalates in the financial market. Silicon Valley faces an unprecedented crisis. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Nation, the chief sat before the real-time stock market graphs, the crimson lines mocking him. He sat rigidly in his chair, his lips trembling, murmuring, "Impossible, impossible. How could they possess such technology?" He slammed the table again, but this time his hands shook. The chip embargo he had personally signed had now become the obituary of his political career. At this moment, the entire world understood. The Silicon era had truly come to an end. The carbon era of Xia was poised to reshape the entire technological order of the world. In Xia, a gaming streamer's live broadcast was inundated with comments. He was the first to receive the Longshin CPU and GPU. At that moment, millions of viewers were glued to their screens, waiting to witness this miraculous moment. In front of the camera, two host machines stood side by side. The device on the left is the top-tier 9950X 3D with an RTX 5090, priced nearly 30,000 yuan. On the right, however, is the domestic Longshin CPU and GPU combination, costing a mere 4,000 yuan. In Chapter 54, the host, grinning widely, slams his hand on the table and exclaims, "Brothers, today we shall witness something substantial. Let us see if it lives up to the hype." The barrage of comments floods in. Here it comes. The first test of Longshin. I want to see the crushing scene. The glory of Xia charge. Subsequently, the testing officially commences. The first evaluation focuses on CPU multi-threading performance. The score curves on the screen soar dramatically. Brothers, pay attention. The 512-core Longshin is being compared to the 32-thread 9950X 3D. The score is revealed, and the crowd erupts. Is the Longshin score 16 times higher than that of the 9950X 3D? The second evaluation tests the GPU 3D rendering performance. As the energy curve of the Longshin GPU illuminates, the memory read and write speeds surge like lightning. When the final score is announced, the host leaps in excitement. Wow, the 128 gigabytes of memory is no mere decoration. It entirely outperforms the 5090 by a whopping 68. The third evaluation involves actual gaming tests. The host plays 5 titles: Survival in the Wild, 2077, Star Frontier, Eternal Return, and Battlefield 6. The frame rate data appears on the screen. The average frame rate of the Longshin platform is 614 FPS, while the 9950X 3D and 5090 platform achieves only 241 FPS. The comments flood in instantaneously. This ISNT just leading. This is a generational crush. I suspect Longshin ISNT a GPU. It's a soul weapon. 30,000 versus 4,000, and the 30,000 lost? The host, staring at the data, appears dazed, then slams the table hard, shouting, "Brothers, my evaluation is." He takes a deep breath, grinning widely. Buy it out. Domestic invincibility. In that moment, countless viewers flood the comments. Buy it out. Buy out. Buy it out. The entire Xia network erupts in fervor. This is not merely a victory in benchmark scores. It is a profound counterattack for Xia's technology. The Western tech realm finds itself in an unprecedented winter. As Longshin CPU and GPU flood the global market, the once lofty Western chip giants face an unparalleled slump in sales. Warehouses brim with unsold 5090 graphics cards and 9950X 3D processors. Executives from Nvidia, AMD, and Intel convene emergency meetings daily, Yet the only decision reached is 2 words: price reduction. The price of the 5090 is slashed from over 20,000 to 10,000. Intel and AMD follow suit with clearance prices. Still, no one shows interest. Retailers wear pained smiles. Today's consumers would rather wait 3 days for Longshin than touch these antiquated relics. The global market undergoes a sudden transformation. Dacia's chip specialty stores are swarmed with crowds, while Western electronics outlets are deserted. The chief of the Eagle Nation, infuriated, stomps his feet in his chamber. What to do? Our chips aren't selling. An aide cautiously suggests, Mr. President, perhaps we should consider. Silence. The blonde president slams the table, a sudden fervor overtaking him, and promptly issues a decree. From now on, a complete ban on the export of Dacia chips. No individual or enterprise is allowed to import, use, or sell CPUs and GPUs produced in Dacia. Upon the issuance of this order, chaos ensues within the Eagle Nation. Why can't we buy? Their performance is superior, and the price is low. Why should we settle for expensive junk? This is a systemic issue. It is the last frenzy of monopolists. Across major social platforms, the outcry is deafening. Free market? Huh. It turns out to be freedom to spend more money. Meanwhile, a new gray market swiftly emerges, smuggling Longshin. Countless citizens of the Eagle Nation begin to procure CPUs and GPUs from Dacia through underground channels at exorbitant prices. Although the prices have surged to double, demand still far exceeds supply. At ports, hidden warehouses, and private airfields, batches of Longshin are stealthily transported in. On the black market, a mocking phrase becomes a catchphrase. NVIDIA? That's for the poor. An Eagle Nation netizen shares a performance screenshot of a Longshin computer on a forum, captioned, "It's twice as fast as my previous 5090. And I only spent half the money." Dacia products are truly outstanding. In just a few days, this post is shared millions of times. The comments section is inundated with a chorus of agreement. Dacia technology, YYDS. Longshin becomes synonymous with changing the world. Meanwhile, in the Lopner region, the night breeze sweeps across the desolate expanse, the starry sky ablaze with brilliance. Chen Mo sits on the observation platform of the base. The screen beside him displaying news of global stock market plummets, the hot sales of Longshin, and urgent meetings among Western tech giants. He smiles gently, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Once upon a time, they could sell us a single graphics card for 20 or 30,000. Back then, they believed themselves to be gods, and that we would forever be looking up. Qin Sinyu approaches, draping a coat over her shoulders as she sits beside him. Her gaze also fixed on the screen. Indeed, she softly replies, but who would have thought that in just a few months, everything would change? Without your portal, without the astonishing discoveries from the Star Sea Empire, even if we were to eventually break their blockade, we would still have to take a longer path. Chen Mo chuckles softly, gazing down at the sandy ground beneath him. The base's lights stretch in the distance, forming a golden line that illuminates the barren earth and casts light on the future. Look, he points to the rolling comments on the screen, filled with excited messages from Dacia netizens. A 2,000 yuan graphics card. I'm crying as I place my order. My father said he never saw such a conscientious price during his mining days. The moment domestic products rise is truly exhilarating. Chen Mo smiles, his eyes warm yet resolute. These smiling faces, he gently gestures toward them, must be the essence of my existence. Qin Sinyu turns her head to look at him, and in that moment, her gaze holds unvoiced pride and tenderness. Indeed, she softly states, "You have changed the world." The night deepens, the winds of Lopner carrying sand as they brush against the edges of the tent. The lights of the base reflect far into the sky, as if responding to the starlight. Qin Sinyu stands beside Chen Mo, silent for a moment, before finally breaking the silence. "Tomorrow, you will venture into a new world. One to you?" Chen Mo nods, his demeanor calm, yet unable to conceal the tension within. "Yes, once the new countdown ends, I must go." Qin Sinyu gazes at him, her eyes filled with a touch of reluctance. "I wonder what kind of world it will be over there. Perhaps a new civilization, perhaps new calamities." She pauses, biting her lip. "I want to demand to participate in your mission. After all, no one can predict the circumstances over there. It would be good if I affected your plans." Chen Mo turns to look at her. Her gaze is clear, determined, yet soft. After a long moment, he gently shakes his head. "It is indeed too dangerous. You are safer here. I have Zheng Jie and Su Yin with me this time. We will be fine. Stay at the base and prepare support for us. Qin Sinyu remains silent for a moment before nodding. She understands he has made up his mind and knows that each of Chen Mo's crossings entails the unknown and adventure. Then you. She inhales deeply, her voice trembling slightly. Please be safe, okay? Chen Mo meets her gaze with a slight smile. Don't worry, I still need to come back to see you smile. Chapter 55, The Insect Plague. The next day, in Lop Nur, the pressure door of the underground isolation chamber slowly closes, the warning lights flashing a cold red. The atmosphere within the chamber is thick with tension. Chen Mo, Zheng Jie, Su Yin, and Ke Yin, along with 16 members of the Lei Ting Special Forces team, were fully prepared for their mission. This time, they faced an unknown world. There were no satellite reconnaissance, no topographical maps, and no intelligence. A larger team could become a burden. Thus, a decision was made to proceed with a streamlined squad. Led by Zheng Jie, the Lei Ting team donned the latest generation of exoskeleton armor and carried multifunctional modular weapons. Su Yin and 2 members of the research team carried scientific collection boxes and signal analysis devices. Standing at the center, Chen Mo adjusted the transporter on his wrist. The countdown numbers flickered on his retinal interface, flashing the last 10 seconds. Each group confirmed that their equipment was functioning properly, ammunition was sufficient, and 3 energy packs were on standby. Zheng Jie issued a solemn command. Confirmation complete. The 16 warriors responded in unison, their voices echoing in the enclosed chamber, sending a shiver down their spines. Su Yin adjusted his glasses and calmly stated, "If the air is unbreathable, remember to switch to the backup oxygen source at the first opportunity." Chen Mo took a deep breath and glanced at everyone. Time to depart. As the countdown reached 0, the air in the chamber was suddenly torn apart. A dazzling blue light erupted, and ripples of folded space shimmered in the air as the portal slowly opened before them. Lei Ting team, proceed to scout ahead. Zheng Jie stepped forward first, entering the radiant gateway. Moments later, his voice returned through the communication device. Environment stable. Oxygen breathable. No hostile reactions detected. All safe. Depart. Chen Mo commanded. Su Yin, the research team, and the other members of the Lei Ting team followed one after another through the flickering blue portal, vanishing into the brilliance. Outside the transport chamber, Yu Guodong gazed at the gradually fading light, taking a deep breath to suppress his anxiety, and solemnly declared, Chen Mo must return safely. As the blue light dissipated, they landed steadily. Surrounding them was a strange expanse, the sky overcast, and the wind carried a faint metallic scent. In the distance, rolling hills were visible, with remnants of broken towers and peculiar vegetation swaying in the breeze. Su Yin promptly deployed a portable scanner, its faint glow flickering on the ground. Environmental pressure normal. Air breathable. Chen Mo, confirm your countdown? Chen Mo raised his hand. The string of eerie blue numbers still flickered on his retina. 3 hours remaining. Su Yin adjusted his glasses, contemplating for a moment. This situation is reminiscent of your first traversal into the zombie world. That time was also a brief stay. Indeed, Chen Mo nodded. Su Yan's tone grew more enthusiastic. This might indicate that your initial traversal durations are limited, but with more crossings, the stay could extend. Once the energy resonance stabilizes, we can maintain the portal autonomously, as we did last time. He looked up towards the distant horizon, his gaze sparkling with analytical insight. It was after your 5th crossing into the zombie world that you achieved long-term stability, meaning after 5 or 6 more experiences, we could potentially acquire a new fixed channel. Zheng Jie, inspecting the power system of his exoskeleton armor, decisively stated, "Let us set aside the hypotheses and prioritize safety. We will deploy along Route A2, splitting into 2 groups to confirm if there are any human settlements or traces of activity nearby." Just as he finished speaking, a dull gunshot echoed from afar, reverberating through the silent expanse. Then came a series of rapid gunfire, accompanied by explosive echoes. The group instantly became alert. Chen Mo raised his head, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. Over there's a firefight. Zheng Jie immediately raised a tactical signal and commanded in a deep voice, "All personnel activate infrared scans and maintain cover formations. Chen Mo, you and Su Yin stay in the center while we provide protection as we advance." Understood. Several Special Forces members quickly spread out, their movements light yet orderly. the servos of their exoskeletons humming rhythmically in the wind. Upon arrival, they were astonished. In the nearby valley, dense gunfire and explosions erupted, illuminating half of the sky. A squad of soldiers was fiercely engaged in combat with a group of enormous alien insects to protect a group of villagers. These creatures, covered in shells that glinted with a metallic sheen, had their fangs bared and their tails sprayed green slime. One impact could dent steel plates. Chen Mo's pupils contracted as he whispered, "Have we entered a world plagued by insect disasters?" Su Yin furrowed his brow, quickly assessing the terrain and the number of insects. His expression grave. "Currently, the scale of the insect swarm isn't too large, but we cannot determine its origin. If it is merely a planet-level insect disaster, it remains within controllable limits. However, if it's an interstellar-level insect tide, this planet might be doomed." Chen Mo nodded, understanding the distinction. A planet-level disaster could still be managed with an industrial system. An interstellar-level calamity would mean that the insect nest could span galaxies and consume civilizations. Su Yin solemnly remarked, "Judging by their equipment, they are still using traditional gunpowder weapons, and their fire control systems are not advanced. If they truly face an interstellar insect tide, the fate of this world is likely already sealed." Just then, a shout came from ahead. Zhang Zhe looked up, momentarily stunned. "Wait, are they speaking Chinese?" The group exchanged glances. Chen Mo was also taken aback. Chinese? Could they be people from Xia in another world? Zhang Zhe gritted his teeth. "Regardless of whether they are from our Xia, we must prioritize saving them. Lei Ting team, form up. Fire coverage, target the insect swarm." "Understood." Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the air. The automatic cannon on the shoulder of the exoskeleton armor erupted with fierce flames, unleashing high-explosive rounds into the swarm. Insect carcasses flew everywhere, and black-green bodily fluids stained the ground. In just a minute, the once roaring tide of insects was completely annihilated under the combined firepower of the Lei Ting team and the soldiers. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and gunpowder. The remnants of the insect corpses emitted white smoke, the burnt odor pungent and unbearable. Zhang Zhe lowered his rifle, gazing towards the surviving squad of soldiers, murmuring, "In the Chinese world, have we truly encountered another Xia?" After being rescued, the soldier squad quickly gathered with the villagers at the foot of the hill. The leading officer removed his helmet, his face smeared with gunpowder and sweat, and solemnly saluted. "I am Yu Weifeng, the captain of the 1st Company of the Baihong Battalion, Lei Zhe Brigade, Haoyan Group Army." His tone was firm, his voice hoarse, yet carried the calmness of a seasoned warrior. "Thank you for the support. May I ask which military district you are from?" Zhang Zhe instinctively returned the salute. In that brief moment of eye contact, both sides sensed a familiar air of discipline and spirit, that ingrained essence of soldier. Yu Weifeng's gaze swept over their equipment, his brow furrowing slightly. Their exoskeleton armor was clearly different from the standard gear he was familiar with from Xia. Yet, at that moment, he refrained from asking further questions, as these individuals had just saved their lives. Zhang Zhe hesitated briefly, his mind racing. From Yu Weifeng's words, it was evident that this was indeed Xia, albeit a different version plagued by insect disasters. This left him in a quandary. If he directly stated that they were from another world, who knew if they would be deemed mad? At this moment, Chen Mo stepped forward and spoke. "We come from Xia in another world." Chapter 56. We come from Xia in another world. As Chen Mo calmly uttered the words, "We come from Xia in another world," the scene fell silent, so quiet that one could hear the wind. Yu Weifeng stood frozen, his expression shifting from disbelief to shock, and finally to sheer astonishment. "You say from another world, Xia?" The soldiers behind him exchanged glances, some gasping in disbelief, while others displayed flickers of excitement in their eyes. Yu Weifeng fixed his gaze on Chen Mo, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Are you certain this isn't a joke?" Chen Mo did not evade the question, solemnly nodding. Their equipment, their demeanor, that distinct technological aura made Yu Weifeng want to smile, yet he found himself unable to do so. This equipment and firepower, if you were to claim they do not belong to our world, it would indeed be plausible. He promptly retrieved the military terminal and connected to his superior. Reporting to the battalion commander, a unit claiming to be from another world, Xia, has appeared here. Their equipment is entirely different from ours, and their firepower is exceptionally strong. Requesting further instructions. Within a minute, the battalion commander was also taken aback. "What did you say?" from another world? 10 minutes later, the information was escalated through layers to the brigade commander and the army commander, eventually reaching the highest conference room of Xia's central command in the world plagued by the insect disaster. The capital's command center was brightly lit. An elderly man with a head full of white hair, dressed in a general's uniform, suddenly stood up. You mean they claim to be from another world, Xia? This was Xia Haoruwei, the supreme commander of Xia's central command in the insect disaster world. At this moment, his expression was grave. Beside him, a staff officer quickly reported the situation. Report, sir, since the unknown meteorite fell into the Pacific Ocean 6 months ago, insect nests have erupted from the seabed. The insect disaster has swept across the oceans, and many areas along the southeastern coast have fallen. Western countries are on the brink of collapse, and we are in full defensive mode. If the intelligence is accurate, they may possess technology beyond our comprehension. Xia Haoruwei spoke in a deep voice. Initiate a video connection immediately. A few minutes later, Yu Weifeng presented the terminal to Chen Mo. On the screen, an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles yet piercing eyes appeared. I am Xia Haoruwei, the supreme commander of Xia's central command. His voice was deep, resonating with the weight of experience forged in the fires of war. You claim to be from another world, Xia? Chen Mo's gaze was steady as he slightly nodded. Yes, I am Chen Mo. We indeed come from another world, a Xia akin to yours, yet untouched by the insect disaster. The entire conference room fell into a profound silence. Xia Haoruwei stared at the screen, remaining silent for a long while. The staff officer quickly retrieved the identification results and whispered, Sir, we cannot find any records of the individual on the other side. Facial features, iris, fingerprints, all absent from our database. Their equipment style is entirely different from ours, exhibiting significant technological divergence, with no possibility of imitation. Based on comprehensive judgment, it is highly likely they are telling the truth. Xia Haoruwei slowly sat down, his gaze deepening. No identity records, yet they speak our language. Their equipment is distinct, yet equally efficient and advanced. It seems they truly are warriors from another Xia. Chen Mo looked at the weathered yet resolute face on the communication screen and spoke with calm sincerity. I have noticed you are currently facing a crisis due to the insect disaster. Our arrival here is, in fact, a coincidence, but time is limited. We must return in 2 hours. We expect to return within a week. Xia Haoruwei nodded slightly, a hint of regret in his expression. So little time? You might not reach the central command in time. Just then, Su Yin stepped forward, speaking decisively. Then let us proceed with the technological intelligence exchange. We will share our current research directions and technological achievements, and next time we come, we can directly collaborate on joint efforts. This suggestion brightened Xia Haoruwei's demeanor, and he nodded eagerly. Excellent. That is a splendid idea. He turned to instruct the staff beside him. Immediately compile our core research project materials, focusing on energy, weaponry, defense systems, and mecha technology. Before long, Chief Research Expert Dr. Wang Ziyuan appeared on the opposite side of the screen. He appeared to have been awake for several consecutive days, yet his eyes still shone with intensity. This is part of our current research summary from Xia, Wang Ziyuan said, extending the terminal toward the camera. After the outbreak of the insect disaster, we have consolidated all our research efforts under the Dawn Project, focusing on high-energy particle weaponry, defensive barriers, mecha technology, and reverse analysis of insect genes. The materials were urgently organized, still lacking comprehensiveness, but sufficient to convey our current capabilities. Su Yin promptly shared the prepared materials from his side. This is a technological summary concerning the carbon-based technology system, superfusion energy core Ling Tan, and Xianhui stone energy applications, as well as synthetic starch, hypersonic missiles, 055-000, ton destroyers, and electromagnetic catapult nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. As the materials were exchanged between both sides, confirmation prompts popped up on their respective research terminals. In that moment, the technological trees of the insect disaster world and Xia of Blue Star were connected for the first time. Chen Mo glanced at the time on his wristwatch. We must depart in about an hour. Xia Haoruwei's voice conveyed a sense of weight in the communication. Comrade Chen Mo, on behalf of Xia in the insect disaster world, I thank you for your arrival. You have brought us hope. Chen Mo smiled slightly. We share the same roots. It is only right that we assist one another. When I return, we can discuss the next steps for collaboration. Is there a relatively safe place nearby? He inquired. Yu Weifeng promptly responded. Yes. 30 kilometers from here. There's a frontline base of our Luai's brigade. The terrain is stable, and the defenses are robust, making it an excellent temporary return point. There are vehicles nearby. We can drive there. Very well, let's go there. Under the escort of Yue Feng, Chen Mo, Zhengzhe, Su Yin, and others, along with the villagers previously protected by Yue Feng, boarded the vehicle and set out on their return journey. The mountain wind stirred up dust, and the distant sky was still shrouded in the remnants of battle smoke. When they arrived at the base, the final countdown on their retinas reached 0. A brilliant blue light gate slowly opened in the clearing. Chen Mo glanced back at Yue Feng and softly said, "Until next time." As he spoke, he and the others stepped into the light gate, their figures vanishing into the air amidst the flickering blue light. Only Yue Feng remained standing in place for a long time, gazing at the empty sky, murmuring softly, "I hope you truly can return." At the Central Research Center of Xia in the insect disaster world, the night was deep, yet the entire research building was ablaze with light, screens flickering, instruments humming, resembling an insomniac iron furnace. Dr. Wan Ziyuan stood before the control panel, his fingers trembling as he flipped through the data just received from the otherworld. Xianhui stone, Shuanglan crystal, and Lingtan ore, 3 exotic minerals that did not exist in their world, flashed blue on the data panel. He murmured, "This is not something material science can explain. This is a miracle that transcends the limits of civilization." He continued to browse through the data. There's also synthetic starch. Crucial now that the insect swarm is rampant, and the 055,000 ton destroyer and nuclear-powered electromagnetic catapult aircraft carrier. Alas, the oceans have now become a forbidden zone. Suddenly, he turned sharply, his voice trembling with excitement. "Comrades, it seems that the mecha technology system we have longed for can finally be established." In an instant, the entire experimental hall erupted in fervor. The research personnel, who had been weary after 3 days and nights of work, rose, their eyes red. Can it really be done? As long as the energy density data for Xianhui stone holds true, our reactor design can achieve self-sustaining energy. The mecha project is being revived. The Luai's project is set to restart. The air was thick with a blend of excitement and tears. In a world ravaged by the insect disaster, they had often fantasized, if only they could possess a true mecha army. Perhaps they could carve a path to survival amidst the sea of insects. Chapter 57. The Actions of Xia. Meanwhile, in Xia of Blue Star, Su Yin sat at the holographic table in the research center, his gaze focused as his fingers swiftly operated the controls. The research materials transmitted from the other world unfolded before him. And when he came across a document titled Luai's Mecha Experimental System, his pupils suddenly constricted. They had actually developed a complete theoretical framework for mechas. He quickly scanned through hundreds of pages of documents, his heartbeat nearly drowning out the hum of the computer. All the components were present: armor materials, mechanics, hydraulic muscle fibers, and neural synchronization interfaces. Su Yin could not help but stand up, breathing rapidly. The only bottleneck is energy. The energy density is too low. The mecha can only sustain combat for 5 minutes. In the next moment, he slammed the table with fervor and erupted into laughter. This was precisely our forte. His eyes rekindled with a long-lost fervor. If I were to construct a miniature fusion reactor core utilizing Xuanhui stone and Shuanglan crystal, complemented by the quantum energy conduction properties of Lingtan Muquang, their mechas would no longer be mere toys for a 5-minute skirmish, but rather formidable steel giants capable of protracted combat. As he jotted down his ideas on the holographic screen, he murmured, "They possess structure, we possess energy. They have a combat system, we have materials. When the technologies of 2 worlds converge, the true era of mechas will be ushered in." On the screen, the technological trees of both civilizations unfurled side by side, gradually overlapping and complementing one another. A new annotation emerged at the center: Cross-Boundary Joint Project, Luai's Xuanhui Plan. Codename: Dual World Joint Mecha Project. Su Yin slightly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with a blue glow. Their advancement to this point was not solely due to intellect, but also a resilient will that persisted even in the face of impending doom. He flipped through the materials and noticed an annotation in the research report from the Daxiao regarding the insect plague world: stellar titanium alloy, an ultrametal with 10 times the strength of tungsten steel, retaining its toughness even in extreme cold. Suyin softly uttered, stellar titanium alloy, his face reflecting genuine admiration. No wonder they could sustain their mecha system. The calamities of this world had forged their own miracles. Simultaneously, the countdown on Chen Mo's end also resumed. The cursor on his retina flickered with cold blue light, counting down from 5 days. He inhaled deeply, fully aware that this time they were to face not merely exploration, but rescue. In the Daxia Central Command's war conference room, the atmosphere was exceptionally grave. Under the joint resolution of Yu Guodong, He Xingyao, Wan Yuxiang, and others, the order was formally issued. During Chen Mo's next traversal, strategic supplies must be urgently transported to the insect play dimension, prioritizing energy and defense construction with Xuanhui stone, Xuanlan crystal, and Lingtan Muquang as the core. The cargo lines at the Lop Ner base operated day and night. Military transport vehicles traversing through the night, their compartments laden with mineral crystals from the zombie world. The otherworldly light of human civilization. Engineers whispered among themselves as they loaded the cargo. These materials, I hear, can support a reactor and even construct mechas? Shoo, this is top secret. Asking too many questions could lead to a written reprimand. Hey, if we really can build mechas, then this endeavor is worth it. Meanwhile, major research institutes and key universities across Daxia began receiving batches of materials from national secret projects. The document's title prominently displayed, Luai's Mecha Engineering System Joint Experimental Edition. Yet, not a single document mentioned its origin. At the Lonka University High Energy Mechanical Research Institute, the eminent academician in robotics, Chen Jia, sat at his desk, poring over the voluminous materials. Initially, he skimmed through casually, but upon encountering the design diagrams for the hydraulic muscle fiber linkage structure and neural synchronous feedback control system, he was left in utter astonishment. He murmured to himself, adjusting his reading glasses, his fingers trembling. This theory is far too advanced. It completely subverts our existing electromechanical control concepts. When he reached the final page detailing the core armor material, stellar titanium alloy, he furrowed his brow further. Stellar titanium alloy? We have never heard of such a material. Could it be a theoretical construct? He continued flipping through the pages, finding the entire document exceptionally rigorous and impeccable. Even though the core material remained unknown, the overall system was still scientifically coherent. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly realized the flaw in the power system was the only shortcoming of this framework. However, utilizing Xuanhui stone, Xuanlan crystal, and Lingtan Muquang to compensate for energy density is entirely feasible. What a seamless design! He marveled, then flashed a wry smile. Could it be that they truly unearthed extraterrestrial technology on the far side of the moon? As soon as he spoke, he immediately summoned his team to get into gear. The Luai's Mecha project was to commence full-scale research from this moment. Within 3 days, a preliminary energy supplementation plan must be submitted. Similar scenes unfolded nationwide. Research institutions, engineering laboratories, and military factories, waves of top talents integrated into the Luai's Mecha Improvement Project, working tirelessly day and night, achieving breakthrough after breakthrough. All research findings and advancements will be promptly compiled and reported to Suyin. Standing before the glass corridor of the research center, Suyin gazed at the twinkling lights outside, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The technological trees of two worlds were merging. He softly murmured, "The true steel dawn of the Luai's plan has begun." The critical moment for traversal had finally arrived. In the early morning, the research institute was still enveloped in mist when Chen Jia concluded a night of calculations and prepared to brew a cup of tea. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside. Several individuals clad in dark trench coats, adorned with special badges from the Security Bureau, entered the room. The leader, bearing a solemn expression yet speaking with utmost respect, addressed him. "Dr. Shen, your research in mecha control and human-machine integration is unparalleled nationwide. Presently, the country has an exceedingly critical mission that requires your leadership. However, I must inform you in advance of the mission's dangers. The confidentiality level is extremely high. Once accepted, you may have to disappear from public view for an extended period." Chen Jia paused momentarily. From youth to old age, he had always yearned to participate in projects that could change the course of history. At this moment, he understood that this was that very opportunity. Without hesitation, he replied, "I am willing." At the moment he signed the confidentiality agreement, a wave of excitement surged within him. The sound of pen on paper seemed to herald a turn of fate. Subsequently, he was escorted into a sealed conference room. The head of the Security Bureau's Special Investigation Team handed him a classified document. Upon opening it, the first line left him utterly stunned. Project source, otherworld Xia. Objective, Luai's joint mecha plan. Otherworld? He couldn't help but repeat, his voice trembling slightly. The document meticulously detailed intelligence from the insect plague world, the traversal plan of Chen Mo's team, and the progress of technological integration between the two parties. As he flipped through the pages, Shin Mingjia's shock gradually transformed into fervor. So, it was, this Luai's mecha system did not appear out of thin air, but was a product forged through the struggles of another Xia in dire straits. The head of the Security Bureau nodded. Precisely. Currently, they're facing a crisis due to the insect plague. The Central Command has decided to dispatch a tech team, with you as one of the leaders, to traverse to the insect plague dimension and collaboratively develop the mecha system with the other Xia. Chapter 58. To set out again. Shin Mingjia remained silent for several seconds. He gazed at the red document bearing the seal of the Xia Central Command, a long-lost fervor swelling within him. To witness the technologies of two worlds standing side by side his lifetime was a privilege of a lifetime. He straightened his back, his gaze resolute. I accept the mission. Very well. The leader handed him a new identification, chief consultant of the Luai's joint mecha plan. That afternoon, a military helicopter landed on the rooftop of his research institute. The wind from the rotor dispersed his white hair as he looked back at the building that had accompanied him for decades, softly saying, "Old friends. This time I'm off to dream further afield." Soon, he made his way to the military airport and boarded a military aircraft, destination, Lopner Base. The night at Lopner Base was eerily quiet. The starry sky stretched infinitely, the wind whipping up sand and gravel from the distant testing area, carrying a chilling dryness. Chen Mo walked slowly in the courtyard, his steps heavy with thought. The countdown to traversal had entered its final phase, yet he felt no sense of ease. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. "You seem to have something on your mind?" He turned around to find Qin Sinyu. She was still clad in that white research uniform, her long hair gently swaying in the night breeze. Chen Mo offered a bitter smile and remarked, "Indeed, the previous world was one overrun by zombies. Although fraught with peril, I could still cope with that kind of despair. Yet this time is different." He lifted his gaze towards the night sky, with the twinkling stars reflected in his eyes. "Over there lies a Xia, akin to our own, sharing the same language, bloodline, and banner. Watching them being consumed by the locust plague fills my heart with unease." He paused momentarily, his voice dropping. Su Yin is correct. If the insect race is truly an interstellar intelligent species, then no matter how hard we strive, our efforts may merely be a drop in the bucket. Perhaps this time, we are confronted with an adversary that is fundamentally insurmountable. The wind swept through the silence, stirring the dust at his feet. Chen Mo's tone carried a weight of suppressed exhaustion. Qin Xingyu gazed at him quietly and, after a moment, spoke softly, "Is not in vain." Chen Mo looked up into her eyes. Qin Xingyu's gaze was bright, akin to the most steadfast star in the night sky. Humanity can triumph over nature is not merely a slogan. Even if the ultimate outcome is failure, the very process of striving holds significance. She offered a gentle smile, adding, "Moreover, since they share our lineage, they must also possess our spirit. The tenacity to strive unceasingly, to never bow down, is embedded in our blood." Chen Mo was taken aback for a few seconds, and a long-lost smile finally graced his lips. "You are right. Even if the road ahead is shrouded in darkness, we ought to be that beacon. At the very least, let them see that another Xia exists, standing shoulder to shoulder with them." Qin Xingyu slightly nodded, the wind tousling her hair, and in that moment, her smile was both tender and resolute. The time for crossing over was drawing near. Within the underground isolation chamber of Lopner, everything had entered the final countdown. The chamber's lights flickered with a cold white glow, and an atmosphere of palpable tension filled the air. Chen Mo glanced at the countdown displayed on his retina. Countdown, 001243. That sequence of numbers pulsated in the reflected blue light, resembling a beating heart. "All personnel, assume your positions," Zhang Zhe commanded, his voice resounding with authority. The three strongest special operations teams of the Xia, Battle Tiger Squad, Flame Squad, and Thunder Squad, were now fully assembled. Each team member's armor shimmered with tactical identification lights, and the powered exoskeletons emitted a low, resonant hum. Dozens of Type 100 main battle tanks were neatly lined up in the passageway, their cannons facing forward, ready to fire upon crossing over. The sound of tracks grinding against the ground was deep and resonant, akin to battle drums echoing underground. On the research team's side, dozens of researchers led by Su Yin and Chen Mo had completed their deployment. Their mission, in conjunction with the researchers from Great Xia in the insect-infested world, was to support the subsequent development of mechas. Su Yin glanced at the composed Chen Mo and took a deep breath. This time, what we carry is not merely hope, but also the future. Chen Mo gently adjusted his glasses, his expression focused. The Laissez Mecha project is about to truly commence. Chen Mo surveyed everyone present and slowly stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, this time, we are not merely explorers but also the envoys of Xia. Let the technologies of both worlds stand side by side, ensuring that the flame of humanity is never extinguished by any calamity." Meanwhile, in the insect-infested world, a temporary military base on the outskirts of Jinling was embroiled in fierce combat. The locust tide surged forth like a black tsunami from the horizon, dense and overwhelming. Yu Weifeng stood at the defensive line, his armor stained dark with insect blood. "Fire at coverage zones 1 and 2. Do not let those airborne insects approach. Commander, the insect onslaught is too fierce. Comrades, we can barely hold on." A battered soldier shouted, his voice hoarse. Yu Weifeng gritted his teeth and roared. "We must hold the line, even if it kills us. This base cannot fall into the hands of the insects, even if only one person remains. Remember what Chen Mo said, they will return from here." He raised his assault rifle high and shouted to all, "Comrades, as long as we stand, the base stands. As long as we stand, the base stands." The cries surged and fell, intertwined with the thunderous roars of artillery, as a group of flesh and blood erected the final barrier against the waves of insects. The sky blazed red with fire, and the mingling of insect blood and shattered carapaces painted a hellish scene. Meanwhile, in the distant underground isolation chamber of Lop Nur, the countdown reached its final second. 00000. The portal opens. Boom! A blue and white energy vortex suddenly illuminated the night sky like a fallen star, the dazzling light rendering the entire Lop Nur base as bright as day. A fierce energy storm stirred up clouds of dust on the ground, and soldiers instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves, their faces a mix of overwhelming shock and anticipation. Countdown commencing. The announcement echoed in the command hall. Chen Mo declared, "Teleportation stable. You may proceed. Thunder Squad, move out." Zheng Zhe shouted, leading his squad of 16, driving the Type 100 main battle tanks, followed by the Battle Tiger Squad and Flame Squad. The armored vehicles roared as they surged into the light portal, their tracks thundering against the ground, causing the entire base to tremble. Following closely were Chen Mo, Su Yin, Shen Mo, and the core members of the research team within the vehicles. Behind them, transport vehicles laden with supplies sped into the portal, their compartments filled with crates of Xianhui stones, Shuanglan crystals, and Lingtan Mother ore, hopes that spanned worlds. The blue and white energy waves surged, nearly boiling, as everyone understood that every second was a race against time. Hurry! 30 seconds remaining. The last transport vehicle's taillights vanished into the shimmering veil. The energy of the portal began to destabilize, rippling like the surface of water. Countdown ends in 10, 9, 8. The light began to contract, and the air resonated with a low, vibrating hum. Suddenly, with a hum, the portal abruptly closed, leaving only the sound of the empty wind and the searing remnants of energy scattered across the ground. The base fell into a brief silence. Everyone held their breath, staring at the now extinguished void. In the distance, General Wan Yuxiang of the Western Theater Command stood at the edge of shelter, his gaze as deep as iron. He slowly removed his military cap, murmuring softly, "Chen Mo, Zheng Zhe, Su Yin, you must return safely." Chapter 59, Military Base Number 001. As Chen Mo's Type 100 main battle tank thundered forth from the portal, the world was engulfed in deafening artillery fire almost simultaneously. The air was thick with the scent of metal and char. The ground heaved from the explosions as countless insects roared, thrashing and plummeting amidst the flames. The urgency in Zheng Zhe's voice crackled over the radio. Chen Mo, stay safe. We are currently under insect attack and are assisting in holding the line. Immediately, a hoarse yet resonant voice cut into the channel. You have finally arrived. It was Yu Weifeng, the commander of the Baihong Battalion. Chen Mo looked up to see Yu Weifeng at the forefront of the position, draped in a ballistic cloak stained with blood and mud, his gaze resolute as iron, leading the remaining soldiers in a staunch defense. Nearly every soldier bore wounds. Some were bandaged hastily, still loading ammunition, while others held machine guns with one hand, the other merely clutching a bandage. A tightness gripped Chen Mo's heart. He understood that these individuals were not holding this military base for victory, but rather to provide them with a safe landing space. All personnel prepared to provide fire support for the front line. Zheng Zhe bellowed. Dozens of Type 100 tanks simultaneously adjusted their cannons, fire control systems quickly locking onto targets, their muzzles glowing brightly like stars. The next moment, boom, dozens of 120mm armor-piercing shells were unleashed simultaneously, streaking through the sky like a meteor shower, landing in the heart of the locust tide. The massive shock wave sent towering flames surging forth as the mountainous swarms of insects were shredded in the inferno, limbs and carapaces flying through the air. Main cannon loaded. Continue firing. The sounds of artillery merged into a continuous roar, while machine gun fire swept across the battlefield, shell casings raining down like a storm. In a mere 10 minutes, the front lines were stabilized anew. The swarm of insects crumbled amidst the inferno, countless carcasses of the Zerg piled high like mountains. Yu Weifeng gasped for breath, his gaze fixed upon the rows of heavily armored tanks, his eyes brimming with astonishment and gratitude. At last, we have held our ground. After the battle subsided, Yu Weifeng personally arrived to meet with Chen Mo and others. Observing the transport vehicles laden with supplies, he inhaled deeply. The Central Command had issued orders. Yu Weifeng stated gravely, upon your arrival, we shall proceed directly to Military Base 001. It serves as the core defensive line of our Great Xia against the insect tide, as well as our command hub. Understood. Zheng Zhe immediately responded. The convoy resumed its motion, the treads crushing the charred ground beneath. The night air, tinged with the scent of blood, also carried an essence of hope. Along the way, Chen Mo gazed at the ruins illuminated by artillery fire, his tone calm, yet resolute. Camp leader Yu, we can remain for 5 days. After that, we will return to gather more resources and return to assist you. Yu Weifeng nodded, a weary yet sincere smile gracing his face. It is truly a blessing to have you here. Subsequently, the convoy surged towards Military Base 001. Throughout the journey, the air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder, while the distant sky was occasionally illuminated by the flashes of explosions, resembling a dawn marred by wounds. The treads rumbled ominously over the scorched earth. Meanwhile, within the Central Command Tower of Military Base 001, red warning lights flickered incessantly. General Xia Haowei stood solemnly before a vast holographic sand table, his expression grave. The Zerg's offensive surged from the southeast, approaching like an impending tide. At this moment, a communications officer hurriedly approached, exclaiming, report. Confirmation of successful docking. Chen Mo and his team have entered our dimension and are approaching our base. Excellent. Xia Haowei nodded, his eyes glinting slightly. How long will they stay? According to the transmitted communication, a maximum of 5 days. 5 days, he repeated softly. Then we must ensure that all possible avenues for collaboration and communication are established within that time frame. At his side, Chief Scientific Expert Wan Ziyuan immediately rose. Send over the data they have brought. I will organize a team for analysis at once. Minutes later, when the completion files for the Luai's mecha system appeared on the screen, the entire research room fell silent for a brief moment, followed by an eruption of near-ecstatic cheers. Is this the carbon-based energy core? And the fusion stabilization equations for the Shuanglan crystal and Xianhui stone? Wan Ziyuan's hands trembled. He almost shouted to his assistants. This is magnificent. It is precisely the missing link we have been searching for. In recent days, the relentless assaults by the Zerg had completely severed the industrial supply lines. A critical shortage of materials, insufficient energy, and interrupted experiments had brought their research to the brink of stagnation. At this moment, the data from the otherworldly Great Xia was akin to a life-saving deluge. Immediately, gather all mecha research teams. integrate the new material theories into the Luai's mecha reactor model. The fatigue on Wanduan's face vanished, replaced by a long-lost fervor. He clenched his fists, his eyes shining. If this verification succeeds, we can truly bring the Luai's mecha to life. Outside the command tower, the dawn light began to break. The wind stirred the banners, the familiar red flames fluttering in the sunlight. Xia Haowei gazed at the banner, his tone resolute. Whether in this world or theirs, Great Xia has never bowed to fate. Shortly thereafter, Chen Mo and his team passed through multiple defensive lines, finally reaching Military Base 001. This base was situated at the junction of desert and steel. Anti-aircraft artillery, automated cannons, and machine guns stood guard, while drones patrolled the skies, leaving behind luminous trails. At the front gate of the base, General Xia Haowei, draped in a combat command cloak, awaited alongside the elderly yet spirited Dr. Wanziwan. As Chen Mo and his team disembarked, they were met with eyes weathered by war, reflecting both exhaustion and fervent hope. Su Yin and Shun Mingjie stepped forward first, offering a slight salute. Commander Xia, Dr. Wan, we have brought the supplies and samples you urgently need. Please take a look. Su Yin gestured toward the transport vehicle behind him. The compartment slowly opened, revealing neatly stacked Xianhui stones, Shuanglan crystals, and Lingtan Mother, Oregon. The blue, white, and silver crystals refracted a dreamlike brilliance under the lights, reminiscent of the beating heart of human civilization. Wanziwan stood transfixed, then hurried forward, trembling hands reaching out to touch a piece of Xianhui stone. The energy response is astounding, incredible. Such creations truly exist in this world. This is real, not a model or an illusion, but genuine minerals. He turned, grasping the hands of Su Yin and Shun Mingjie with fervor and gratitude. What you have brought is hope. Let's go, he urged impatiently. Take me to the experimental area. We must begin testing immediately. Time is of the essence. Su Yin, Shun Mingjie, and the research team proceeded to the research area, marking the commencement of a collaborative study that transcended two worlds. Chapter 60. The prototype of the Luai's mecha is complete. On the other side, Chen Mo and Zheng Zhe, under Xia Haowei's guidance, entered the resting chamber of the command area. Along the way, soldiers hurriedly rushed about, and a large screen in the command center displayed flashing red warning zones, indicating that the Zerg's attack direction nearly covered the entire coastal defense line. The situation was tense. As they walked, Xia Haowei lowered his voice. We can only offer you a brief reception. Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. Commander, you are too courteous. We are practical individuals, not ones for ostentation. Their eyes met, each reflecting a shared determination. Xia Haowei nodded slightly, his tone becoming earnest. We are grateful for your assistance across worlds. He paused, gazing out at the horizon stained red by artillery fire, his voice deep yet imbued with a convincing strength. What you have brought may be more than mere supplies. More importantly, it gives us hope in this war against the Zerg. Chen Mo silently regarded him, slowly responding. No matter the world, Great Xia never bows to despair. Meanwhile, within the main experimental chamber of Base 001, the lights shone brightly. The three gathered around the central holographic projection table, where towering 15-meter Luai's mecha rotated slowly. Blue energy pulses flickered within its chest cavity, resembling an artificial heart. Su Yin pointed at the energy chamber structure of the mecha, his voice urgent and passionate. Your Luai's mecha architecture is highly advanced, but the energy supply is unstable. In a Zerg-infested environment, such short endurance cannot sustain the front line. If we introduce a condensation flow layer using Shuanglan crystals, combined with the energy reaction of Xianhui stones, the energy efficiency can be improved by at least fourfold. Shun Mingjie quickly summoned the modeling results on the virtual terminal, and as lines of code flickered, the energy curve in the model surged upward instantaneously. See, this design can stabilize output, preventing energy fluctuations that lead to shutdowns. Dr. Wanziwan watched the two operate, his excitement making him feel 20 years younger. He slammed his hand on the table. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. It turns out the quantum condensation effect of Shuanglan crystals can replace our previous energy conduits. We had forced the use of starlight titanium alloy under pressure, resulting in severe energy loss. But now this approach perfectly complements. As Su Yin operated, he remarked, Your starlight titanium alloy is a miraculous metal, boasting high strength and excellent ductility. I propose to coat its surface with a layer of Lingtan mother or nanofilm, enhancing conductivity and enabling self-healing during combat. Wan Ziyuan's breath quickened, his eyes sparkling. If this can be realized, it would not merely be a mecha, but a war machine exhibiting characteristics of life. Shen Mingjie smiled gently, adjusting his glasses. We have always been in pursuit of this goal. The three exchanged knowing smiles. In unison, they extended their hands and pressed the confirmation button for the energy system integration test. In the next moment, the lights in the laboratory dimmed, and the central reactor model emanated a blinding blue light, with waves of energy pulsating outward along the model's shell. On the monitoring screen, energy output steadily rose. 200, 300, 400. Wan Ziyuan clenched his fist, his voice trembling with excitement. We succeeded. The energy system integration is a success. Su Yin smiled slightly. From today onward, the laissez mecha truly possesses a heart. With the successful completion of the model validation, the industrial zone of Military Base 001 erupted in excitement. Warning lights began to flash in succession. Mechanical arms whirred to life, and molten gold gushed from the furnace, filling the air with the scent of heated metal. The prototype of the laissez mecha officially commenced construction. That towering 15-meter steel giant finally transitioned from blueprints and projections into the realm of reality. Over the past few months, the core energy system of the laissez mecha had been its greatest bottleneck. The instability of energy and the inefficiency of the reactor had forced the prototype to remain idle on the production line. However, with the arrival of three miraculous materials, Xianhui stone, Shuangwan crystal, and Link carbon mother ore, Su Yin and Wan Ziyuan had successfully overcome the final barrier. The energy pulse core had stabilized, meaning the laissez mecha could finally move. During a brief intermission, Su Yin and Wan Ziyuan walked side by side down the bustling factory corridor. The sound of steel clashing echoed from all directions. As the skeletal frame of a semi-finished mecha slowly rose beneath the hoisting arm, resembling a slumbering giant beast, Su Yin gazed at the enormous figure with genuine respect in his tone. Your Xingqian titanium alloy is truly an incredible material. Its hardness is astonishing, capable of withstanding energy impacts while maintaining flexibility. To be frank, we cannot produce such metal on our end. Can we take some samples back with us? Wan Ziyuan paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Of course, that's not a problem. Although Xingqian titanium alloy is also quite rare here, it pales in comparison to the energy technology you have provided. Su Yin nodded, his tone gentle. Rest assured, we will not take too much. You still need to defend against the insect plague. We only require a small quantity for preliminary research. Once the plague subsides, Great Xia will officially sign a long-term cooperation agreement. Upon hearing the phrase "the insect plague subsides," Wan Ziyuan fell silent. Outside the factory, the distant horizon was illuminated by artillery fire. Each flash represented another battle, another round of sacrifices. After a moment, he slowly extended his hand, shaking Su Yin's firmly. "All right," he said, his gaze resolute yet tinged with fatigue. "Let's wait for the day we quell the insect plague." Su Yin smiled back, returning the handshake solemnly. "We will." Just as the assembly of the laissez mecha entered its final stages, a deafening explosion erupted from dozens of kilometers outside the base. Alarms instantly blared throughout the entire 001 base, and all warning lights turned red. The insect swarm was attacking once more, targeting the key defensive area in the southeast. The communication channel crackled with urgent reports. The swarm is massive. New heavy armor types have emerged, requesting reinforcements. In the command hall, Xiao Haorui's expression darkened as he sprang to his feet. Defensive difficulties? The chief of staff responded in a solemn tone. Yes. The third defense line is being suppressed and is expected to fall in 10 minutes. Simultaneously, another urgent communication came from the research area. Wan Ziyuan's voice was filled with excitement and tension. "Commander, in 10 minutes, the laissez mecha prototype will be ready for activation. The energy core stability rate has met the standards. We can validate its combat performance on the battlefield." Xiao Haorui pondered for a few seconds before decisively issuing orders. "All right. Inform the front line that reinforcements will arrive in 20 minutes. Tell them to hold the line at all costs for these 20 minutes. He turned to the operational commander. The reserve team must depart immediately, providing full fire cover. Under no circumstances can that defense line fall. Yes. The operational personnel swiftly sprang into action, tanks and armored vehicles roaring out of the hangar. The ground trembled as dust was kicked up, reflecting faint light off the base's protective shield. Meanwhile, in the research area, Wang Ziyuan, Su Yin, and Shen Mingjie were working tirelessly. The blue light pulses of the energy core were becoming increasingly stable, and the final layer of the link-carbon mother membrane on the mecha's exterior was undergoing nano-level fusion. Completion was at 98%. The temperature control of the energy chamber was stable. The neural synchronization system was connected. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on the monitoring screen, his voice low yet powerful. Hurry, faster. The front line is waiting for us. Finally, with a crisp notification sound, the announcement came through. Lazy Mecha Prototype. System ready. Chapter 61. Mecha Deployment. Wang Ziyuan let out a long breath, nearly collapsing into his chair. He lifted his head to gaze at the towering 15-meter steel giant before him. It can finally move. Su Yin wasted no time, issuing an immediate command. Notify the command center. The mecha is ready to deploy. From the command center, Xia Haorui's steady voice responded, understood. The lazy mecha prototype will be piloted by Yu Weifeng. Target, Southeast Defense Line. Mission codename, Dawn Strike. This marked the first real combat deployment of the mecha, and it was also the first direct confrontation with the insect swarms. In an instant, the entire base fell into a fervent silence. Countless soldiers halted in their tracks, gazing toward the distant hangar where the lazy mecha stood silently, blue energy flowing within its chest, as if true hope had finally opened its eyes. After receiving the order, Yu Weifeng hurried to the research area. As the heavy alloy hatch slowly opened, a wave of oppressive roaring sound surged forward. There stood the 15-meter-tall lazy mecha, positioned in the center of the brightly lit hangar, blue and white energy beams pulsing through the seams of its armor, resembling a steel giant poised to awaken. Yu Weifeng's breath quickened involuntarily. Even as a battle-hardened veteran, he found himself speechless in this moment of awe. Is this the lazy mecha? Wang Ziyuan stepped forward, his voice brimming with pride and excitement. Indeed, the entire structure employs a core framework of Xingqian titanium alloy, with a layer of link-carbon mother membrane for both defense and flexibility. The core energy source is a new type of fusion reactor, capable of continuous operation for an entire week, even under high-intensity combat conditions. He paused before continuing his explanation. The armament system features dual configurations. The primary weapons are high-energy laser cannons and kinetic railguns, while melee combat is supported by a Xingqian titanium giant axe capable of shattering the heavy armor of insectoids in a single strike. Additionally, the mecha possesses short-duration hovering and high-mobility jump capabilities, but it currently lacks long-range flight functionality, classifying it as a ground assault type. Yu Weifeng listened intently, his expression resolute. Understood. I have synchronized the system data. I am ready to depart. Wang Ziyuan nodded. Good luck, Knight of Lazy. As the cockpit closed, the eyes of the lazy mecha illuminated, its blinding blue light flooding the entire hangar. Energy system activated. Neural synchronization rate, 98. All weapon modules unlocked. The lazy mecha, piloted by Yu Weifeng, was on its way. With heavy footsteps, the lazy mecha took its first step, each stride reverberating like an earthquake, stirring up clouds of dust. Meanwhile, in the control center, Su Yin, Shen Mingjie, and Wang Ziyuan intently monitored the screens. Data streams surged across the projection, tracking energy output curves, body load rates, and stability coefficients. Su Yin spoke in a low voice. Begin recording combat data. Observe and synchronize feedback throughout. Shen Mingjie smiled softly. Our child has finally made it to the battlefield. Wang Ziyuan clenched his fist, his gaze intense. After this battle, the lazy mecha will no longer be just an experiment. It will become humanity's foremost weapon against the insect plague. Southeast Defense Line. The horizon is ablaze with dark red clouds, and the cannon fire rends the night sky. The air is thick with the acrid scent of scorched metal and gunpowder, as the battlefield is strewn with burning debris and the anguished cries of monstrous insects. Reinforcement from Base 001 arrived 5 minutes ago, yet the situation remains dire. Waves of the insect swarm surge forth from the valleys and fissures in the earth. The heavily armored insectoids, clad in metallic exoskeletons, advance relentlessly under the barrage of fire. Unleash all firepower. If we cannot halt them, We shall suppress them with artillery. Report. Ammunition is down to 30%. Damn it. That creature withstood a 155mm shell and still moves. Each deafening explosion fractures their morale further. The squad leader, face caked in dust and voice hoarse, bellows, just one command. We hold the line, not a step back. He turns, raises his rifle, and fires several rounds into the ominous tide of insects ahead. Everyone listen. Prioritize targeting the joints of the armor types. That is their weakness. A violent explosion sends dust and debris flying as the front trenches are breached, and a tank is tossed into the air by a colossal insect. Squad leader, the line is about to break. Hold steady. He presses the communication button on his shoulder. Reporting to the base, we can still hold. Just as his words fade, a heavy armored insect's pincers suddenly pierce the barricade, shaking the entire position. Gritting his teeth, the squad leader expends his last ounce of strength to shove an anti-tank grenade into the creature's maw. Back to hell with you. Boom. The violent explosion renders the surrounding soldiers momentarily deaf. Yet, amidst the blinding light of the blast, they see new swarms surging forth once more. Soldiers stand back to back, bloodied but resolutely gripping their triggers. Ammunition is nearly depleted. No matter, we still have bayonets. In that moment, the sky above the southeastern defense zone resonates with a heart-stirring battle cry. Every inch of land, every drop of blood. We stand firm. Just as the tide of insects threatens to engulf the position entirely, a deep rumble suddenly reverberates through the air. It is the sound of air being violently compressed and torn apart. Instinctively, everyone looks up to witness a dazzling blue-white light plummeting from the heavens, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, as a 15-meter-high steel giant crashes down at the heart of the battlefield. The Lazy mech prototype. Our mech has arrived. The soldiers can hardly believe their eyes. The immense surface of the mech flickers with energy pulses, and the reactor in its chest glows like a heartbeat. The ground sinks half a meter upon its landing, sending the front lines swarm flying. Inside the cockpit, Yu Weifeng grips the control stick, his voice deep and powerful. Rest assured, reinforcements have arrived. No sooner does he finish speaking than the Lazy mech raises its right arm, the mechanical boost roaring to life. Target locked on the armored types. Boom! The Star Titan Great Axe, imbued with terrifying energy arcs, cleaves down from the sky, slicing the armored shell of the insectoid in two. The giant axe sweeps back, the air ripping apart in a shockwave, as dozens of the creatures are shredded into pieces. Next, the shoulder turret unlocks, and the dual high-energy laser cannons activate. Target, insect swarm, dense area, energy gathering for launch. A blinding white beam streaks across the battlefield, instantly melting the swarm in a wave of searing heat, leaving behind a charred expanse and steam. Yu Weifeng's gaze sharpens as he engages the thrusters, leaping into the heart of the swarm. Come on, keep sending them to their doom. The Lazy mech transforms into a blue-white tempest, the great axe whirling in the air, resembling a massive meat grinder. Roars, explosions, and the clash of metal meld into chaos. As the advance of the swarm is forcefully reversed, the soldiers on the front line are left in stunned silence. Is that our Xia mech? My heavens, this is the true shield of humanity. Lazy mech. Well done. Chapter 62, Delivering Hope. With the addition of the Lazy mech, the southeastern defense line finally stabilizes. The swarm is forcibly suppressed, and hope reignites on the battlefield. Meanwhile, at the command center of Base 001, the screen displays real-time footage of the Lazy mech, its energy beams tearing through the swarm, the flames of the explosions reflecting on every face. Sujian, Shen Mingji, and Wan Ziyuan all watch in rapt attention. After a moment, Shen Mingji cannot help but smile. Its combat power is tremendous, as long as energy supply is sufficient. The Lazy mech serves as the ultimate barrier against the insectoids. If we can produce them in bulk, our civilization will be secure. However, Wan Ziyuan does not share in the joy. He removes his glasses, his expression grave as he sighs. In a time of peace, with a complete industrial system, mass production of the Lazy mech would be effortless. But now he gazes at the global situation map on the wall. Vast areas marked in red represent the territory of the insectoid forces, having nearly consumed the world. Following the outbreak of the insect disaster, the global supply chain has collapsed. The American continent has fallen entirely. Europe is barely holding on, and the island nations have been utterly annihilated. Across the globe, only Great Xia remains to endure. Yet even so, our combat capability diminishes day by day. Resources are scarce, transport is interrupted, and infrastructure lies in ruins. We can hardly maintain the most basic production lines, let alone large-scale mech manufacturing. He lowers his voice. More critically, the laissez mech requires highly capable neural synchronizers. They must possess unwavering will, stable minds, and lightning-fast reflexes. But now, amidst the chaos of war, we cannot systematically screen them. Su Yin and Shun Mingjie exchange glances and nod in agreement. Su Yin speaks solemnly. If it is a supply chain issue, once the portal can be maintained for an extended period, we can assist in manufacturing directly on your side. Core components, energy modules, armor segments, we can provide them all. Shun Mingjie adds. As for the neural synchronizers, we can also help in the screening process. We will select those with strong wills, unafraid of sacrifice, and send them to your world to become true mech knights. Wan Ziyuan suddenly looks up, a glimmer of hope sparking in his eyes. You are willing to help us? Su Yin smiles, patting his shoulder. We are all the Xia people, regardless of the world. Shun Mingjie nods in agreement. We not only want to help you survive, but we also aim to put an end to the insect disaster together. Wan Ziyuan, nearly choked with emotion, responds. Then I entrust this to you. Finally, Su Jian, Sen Mingjie, and Wan Ziyuan immerse themselves in a new round of technical breakthroughs throughout the night. The laboratory lights shine all night long. They discuss the shortcomings exposed by the laissez mech on the battlefield, including joint energy consumption, neural latency, and thermal recovery, iterating repeatedly. Each parameter adjustment sparks a debate. Each finalized plan feels like a gamble. Su Yin taps away at the terminal while asserting. The response speed of the main control service must be increased by 15%. Otherwise, we will be at a disadvantage in close combat. Shun Mingjie frowns in rebuttal. That would lead to excessive energy consumption and insufficient heat dissipation. Wan Ziyuan suddenly interjects. Why don't we attempt a dual-layer neural feedback, using spiritual carbon mother or to divert energy layers, ensuring both speed and stability? The three of them fervently discuss and iterate throughout the night. By dawn, a new model of the laissez mech takes shape in a holographic projection, faster, more stable, and stronger. Simultaneously, Wan Ziyuan presents a thick blueprint. This is the manufacturing blueprint for the equipment to screen neural synchronizers. You can construct it upon returning, selecting individuals who can fully integrate with the mech's neural interface. Su Yin nods solemnly, accepting the blueprint. Rest assured, we will promptly initiate the screening process on our side. Meanwhile, in the command hall of the base, Chen Mo stands beside the battle sandbox, accompanying General Xia Haruei, the supreme commander of the Xia Central Command in this insect disaster world. The surroundings are bustling with activity, alarms and communications ringing out in a cacophony. By all accounts, he should not be present at such a high-level meeting. Yet, General Xia insisted on having him stay. He is the source of hope. Xia Haruei once stated that those who possess the portal ought to hear our battle song. The Tianxiong army must hold fast the southeastern defense line. The Dima army is tasked with sealing off the northwest valley where the main force of the insect tide is gathering. On the enormous electronic map, red dots spread like a tide. Each confirmation signifies another section of the defense line ignited. Chen Mo stood silently aside, bearing an indescribable heaviness in his heart. When the meeting concluded, he stepped forward. General Xia, if circumstances become dire, you may use the portal to bring some people to our location. It is safe there, and we can accommodate them. Xia Haruei paused slightly, then smiled. In that smile, there was no hesitation, only calmness and pride. I appreciate your good intentions, he replied, raising his gaze to the battle map, his eyes burning bright. However, the duty to defend our territory is ours alone. If we forsake our land merely to survive, can we still call ourselves the people of Daxia? He paused, his voice deep yet resonant. The Son of Heaven guards the nation's gates. A monarch dies for his realm. If ever there comes a day when we truly cannot withstand, please leave an indelible mark of glory for our world of Daxia in your museum. Chen Mo was taken aback. In that moment, he did not see a general, nor a commander, but rather the backbone of the entire realm. The 5-day deadline passed in the blink of an eye. During this span, Yu Weifeng scarcely closed his eyes. He piloted the Luai's mecha, becoming the sharpest blade on the battlefield. No matter how dense the insects swarm, the appearance of the mecha would cleave through one man, one axe, one city, one storm. Each strike accompanied by the thunderous sound of energy explosions. Each return, the mecha's armor marred with scorch marks and blood, yet still standing firm as a mountain. Luai strikes. The insect tide recedes. This phrase had become the rallying cry along the front lines. Meanwhile, on the other side of the base, Su Yin, Shen Mingjia, and Wan Ziyuan worked tirelessly day and night. Through the operational data relayed by Yu Weifeng, they recalibrated the energy output curve of the mecha, the stress structure of the armor, and the neural synchronization feedback delay. A comprehensive Luai's mecha optimization plan was finally completed. Once mass-produced, Shen Mingjia wiped the dark circle from his face and smiled. Even if the insect race were to multiply tenfold, they would still be no match. Suyan Saif, if only I could stay and continue improving this with you. Wan Ziyuan clapped him on the shoulder. You have already aided us immensely. Return now, and take these achievements back to help us sustain hope. As the time for the portal approached, the Thunder Special Operations Team, led by Zheng Zhe, reassembled. However, the equipment they brought was neatly arranged in the base square, dozens of Type 100 main battle tanks, and hundreds of boxes of supplies and ammunition. Chen Mo observed all this with a faint smile. Let these remain here. You need them more than we do. Xia Haorui was momentarily taken aback, then solemnly saluted. Thank you. No matter where you are in the future, the Daxia here will always owe you a debt of gratitude. The wind howled in the base square. Sunlight filtered through the dust, illuminating the mechas and tanks with a dazzling golden glow. Chen Mo, Su Yin, Shen Mingjia, Zheng Zhe, and others stood before the portal. In that moment, there were no grand declarations, only resolute gazes exchanged and a shared belief. Daxia shall not perish. Chapter 63. The Mobilization of Daxia. Upon their return to the Luobupo, the energy of the portal had yet to dissipate completely when the director of the Security Bureau, Yu Guodong, was already waiting at the exit. You have worked hard. He stepped forward, his voice steady yet tinged with urgency. What is the situation over there? Su Yin removed his protective suit, his expression still bearing the tension. Overall, it went relatively smoothly. With the cooperation of the research team on the other side, we utilized the Xianhui Stone, Shuangwan Crystal, and Lingtan Mother, or collected from the zombie world, combined with their still imperfect Luai's mecha plan, to successfully construct and test the prototype in combat. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled. The performance in actual combat was outstanding. The mecha's defense and firepower can suppress the insect race. One machine turned the tide of battle in the southeastern defense. Yu Guodong listened with excitement, unable to refrain from striking the table. Good. This is a truly transformative achievement. However, Su Yin's tone grew somber, but Yu Guodong immediately tempered his expression. His gaze sharp. Speak. Su Yin sighed. The supply chain over there has been nearly paralyzed due to the insect race's assault, limiting the mecha's production capacity. Even if we provide the technical optimization plan, they will struggle to mass produce in the short term. He added, additionally, the Luai's mecha requires specialized neural synchronizers. They are virtually unable to conduct systematic screening and training under wartime conditions. Yu Guodong rose, his hands clasped behind his back as he paced, contemplating for a moment. Indeed, this is a tricky issue. Without personnel, without production lines, even with technology, progress is impossible. Su Yin nodded. Therefore, I discussed a new direction for collaboration with them. We will leverage our complete industrial system to manufacture mecha components and screen for matchable psychics and neural strength across the country. As long as they are willing, we can organize cross-border rescue missions and send actual mecha pilots to combat in that insect-infested world. The meeting room fell silent. Seconds later, Yu Guodong took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Excellent. This is the spirit of Daxia. When another world is in distress, we cannot simply stand by. We must provide assistance. Su Yin smiled slightly. Next, we must see how things progress on Chen Mo's side. All eyes turned to Chen Mo. He slowly raised his head, his gaze resolute. I sense it too. In 7 days, I will be able to establish a stable transmission space. At that point, the portal can be maintained long-term, allowing us to establish a fixed channel. Upon hearing this, Yu Guodong's face revealed uncontainable joy. He patted Chen Mo's shoulder, his voice filled with genuine admiration. Good. Chen Montak, you are opening the door to hope. Following this, as Chen Mo, Su Yin, and others submitted their reports on the achievements. An unprecedented secret meeting convened in the capital. The attendees were few: Security Bureau Director Yu Guodong, Eastern Theater Commander He Xingyao, Western Theater Commander Wan Yuxiang, and several core members of the Daxia Central Strategic Committee. When the joint proposal for the Luai's mecha manufacturing system was submitted, the room fell silent enough to hear the rustle of paper. 5 minutes later, the Central Committee approved. Top secret. Immediately initiate Project Lies. Objective. Establish a complete mecha manufacturing chain and energy system. Executing departments. National Key Research Institutes and Military Industrial Enterprises Consortium. Project Commanders, Sujian. Shenmingjia. This was an undertaking capable of altering the global industrial landscape. However, for confidentiality, the project will be publicly designated as the 6th-generation manned, multi-purpose aerospace vehicle development project. A few days later, research institutes across the nation began to receive encrypted materials from the Central Committee. This comprised a set of highly deconstructed design blueprints and manufacturing parameters. No one knew what these blueprints would ultimately yield, but the figures annotated within sent shivers down the spines of engineers. This torque strength? Our current alloys cannot achieve this. The energy reaction curve is absurd. Isn't this the level of a nuclear submarine? Who is behind this project? Is this even feasible for a human? Everyone marveled, yet no one dared to inquire further. For the document clearly stated, confidentiality level, top secret, do not disclose any project details to the outside world. When they further examined the 4 key materials involved, Xianhui stone, Shuanglan crystal, Lington mother ore, and star titanium alloy, the entire research community was left astounded. When will our nation achieve mass production of these high-energy materials? Xianhui stone? Shuanglan crystal? These names are unfamiliar, yet their parameters surpass international theoretical limits. Even the top research institutes find them strange, but everyone understands one thing. Daxia is silently entering a brand new technological era. In a few days, the nation will transition into the Luai's mode. Thousands of research institutions, tens of thousands of factories, and millions of researchers will simultaneously commence work under a veil of secrecy. Factories across the country will roar day and night, as production tasks are issued like a tidal wave, with the 5 major systems of aviation, metallurgy, electronics, energy, and materials working in concert. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Commerce of Daxia has quietly initiated actions. Under the guise of the 6th-generation aircraft project, it is conducting a large-scale acquisition of rare metals and essential chemical materials globally. The prices of nickel, titanium, iridium, osmium, and rare earths have soared in the international market, prompting speculation among foreign media. Is Daxia secretly developing the next generation of strategic weapons? What exactly are they constructing? An aircraft? Or perhaps a colossal beast? The Command Center for Scientific Research in Daxia issues a calm directive. Increase power, expand production capacity, and accelerate the Luai's plan. Concurrently, the selection plan for neural synchronizers for the Luai's mechs has been swiftly initiated nationwide. The detection device blueprints brought back by Su Yin have been designated as a top priority scientific research project. In a short period, the first batch of detection equipment has been mass-produced in military industrial institutions. These devices appear similar to ordinary health checkup machines. Yet the core algorithms within can accurately read a person's neural reflex intensity, mental resonance frequency, and subconscious energy compatibility. These indices are crucial for piloting the Luai's mechs. The initial round of testing will be conducted in secrecy across the entire military system. Millions of active soldiers will line up for assessments, with various military districts, special operations brigades, and aerospace forces all moving in synchrony. When the test results are compiled before Su Yin, he remains silent. Out of millions, only a few dozen are selected. The list is marked with a red line, clearly indicating high compatibility: A class 12, B class 31, C class 48. Shen Mingjie furrows his brow. Too few. This ratio is less than 1 in 10,000. Eastern Theater Commanders He Xingyao sighs after reviewing the report. Piloting mechs is indeed not something ordinary individuals can undertake. He then turns to Yu Guodong. Should we expand the screening range? Implement comprehensive testing nationwide. Yu Guodong hesitates momentarily. A nationwide testing initiative would raise external suspicions. He Xingyao smiles slightly. Then let's rebrand it as a nationwide free health checkup program. Yu Guodong immediately comprehends his intention and nods. All right, Let us proceed with this plan. Simultaneously, all testing data will connect directly to the central encrypted server, with strict prohibitions against leaks. Chapter 64. Eagle Sauce, Have I Become a Clown? Soon, an unprecedented nationwide health examination campaign quietly unfolds in Xia. From white-collar workers in metropolitan areas to ordinary residents in remote villages, everyone receives the same notification. The nation will launch a free health screening initiative, comprehensively upgrading the national health database. The examination items are numerous, but one test stands out: the neural reflex and brainwave resonance test. No one knows the true significance of this test. Meanwhile, Suyin gazes at the real-time data streams on the surveillance screen, observing the densely packed brainwave curves flickering, murmuring softly, with 1 billion people. We should be able to find a group of souls that resonate with the match. At that moment, every hospital, military camp, and research institute in Xia operates toward the same covert goal: to discover those who can connect with the Luai's match. While Xia advances the 6th-generation manned, multi-purpose aerospace vehicle development plan under the pretense of a comprehensive push for the Luai's mech manufacturing system across the ocean, the atmosphere within the Eagle Sauce presidential office is tense. The chief of Eagle Sauce slams his hand on the conference table, his face flushed. Tell me, what is Xia doing? Why the sudden nationwide mobilization, as if preparing for interstellar warfare? The intelligence director adjusts his glasses, speaking cautiously. Mr. President, our intelligence department confirms that Xia is indeed engaged in a highly confidential research project, publicly claiming it to be the 6th-generation aerospace vehicle development plan. However, the scale of resources they are mobilizing is entirely abnormal. More than a dozen top research institutions and thousands of military-industrial enterprises across the nation are collaborating, and they are frantically procuring rare metals and energy resources globally. The chief of Eagle Sauce narrows his eyes, his voice low. What do you suspect they are constructing? The aide hesitates briefly. It cannot be confirmed at this moment, but there's a speculation. They may be deliberately creating a facade to entice us into competing in aerospace equipment, similar to how the Star Wars program aimed to undermine us back in the day. A brief silence envelopes the conference room. Then, the chief of Eagle Sauce slams the table, sneering. Do they think they can deceive me? I will not fall for it. Yet their display is too peculiar. Either they have truly made breakthroughs, or they are merely posturing. He stands up, pacing around the table, suddenly issuing a command: instruct the energy department and allied nations to slow down their factories and smelting plants. Let us see how long they can remain arrogant. The news breaks, shocking the world. Headlines across global media are instantly dominated by this announcement. Eagle Sauce announces restrictions on energy exports to Xia. Global energy chain trembles. The rivalry between two major economies escalates. Capital markets experience severe fluctuations. Within hours, global oil prices surge, futures for rare metals skyrocket, and stock markets are plunged into despair. The Eagle Sauce stock market plummets by 3, while Xia's market also experiences immediate turmoil. Financial broadcasters stammer in disbelief. This might signify the beginning of a new Cold War over technology and energy. However, no one anticipated that this energy blockade, initially thought to cripple Xia, would mark the onset of Eagle Sauce's loss of control. When Xia receives the news of Eagle Sauce's comprehensive energy export restrictions, a profound silence envelopes the central conference room for 3 seconds. Then, the vice premier cannot contain his outburst. What is this operation? 7 injuries, fist? Self-destruction? Another aide bursts into laughter. They're exhibiting classic behavior, neither wanting to thrive themselves nor allowing others to prosper. The conference room is filled with derisive laughter and disdain. Do they think they can stifle us by restricting energy? They must still be living in a script from 20 years ago. Meanwhile, an urgent document is dispatched directly from the Central Command to the Xia Nuclear Fusion Research Center, marked as top secret. Subject: approval for ignition of a Xia plan. When the news reaches Qi Ming, the chief responsible, he nearly bursts into laughter. Finally, it has arrived. Not long ago, the main construction of the Xia nuclear fusion power plant had been quietly completed. To avoid an international uproar, it had been classified as a dormant project, prepared to be revealed when truly necessary. Now, with the energy sanctions from Eagle Sauce, the timing for unveiling this trump card could not be more perfect. Qi Ming adjusts his glasses, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. They want to cut off our oil? Let them see that Daxia can illuminate the entire planet without relying on oil. Simultaneously, some individuals within Daxia, under the guidance of the higher-ups, begin to short sell U.S. stocks. That very night, Daxia State Media releases a groundbreaking announcement. The Xia planned nuclear fusion power plant will officially ignite this week. A global live broadcast will be conducted. The entire internet is astonished. Eagle Sauce and various European nations are thrown into chaos. Major media outlets are flooded with headlines. Daxia announces nuclear fusion ignition, potentially rewriting the global energy landscape. Eagle Sauce's energy blockade inadvertently forces Daxia to reveal its ultimate trump card. The capital markets undergo a dramatic transformation. Daxia's new energy sector sees a surge, with solar, energy storage, battery, and materials company stock prices hitting the ceiling overnight. However, the stocks of oil, natural gas, and coal plummeted collectively in the market of Yingjiang, resulting in a state of chaos within the financial circle. Sell. Liquidate everything. The energy stocks of Yingjiang are worthless. The urgency to invest in new energy surged. In just a few hours, global capital poured madly into the Daxia market, heralding the commencement of a world energy revolution ignited by nuclear fusion. When the announcement of Daxia's impending ignition of a nuclear fusion power plant reached the presidential office of Yingjiang, the leader was momentarily stunned, nearly springing from his chair. What? They're going to ignite nuclear fusion? He slammed the table, his voice straining. This is impossible. It must be a hoax. We haven't even achieved experimental stability. And they're commercializing ignition. His aides exchanged glances, the air thick with a sense of suppressed absurdity. An intelligence advisor murmured, "Mr. President, our analysis suggests they have been secretly constructing it all along without public disclosure." The leader of Yingjiang roared in disbelief. They cannot conceal something this profound. This is a miracle in the history of human energy. We have been stagnating in papers and simulations for decades. How could they? He abruptly paused, a look of skepticism crossing his face. Could it be that they truly discovered something on the far side of the moon? Extraterrestrial technology? The conference room fell silent. Moments later, an elderly aide whispered, "Even if they discovered something, it wouldn't matter. You know, the astronauts from our moon landing, be silent." The leader's complexion turned ashen. He was well aware of the many concealed truths behind humanity's first moon landing. To win the Cold War, many aspects were staged. To bring it up now felt like a public slap in the face. As he observed the plummet of Yingjiang's stock market, with energy, military, and chip stocks all collapsing, the fury on his face could have ignited the documents on his desk. "I don't believe it. I absolutely refuse to accept it. Those Daxians must be bluffing. Nuclear fusion? A joke. If they could truly ignite it, they would have announced it by now." Drawing a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure and shouted at his aides, "Send agents, hackers, intelligence teams. Employ any means necessary to investigate. I demand a conclusion that their nuclear fusion is a fraud." Meanwhile, Daxia, having positioned itself for a short sale, reaped substantial profits. Chapter 65. Igniting Nuclear Fusion. Yet, just as the golden-haired president furiously issued orders and the intelligence teams had yet to mobilize on the other side of the Earth, Daxia's Xia plan for the nuclear fusion power plant reached a historic moment. At 10 o'clock a.m. on Friday, lone due time, the eyes of the world were fixated on the northwestern wilderness. In the command hall, the atmosphere was so tense that one could almost hear the heartbeat. Director Qi Ming took a deep breath, his tone steady and resolute. "The reactor's cooling system is stable. Initiate the ignition sequence for the magnetic confinement device. Execute. Execute." As the countdown reached 0, a magnificent blue-white ring of energy illuminated the massive plasma confinement chamber. It was as if a miniature star was awakening deep within the Earth. Hundreds of plasma streams swirled, intertwined, and coalesced in the vacuum chamber, ultimately forming a dazzling blue fireball. Success. The ignition of Xia's nuclear fusion. In that moment, the night sky of Earth was illuminated, as if a second sun had risen. Satellite footage captured a blinding beam of light ascending from Daxia's northwest, piercing through layers of clouds and illuminating half of Asia's sky. The global live broadcast momentarily fell into silence. Then it erupted. It ignited. Nuclear fusion had truly been ignited. an inexhaustible source of energy. This marked the dawn of a new era for humanity. Xia, the true stellar project. Countless viewers wept and laughed. Scientists from around the world were moved to tears. Some stood and applauded, while others wept uncontrollably. Simultaneously, in the presidential office of Yingjiang, the golden-haired president stared intently at the blue light on the screen, his eyes reflecting the newly born artificial star. His lips trembled, voice hoarse. They really did it. The conference room fell into a hush. The aides' faces turned ashen. No one dared to utter the words bluffing anymore. At this moment, the history of human energy was being rewritten. The global landscape was being reconfigured. The stock market of Yingjiang experienced a catastrophic collapse, with energy stocks, military stocks, and oil futures plummeting, leaving Wall Street in disarray overnight. In Daxia, the stock market opened explosively, with new energy, materials, and manufacturing sectors all reaching their limits. In the streets, people rushed to share the news. Countless individuals gazed up at that sacred blue light in the night sky, their minds filled with a singular thought: Xia has ignited. Daxia has truly ushered humanity into the era of the stars. Watching the successful ignition of the Xia plan for nuclear fusion, director Qi Ming finally relaxed his shoulders, which had been tense for years, letting out a deep sigh. On the screen, the stable blue-white plasma flame burned like a true sun, illuminating the entire command hall and fulfilling the ultimate dream of his decades-long scientific career. He reflected with deep emotion. Thanks to the relic data obtained through secret channels, as well as Zuanhuishi and Shuanglansen, without them, ignition of nuclear fusion might have been delayed for decades. The researchers nearby, hearing this, were struck with shock and respect. They all understood that what was theoretically just a step away from nuclear fusion had remained an insurmountable chasm for countless generations of researchers. That step was humanity's leap from the age of energy to the age of stars. Now they had crossed it. This step had rewritten human history. Meanwhile, the entire nation of Daxia was immersed in a fervent celebration. Stockholders laughed and cried. Social media, bullet screens, and live streams erupted with excitement. Brothers, the energy stocks I bought 15 years ago have finally recovered. Ha ha ha. From being a guardian of the stock market to becoming a stock god of the new era. I have waited 10 years, and it was not in vain. Don't even mention it. I sold at a loss 2 months ago. And now I've tripled my investment. Had I known, I wouldn't have believed those foreigners. Those old stockholders who had steadfastly supported the market at its lowest point years ago were now grinning from ear to ear. I've made a fortune. Brothers, I turned 100,000 into 1,000,000 and 1,000,000 into 10,000,000. For the first time in my life, I'm grateful for the phrase long-term holding. Across the nation, stock markets were painted in vibrant red, with new energy, quantum materials, and manufacturing sectors all hitting their limits. Television screens everywhere displayed the ecstatic faces of people. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the financial market of Yingjiang resembled the aftermath of an economic nuclear bomb. Within 3 minutes of opening, 1,000 stocks hit their limits. In 5 minutes, a series of circuit breakers were triggered. Ultimately, the stock market was halved. The trading floor of Wall Street descended into chaos, with some smashing computers, others weeping uncontrollably, and many staring vacantly, murmuring, "That was my pension. Why is this happening? Why?" In this moment, Daxia welcomed dawn while Yingjiang was plunged into darkness. The ignition of nuclear fusion illuminated Daxia's future while extinguishing the myths of the old world. Subsequently, Daxia officially held a global press conference. Amidst the flashes of countless cameras, the spokesperson announced, with a calm yet resounding tone, "In the next 5 years, Daxia will comprehensively advance the construction of nuclear fusion reactors. Furthermore, we will gradually reduce electricity costs to 1% of the current rate across the nation." The venue erupted in excitement. Following this, the Daxia government further unveiled a comprehensive promotion of the new energy strategy, upgrading everything from energy to people's livelihoods. On the household level, electric stoves, electric cookers, and electric heating systems will completely replace gas stoves and other fossil fuel devices. On the transportation level, plans for a new generation of nuclear-powered electric trains, buses, and electric ships will be initiated simultaneously. On the industrial level, achieving a zero-carbon emission electricity production chain. On the consumer level, new energy vehicles, smart homes, and electric tools will be universally adopted. The entire nation seemed to have, in the span of a single night, transitioned into a true era of infinite energy. The internet erupted with excitement. Electricity costs have plummeted to a mere 1100? Is this not akin to free energy? My friends, who will still use gas in the future, let us harness nuclear fusion for our power needs. My father, who just replaced the gas stove, was left utterly astounded upon hearing the news. It's amusing how this wave of sanctions from the Eagle Nation on oil inadvertently ushered in a new energy epoch for Dacia. What was intended to be an economic war targeting Dacia's energy supply has instead become the inauguration of a new civilization, propelled by nuclear fusion technology. As night fell, the skies over the Robu Lake sparkled brilliantly. Chen Mo strolled through the courtyard of the base, the ground lights casting a gentle glow beneath his feet. The breeze carried the earthy scent of sand, mingled with an added tranquility. Chen Mo accompanied him, her hair shimmering in the moonlight, soft and warm. Chen Mo gazed up at the starry sky, smiling as he spoke. From the inception of chip technology, allowing every citizen of Dacia access to superior and affordable CPUs and GPUs, to now, where nuclear fusion enables nationwide access to electricity, I feel as though I'm truly guiding everyone toward a better life. Chen Mo tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. In the night, her smile resembled a gentle lantern. Indeed, she whispered, it's all thanks to you, Chen Mo. Chen Mo shook his head with a smile. I merely opened a door. The true architects of this reality are the countless dedicated individuals, the researchers at the Nuclear Fusion Institute, Chi Ming by Yu Fan from the Computing Institute, and the many unsung scientists, workers, and engineers. He lifted his gaze to the starlit sky, his tone resolute yet gentle. This light belongs to every individual in Dacia. Chapter 66, The Divine Might Army. While the outside world remained immersed in the aftermath of Xia's ignition, the pace at Robu Lake quickened due to another matter. To stabilize the portal completely, it was imperative to establish a living supply chain connecting to the insect disaster realm, transporting aid, manpower, and resources seamlessly. The first batch of crucial components for the Luai's mechas was orderly stacked onto transport vehicles. Shinwi stones, Shuanglan crystals, Lingtan mother ore. These peculiar minerals brought back from alternate worlds filled several vast underground warehouses resembling a silent mountain awaiting orders. Everything awaited the same moment. The portal stabilized, the door opened, and goods and people would flow in a continuous chain. Military orders were as unyielding as mountains. To ensure the combat strength and logistical support across the portal, the Central Command summoned the elite 81st Divine Might Army Station to protect Longdu. The Tianxian Sangyao and Qishao combined brigades readied themselves for deployment. Weapons, supplies, armor, and engineering units were all in place, mobilized through the night into organized formations. Leading the expedition was Great Xia, the commander of the Central Theater. He stood at the assembly area, his gaze piercing as though he could see through the entirety of Robu Lake. Beside him stood Wan Yuxiang, the commander of the Western Theater, and He Xingyao, the commander of the Eastern Theater. The moment the three shook hands, it was both a promise and a transfer of duty. Great Xia forced a smile. I'm taking an entire army to the other side for rescue. While I'm away, do ensure that our home isn't robbed. Wan Yuxiang clapped him on the shoulder, brimming with confidence. Rest assured, we have plenty of ways to protect our home. Just focus on securing yours over there. He Xingyao, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, added with a hint of playful menace. If the Eagle Nation dares to pull any tricks at our doorstep, we'll show them a taste of our might. Should they take action, they'll think twice in the future. The three shared a knowing smile. Their laughter held a lightness, but beneath it lay a steely resolve. As the laughter faded, a solemnity enveloped them. Everyone understood that this was not a drill. It was a matter of survival for countless lives. Wan Yuxiang smiled, yet the weight of the situation pressed heavily. If we're discussing danger, your side is undoubtedly more perilous, facing the insect race head-on. In the command hall of the headquarters, lights blazed brightly. The vast operational board of the theater was interwoven with intricate lines, detailing which units would escort ores, which brigade would handle mecha component loading, which engineering corps would establish temporary power and fuel supply lines, and which defense units would hold the front line, securing the rear. Each line represented a lifeline. Every marker signified the lives of thousands. Materials were numbered, packaged, encrypted. Transport fleets lined up uniformly, with even the passes for ordinary workers categorized by levels, distributed overnight. Any misstep could jeopardize the entire cross-border operation. Chen Mo stood to the side, his gaze flitting between the transport vehicles, the shimmering blue portal, and the silhouettes of the three generals. He understood that every decision made here would be amplified into reality through his portal. Qin Xinyu approached him, speaking softly. "Don't worry, everyone is ready." Chen Mo nodded, his tone calm but resolute. "We will send everything we can. You must secure all that you can." Two worlds, each fulfilling their responsibilities. The wind whipped through the sands of Robu Lake, howling past. The military flags fluttered audibly, the reflections of armor glimmering against the heavens. This was not a drill, nor a mere spectacle. It was mobilization, a handover, a vow. The door was about to open, the path to be cleared. Lights would shine, and fires would ignite. Wan Yuxiang cast a final glance at Great Xia, his voice low yet powerful. "What goes out represents the backbone of our Xia. What remains is the home we must protect." At the designated moment, Chen Mo took a deep breath and raised his hand. In an instant, the underground space of Robu Lake was illuminated by a dazzling blue and white glow, a brilliant energy vortex taking shape in the air as the portal opened completely. The door resembled a curtain of light, steadily unfurling amidst the roar and low-frequency resonance, warping space, the air thick with the scent of metal and ionization. Chen Mo and Su Yan were the first to step through. As their feet touched the shifting light, their figures vanished into the depths of the blue glow. In the insect disaster world, at Military Base -01, the Supreme Commander, Xia was already present. Upon hearing the report from the front lines that the portal had opened, he nearly rushed out of the command center. When the familiar blue and white light flickered in the open area, and two figures emerged from the light curtain, a long-awaited smile broke across his face. "You've arrived." However, he quickly furrowed his brow in confusion. "Just the two of you?" Chen Mo smiled, his eyes sparkling. "Of course, we are not alone. This time is a permanent connection." Lowering his voice with a hint of pride, he added, "We have prepared a surprise for you." Before the words could fully settle, on the other side of Robu Lake, the military horns blared and the sound of iron clanged. The roar of Commander Great Xia of the Central Theater resonated through the command channel. "The Divine Might Army, follow me into battle." "Yes." The thunderous response echoed like thunder rolling across the surface of Robu Lake. The Tianxian Combined Brigade was the first to set out. A procession of Type 100 main battle tanks, self-propelled artillery, howitzers, and long-range rocket launchers rumbled forth, engines roaring, tracks churning, dust swirling, surging toward the portal like a torrent of steel. The cacophony of roars, explosive lights, and command shouts wove together into an epic cross-border saga. The first tanks crossed through the portal, followed closely by the Canyao and Qishao brigades. The entire army surged into the insect disaster realm like a tidal wave. Outside the central command area of the insect disaster world, the vibrations nearly caused the ground to tremble. Xia watched in awe as armored vehicles emblazoned with the Divine Might insignia emerged from the light curtain. The blue glow reflected off each armor plate, resembling steel behemoths entering a newly forged battlefield. His throat tightened, his voice hoarse and trembling. "I cannot express my gratitude enough." In this moment, he comprehended the magnitude of the gesture. This was not merely assistance. This was another Xia, entrusting its main force to them. No matter how formidable the opposing Xia might be, such a grand army could not be too numerous. It was already a significant feat to dispatch a force for aid. As the last armored vehicle of the Divine Might Army crossed into the blue and white light curtain, the roars on the other side continued to reverberate. Soon after, the second wave of transport vehicles arrived. The headlights formed a long line, illuminating the night sky of the insect-infested world. Military trucks laden with cargo containers emerged from the portal, their compartments neatly stacked with metal frames and energy modules, the core components of the Luai's mecha. Mechanical arms lifted, locks disengaged, and the air was suffused with the cold scent of metal and the burnt aroma of grease. Wan Yuan stepped forward, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Chen Mo removed his gloves and smiled, saying, "Time is tight. Our production line could only manage to hastily assemble enough components for 5 mechas." Wan Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then blurted out, "In such a short time, you can complete 5? His heart was shaken, his gaze falling upon the boxes labeled with the core Xianhui stones of Ling Carbon Mother, or each piece represented a miracle transcending worlds. In just a few days, the opposite side could achieve mass production of entire machine components. This indicated that Xia over there had not only stabilized interdimensional transport, but had also developed an industrial production capacity akin to miracles. He pursed his lips and remarked, "Your Xia is truly formidable. If our supply chain had not been torn apart by the insect disaster, perhaps we could walk alongside you." Chen Mo shook his head with a smile. "We're already walking side by side, just separated by a door." Chapter 67. The Shunwei Group Army. Engage. Just as Xia Hao Rui believed the transport mission had concluded and was preparing to issue an order to close the defensive area portal, a rumbling roar suddenly echoed from the other side of the portal. The blue-white light flickered violently, followed by a continuous stream of military transport vehicles emerging. The compartments were covered with heavy shockproof tarps, and the sides bore striking red paint that read, "Special supply for military equipment support." The crane lifted the tarp to reveal neatly arranged missile boxes, artillery shells, machine gun compartments, and anti-armor rocket launchers. There were even modules for new energy projectiles and electromagnetic pulse cannons. Xia Hao Rui stood momentarily stunned, nearly speechless in shock. "What is all this?" Chen Mo explained with a calm yet bold tone. "This is our Xia's military aid supplies. Weapons, ammunition, energy supplies, mecha components, and emergency medical equipment are also in the following convoy. Everything that can be sent has been dispatched." At that moment, the soldiers of Xia in the insect-infested world stood up, their eyes glistening as they gazed at the rows of armored transport vehicles crossing dimensions. Meanwhile, at the other end of the blue star Xia, countless factories thundered day and night. Steel flowed, sparks flew, and the rhythm of the conveyor belts formed a mechanical symphony. In a weapons production workshop, two workers murmured while toiling, "Strange. Our factory used to maintain minimal output. Why has it suddenly ramped up to full capacity? The rhythm seems to herald a great battle. Don't you know? I heard the higher-ups are preparing for a major operation, either against the Eagle Sauce or," he lowered his voice, smiling mysteriously, "against aliens." "Haha, fighting aliens? Don't be ridiculous." They laughed, yet little did they know that this jest was strikingly close to the truth. However, that war was not in this world. Every bolt tightened in their hands. Every shell loaded would cross the spatial gateway to support another world, the Xia that was being consumed by the insect horde. As Xia Hao Rui watched the endless stream of supplies entering the base, he could no longer suppress his laughter. It was a release of long-held emotions and gratitude. "Thank you," his voice trembled slightly, "for your support. Xia will not forget." Before he could finish, the base alarm suddenly blared. The piercing red lights flashed urgently, and the voice from the loudspeaker urgently announced, "Warning, a large-scale insect swarm has been detected in the southwest. Numbers exceed 1 million. Approaching the defensive line." Xia Hao Rui's expression darkened instantly. "This is bad." Before he could issue an order, a steady and powerful voice resonated within the command hall. "Great Xia, Chen Mo." They turned to see Guxing Zhe fully equipped, draped in a battle cloak, his demeanor as stern as iron. "The southwest defensive line will be engaged by our Xia Shunwei Group Army." Xia Hao Rui was taken aback and immediately shook his head. "No. You come from another world, having traveled far to assist us. I cannot send you to the most dangerous place." Yet Guxing Zhe stepped forward, his voice like thunder. "Danger? So what?" He raised his head to look at the blood-red area on the command map, his eyes blazing, though we hail from different timelines. "We are all Xia people." He shouted that line, resonating throughout the hall. "Same ancestry, same bloodline. Since we bear the name of Xia, let us protect the dawn of the future together." The next moment, the command center's broadcast blared. "All members of the Shunwei Group Army, engage." "Yes." The roar surged like a mountain torrent. Tank engines roared, heavy artillery lined up to depart, and mechanized infantry swiftly boarded. Guxing Zhe stood atop the first Type 100 tank, wielding the command knife, his figure resolute amidst the firelight and dust. March 4th, the iron tide surged forward. The blue portal's afterglow lit up the night sky of the entire defensive area. As an army from another world, Xia embarked on a journey to fight for their brethren across dimensions. Watching the departing torrent of steel, Xia Hao Rui felt his throat tighten. Whispering softly, They truly are our compatriots. Chen Mo stood beside him, his gaze profound, his heart swelling with fervor and respect. On the southwest front, the flames of war raged on. Smoke and blood mist intertwined, and the defensive line was on the verge of collapse. The radio crackled with the hoarse cries for help. This is the 3rd Combat Group of the Southwest Offensive Line requesting support. Repeat, requesting support. However, the response was only the thunderous roars of the insect swarm. Captain, we are running low on ammunition. Hold on. Before he could finish, a young soldier abruptly removed his helmet, grinning with blood-stained teeth. Captain, take care of my mother for me. Who's he? What are you doing back? But the boy had already seized a machine gun and explosives, charging out of cover. He fired while shouting slogans, his voice drowned out by gunfire. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted from within the swarm, sending shock waves through the air, blood and shattered armor raining down. Who's he? The captain's shout shattered in the trench. He knew that the young man's sacrifice had bought them precious seconds for the defense. Command Center, we can barely hold on. The western position has been breached 3 layers deep. Please advise. The captain shouted, clutching his headset, his voice swallowed by the detonations. Now, where are reinforcements? He murmured, his face smeared with ash and blood. He understood that the whole nation was embroiled in battle. To the northwest and southeast, the tides of insects surged like an ocean. Every inch of land was fighting desperately. Suddenly, a calm voice broke through the static in his earpiece, imbued with a reassuring strength. I am Xia Rue, the Supreme Commander of Xia Central Command. Reinforcements have been dispatched and will arrive in your combat zone within 10 minutes. Hold on. If the situation becomes uncontrollable, you may orderly abandon the outer areas to preserve the flame. The captain jolted, staring at the roiling tide of insects in the distance, and slammed his fist against his armor. Did you hear that? The Supreme Command has ordered us to hold on. Everyone, hold this defensive line. His furious roar ignited the blood of all soldiers. The warriors gritted their teeth, reloading their weapons. Even as their arms trembled and their breaths were tinged with blood, they still raised their guns, aiming at the dark sea of insects. The southwest defensive line was engulfed in billowing smoke. The remaining squad, fueled by sheer will, held their ground. With nearly depleted ammunition, grenades, and shells, they managed to repel thousands of insects in just a few minutes. Although the tide of insects has temporarily receded, for these weary warriors, even a brief respite of mere minutes feels like a rebirth. The captain leans against the shattered remnants of a barricade, his body stained with blood, panting as he gazes at the writhing shadows of the insects in the distance. Will reinforcements arrive in time? He murmurs, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Chapter 68. The Collision of Steel Flood and Insect Sea. At that moment, 20 kilometers away, within the command vehicle, Xia, draped in a bulletproof cloak, stands at the forefront of an armored car, his voice thunderous as he commands. All troops, prepare to engage in battle formation. Target the insect sea at the southwestern front. 20 kilometers ahead. Rocket artillery, load the clusters. Prepare the 155mm artillery for simultaneous fire. Main guns, vehicle-mounted mortars, and truck-mounted cannons, fire at will. Deploy thermobaric munitions, aluminothermic shells, and white phosphorus incendiaries. Unleash everything. Open fire. Yes. In mere seconds, the heavy artillery of the Tianxian, Cangyao, and Qishao brigades all elevated simultaneously. Loading, ignition, recoil. Thousands of cannons roared almost in unison. Boom! 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 The earth trembled. The entire expanse of the Gobi was transformed into a rolling sea of fire. The shockwave raised clouds of dust to heights of 100 meters. The very air ignited into a crimson hue. The soldiers at the front prepared to confront the next surge of the insect horde. Suddenly, they heard a long-lost whistling sound from the sky. In the next moment, the entire horizon was engulfed in flames. The blast wave surged towards them, flames reflecting in the soldiers' eyes as the insect horde was obliterated, limbs and remains scattered. The ground quaking with a thunderous roar. The captain stared in a daze at the burning sea of insects, a smile breaking across his face. Yet as he smiled, tears began to flow uncontrollably. "Ha! Reinforcements have arrived." He murmured, his voice trembling. "I thought I would never witness this scene again." Since the outbreak of the insect disaster and the collapse of the supply chain, that overwhelming and earth-shattering barrage had become a mere memory. But now, The fire had ignited once more. The cannon fire drowned out the howls of the insect swarm. At that moment, they finally beheld again the steel flood that belonged to Xia, roaring back to life. As the smoke from the artillery had yet to dissipate, new thunderous sounds rolled in. At the horizon's end, the insect tide surged once more, resembling a vast black ocean. The sound of countless creatures crawling, roaring, and the buzzing of flapping wings tore through the air. "Captain, the insect sea is surging again," shouted a soldier from the trench, his voice filled with despair. The vacuum left by the artillery's destruction was now filled with countless new insects, like a wave emerging from hell. 20 kilometers behind, the command center of the Shunwei army flickered with lights. Guxingzi leaned over the tactical map, his gaze sharp as an eagle. The footage relayed by drones showed the frontline defenders were sparse, ammunition running low, and the defense line at risk of being swallowed by the insect tide. He coldly issued orders. Command the Tianxian Heavy Armor Brigade to dispatch the Swanli Composite Battalion to immediately support the front line. Furthermore, maintain artillery support without interruption. I want to see whether there are more of their insects or our shells. Yes. After giving the orders, the battlefield erupted again in thunderous roars. Countless tongues of fire belched forth, the sky split by blazing projectiles. The insect sea once more turned to char and blood mist. The soldiers at the front gazed at the inferno, a long-lost exhilaration blossoming in their hearts. "Ha! You beasts, today is your day." Captain Wan Ingtian raised his rifle, his body covered in dust. He smiled, yet his brow furrowed tightly. "If we cannot hold on any longer, I fear." He did not finish his sentence. Suddenly, an excited soldier rushed over. "Captain, our reinforcements have arrived." "What?" Wan Ingtian looked up to see a cloud of dust rising in the distance. A column of iron swiftly approaching. It was dozens of Type 100 tanks, heavy armored vehicles, and tactical infantry formations. The steel flood surged forth, the glint of cannon muzzles shining brilliantly. Minutes later, two forces converged on the front lines. "I am the captain defending this area." Wan Ingtian. "I am Captain Xiao Yinza of the Tianxian Composite Brigade, Swanli Battalion." Hearing this name, Wan Ingtian was taken aback. "Shunwei Army? I have not heard of this unit." Xiao Yinza smiled slightly. "We hail from another world of Xia." In that moment, the wind seemed to still. Wan Ingtian was stunned for quite some time, then suddenly broke into a smile, his eyes brimming with moisture. "Regardless of which world Xia it is, the fact that they have come to support us makes them brothers." He extended his bloodied and scarred hand. Xiao Yinza immediately grasped it firmly, the grip steady and reassuring. Wan Ingtian's throat tightened. During this period, far too many comrades had perished beside him. He thought no one could save them in this war. Yet now, he finally saw another group of individuals clad in Xia military uniforms emerging from the flames. At that moment, he finally felt that someone had come to stand with them, to uphold the sky of Xia. After the Swanli Composite Battalion, led by Xiao Yinza, joined the battle, the once precarious defense line stabilized at last. The flames on the battlefield painted the sky and earth a deep crimson, the roars of mechs and armored vehicles intertwining. The crisp sound of shell casings falling to the ground akin to a blood-stirring war song. In the command vehicle behind, Guxingzi, observing through the drone footage, gazed at the vast, still surging insect sea, his brow furrowed deeply. These insect creatures are truly relentless. A cold smile crossed his lips as he slammed his hand on the table. "Transmit my orders for the artillery line to shift back 2 kilometers. Deploy thermobaric munitions across the board." The staff hesitated briefly. "Commander, after this round, ammunition might." Guxingzi interrupted him, his tone as cold as steel. "Do not worry about the ammunition. The rear supplies are advancing through the portal at full speed. Tell the artillery today that we will ensure the insect sea is fully sated." "Yes." Minutes later, towards the direction of the insect sea, a line of light formed. The sky thoroughly dyed red with flames. At the moment of detonation, the air was ignited, fuel clouds swirling at the explosion's center, the shock waves sweeping across several kilometers. Mushroom clouds rising one after another on the horizon. The deafening roar shook the heavens and earth, the ground upheaved, and the insect swarm was torn apart by the intense heat and pressure. Even the blood mist was caught in the searing wave, transforming into a charred vacuum. Captain Wan Ingtian wiped the dust from his face, his eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, this firepower is too ferocious. Are your shells grown from nuclear reactors? Beside him, Xiao Yinza chuckled, explaining, this is the thermobaric munition creating a combustible layer through the mixture of fuel clouds and air. The secondary explosion generates high temperatures and shock waves that will consume all the oxygen in the area. Simply put, those who survive are either insects or monsters. Wan Yingtian could not help but draw in a sharp breath. At this moment, Guxingza issued another order. Vehicle-mounted machine guns, heavy firepower squads, advance all the way. Conduct carpet bombing on the remaining insect horde. Yes, instantly, thousands of vehicle-mounted machine guns roared forward, the metallic belts glinting coldly in the sunlight. The line of fire weaving an impenetrable net, shredding the remaining insect horde into pieces. Chapter 69, New Mechs. The southwestern defense line was finally stabilized. In the operations hall of the base, a series of red warning lights gradually turned green. The tension and anxiety that had permeated the air began to dissipate slowly. Xia Haowei exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had aged several years in an instant. Over the past 6 months, Daxia has faced enemies on all fronts. In the northwest, the insect disaster erupted, forcing him to mobilize a quarter of the national field forces to suppress it. In the southeast, they lost ground, diverting another quarter of the main forces for reinforcement. The remaining scattered troops had to be distributed across the central and border regions to support the crumbling defense lines. The current front line had been stretched thinner than anyone could have imagined. Just last time, the insect tide had breached to within 15 kilometers of the base, almost penetrating Daxia's last stronghold. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Lei Zhe mech prototype, which valiantly held its ground, this command center would have undoubtedly been reduced to ruins. Regrettably, it was the only mech available. For the vast expanse of the Xia, it was akin to a drop in the ocean. Contemplating this, Xia Haowei could not help but gently shake his head, his gaze once again drawn to the holographic map before him. Fortunately, he murmured, a tremor in his voice, you arrived just in time. He raised his head, looking at Chen Mo, and bowed solemnly. Thank you. You truly saved us. Chen Mo extended his hand to steady him, his tone resolute. Commander Xia, we are the same bloodline, descendants of the Xia Xianhuan. The true gratitude belongs to those brave warriors still fighting on the front lines. They are the backbone of this land. Xia Haowei fell silent for a moment, slowly nodding. Indeed, they're the true heroes. He turned his gaze to the electronic battle damage report on the wall. The cold numbers flickered incessantly, each increment signifying the loss of a life. At that moment, the highest commander, bearing the weight of the Xia's survival, felt his eyes dim slightly as he whispered, as long as there is breath in us, we shall hold our ground. His gaze fell upon the components of the 5 Lei Zhe mechs. The metallic parts shimmered under the lights, embodying a silent hope. He gently caressed a piece of star titanium armor plate, his voice low yet filled with strength. The mech components you provided are of immense significance. Currently, it is exceedingly difficult for us to forge a complete mech. The supply chain has been shattered by the insect plague, and resources and energy are scarce. Yet with these components, we only need to assemble them to bring 5 Lei Zhe mechs back into the light. Beside him, Dr. Wan Ziyuan, undeterred by fatigue, was already coordinating with researchers and engineers for a night of relentless work. Careful with the Xianhui stone capacitor units. Lift them into the 2nd district lab. The Shuanglan crystal energy conduits must be preheated to 300 degrees before connection. The commands echoed in succession. The entire assembly area was ablaze with light. Mechanical arms swung through the air, and sparks from welding flew like stars. At that moment, the air was thick with a long-lost sense of hope. Chen Mo stood before the control panel, reviewing the schematics while reporting, we are simultaneously screening potential mech neural link operators on our side. The current data is less than ideal. Among millions of troops, fewer than 100 meet the standards. If we extrapolate, we expect to identify around 10,000 qualified mech reserve operators nationwide, which is already the most optimistic outcome. After speaking, he turned to Xia Haowei, his tone steady. Before my arrival, our superiors had already ordered full support for the Xia in the insect plague world. Whether it be mech operators, energy supplies, or combat materials, we will mobilize as much as we can. Upon hearing this, Xia Haowei felt a jolt in his heart. He stood up straight and slightly bowed to Chen Mo. Thank you for your noble assistance. Currently, we have about 300 reserve mech operators. But compared to the vast battlefront, this number is merely a drop in the bucket. What truly troubles us is not the personnel, but the insufficiency of mechs. Chen Mo nodded, immediately responding. This we are already addressing. Our Lei Zhe mech production line has just been activated, and our output is gradually increasing. We expect to reach a monthly production of 100 units in a month, and after 3 months, it will exceed 1,000 units. By then, we will prioritize sending a portion of the completed mechs to you. Xia Haorui's eyes sparkled with a long-lost light upon hearing this. Wonderful. As long as we have enough mechs, we can stabilize the situation. When our adapters are insufficient, we hope you can also send a batch of operators. Chen Mo smiled, his tone unwavering. Rest assured, we are one to Xia. We will provide as many as you need. Meanwhile, in the research area, lights burned brightly through the night. Doctor. Wan Ziwan removed his protective gloves, his palms slick with sweat and burn marks. Yet he dared not pause for even a moment. Push harder, he rasped. Every hour we save means one less life lost at the front. The sound of steel echoed through the workshop. Sparks flew like a shower of stars, and technicians, with reddened eyes, battled fatigue as they raced against time amidst the heat and noise. The transport arm moved slowly, affixing the massive star titanium alloy chest plate to the mech's skeletal frame. The Shinwi stone core was firmly embedded in the energy chamber. The Shuanglong crystal conduits emitted a ghostly blue light, and the energy veins of the Link Carbon Mother were spread across the mech like a lifeblood. Simultaneously, on the front lines, Yu Weifeng piloted the only Lei Zhe mech, still engaged in fierce combat amidst the sea of insects. The mech's surface was already marred with scars, and the energy shield frequently sounded alarms, yet he refused to retreat. Just hold on a little longer. Once the new mech arrive, we can stabilize the front. He gritted his teeth as he uttered these words, the star battle axe sweeping through the air, cleaving dozens of insectoids into ashes. The burning ichor splattered across the armor, staining the steel giant a vibrant crimson. Yu Weifeng's voice resonated through the communication channel, deep and determined. I can hold on. Lei Zhe can still fight. At the base, a message of hope finally arrived. Thanks to the collaborative efforts of Dr. Wan Ziyuan and numerous manufacturing experts and researchers, 5 brand new Lei Zhe mechs were officially completed. The sleepless technicians collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the 5 towering iron bodies illuminated by the lights, tears glistening in their eyes. This is our miracle. Following this, the mech reserve area fell into an unusual silence. No one sought accolades, nor did anyone clamor to be the first to pilot. All qualified operators silently relinquished their operational rights to the 5 most suitable individuals. Go forth, carry our wrath, and fight back for us. These few words were like a silent oath. That very early morning, at Base 001, the 5 Lei Zhe mech stood ready, their armor gleaming, energy chambers pulsating like a heartbeat. Lei Zhe number 2 to 6 commence. With the command issued, 5 colossal figures surged into the sky, raising clouds of dust from the ground. They tore through the night sky, thundering towards the most critical front line. Chapter 70, Supplies from Xia. Chen Mo stood atop the base's platform, watching as the Lei Zhe mechs, trailing blazing tails, charged resolutely into the insect-infested front lines. He remained silent for a long moment, inhaling deeply before murmuring. It is because of them that the lights of countless homes remain unextinguished. The wind whipped up dust, brushing against his weary face, yet could not conceal the semblance of reverence within him. On the front lines, the flames of battle raged as bright as day. Yu Weifeng's mech stood alone among the ruins, its iron frame riddled with wounds, the energy shield long shattered. Gritting his teeth, he wielded the now-charged star battle axe, each swing accompanied by the shrill alarm of energy overload. In the radio, the cries of his comrades rang out. You go. Retreat. Leave this to us. Yu Weifeng bellowed. Do you think I'm foolish? If I retreat, you'll become live targets for the insectoids. Another soldier, eyes reddened, gazed at the screen displaying the mech's armor, now riddled with cracks, its internal temperature soaring. You go. You really can't continue fighting. Mech operators are too rare. Xia needs you alive. A brief silence ensued. Yu Weifeng tightened his grip on the mech's control stick, his fingertips trembling slightly. He understood the truth in those words. Each successfully adapted mech pilot was a treasure of the nation. Yet he also knew that if he retreated, the people here would not survive. But I cannot bear to see you sacrifice for me. We live and die together. With that, He let out a fierce roar, maneuvering the mech to leap once more. The battle axe sweeping out, creating a hellish blend of blood and fire. However, just as the insect horde was about to engulf him entirely, a tremendous new shadow descended from the sky. A new star battle axe gleamed with blue light, cleaving through the advancing tide of insects. "Senior, I have come to provide support." A youthful yet resolute voice resonated through the communication channel. Yue Feng paused momentarily, a wave of emotion washing over him as he stifled a laugh. "You have finally arrived." No sooner had the words left his lips than he succumbed to exhaustion and fell into unconsciousness. A new mechanized warrior took his place, raising his weapon to unleash a series of devastating strikes, cleaving through the swarm of insects. Subsequently, he ensured Yu Weifeng's evacuation to a safe location before rejoining the front lines. In the midst of battle, he murmured softly, "Brother Yu, take a moment to rest. Leave the front lines to us." At that moment, across the battlefield's channels, countless voices echoed the same rallying cry. "As long as Yan Huang stands, Daxia shall not perish." Within the base, the lights burned brightly throughout the night. Dr. Wan Ziyuan had just completed the final adjustments on 5 laser mechas when, before he could catch his breath, the portal's light flickered once more. With a resounding thud, massive transport vehicles emerged from the blue and white energy vortex. The cargo bay opened, revealing neatly stacked components for a new batch of mechas, 10 sets in total. The very air seemed to tremble under the weight of these colossal steel constructs. Gazing at the influx of materials, Dr. Wan Ziyuan felt a mixture of astonishment and joy, his lips twitching into a weary smile as he patted his forehead. The burdens of happiness." His assistant, laughing heartily, quipped, "Doctor, your words are quite extravagant. These mecha components are the result of the collaborative efforts of hundreds of thousands from the opposing world. Thousands of research institutes and factories have poured their all into producing this batch." Another researcher, while unloading, lamented, "Indeed, with our world's productivity, assembling even a single set is a challenge. Yet they're sending them in droves, as if they were mere cabbages. They even come with version updates. And the latest model features a dual Shuanglan crystal energy system," interjected a nearby colleague. Excitement permeated the air of the research workshop. "Enough lamenting, let us get to work," Dr. Wan Ziyuan commanded with a wave of his hand. "From now on, we will assemble nonstop for 24 hours. We must get these machines to the battlefield as swiftly as possible." Sparks flew as welding torches ignited and machinery roared. Scientists and engineers worked side by side, fully aware that every hour they saved could spare a life on the front lines. Meanwhile, on the other side of the portal, the supply command center in the Lopner region remained equally relentless. Weapons, ammunition, medical supplies, and fuel were continuously packed, loaded, and dispatched through the light gate. In the Daxia world ravaged by the insect plague, the Tianxiong army on the southeastern front and the Demai army in the northwestern valley, exhausted from prolonged combat, found themselves on the brink of collapse. Within the front command post, the commander's voice was hoarse. "If we continue like this, we'll run out of ammunition. Are we to engage the insect horde in close combat? How can we fight this battle?" The staff fell silent, the atmosphere heavy enough to draw tears. The distant sounds of artillery had grown sparse, and the cannon crews lay on the ground, clearing spent shells, despair threatening to engulf the entire front. At that moment, the roar of engines echoed from afar. One by one, transport vehicles surged through the haze, their arrival stirring a sense of hope. As the dust settled, the iron doors of the cargo bays swung open, revealing crates of 155mm artillery shells, marked as strategic support supplies from Daxia, piled high like small mountains. Along the rear road, a long line of rocket artillery units was entering the fray, their taillights flashing like a serpentine river of steel. The commander stood stunned for a few seconds before slamming his fist upon the table, laughter erupting from him. "Ha! I see hope." As the first round of support ammunition was loaded, the firepower of the Tianxiong and Demai armies awakened like a long-dormant beast. The roar of howitzers shattered the night sky anew, while volleys of rockets descended like a meteor shower upon the insect horde, their explosive bursts blooming into mushroom clouds on the horizon. Above, a swarm of unmanned bombers skimmed low, releasing high-explosive ordnance that formed a fiery wall, as if the very heavens were ablaze. The insect swarm surged forth, yet within this hellish inferno, they were obliterated to nothingness, blood and smoke transforming into swirling ashes. A soldier, his face blackened by soot, wiped the grime from his brow and bellowed, "We have enough ammunition. Unleash the full firepower." The next instant, the entire front line erupted in a cacophony of sound. The artillery roared, shaking the mountains and rivers. The earth trembled in fury, the air quivered. It was the united roar of two Daxias, the echo of their indomitable steel wills converging, reclaiming the boundary of hope for humanity amidst the chaos of the insect plague. Simultaneously, within the heart of Xia in the insect plague world, hospitals were ablaze with lights, yet filled with an atmosphere of urgency. Outside the operating rooms, stretchers laden with bloodied bandages and charred armor fragments were continuously brought in, telling tales of the battlefield's brutality. The hospital director stood at the end of the corridor, observing the rows of makeshift beds occupied by the wounded, his brow furrowed as if to squeeze out water. "These individuals are heroes," he murmured, "but heroes need saving too, and we are running out of medicine." Chapter 71. We Unite. The chief surgeon approached swiftly, urgency lacing his tone. "Director, we are nearly out of hemostatic agents and antibiotics. If this continues, many severely injured will not survive the night. Then procure supplies from other hospitals. We must acquire medication, even if we have to seize it." The chief surgeon shook his head with a wry smile. "I have called several hospitals. They are all in the same predicament, with no medicine to spare." The director leaned helplessly against the wall, murmuring softly, "Are we to be trapped in this insect plague, even as medical personnel?" The air grew heavy, the corridor resonating solely with the ticking of machines. Suddenly, the rumble of truck engines erupted outside. A fleet of military vehicles, laden with supplies, raced toward the hospital, their screeching brakes stirring dust that seemed to carry the scent of hope. The doors swung open, and soldiers clad in camouflage leaped from the vehicles. Striding toward the director with a salute, "Report. This batch of medical supplies has come from another support point. Please accept it immediately. It includes plasma, anesthetics, antibiotics, and a wealth of medical equipment." The director stood frozen for a few moments before seizing the soldier's hand, his voice choked with emotion. "Is it truly here?" "Yes. The commander has ordered that frontline soldiers must not falter, and not a single injured can be forsaken." The director's eyes welled with tears. At that moment, he could no longer suppress the wave of emotion within him, and warm tears flowed down his cheeks. "Wonderful. We have salvation. Our heroes shall be saved." Instantly, the entire hospital erupted into a flurry of activity. Nurses dashed with medicine boxes, doctors revitalized their spirits, and the previously listless soldiers in the wards began to hear familiar commands again. Initiate 4. Increase oxygen levels by 3 points. "Fear not, brothers, we have medicine. You will survive." That night, the surgical lights burned brightly without respite, illuminating hope anew from the battlefront to the depths of the hospital. On the other side, in the real world of Xia, since the initiation of the Time Portal project, the pace of this world had subtly accelerated. However, ordinary citizens remained oblivious to the truth. Within the high-rise building of the Supreme Council, the atmosphere in the conference room was stifling. "I must say, this cannot continue." One representative slammed his hand on the table, his voice echoing throughout the hall. "All weapon factories, ammunition plants, and medical supply manufacturers nationwide must commence operations. The current production scale is akin to preparing for a world war." Another voice chimed in, "No, it is even more than that. This is a posture of preparing for the apocalypse, ramping up production." The rustle of documents filled the air. "We have investigated. All produced materials are classified for confidential use, and even the transportation routes are top secret. Inquiries are met with vague claims of national security. What exactly are they preparing for? Are they aiming at the eagle sauce, or the entirety of humanity?" It must be noted that if this continues by the end of the year, at least 10% of our GDP will be consumed by these materials of unclear purpose. What about people's livelihoods? Education, housing, healthcare? Who will ensure the visible improvements for the common folk? In a moment of fervor, the conference room was filled with impassioned voices, with a few representatives unable to restrain their inquiries. Are we on the brink of war? The senior officials remained silent for a brief moment. The executive seated at the head of the table gently tapped the surface, his tone steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "In these tumultuous times, we must take preemptive measures. Moreover, certain matters cannot be disclosed at this time. As his words resonated, the room fell silent, though discontent simmered among the attendees. They understood that such a tone signified the occurrence of highly classified events. Indeed, their skepticism was not unfounded. The investments made by Xia in areas such as weaponry, ammunition, medical supplies, and energy had reached unprecedented levels. However, these expenditures were not intended for war. Rather, they were aimed at salvation for another Xia, ravaged by a pestilential crisis and on the brink of annihilation. The existence of the portal was a state secret. On the other side of that door, countless compatriots were struggling to endure, and on this side, Xia was mobilizing the entirety of its industrial and technological might to construct a final bastion for them. Furthermore, from a broader perspective, the investments were far from a loss. The first world yielded Xianhui stone, Shuanglan crystal, and Lingtan mother, ore, rare minerals that propelled breakthroughs in carbon-based chips and nuclear fusion technology. The second world introduced stellar titanium alloy and the design of Luai's mechas, ushering Xia into a new era of national defense. The technological leaps brought about by these two cross-dimensional exchanges were worth 1,000-fold of the initial investments. The carbon-based chips shattered the chains of Western dominance in chip technology, while nuclear fusion technology dismantled their energy constraints. After all, while material resources can be gradually replenished, breakthroughs in technology, particularly in national treasures like nuclear fusion and Luai's mechas, represent miracles that humanity has struggled to attain for centuries. All of this stemmed from that portal. The central leadership of Xia had already reached a tacit consensus regarding the immense opportunity presented by Chen Mo. He was not merely an individual. He was a miracle for Xia. The internal classified documents bore an exceptionally rare directive. As long as this individual does not betray the nation or humanity, Xia shall spare no effort to protect him. Consequently, from the central government to the military, from the research system to the security bureau, Chen Mo's name was quietly entered into the highest level of protection. In all directives concerning actions in alternate worlds, a fixed phrase appeared: if Chen Mo offers an opinion, all decisions shall revolve around his judgment. To them, he was not merely an executor, he was a guiding light. He had opened the passage to interdimensional technology, brought forth Xianhui stone, Shuanglan crystal, and Lingtan mother ore, and led the breakthroughs in Luai's mechas and nuclear fusion. He was neither a scientist nor a general. Yet he accomplished what scientists could not and ventured where generals dared not tread. After comprehensive analysis by the intelligence department, a unanimous conclusion emerged. Chen Mo harbored the aspirations of Xia. He was neither a prophet-seeker nor a messianic figure. He was simply striving to improve the lives of his compatriots in his own way. Therefore, the central leadership of Xia was convinced that placing their bets on him would not lead to defeat. At this moment, in the world plagued by pestilence, the flames of war had momentarily abated. The supreme commander, Xia seized a rare opportunity to remove his military cap and leaned against the command table, exhaling a sigh of relief. To his surprise, a faint smile crept across his face, revealing a glimmer of fatigue, yet resolute strength. I can still catch my breath. Chen Mo replied with a smile. This is all because we have united. Xia raised his gaze to the row of mechas gleaming under the sunlight outside the window. Yes, unity. Thanks to the supplies you sent, we have stabilized our defenses. However, the smile quickly faded as his tone grew steady and solemn. Yet, this must also place considerable pressure on your side, right? We will expedite the restoration of our industrial chain. Once the mechas reach a certain scale, defending against the pestilence will become significantly easier. Chen Mo nodded. That is the best news. Xiaohui's eyes flickered momentarily before he added in a hushed voice. In fact, I have already been planning the next step. Once the Luai's mechas reach a certain scale, I intend to dispatch a mecha squad deep into the heart of the pestilence. Deep into the pestilence? Chen Mo furrowed his brow slightly. Precisely, Xiaohui replied calmly, yet with determination. The reproduction of the insect species is not chaotic. Our researchers speculate that they possess a core nest. If we can destroy that, the pestilence can be contained. We will attempt a surgical strike with the mecha assault team. If that fails, we will resort to nuclear weapons. Chen Mo paused, gazing at him in silence for several seconds. Chapter 72. The astonishment of the chief engineer of the 7th generation aircraft. Chen Mo brushed the dust off his hands with a light laugh. His tone relaxed yet tinged with certainty. Rest assured, with the aid of my portal, you are not fighting alone. Moreover, he paused, looking towards the mechas illuminated by the sunlight in the distance. I sense that we will soon unlock the next world. Xia Haorui's eyes suddenly brightened, and he straightened in his seat. What? Really? That would be splendid. Chen Mo, however, waved his hand, his smile diminishing. But do not be too quick to celebrate. We are still uncertain about the nature of the next world. If it is one of ancient civilization, the technological gap may be vast, and it might not offer us substantial assistance. Nevertheless, Xia Haorui could hardly contain his excitement. Regardless, your support has reignited our hopes. With supplies, ammunition, and mechas, Daxia can finally stand tall once more. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned his gaze with a hint of curiosity and inquiry. By the way, is the stellar titanium alloy from our side of significant help to you? Chen Mo laughed heartily, an unmistakable pride in his smile. It is indeed. Before I arrived, I heard that they had already sent samples of stellar titanium alloy to the Daxia Aviation Industry Group. Do you know? Those aeronautical engineers, upon hearing the data regarding its strength and temperature resistance, must have been left in awe. At the headquarters of the Daxia Aviation Industry Group, in the office of the chief engineer of the 7th-generation aircraft, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a slanting glow over the expansive conference table cluttered with blueprints and models. The air was thick with the aroma of coffee, ink, and a palpable sense of agitation. Yu Yifei, a man hailed as the backbone of Daxia's aerospace endeavors, found himself ensnared like a prisoner within his own designs. His fingers clenched at his temples, knuckles whitening as he nearly ruffled his thinning hair into disarray. He stared at the stack of internal documents, his thoughts revving up like a turbine. Page after page flipped by as he murmured the names that defined an era. The 5th-generation established air superiority, ultra-stealth, supersonic cruising, extreme maneuverability, beyond visual range combat, hyper-information integration. He muttered, almost reciting a scripture of fighter evolution. That generation laid the foundation for our ability to detect, lock on, and fire first. J-20, J-35, we achieved it. They have proven themselves in the skies. His voice gradually softened. His palm gently struck the table, and his gaze sparkled anew. The 6th generation reshaped the nature of aerial combat. He rose, as if to imbue those words with weight. 6 revolutionary indicators: ultra-flat profile, supersonic cruising, unconventional maneuverability, long-range striking, hyperdimensional connectivity, and domain control. It is not merely an aircraft. It is an intelligent node in the sky capable of commanding a fleet, making decisions, engaging in combat, and exerting dominion. He paused, inhaling deeply. Our J-50 has rolled off the assembly line and is undergoing critical validation. It is humanity's first step toward achieving aerial consciousness. He leaned back against the chair, enveloped by its embrace. The office was filled only with the low hum of the air conditioning. Yet now, they were instructing me to initiate research on the 7th-generation aircraft. His voice was nearly a whisper, a blend of pressure and excitement, as if teetering on the edge of possibility. Surpassing the 6th-generation aircraft, he repeated these 4 characters, uttering them softly yet with the weight of a colossal boulder. The 6th-generation aircraft has already achieved control beyond the limits of known domains. Where else could it be constrained? Suddenly, a bitter smile crept across his face. Non-Newtonian mechanics. Quantum invisibility? Or perhaps a direct transcendence of dimensions? What the 7th-generation aircraft seeks to crush may no longer be adversaries. He lifted his gaze toward the extraordinarily clear blue sky outside the window. Sunlight reflected in his eyes, resembling a flicker of burning obsession. As Yu Yifei was immersed in fervent contemplation about the future shape of combat aircraft, a soft knock resonated against the alloy door. Come in. He did not lift his head, his fingers still tracing lines across the blueprints, as if engaged in a debate with an aircraft that did not exist. The door swung open, and 2 men clad in black uniforms entered, their footsteps as steady as a metronome. The emblem of swords and shields on their chests gleamed coldly under the light. Daxia Security Bureau. In that moment, Yu Yifei's nerves felt as though they had been jolted by an electric current. Exhaustion, anxiety, all vanished. He instinctively sat up straighter, his gaze sharpening anew. Chief Engineer Yu. We have been dispatched to deliver a batch of classified materials to you. One of them stepped forward, his voice deep like a stone falling into a well. He produced a silver metal case, its surface covered with a thick layer of electromagnetic shielding, creating a humming disturbance in the air. This is the star titanium alloy. The man's voice lowered, nearly a whisper. Its source is absolutely confidential and pertains to the highest level of secrecy. The air grew thick with tension. Yue Fei reached out to touch the metal box. It was icy and heavy, as though grasping an entire stretch of night sky. He slowly opened the lid. Inside lay a piece of metal, quietly shimmering with a ghostly blue luminescence. The light resembled the starlight of the ocean's depths, or the essence of frozen lightning. He glanced at the inspection report, and his pupils abruptly constricted. Gasp! Yue Fei inhaled sharply, leaping to his feet. Extreme tensile strength, corrosion resistance, and wearability nearing theoretical limits. He nearly shouted, "What kind of joke is this? This material should not exist. This defies the laws of materials science." His voice was laced with both astonishment and an uncontrollable elation. He realized this was not merely material. It was the very skeleton of the future. Another member of the Security Bureau approached, opening several small sealed cases that accompanied him. Each box bore a serial number, resembling a string of passwords from another realm. "Chief Engineer Yu, please observe. This is the foundational or for the Xingqian project." He introduced each one. Xianhui stone, capable of stable existence in ultra-high temperatures and high radiation environments, ideal for the interior of fusion reactors. Shuanglan crystal, a room-temperature superconductor that allows energy loss to approach zero. Link carbon mother, or possessing self-adaptive conductivity and quantum resonance characteristics. Each name struck Yue Fei's heart like a heavy hammer. His eyes widened, akin to a child witnessing the night sky for the first time. His breathing accelerated. "This isn't a materials report," he murmured. "This is a symphony of the future." In his mind, countless formulas, electromagnetic structures, and energy curves flashed by at lightning speed. The outline of the seventh-generation aircraft began to coalesce in his thoughts. He abruptly turned, shoved his chair aside, and paced back and forth. "Excellent. Wonderful." His voice had transformed from rational scientific discourse to a fervent exclamation. "With these materials, we shall no longer be shackled by the laws of physics. The seventh-generation aircraft is no longer a dream." His gaze burned with an intensity that seemed ready to ignite. His tone thunderous. "It can soar higher, farther, faster. It can break through the ceilings of human cognition." He paused, resting his hands on the table, staring at the piece of metal glowing with a ghostly blue light. His voice softened. "This is not merely a technological breakthrough. It is a ticket to another world." Chapter 73. The Concept of the Seventh-Generation Aircraft, by D. Tianzhanji. The members of the Security Bureau departed, leaving the office enveloped in silence, broken only by the soft hum of the air conditioning. The pile of ores and metals lay quietly on the table, resembling a collection of hearts from the starry seas. Yue Fei gazed at them, his fingertips gently tapping the table, the rhythm quickening, until he lifted his head, a long-lost light igniting in his eyes. "The seventh-generation aircraft," he whispered, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Let it be named by D. Tianzhanji." He rose, approaching the whiteboard. With a flourish of his pen, a line sliced through the silence. "Dimensional body. I shall grant her an indestructible quantum frame." The pen danced across the board, the lines extending wildly. In his mind, Whitey had awakened. The airframe structure would be composed of star titanium alloy as its skeleton, a honeycomb resonance framework, with a strength 50 times that of existing aerospace steel. The aircraft would adaptively deform, capable of withstanding hypersonic impacts, maintaining structural integrity even in the face of tactical nuclear EMPs. His voice grew increasingly rapid, as if racing against the air. Stealth capabilities will feature an outer coating of link carbon mother or derived polymer. It can achieve quantum resonance deflection across all radar, infrared, sonar, and visible light spectra. Not merely stealth, but a theoretical non-existence, capable of absorbing even cosmic background radiation. He leaned closer to the whiteboard, the tip of his pen pausing intermittently, as if sculpting the future. Survivability. The core power compartment and cockpit will employ Xianhui stone as the interior lining, an unprecedented protective layer for humanity. It can endure temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees, high radiation, and can face tactical-grade lasers, and plasma impacts. He halted, his chest heaving. Sweat trickled down his temples, but he brushed it away. He stared at the sketch on the whiteboard, his eyes alight with fervor. Bai is not just an aircraft. She is a myth of the skies. Humanity's answer to the limits. Yue Fei took a deep breath, his voice lowering to a near whisper, as if speaking to himself. The moment she ascends, even the heavens must yield. His thoughts raced wildly. The pen continued to dance upon the whiteboard, crackling with inspiration. Next, we must address dimensional propulsion. His voice surged like an electric current, causing the air in the office to tremble. I shall endow her with fusion propulsion of extreme velocity. As he spoke, he sketched the outline of the engine on the blueprints. This was no ordinary engine. It was a heart that breathed. The core engine would utilize a micro-tokamak magnetic confinement nuclear fusion reactor. Shinwi stone would serve as the heat-resistant lining material for the reactor chamber. Xuanlan crystal, a room-temperature superconductor, would stabilize the magnetic confinement field. He rapidly delineated the layered structure of the fusion ring, each stroke of his pen resembling a pulse of energy. Operational performance. Combat cruising speed, Mach 15 to 20. Reaching near space, capable of global strike and interception within 5 minutes. He paused momentarily, a fervent smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Limited only by air friction, it could even surpass Mach 25. This is no longer mere speed. It is a provocation to the limits of physics. He turned, his gaze intense. Agility, all-directional vector nozzles, combined with an anti-gravity compensation system. Fusion plasma streams can be instantaneously redirected, achieving flight configurations governed by non-Newtonian mechanics. Simply put, he swept his pen dramatically through the air. She can hover in the sky. His words quickened, as if conducting a symphony of wild imagination. Instantaneous deceleration, instantaneous acceleration, 90-degree lateral shifts, 0 turning radius. All existing aerodynamics will fail against her. He slammed his hand on the table, causing his coffee cup to tremble and spill a few drops of coffee-colored liquid. This is the heart of Bai Di. He gazed out the window at the azure sky, his tone infused with an irrepressible fervor and reverence. She will no longer merely fly. She will leap through space. Bai Di is not just a warplane. She is a dimensional entity. His imagination had not yet ceased, akin to an ignited powder keg, each thought following the other in rapid succession. Next, dimensional control. As he spoke, his tone carried a hint of command, reminiscent of issuing final orders to a machine yet to be born. The core system housed a quantum AI. Yue Fei articulated these terms with clarity, as if meticulously writing them on a board in a classroom. Computational speed and the convergence of human and machine information processing to nearly a singularity. It could evolve autonomously, learn independently, deduce outcomes, simultaneously analyze myriad battle scenarios, presenting the optimal solution or executing commands on your behalf. He gripped his pen, fingers tapping on the edge of the table, his voice tinged with childlike excitement. Pilots would no longer merely maneuver joysticks. We were developing a biological neural interface. Consciousness would interface with the aircraft. You envision it, and the aircraft would comply. The body serves as an extension, while thought itself embodies control. Naturally, we must also retain the option for remote unmanned operation when necessary. Bai Di could transform into a floating entity of will, receiving commands from afar, even undertaking the most perilous missions. He turned, sketching rough electromagnetic field diagrams on the whiteboard, his stroke steady. In terms of information, the plan was even more audacious. Real-time mapping of battlefield electromagnetic spectra, intervening in all signals. Quantum entanglement would facilitate instantaneous communication and situational sharing, achieving near-zero latency. Imagine it. At a critical moment, the system could proactively create localized information black holes, rendering enemy radar and electronic reconnaissance utterly ineffective. Or, in the blink of an eye, seize control over enemy drone swarms, instantly altering the battlefield landscape. His voice dropped lower, imbued with an ominous undertone. Firepower? Do not speak to me of conventional munitions. He chuckled, a hint of cruel ecstasy concealed within. Tactical laser cannons powered directly by fusion energy, plasma pulse cannons, theoretically achieving limitless ammunition. Continuous output, unencumbered by supply constraints or magazine limitations. If you wish to fire through a crack in the door, I can vaporize the opponent in that very crevice. If you desire frontal suppression, I can turn their electronic devices into scrap metal. He spread his palm across the whiteboard, as if declaring an oath to the entire office. This system is not merely a collection of weapons. It is a battlefield ecology that can think, choose, and sacrifice. Yu Yifei paused, ensuring his audience remained engaged. His eyes sparkled, yet the corners of his mouth were as sharp as a blade. When all these elements coalesce, power, materials, stealth, dimensional control, AI, and human-machine symbiosis, it transcends the capabilities of a mere aircraft. He lowered his voice, as if uttering an incantation or defining a new concept. It is a new type of existence, an entity of will in the aerial and spatial realms. Some may refer to it as a weapon. I prefer to name it by D. He withdrew his pen, leaving only the faint sound of its tip striking the paper, echoing like a lingering resonance. Outside, the sky remained clear, yet in Yu Yifei's mind, the heavens had been redefined. Chapter 74. The Shock of the Daxia Aircraft Industry Group. As Yu Yifei's vision crystallized that night, the blueprint for the 7th generation by D aerospace fighter was meticulously compiled into a comprehensive proposal. In the ultra-secret conference room of the Daxia Aircraft Industry Group headquarters, the morning sunlight was completely blocked by heavy, alloy shutters. The air was eerily still, punctuated only by the low hum of the ventilation system. At one end of the long table, a row of red folders emblazoned with a national emblem were neatly arranged. Beside each folder lay a numbered cup. Even a drop of water was recorded as confidential. Those present were the pinnacle of national intellect, academicians of aviation engineering, quantum physicists, and luminaries in materials science. Their names nearly constituted the zenith of Daxia's technology. In the corner, a red light on the security system blinked slowly. That light served not merely as surveillance, but as a reminder that this room was isolated from the world. The meeting commenced. The host's voice was deep and restrained. As the heavy blast-proof door slowly closed, the gears of the By D project began to turn silently. Yu Yifei ascended to the podium. His palm trembled slightly, not from nervousness, but from an uncontainable exhilaration. Upon pressing a button, the proposal projected onto the holographic screen. In just a few dozen pages, it was as if a nuclear bomb had been tossed into a still lake. The By D Aerospace Fighter 7th Generation Preliminary Research Proposal illuminated the screen with a three-dimensional structural diagram of By D. In that moment, silence enveloped the room. This was not merely an aircraft. It represented an entirely new existence. Its contours flowed with an illogical smoothness, resembling liquid metal shaped by external forces. The fuselage shimmered with an interplay of deep blue and silver gray, devoid of any air intakes, control surfaces, or weapon attachment points, save for a few dark red fusion nozzles that pulsed faintly in the model's animation. At that moment, a soft gasp resonated throughout the conference hall. Some instinctively reached for the table's edge for support. Yu Yifei began to explain. His voice, though not loud, struck like a hammer on steel. The main frame of the body is constructed from star-gray titanium alloy. The derived coating from the lignin carbon mother or provides omnidirectional stealth. A miniature tokamak fusion engine serves as the core power source. Equipped with a quantum AI core, it achieves the fusion of human and machine consciousness. As he spoke faster, the audience's breaths became increasingly rapid. "Is this a fighter jet?" murmured an aged aerodynamics expert. "It transcends the very concept of an aircraft. Non-Newtonian motion, fusion energy supply, an AI self-evolution system. These are fundamentally unattainable at our current stage." Voices trembled, yet could not mask the fervor ignited within. Mach 20 cruising speed, room temperature, superconducting magnetic confinement reactors. He has crammed everything we are still in the process of validating into this. A materials science titan could no longer restrain himself, rising with pupils quivering in excitement. Non-Newtonian maneuver control. We cannot even compute its flight trajectory with existing models. A young engineer's voice nearly cracked. The room descended into a chaotic interplay of astonishment and speechlessness. Some inhaled sharply. Others trembled as they grasped their pens, while many began hastily scribbling formulas on paper. From initial skepticism to shock, then silence, this group of seasoned scientists, having traversed countless projects, found themselves rendered mute before the blueprint. The air felt as heavy as water. Shadows flickered across By D's holographic model, each pulse of energy akin to a heartbeat. The entire conference room transitioned from astonishment into profound silence. In that silence, Only the sound of pen tips scratching against paper remained. It was as if a new epic for Dacia was quietly being birthed within this stillness. Half a minute later, the heavy alloy door slowly swung open. The low rumble of metal scraping against the floor resonated like a muffled thunderclap, striking the hearts of all present. Two members of the security bureau, clad in black uniforms, entered. The emblem of the sword and shield on their chests glimmered coldly under the lights. They exhibited no extraneous expressions nor engaged in pleasantries. The temperature in the air seemed to drop several degrees with their arrival. The content of this meeting pertains to the highest level of military secrets. The leader's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of coercion. From this moment forth, the Security Bureau will assume full control of the meeting. Those few words fell like a hammer upon the floor. The collective breath of the conference room vanished in an instant. All present immediately signed the top-secret confidentiality agreement. Upon completion, no copies were permitted, no photographs allowed, and no records could be taken from the premises. The tone remained calm, yet sent chills down spines. Pens were passed down one by one. The sound of signatures echoed softly. Each stroke felt as though it imprinted a layer of weight upon the paper. An invisible aura of menace pervaded the atmosphere. Even the clock's hands seemed to slow their rotation. In that moment, everyone understood that what they had just witnessed was not merely the birth of a fighter jet. That marked the prologue of a revolution capable of rewriting the entire aerospace era of humanity. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Light breath and all were all subdued. The academicians wore grave expressions, fully aware that when the Security Bureau took personal charge, this was no longer merely a scientific project. It was a national treasure, a forbidden mechanism potent enough to reshape the global landscape. Under the illumination, Yu Yifei slowly raised his gaze. In his eyes, there was no fear, only a serene yet fervent determination. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips. He understood that from this moment forth, the colossal vessel bound for another world had officially set sail. The instant the highly classified meeting concluded, the entire Dacia aircraft industry group seemed to be infused with a potent dose of pure adrenaline. The BiD project, capable of overturning the concept of aerial combat, transitioned from blueprint, from dream, from that burning proposal into stark reality. The gears began to turn, and this time, their velocity was unprecedented. Orders, akin to the most classified of radio signals, penetrated national borders within hours, soaring through the sky to strike numerous research institutions. From the Eastern Superconductive Materials Research Institute to the Western Nuclear Physics Laboratory, from the precision machining factories in the north to the stealth coding bases in the south, every research node associated with BiD illuminated in unison. The entirety of Dacia entered a state of military-grade research readiness. The casting workshop for star titanium alloy worked tirelessly through the night. Within the high-temperature furnace, liquid metal shimmered with an ethereal blue hue, being poured into specially designed molds to solidify into the future's skeletal framework. The superconducting coils of Schwann-Lange were slowly woven in a dust-free laboratory, as if constructing a magnetic confinement neural network for BiD's heart. Thousands of engineers, researchers, and technicians, with their eyes, hands, and lives, painstakingly chiseled Yu Yifei's almost sci-fi blueprint into reality. They understood this was not mere manufacturing. It was a summons to the divine. Yet, the birth of divinity often accompanies sacrifices. A military order, like a bucket of cold water, mercilessly extinguished another flame. The J-50 project was to suspend its small-scale production plan. All resources, priorities, equipment, and manpower were to be redirected towards BiD. In just a few terse sentences, it was as if a death sentence had been passed on the J-50. The J-50, having just completed all rigorous tests and poised to become the emblem of the next era for the Daxian Air Force, was buried by the hands of time before it could even establish its name. In private conversations among the military's upper echelons, a blend of restrained pride and excitement filled the air. What a joke. Once BiD takes flight, the performance of the sixth-generation aircraft will seem trivial. Indeed, producing a few more would merely render them as relics of the past. Their laughter was grandiose, tinged with a hint of vindictive satisfaction. It is worth noting that decades ago, when the Eagle Nation's F-22 Raptor emerged, flaunting its fifth-generation prowess on the global stage, Dacia's high-ranking officials had been so enraged in meetings that they smashed cups. The humiliation of being choked was a memory they could never forget. Now, fortunes had turned. As Da Xia held the trump card of ID, they finally savored the taste once belonging to their adversaries. Arrogance, indifference, fervor. They had become what they once despised. Meanwhile, on the tarmac, the J-50 prototype stood silently, casting a long shadow in the setting sun. If it had consciousness, it might have cursed inwardly. Back then, they call me little sweetheart. Now that there's a newcomer, by D, they find me old, outdated, and passé. That voice resonated with resentment, yet carried a wry smile, as if the entire hangar echoed its sighs. The winds of the era blew briskly and coldly, wafting the banner of the new king's coronation while silently scattering the glory of old love. The J-50 became the fastest and most innocent casualty in this great technological revolution. As the By-D fighter project surged forward with fervor, the emotions of Da Xia's high-ranking officials were a mix of excitement and trepidation. They were exhilarated because By-D symbolized a leap in human technology. They felt uneasy because that leap arrived far too swiftly and unreasonably. Originally, the development pace of the Daxian Air Force's equipment was meticulously divided into a four-step strategy: exploring one generation, pre-researching another, developing a generation, and producing a generation. The fifth-generation aircraft, J-20, J-35, were entering mass service. The sixth-generation aircraft, J-50, was meant to be the protagonist of the development phase. The seventh-generation aircraft remained a distant fantasy of the exploratory stage. Yet, who could have predicted that the emergence of By-D would utterly upend this rhythm? Those mysterious materials that fell from the heavens, that technical report defying common sense, propelled the seventh-generation aircraft from a futuristic dream to a tangible project. In a mere few months, its progress nearly matched that of the sixth-generation aircraft. One night, in a modest conference room within the military's upper echelons, smoke curled in the air and the lighting was dimmed. Several high-ranking officers clad in crisp military uniforms encircled a round table, engaging in a discussion on a topic that sounded almost absurd, lifting the confidentiality restrictions on the sixth-generation aircraft. Old Zhang, a silver-haired veteran, flicked ash from his cigarette. His tone as relaxed as if discussing weekend fishing. Do you think we need to keep hiding those J-50 test aircraft? Quite the opposite, another senior official chuckled, shaking his head. It's meaningless to conceal them anymore. Once By-D emerges, the performance of the sixth generation will seem like mere souvenirs. Laughter wafted through the haze. This laughter was not mocking. It embodied the composure and elegance that accompanied possessing an absolute technological advantage. Who could argue otherwise? The presiding officer lightly tapped the table, his tone placid. By-D has siphoned off the entire nation's aircraft research system's attention. We cannot allow the J-50 to fade away into obscurity. He paused, scanning the faces around him. Let us take it out for a spin. Everyone was taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Absolutely. The Zhuhai Air Show is fast approaching. Let us arrange for the best test pilots to give it a spectacular debut. Laughter erupted again, mingling with the crisp clinking of cup lids. In the air lingered the ease of Daxian soldiers, alongside the evolution of an era. That secret order was like a gust of wind, without a command or formal decree. It silently drifted into Zhuhai under the cover of night. When the Zhuhai Airshow Organizing Committee received the call, the entire office fell silent for 3 seconds. What? Sixth-generation aircraft? The young man answering the phone nearly dropped the receiver. We have a sixth-generation aircraft? He glanced at his colleague, his expression clearly conveying disbelief. And it's directly participating in the airshow? Yes. The voice on the other end was calm, as if discussing the pleasant weather. But isn't this the slot for fifth-generation aircraft? That has changed. We're now adding a sixth-generation display at the last minute. Just a few brief sentences felt like a grenade thrown into a serene lake. Hours later, the winds of news began to spread. The first to catch the scent were those most sensitive to military affairs, the military enthusiast community. On forums, the uncle party resembled sharks smelling blood. Various internal leaks, exclusive informants, and eyewitness accounts flooded the internet overnight. Breaking news. Have you heard? The Zhuhai Air Show is about to make headlines. The military has issued an urgent notification. And it's not just any edition. It's the damn sixth-generation aircraft. Shocking. If the JX truly takes flight, it will be an epic event. Not a model. A real aircraft. A genuine flight. The comments section beneath these posts spiraled out of control. Is this for real? Don't use the uncle as a pretext. I'll bet a bottle of Mao Tai that it's definitely a model trick. Laughing out loud. If it really takes flight, it'll rewrite the history of global air shows. If a real aircraft takes off, I'd happily paint the national flag. The news spread like wildfire, leaping from military enthusiasts to the tech community and then to the trending lists on various social media platforms. The sixth-generation fighter, JXX, and explosive news from the Zhuhai Air Show surged to the top 10 trending topics almost simultaneously. No one anticipated that what they were about to witness was the unveiling of the most advanced fighter aircraft in the world, marking the end of an era. Across the ocean, in the Oval Office, President Golden Retriever lounged in a leather chair, twirling a pen in his hand, his confident smile as slick as ever. Send 2 F-22s and 4 F-35s to take a stroll in the Daxia airspace, he said nonchalantly, as if placing an order, applying pressure to remind them that the skies of Eagle Sauce still belong to Eagle Sauce. Surrounding aides nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. After all, this tactic had been employed for decades, familiar yet stale. However, this time, no one laughed too heartily, for deep down, they all understood that the deterrent power of Eagle Sauce had significantly waned. Chip hegemony? Shattered by Daxia's carbon-based chips. Energy monopoly? Transformed into a global model by their fusion power plant. Global finance? Thrown into disarray. Confidence in technology? Severely diminished. At this moment, all that remained for Eagle Sauce was perhaps sheer anger. This week, President Golden Retriever reiterated that the F-22 and F-35 must take off on time. Yes, Mr. President. An aide began to turn when suddenly, bang, the door burst open. A young aide rushed in, breathless and frantic. No, it's bad. President Golden Retriever frowned. What a disarray. What's going on? The aide struggled to catch his breath, his voice trembling. Daxia just announced they will showcase their sixth-generation fighter at the upcoming air show. The air instantly froze. The pen slipped from President Golden Retriever's grip, clattering on the table. He froze, his mouth forming an A shape. What? Sixth-generation fighter? Chapter 76. Return to the main world. He straightened in his chair, his tone shifting. Are you joking? We haven't even finished the PowerPoint, and they are already airborne? The aide remained silent. The president's complexion oscillated between pale and crimson. He exhaled slowly, a mix of anger and utter helplessness in his voice. My God, are we being schooled by reality? After an awkward silence, the vice president cautiously suggested, should we wait until after their air show to decide on our actions? President Golden Retriever paused, then let out a cold laugh. Forget it. Sending planes over now would only make us look foolish. Just as the vice president prepared to leave the office, President Golden Retriever lazily interjected. Wait. He squinted, twirling the golden pen, his tone calm, as if casually assigning a trivial task. Issue a statement that our sixth-generation fighter will also soon commence test flights. The vice president froze, nearly colliding with the doorframe. Test flights. But sir, we haven't even completed the PowerPoint. President Golden Retriever rolled his eyes, exuding an air of nonchalance. Just find a few filmmakers, set up a scene, add some smoke and special effects, and make the angles look good. Isn't that sufficient? The vice president was taken aback, his lips twitching. Are you suggesting we stage it? Exactly. President Golden Retriever nodded emphatically, donning a standard commercial smile. Whether we have it or not is irrelevant. What matters is that the voters believe we do. He paused, lowering his voice with an icy undertone. More importantly, our allies must also believe we are still in the skies. An eerie silence enveloped the office. Outside, the stars and stripes fluttered in the wind, appearing somewhat faded in the current light. International opinion was in complete upheaval. On Daxia's side, there was jubilation over the imminent test flight of the sixth-generation fighter. Headlines across major news outlets, military forums, and short video platforms boasted about JXX, the new era fighter, the pride of the nation. Yet, before the fervor could peak, Eagle Sauce made a sudden official announcement. Our sixth-generation fighter has entered the final test flight phase. This news landed like a bucket of cold water, cooling the global discourse. The overseas banana republic were the first to react with excitement, flooding social media. I told you. How could our Eagle Sauce daddy possibly lose? Daxia's technology is merely imitation. Baidi sounds like a shampoo brand. Beneath their comments were rows of flag emojis and exaggerated cries of freedom. Meanwhile, nations that had once struggled under the hegemony of Eagle Sauce found themselves grappling with mixed emotions. Could it be that Eagle Sauce truly possesses a sixth-generation fighter? It wouldn't be another PowerPoint, would it? Their hypersonic missiles didn't even roll off the production line last time. In an instant, global discussions erupted, filled with excitement, skepticism, and sardonic laughter. The world trembled, like a curtain tugged by two conflicting beliefs. In a world plagued by insect disasters, Chen Mo also caught wind of the news from the Zhuhai air show. Upon hearing the words sixth-generation fighter test flight, he was momentarily taken aback. Sixth-generation fighter? He furrowed his brow, wondering if those people had begun constructing aircraft with the materials I brought back. A flicker of pride mingled with a touch of melancholy crossed his mind. In the world of insect disasters, compared to the tireless researchers and brave warriors, his own strength felt minuscule. It feels as if I'm merely the doorman. He sighed softly. Well, it's time to return. Before leaving, he made a point to see Xia Haruwei, the commander responsible for the defense of the entire insect disaster world, who silently patted his shoulder. No grandiose words were exchanged. Only a simple statement. Your world is worth seeing. Then, as if reading Chen Mo's thoughts, he continued, do not underestimate yourself. Without your portal, many in my daxia would not know how to live peacefully. Chen Mo nodded, smiling. Thank you. He then stepped into the light portal, vanishing beneath the sky of the insect disaster world. With a flash of blue light, Chen Mo stepped back into his own world. The air was devoid of bloodshed, devoid of the sounds of insects. Instead, it was filled with the scent of machine oil, the crackling of welding sparks, and the familiar hustle and bustle of humanity. He looked up and was momentarily taken aback. The once desolate underground warehouse was now brimming with various supplies. Boxes of weapons and ammunition, medical kits, metal parts, emergency rations, like a pulsating artery of life, continuously channeling strength to the portal leading to the insect disaster world. Dozens of workers donned hard hats and blue uniforms. Some transporting goods, others documenting, and still others packing. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, yet no one ceased their work. Observing them, Chen Mo felt an unexpected sense of stability wash over him. Chen Mo, you're back. A bright voice called from behind. He turned to see Qin Xinyu striding toward him. She still bore her efficient demeanor, her work jacket casually rolled to her elbows, her eyes shining like lamps. Chen Mo smiled. It seems everyone is quite spirited. Qin Xinyu huffed proudly, of course. They all know that what they are doing is saving a world. After a pause, she added with a grin, besides, the treatment here in Daxia isn't too shabby. The minimum monthly salary is 30,000, standard hours from 9 to 5, and no overtime. Chen Mo was taken aback, his mouth twitching. You mean 9 to 5? No overtime? Indeed, Qin Xinyu affirmed. Weekend adjustments are also available. Those who work on Saturday and Sunday can choose 2 days off the following week. We operate in multiple shifts. There are more people during the day and fewer at night, but there is always someone on duty. Chen Mo paused, unable to suppress his laughter. The treatment I received during my time at work was nothing like this. Back then, not to mention a 9 to 5 schedule, I was practically working a 007 shift, rising at 7 in the morning and still toiling away at midnight. He shook his head, a hint of self-deprecating humor in his smile. Reflecting on it now, I realized how depleted I felt. I was almost out of energy. Qin Xinyu also smiled, stating, things are different now. Everyone has goals, direction, and security. This feeling is far more comfortable than working overtime for bonuses. Chen Mo observed the porters, their strides steady, their gazes clear, each face radiating the light of labor. He fell silent for a moment and softly remarked, this is what constitutes a normal job. Chapter 77. The Insectoid Tribe from the Heavens. After leaving the underground warehouse, Chen Mo was escorted into a highly secured conference room. The walls were embedded with electromagnetic shielding, and the air was infused with a subtle metallic scent and the aroma of tea. On the table lay an encrypted document, quietly awaiting attention. Facing him was Yu Guodong, the director of the Daxia Security Bureau. This typically composed and taciturn man possessed deep-set eyes that seemed capable of seeing into one's soul. Chen Mo, Yu Guodong began, his voice low and steady. Have you determined the timing of your next traversal? Chen Mo nodded. Approximately 30 days from now, similar to before. The destination remains unknown. A slight smile graced Yu Guodong's lips. 30 days. Understood. He paused, allowing his tone to soften. During this time, take a good rest. I hear you are quite interested in the Zhuhai Air Show? Chen Mo chuckled. Indeed. I hear they will showcase the 6th-generation aircraft. I wonder if it relates to the materials I brought back. A flicker of significance passed through Yu Guodong's gaze. Yes and no. He slid the top-secret document towards Chen Mo. Since you are the source of this matter, there is no need to keep it from you. Chen Mo opened the document and was met with familiar names. Xingqian titanium alloy, Xianhui stone, Shuanglong crystal, Lingtan mother Oregon. Each word sent a slight tremor through his heart. We are no longer merely developing the 6th-generation aircraft, Yu Guodong stated, his tone calm, yet resonating with the announcement of a new era. With the materials you brought back, we are already attempting to manufacture the 7th-generation aircraft. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, his heartbeat seemingly slowing. Yu Guodong leaned back in his chair, a knowing smile gracing his face. Therefore, there is no need to keep the 6th-generation aircraft, which are still classified under wraps. It's time to unveil them, offering a bit of psychological comfort to our American counterparts. After hearing this, a smirk tugged at Chen Mo's lips. This comfort might just hit them right in the heart, wouldn't it? Yu Guodong chuckled, his expression exuding an air of seasoned composure. Exactly. Let them awaken to reality. Yu Guodong was aware that Chen Mo planned to attend the Zhuhai Air Show, which would be a national focal point. The crowds would be dense and security intricate. Chen Mo's identity was no longer that of an ordinary individual. For safety reasons, he promptly ordered, "Summon Thunder Squad Captain Zhang Zhe to bring a team for Chen Mo's complete protection." Hours later, as Chen Mo exited the base, he spotted a familiar figure, Zhang Zhe, clad in his sharp black tactical attire, his silhouette as upright as a rifle. When their gazes met, the atmosphere lightened. Chen Mo smiled. "Good to see you again." "Old Zhang." Zhang Zhe grinned widely and clapped him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I've got your back." A simple statement, as solid as a wall. Soon, Qin Xinyu joined the entourage. Several military SUVs rolled into the airport, and under the guidance of staff, they boarded a military transport aircraft. The cabin was furnished with steel seats, devoid of luxury, accompanied only by the hum of the engines and a reassuring metallic aroma. As the plane taxied and took off, the clouds outside were gradually torn apart, sunlight spilling through the windows onto their faces. Chen Mo gazed at the distant azure sky, reflecting, over 20 years ago, we only had the 3rd-generation aircraft. Now we're about to witness the maiden flight of the 6th generation. A smile graced his lips, yet he concealed a deeper secret within. He had already learned from Yu Guodong that Daxia's true ultimate plan had already ventured into the realm of the 7th-generation aircraft. However, that was confidential, so he merely smiled and shook his head, pretending to be unaware. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his seat, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. I too am eagerly anticipating it. When the 6th-generation aircraft makes its debut, the entire venue will surely erupt. Qin Xinyu interjected, her eyes sparkling. I remember the last time the 5th-generation aircraft was unveiled. The scene sent chills down my spine. This time, it will likely silence the whole world. The plane soared through the clouds, the roar of the engines resonating like a deep battle hymn. The three fell into silence. No one spoke further, yet each heart awaited the same moment, the thunderous roar that would tear through the ages. Not long after landing, the military airport in Zhuhai welcomed their party. Zhang Zhe skillfully maneuvered the vehicle off the runway, with several escort cars closely trailing behind, resembling a low, rumbling steel dragon as they headed towards the airshow venue. Outside the car window, Zhuhai's city shimmered warmly in the sunlight. Skyscrapers, coastal promenades, and bustling vehicles, while crowds flowed like waves stirred by a gentle breeze. Chen Mo observed it all with an indescribable softness in his eyes. How wonderful, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with an uncontrollable sense of admiration. Qin Xinyu turned her head to glance at him, her eyebrows raised in curiosity. What else on your mind? Just returned from the insect disaster world, Chen Mo replied. There is no semblance of such tranquility there. The insectoids devour everything, and even breathing requires careful calculation. Witnessing this scene leaves me feeling a bit melancholic. Qin Xinyu's expression darkened, her inquiry simple and direct. Those creatures are truly detestable. Chen Mo nodded, an undercurrent of gravity in his tone. They now possess the strength to resist, yet whether they can endure remains uncertain. We do not know if the insectoids have unleashed their full might. Qin Xinyu's lips twitched, her expression somewhat strained. Let's hope they have given their all, Otherwise, it will be a tough battle for them. She paused before adding, her tone imbued with a soldier's realism. If they cannot hold their ground, they should retreat to our side. Chen Mo shook his head slowly. I asked Xia Haoruwei. They refused. They can leave, but they are unwilling to abandon their roots. A quiet settled in the vehicle. Zheng Zhi's gaze resolute as he tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Chen Mo continued, his voice low yet clear. They said that if there is truly no hope, they would rather leave their deeds etched in the annals of history, allowing future generations to remember their existence. They wish for U.S. to help memorialize this history, placing it in a museum so they are not forgotten by time. Listening, Qin Sinyu's eyes glimmered with a complex light, such as the spirit of the Daxians. Those who can articulate such sentiments are indeed extraordinary. Soon, they arrived at the dedicated military airport for the Zhuhai Air Show. Beneath the night sky, the exhibition venue was still brightly lit, with security lines, transport vehicles, and media equipment bustling about, the entire city resembling a festival ignited prematurely. The organizing committee had already arranged exclusive accommodations for the special guests. After checking in, Chen Mo and his party were escorted to a private floor. This is Mr. Chen's room. A staff member respectfully handed over the key card. Next door, Zheng Zhi waved with a smile. I'm right next to you. The room has a secure passage, and you also possess a one-button alarm device. He pointed to the miniature communication badge on Chen Mo's chest, his tone steady yet infused with military authority. If there are any issues, just press it, and our Thunder Squad will arrive in the shortest time possible. Chen Montauk nodded. Thank you. I appreciate your efforts. Upon entering the room, however, he found sleep elusive. It was a VIP suite with a balcony. The night sky outside was clear, the stars sparse, and in the distance, the airshow runway lights flickered. Chen Mo opened the floor-to-ceiling window, allowing the night breeze to sway the curtains. Carrying a hint of salty sea air, he leaned against the railing, gazing upward at the sky. The sky was tranquil, yet his mind was anything but. The intelligence gathered from the world of the insect plague was not fully divulged to Qin Sinyu. The words of Xia Haoruwei echoed in his ears. The insect race comes from the heavens. If that were indeed the case, the impending war was far more profound and distant than they had anticipated. Chen Mo realized that even mobilizing the vast resources of Daxia from two worlds would not suffice to quell the catastrophe of the insect race. His thoughts shifted to the world of the undead. Gong Yinfeng led 3 heavily armored composite brigades of Daxia, stationed in the world of the zombies, guiding the disaster-stricken populace towards the reconstruction of order. It was said that societal organizations were beginning to restore themselves, with people establishing factories, repairing roads, and constructing energy systems, all in an effort to free themselves from dependence on Daxia. They had gathered over 1 million people, which was quite impressive, Chen Mo mused. Yet, upon further reflection, he could only smile wryly. The assistance that the zombie world could provide was still far too limited. He fell silent for a moment, gazing up at the starry sky, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I wonder what the next world will be like. I hope it brings me some surprises. As the night breeze swept past, his thoughts were carried towards the endless horizon. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the mist over Zhuhai. The atmosphere of the airshow was charged, almost igniting the air itself. Chen Mo and his companions arrived at the core observation area in a military vehicle, the closest position to the runway, where journalists, experts, and military representatives from various nations had gathered. As soon as they disembarked, Qin Sinyu could no longer contain her excitement. Pointing to the sky and exclaiming, "Look, J-10C!" The aircraft sliced through the morning light, roaring overhead with the thunder of its engines. This was the illustrious machine that had downed multiple Rafales in overseas combat. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, illuminating her entire being. Chen Mo nodded with a smile, pride evident in his gaze. Who would have thought that our 3rd generation and a half, relying on systemic warfare, could take down those chaotic 4th-generation fighters with such ease? Qin Sinyu chuckled. Your choice of words is quite direct. Suddenly, the sound of a sonic boom erupted. Here came the J-20. The audience's emotions ignited in an instant. A low-frequency rumble resonated from afar as 2 J-20s streaked into view at an astonishing speed, akin to 2 dark bolts of lightning. The fuselage glimmered with cold light under the sun, its lines both elegant and powerful. How magnificent! Chen Mo could not help but exclaim. No sooner had he spoken than the J-20 suddenly ascended sharply. Leap Dragon Rise. The name resonated like a command in the announcer's voice. The J-20 entered an extreme climb angle, its body nearly vertical to the ground. Just as everyone thought it might stall, it abruptly activated its variable cycle power mode. The afterburners roaring as the aircraft spun elegantly 3 complete rotations. The spiraling flight path traced a flawless dragon-shaped curve in the blue sky, resembling a colossal dragon soaring into the heavens. The audience erupted in cheers. Applause and screams echoed. Even the distant sea seemed to reverberate with their excitement. At that moment, the announcer's voice returned. Next up, we present our stealth carrier-based aircraft, J-35. Low above, a flash of silver darted by. The J-35 glided just above the ground at an extremely low altitude, then lifted its nose into an extreme stall. Instead of falling, it swayed gently in the air like a silver feather dancing in the wind. Falling leaves, the aircraft floated, swayed, and spun, finally stabilizing its posture under the breathless gaze of the spectators, smoothly accelerating again to trace a luminous arc as it ascended once more. Stunning. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Cheers, whistles, and applause surged like a tidal wave. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to scatter under the force of their excitement. Across the ocean, in the Oval Office of the Eagle Sauce leader, the chief stared at the large screen broadcasting live coverage of the Zhuhai Air Show. As the two J-20s executed their Leap Dragon Rise and the J-35 concluded with a graceful falling leaves maneuver, an unusual silence enveloped the entire conference room. This silence was not one of reverence, but rather of discomfort. The golden-haired president's expression was stiff, a forced smile barely visible as he commented, "Well, it's not much different from what we had 20 years ago." His tone was nonchalant, yet the smile seemed to serve as a self-encouragement. No one echoed his sentiment. The chief of staff merely lowered his gaze to the documents. The defense minister pretended not to hear, and several advisors exchanged glances, none daring to speak. For they all understood that 2 decades prior, they were in a position of superiority, while now their current standing barely matched half of that former glory. Daxia had caught up. In fact, one could say they had already equaled and surpassed it. Meanwhile, Eagle Sauce, once a titan of global technological leadership, was now spinning its wheels, even regressing. The screen continued to play, showcasing the J-20 gliding over the runway with near perfection. The golden-haired president's eyelids twitched. He recalled the numerous outdated reports regarding the F-22's production line maintenance costs exceeding budget. Component shortages and long-term storage of hangars had rendered it nearly inactive, with each mission costing over $100 million. Now, not only was producing new units impossible, but even the active F-22s had become a money pit. As for the F-35, in the eyes of their media, it still remained a multifunctional stealth platform. However, within industry circles, it was barely competent against European allies and the Russian Bears aircraft. To confront the current Daxia Air Force head-on, that was nothing short of a fantasy. The golden-haired president exhaled slowly, his voice barely audible. 20 years ago, we were on top of the world. Yet he did not finish his thought. Silently observing the broadcast of the Daxia Air Show, his eyes betraying a hint of envy. The office fell into silence once more, the only sound being the slight flutter of the stars and stripes, as if reminding him that the sky of the old kings no longer belonged to them. Following the stunning displays of the J-20 and J-35, the atmosphere of the Zhuhai Air Show did not subside, but rather intensified. Everyone awaited the unexpected segment. The legendary name that had never been publicly revealed yet spread across the globe. The debut of the 6th-generation fighter. The announcer's voice cut through the din, announcing that the next segment would showcase our nation's new generation of aircraft for the first time. As his words faded, a silvery light sliced through the clouds at the horizon. 3 engines roared, the air vibrating with a buzz. Was that a 3-engine design? Nota el planes? A flying wing configuration? In an instant, gasps erupted throughout the crowd. The aircraft gleamed silver, its lines flowing as if a drop of liquid metal had been shaped into form. There were no protruding tail fins or control surfaces. The entire aircraft resembled the wing of a falcon, seamlessly integrated. Before the audience could fully grasp the spectacle, several more beams of light illuminated the adjacent sky. Accompanying drones appeared. These drones bore unique shapes, with sharp noses, sharply swept wings, short wing tips, and W-shaped trailing edges, extending triangular protrusions as if a fleet of silver sharks from the future had descended. Surely, this couldn't be a model? It was truly flying? Could the flight control system stabilize such a posture? This was impossible. Shocked exclamations filled the audience. But that was not the end. The third aircraft emerged, a dual-engine fighter featuring a lambda wing configuration. Its fuselage was flat and elongated, with almost no traditional air intakes, reflecting a blend of azure and silver under the sunlight. In that moment, the entire crowd held its breath. Could this be real? Was this too much to reveal all at once? Were they truly laying bare their entire arsenal? Were they even discarding their undergarments? The world trembled. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Applause, screams, and the sounds of camera shutters coalesced into a tidal wave of excitement. The seasoned military enthusiasts, aeromodeling experts, and aerodynamic engineers seated below were utterly astonished. With laptops and tablets in hand, they hastily sketched rudimentary models. 3 minutes later, the results sent shivers down their spines. According to the principles of aerodynamics, this aircraft model should not be capable of flight. Its stability, thrust-to-weight ratio, and airflow distribution were entirely unreasonable. It was impossible. Yet, upon glancing up, they beheld 3 fighter jets gliding gracefully across the sky, flaunting an air of elegance and arrogance as they soared overhead, their afterburners trailing 3 long, shimmering silver arcs. Bathed in sunlight, the scene was breathtakingly surreal. The chasm between reality and theory had widened, shattering the common knowledge of all present. Yet no one dared to question it, for they had witnessed with their own eyes the 3 sixth-generation aircraft of Xia truly take to the skies. In the heavens, the 3 distinctly different sixth-generation jets danced like 3 silver dragons, weaving through the sunlight, their afterburners etching luminous arcs in the azure expanse. The crowd erupted in excitement. Some held up their phones to capture the moment, while others cheered skyward, transforming the entire airshow venue into a scene ignited by a bombshell. Amidst the throng, on the observation platform, Chen Mo leaned against the railing, a slight smile gracing his lips, his gaze imbued with complexity. He sighed softly. These sixth-generation jets were undeniably stunning, yet tragically out of sync with their time. He knew too much. To others, this was a historic debut. But he understood all too well that these sixth-generation aircraft were merely transitional entities caught on the timeline of fate. Over there, Xia was already constructing 7th-generation jets, and even more astonishingly, testing them. He observed the 3 aircraft with their divergent aerodynamic designs intertwining, rolling, and clashing in the air, as if 3 philosophies were vying for dominion over the future of the skies. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. While other nations were still dreaming about 5th-generation aircraft, our side was mass-producing them like dumplings. Other countries wouldn't dare release even a PowerPoint presentation on 6th-generation jets, yet we were already dismissing them as outdated. The entire world was clamoring for a foothold in the 5th-generation era, while we had already begun secretly advancing towards the 7th generation. He shook his head and laughed aloud, marveling at how they had outpaced themselves. At that moment, someone from the back exclaimed, "Goodness, this is utterly absurd. 3 different 6th-generation aircraft unveiled at once. How can we continue living like this?" Chen Mo couldn't help but stifle a laugh inwardly. If you only knew that we also had a 7th generation by D, you would probably faint from excitement on the spot. Cheers erupted once more as the 3 6th-generation jets formed a formation in the sky, crossing, diving, their afterburners creating a splendid display of silver blooms. Chen Mo lifted his gaze, the wind tousling his hair, a soft light flickering in his eyes. 6th-generation jets, he murmured, truly beautiful. Across the ocean, in the command hall exclusively for the chief of the Eagle Nation, everyone was fixated on the main screen, which displayed live footage from the Zhuhai Air Show. The moment the 3 6th-generation jets made their simultaneous appearance, the entire hall fell into an instant hush. It was not a calm silence, but rather a deathly stillness, as if the very air had solidified. This can't be possible. They showcased 3 models at once. The aerodynamic shapes were simply outrageous. How many years ahead of us are they in aerodynamic design? And their power systems? Can they truly achieve that kind of vector control now? An engineer abruptly pushed back his chair and stood up, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Good heavens, they couldn't even reach the shadow of our engines back then. And now we can't even see their afterburners. Look at that stealthy design, another person remarked, nearly pressing his face against the screen. The reflection angles, seamless skin. Their stealth capabilities are undoubtedly top-notch. How enviable, someone murmured softly, a hint of resentment and fear lacing their tone. Meanwhile, in the Oval Office, their chief was also watching the same footage. The three aircraft, like silver streams of light, tore through the sky, their afterburners trailing long white lines, as if signing a declaration of a new era in the air. He remained silent for a long time, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk, before finally whispering, "It feels as if the other side has become what we once were." He smiled, though the smile carried an unmistakable tinge of bitterness. Powerful, advanced, and yet we. He did not finish his thought, merely exhaling a long sigh as his gaze fell upon the caption on the screen. Live global broadcast from the Zhuhai Air Show. The shockwaves reverberated far beyond the command hall of the Eagle Nation. The three sixth-generation jets, with their silver-white fuselage, perfect curves, and bizarre aerodynamic configurations, appeared as if they were creations from the future. Just the sheer elegance of their forms was enough to leave the entire Western world speechless. Across Europe, military channels in Paris, Berlin, and London almost simultaneously broadcasted the event. Before the screens, a multitude of aviation experts, politicians, and military officials watched in awe. This defies scientific explanation. Their aerodynamic streamlining has far exceeded the theoretical limits of our laboratories. This is truly a fusion of art and industry. Yet, when the camera cut back to the European domestic hangars, a stark contrast emerged, revealing a desolate scene. Their jets remained mired in the cycles of fourth and fifth-generation struggles. A military officer couldn't help but mumble, "We still have to buy fifth-generation jets from the Eagle Nation." A nearby colleague sighed, "And we have to pay full price?" Without even the ability to modify the codes. The memory of exorbitantly priced procurement contracts flashed through their minds, accompanied by a cruel realization. The most advanced jets purchased at such a high cost might not even stand a chance against Dacia's J-20, let alone the sixth-generation aircraft, now soaring above. Instantly, a wave of despair swept through the entire European military community. In the island nation, the television host's microphone trembled as he spoke. Based on the current footage, it appears to be three different models of sixth-generation jets. No, not models, but actual aircraft in flight. The comment section exploded with comments. "Is this for real? Our F-35s must be crying. Eagle Nation, please protect us from being swept away." An emergency meeting was hastily convened among the island nation's leadership, and as the Prime Minister's sentence hung unfinished, his teacup slipped from his hand, shattering on the table. The Bear Nation remained composed, their eyes coldly fixed on the screen, the heavy silence tinged with a hint of bitterness. They could not fathom their engines, nor could they comprehend their material technology, which surpassed imagination. The old chief of staff quietly remarked, "Now we truly lag behind." No one responded. The conference room was filled only with the hum of the projector. At that moment, the balance of the world had irrevocably shifted. The silver silhouettes raced across the blue sky, leaving behind a trail of brilliant afterburners. This was not merely the inaugural flight of sixth-generation jets. It was akin to Dacia delivering a declaration to the world. The skies of the new era no longer belong to you. A mere few hours later, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Dacia promptly responded. The spokesperson, wearing a smile and speaking in a calm tone, stated, "We are willing to work together with the Maoxiong side to continue to comprehensively deepen our strategic partnership and promote profound cooperation in the fields of energy and advanced technology." These few placid words of official rhetoric fell upon the global chessboard like a heavy stone, stirring ripples in the great game of geopolitics. Outside the television cameras, countless experts, commentators, and politicians exchanged glances, some murmuring in astonishment. Dacia has not only triumphed in the celestial realm, but has also begun to reclaim its allies on the ground. Meanwhile, the president of Maoxiong, as he signed the cooperation memorandum, let a slight smile escape his lips and murmured, "From today onward, the center of global energy will shift eastward." In Brussels, the conference room of the European Union's Defense Committee was ablaze with light, having not dimmed throughout the night. Documents piled high as the voices of representatives echoed through the room. "We must reassess our stance towards Dacia. The Eagle Sauce can no longer represent our security. If they can produce such a sixth-generation fighter, how can we even claim air superiority? The representative from France slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "We have been left far behind." The German representative quietly suggested, "Should we reconsider resuming technical exchanges with Dacia? But the eagle sauce will sanction us," came the retort. Yet clinging to the eagle sauce will only lead to our faster demise. The entire conference room descended into chaos, filled with anxiety, fear, and division. Resembling a torn map of Europe, television commentators were also in a state of collapse. We once were the industrial center of the world, and now we cannot even afford a flying future. In the residence of the Prime Minister of the island nation, sleeplessness prevailed. Reports from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs arrived one after another. The sixth-generation fighter has been confirmed as an actual model, not just a prototype. Mao Xiong has already begun nuclear energy cooperation with Dacia. The attitude of the eagle sauce remains unclear. The Prime Minister's forehead throbbed. Pondering the implications, it meant confronting a Dacia with the potential for sixth-generation fighters. Someone quietly reminded, "All our air defense systems are based on the F-35 design." Before the words could settle, the room fell into a profound silence. Ultimately, the Prime Minister's hand struck the table decisively. Immediately dispatch envoys to Dacia to establish direct communication channels. A nearby aide whispered, "The eagle sauce will not be pleased." The Prime Minister coldly retorted, "When has the eagle sauce ever been pleased for us?" Meanwhile, across the ocean, the eagle sauce was ablaze with light throughout the night. The Intelligence Department, the General Staff, the State Department, and the CIA, everyone who could sit at the table had gathered. The chief's face was pale, and he broke his pen in frustration. On the large screen, images from the Zhuhai airshow rolled by. The scenes of 3 types of sixth-generation fighters soaring in the sky replayed frame by frame, each roar echoing like a funeral bell for the eagle sauce. The Chief of Staff spoke, his voice hoarse. "We must acknowledge that we have fallen far behind in the field of aviation." The Defense Minister slammed his fist on the table. "No, we still have the F-22. The intelligence officer coldly countered. "F-22? Half of its maintenance facilities have been dismantled." A brief silence enveloped the room. The president took a deep breath, lowering his voice significantly. From today onward, the eagle sauce must redefine the term hegemony. He lifted his gaze, his eyes as cold as steel, sweeping across every face. "If the skies no longer belong to us, then we must reclaim the ground." The room fell into an eerie silence. This statement transcended mere anger. It was a declaration, pushing them into a corner of extreme confrontation. The stakes were irrevocably placed upon the blood and fire of the land. In an effort to alleviate the weight of this heavy atmosphere, or perhaps to rally morale, the president straightened his posture, adopting his usual inciting tone. "Dacia appears formidable, but relies entirely on that damned high technology." He gestured emphatically, his voice infused with both anger and confidence. "What we possess is the indomitable spirit of our warriors." As his words hung in the air, a sparse and somewhat awkward applause followed. It was not enthusiastic. It felt as though the audience was compelled to clap on command. In a corner, a young aide quivered at the mention of indomitable spirit of warriors, nearly breaking into laughter, but quickly lowered his head to suppress it. The president, oblivious to this unintended humor, pressed on, shifting the focus to the adversary. "Remember, the Daxian military is overly reliant on high technology and equipment. They are pampered soldiers. Our strategy is simple. Secure the strait, fortify the island chain, and saturate every critical point in the Pacific with Hellfire missiles and anti-landing systems. If they dare to bring the flames of war to our doorstep, we will make them regret it, dragging them into the mire." The words sounded resolute and fierce. Yet those present understood this to be a compromise-laden declaration. The phrase about dragging them into the mire essentially admitted, "You have won in the skies. We will pull the war down to its most primal and bloody level." For the first time, the once dominant eagle sauce felt a chill run down its spine. The eagle sauce, still trapped in its own perspective, misinterpreted its anxieties as a global standard. They were tense, fearing that Dacia might hurl the flames of war at their doorstep, anxious that those silver figures in the sky could one day transform into weapons aimed at them. Thus, their nerves were taut, concocting various counter-strategies. Little did they know, Dacia's true intent was not to extend its weapons to anyone's doorstep. Their current focus was on improving the lives of their citizens. Technology was not for flaunting, but for the welfare of the populace. Fusion power was to ensure ordinary cities no longer face blackouts. Carbon-based chips were to make computers cheaper and more efficient, and mechas and unmanned systems were to delegate dangerous tasks to machines, restoring safety and sustenance to the people. That was the last resort. No one was more earnest about ensuring a good life for all Daxians than they were. If you were to ask whether they would go to war, yes, they would. However, in their hierarchy of priorities, war would always be at the very bottom. Chapter 81. The Significance of Advanced Equipment. Chen Mo gazed up at the 3 silvery streaks in the sky, her eyes sparkling with excitement and a hint of mischief. Chen Mo, do you think with such formidable equipment, the eagle sauce must be trembling in fear? Chen Mo leaned against the railing, casually fiddling with his phone, and replied nonchalantly, "They should be panicking. They're used to bullying the weak. Now that we have teeth, they will likely lose sleep over it." Chen Mo chuckled. "That's good. Let them taste the feeling of being watched." Chen Mo shook his head, though his tone turned serious. "Don't oversimplify things. They probably can't comprehend that we are not doing this to bully others." Chen Mo, curious, inquired, "Then what is the purpose?" Chen Mo gazed at the distant runway lights, his speech slowing. "It is to avoid being bullied. Development, construction, and solidifying national strength are not for the sake of hegemony, but to ensure that our citizens can lead stable lives without living in constant fear." Chen Mo nodded, her gaze softening. "That makes sense." Chen Mo added with a calm tone, yet an unwavering certainty. "Moreover, even if we do go to war, what does winning truly mean? Are we to annihilate everyone? What then would we become? The key is not to defeat someone, but to ensure that they dare not casually interfere in our affairs or influence our development. That is enough." Chen Mo lightly scoffed, a smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, the existence of military force is not to bully anyone, but to ensure that we are not bullied." Chen Mo shrugged, gazing at the contrails in the sky. "Waging war is easy, ending it is difficult. Those who profit from war ultimately suffer its backlash. Once the wheels of war are set in motion, there are no winners, only crushed souls." Chen Mo listened to Chen Mo's words, falling into a brief silence. The wind blew in from the distant runway, carrying with it waves of fervent cheers from the crowd. The two exchanged knowing smiles, devoid of the raucous excitement, instead filled with a profound mutual understanding, as if at that moment they comprehended the essence of true strength. The sky was a brilliant blue, almost blinding, as several silver 6th-generation fighter jets soared past the clouds, sunlight refracting off the wings, creating streams of radiance. The trailing flames etched long silver lines in the air, as if inscribing the name of an era upon the blue canvas. The crowd erupted in excitement, and social media was already ablaze with trending topics and discussions. Yet amidst this cacophony, Chen Mo suddenly extended his hand, seemingly yearning to touch that silver light. He gazed at the sky, his tone gentle yet imbued with a hint of resolve. "It is truly magnificent. With such combat capabilities." He paused, his eyes brightening, his voice lowering and steadying. "We, at last, shall no longer be subjected to bullying." As the Zhuhai Airshow concluded successfully, the spectacle of 3 6th-generation jets flying in unison struck a heavy blow, awakening the entire world. Some nations that had previously harbored animosity towards Dacia now appeared considerably more subdued. Diplomatic rhetoric softened, and statements from meetings began to incorporate phrases like peaceful cooperation and joint development. It was as if overnight they had all embraced civility, wearing expressions of sincerity and friendliness, fearful that others might not recognize their newfound release from prejudice and their embrace of the future. However, across the ocean, the Eagle Nation remained undeterred. In the Pentagon's war room, several high-ranking officials gathered around a sand table, the atmosphere stifling like the ominous silence before a storm. "What if we send a few high-altitude balloons to test the waters?" one officer suggested quietly. "Balloons?" The president frowned. "Yes, under the guise of scientific research, claiming it's a meteorological experiment. If discovered, we can blame the wind for instability, saying it drifted off course, which we couldn't control." The reasoning was rather flimsy, yet quite effective. The officer wore a smug expression. It could gather intelligence while maintaining an innocent facade. Even if caught on camera, it wouldn't amount to a declaration of war. The president fell silent for a moment, a smirk creeping onto his face, a blend of hypocrisy and self-satisfaction. "Good idea. Prepare it." Days later, several white high-altitude balloons ascended slowly, glimmering harmlessly in the sunlight. They floated, rising, pushed by high-altitude currents, gradually drifting towards Xia. On the surface, they appeared light and innocuous. But beneath those thin envelopes lay the Eagle Nation's last vestige of pathetic spying and unwillingness to yield. They still sought to employ old tactics to probe a world no longer under their dominion. Before the balloons even approached Xia's airspace, the nation's air defense radar had already lit up with alarms. At the Coastal Air Force Base, a massive monitoring screen flickered with several small dots of light as the radar operator promptly reported. Report. Multiple unidentified high-altitude targets detected. Presumed to be high-altitude balloons drifting from the Eagle Nation. Simultaneously, the satellite monitoring system in orbit confirmed the sighting. Those seemingly harmless balloons were leisurely drifting towards Xia. Soon, the news reached the command center. The atmosphere in the war room turned somewhat amusing. A senior military officer adjusted his glasses and snorted derisively. The Eagle Nation really cannot sit still. Afraid to send aircraft, they resort to balloon reconnaissance? What is this, a relic of a bygone era? Another flipped through the documents and chuckled. Should we condemn them? And what about shooting down the balloons? Shoot them down? Come on, they're just a few balloons. If we resort to weapons for this, we would appear petty. Laughter erupted, the atmosphere lightened somewhat. But just then, the commander paused lightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. However what? The commander's lips curled into a slight smile, in the spirit of reciprocity. Since they enjoy sending balloons, we might as well send a few of our own. The others exchanged looks, nearly bursting into laughter. What about diplomacy? Someone inquired. Follow the normal procedures. The commander waved his hand dismissively. That evening, Xia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a remarkably rational statement. Recently, several high-altitude balloons from the Eagle Nation inadvertently drifted into our airspace due to wind direction. High-altitude balloons are significantly affected by natural air currents and are considered normal meteorological phenomena. We urge all parties to remain calm and not to make a fuss. The tone was serene, the attitude friendly, exuding composure. Yet simultaneously, at a covert research base, a more exquisitely crafted Xia balloon, equipped with advanced multi-band detection devices, was ascending slowly. It faced the wind, heading toward the Pacific coast. Without any markings, numbers, or signals. It bore only a codename chuckled at by the internal staff. Operation Visit, Activate. Chapter 82, The Balloon Incident. Xia's balloons quietly ascended from the vast, northwestern grasslands. They appeared rather unremarkable, their silver-white bodies blending almost seamlessly with the sky under the sunlight. Save for the red dots of the high-altitude monitoring equipment flickering with a faint glow. They drifted with the wind, gliding over the frigid Alaskan tundra, floating past the serene land of maple leaves, ultimately brazenly entering the Eagle Nation's airspace. Along the way, their high-precision sensors faithfully recorded the electromagnetic signal distribution of the North American Air Defense Command, the thermal signatures of several strategic Air Force bases, the coordinates and activity frequencies of intercontinental missile silos, even the surface thermal radiation curves of road-based missile positions and new weapon testing grounds, all captured in stunning clarity. Upon entering Alaska, the Eagle Nation's radar system remained utterly oblivious. It was only as the balloon was about to drift away from Alaska and cross into the land of maple leaves that the alarm at the North American Air Defense Command finally blared. Report. Unidentified high-altitude target detected. It appears to be a balloon. In the president's office, the golden-haired president slammed his hand on the table. What? They're actually using balloons to spy on us? Get down immediately. His aides looked awkward. Sir, the balloon is at 30,000 feet. Our Patriots radar anti-aircraft systems. And even the F-16S and F-22S cannot reach it. What? So, there's no way? One aide gulped nervously. There's one method. Using THAAD. THAAD? The system designed to intercept intercontinental missiles? You want me to use it against a balloon? Wouldn't that make us the laughingstock of the world? The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Several hours later, the Eagle Nation's government finally managed to issue a strongly worded statement. High-altitude balloons from certain countries have illegally intruded into the airspace of another nation, an act that severely violates international law and norms, and we express our strong condemnation. Global media erupted in a frenzy, while on Xia's side, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs response left the golden-haired president livid. Due to the influence of the northwestern wind, The balloon has deviated from its intended course and is out of control. We urge your country to remain calm and not to make a fuss. In just a few words, the tone was as soothing as one might use to pacify an agitated neighbor, infuriating the golden-haired president to the brink of apoplexy. In response to this unexpected balloon controversy, the reaction from the domestic populace in Dacia was far more fervent than diplomatic rhetoric. Have you heard? One of our balloons floated right above the Eagle Nation. It drifted for several days, leaving them frantic like ants on a hot pan. Yet they couldn't bring it down. Aren't they claiming it just drifted over by accident? Someone feigned seriousness. Another immediately chimed in. Believe that? I'd sooner believe I am Chen Mo. In no time, a torrent of memes, jokes, and parody videos flooded the internet, such as a balloon's global journey, Eagle Nation's air defense system test report, and a new era of balloon diplomacy, all trending widely. Concurrently, at Dacia's command center, a group of senior officials watched the satellite images of the slowly drifting white dot, unable to contain their laughter. We've seen everything worth seeing. Someone quipped, the Eagle Nation's reaction is quite amusing. Another individual, with a thoughtful smile, proposed, haven't they claimed that the F-22's altitude limit is 20,000 meters? Should we allow the balloon to descend a bit? By how much? Let us say 22,000 meters, give them a chance. This is not provocation. It is unabashed mockery. Hours later, the door to the president's office swung open forcefully, and an aide rushed in, breathless. Mr. President, I have good news and bad news. The golden-haired president set down his coffee, his brow furrowed. Good news? The aide took a deep breath, squeezing out a hint of excitement. The good news is that the damned balloon, which has embarrassed us, has descended. It is now stabilized at 22,000 meters. The president instantly perked up, leaping to his feet. Excellent. Quickly, have the Air Force launch the F-22 to shoot it down. And the bad news? The aide's face fell, his voice barely audible. The bad news is that our F-22 cannot shoot it down. The president's fury erupted like a volcano. He slammed his hand on the table. What do you mean it can't shoot it down? Isn't the altitude limit for our F-22 20,000 meters? With a range of air-to-air missiles, it should reach 22,000 meters. How can it not be done? The aide swallowed hard, bracing himself to explain. The 20,000 meters is somewhat exaggerated in official statements. In practice, it starts alarming at 16,000. The president's face turned ashen. The room fell into an awkward silence. Ultimately, it was only when the Dacia side generously lowered the balloon to 18,000 meters that the Eagle country finally dispatched fighter jets, successfully shooting down a balloon with a missile at a considerable cost. After the global live broadcast, Dacia netizens erupted. Can't even shoot down a balloon. One missile to take out a balloon, what an expensive endeavor. A suggestion arose to rename it the most expensive balloon shooting operation in history. However, that balloon was not the end, but the beginning. Days later, another balloon ascended leisurely into the sky. A few days later, yet another one. It seemed to have become a tacit rhythm, with Dacia greeting the Eagle country every few days. The North American Aerospace Defense Command was thrown into chaos. Report to the president. Another balloon is coming. Is it from Dacia again? Yes, and it is stabilized at 18,000 meters. The golden-haired president slammed the table. This is provocation. It flies at an altitude where our planes cannot reach. Are they forcing us to use missiles to shoot down balloons? Thus, the Eagle Country Air Force commenced an unprecedented farce. One missile costs $2 million. A balloon costs less than $1,000. The missile launched, the balloon exploded. A wisp of white smoke in the sky, sparse applause below. The entire world was watching the spectacle. Meanwhile, the faces of the Eagle country's high-ranking officials grew more and more grim by the day. The more they shot, the more laughter erupted from the onlookers. Eventually, Dacia officials, during a routine press conference, casually remarked, the Eagle country using missiles to shoot down balloons is nearly hysterical behavior. That brief statement pierced the nerves of their opponents like a needle. Laughter erupted online. Some jested. First, their balloon came to us, and now our balloon is going to them. It seems they can't take the game anymore. Others commented incisively. This is not merely a balloon. It is a diplomatic boomerang. Indeed, when the Eagle country first used balloons to probe, they now found themselves ensnared by the same tactic. This time, even the most oblivious observers understood that Dacia's balloon was not just a balloon. It floated gently across oceans and borders. It struck the Eagle country squarely in the face. Chapter 83. losing the world, the establishment of Hope City. The century farce of the Eagle Country, shooting down balloons with missiles, had also reached Chen Mo's ears. Watching the footage of missiles worth millions of dollars chasing a drifting balloon, Chen Mo laughed uncontrollably. The Eagle Country still can't handle it, especially when, on one occasion, they missed and had to fire again. He laughed while shaking his head, thinking how these fellows are inept in warfare and possess a weak mentality. If the president were to fly a kite, it would probably be steadier than this missile. Meanwhile, while Chen Mo enjoyed a brief respite in the main world, new changes began to emerge in the zombie world. The highest commander dispatched by Xia, General Gong Yinfeng of the Western Theater, was currently leading 3 heavily armored combined brigades, Qingqiu Brigade, Zhulong Brigade, and Lishan Brigade, to restore order and revive production in the virus-ravaged land. The air still reeked of scorched earth and decay, but in the places where battle flags flew, new life was beginning to sprout. The survivors of the Star Sea Empire transitioned from initial fear to unity. They relearned farming, repairing, and construction, reigniting their yearning for the future. Among these survivors, 2 individuals stood out, Kai Fei and Su Fei. They were among the first to accept Xia's integration and were the core figures who first rose from the ruins to rally the survivors. After long observation and discussion, Gong Yinfeng decisively appointed them to manage administration and production reconstruction, respectively. Kai Fei was composed and decisive, adept at coordination. Su Fei was passionate and daring, capable of mobilizing people to get things done. With the assistance of Xia's military, the wasteland of the zombie world finally welcomed a long-awaited order. In just a few months, the survivors who had once scattered across the desolate lands, distrustful of one another, gradually came together under the organization of Qingqiu Brigade, Zhulong Brigade, and Lishan Brigade. Supply of materials, medical assistance, and resettlement camps were all advancing in an orderly manner. Most unexpectedly, the 2 originally grassroots young men, Kai Fei and Su Fei, managed to unite the initially restless hearts through their actions and character. Kai Fei was responsible for governance, coordination, and establishing order. Su Fei led efforts to build defenses, cultivate land, and reconstruct industry. Together, they complemented each other perfectly, one in civil matters and the other in military affairs. Under their leadership, the number of survivors surpassed 1 million, from makeshift tent areas to fortified camps, and now to a city with orderly streets and twinkling lights. For the first time, laughter of children echoed over the ruins, and for the first time, people dared to light fires at night. Behind all this, a quietly profound transformation was taking place, the Xia-style grievance movement. It was a baptism of thought. People stood in the square, identifying the evildoers who had once oppressed them. Sins were unveiled, evildoers were judged, and ordinary people who had been stripped of their dignity finally lifted their heads. We are not slaves. We are the masters of the new world. Each shout reignited the long-buried will. People began to believe that as long as they were willing to strive, their destinies would no longer be controlled by others. Thus, bricks were laid and steel bars were erected. A new city gradually rose from the ruins. They named it simply yet fervently, Hope City. The indigenous people who had risen again began to sincerely admire Xia. A wave of enthusiasm for learning Xia's culture and language began to sweep through Hope City, to the extent that everyone could, to some degree, speak Xia's language. As night fell, Gong Yinfeng stood on high ground, overlooking the sea of lights. Countless twinkling lights intertwined into a river. Like a star sea awakening from the wasteland, he silently clenched his fist, with only one thought in his mind. The light of Xia has shone into the night of another world. The site of Hope City was exceptionally clever. It was located in the heart of the former gray steel urban belt, which had once been the most prosperous industrial heart of the Star Sea Empire, where countless blast furnaces had roared day and night, and torrents of steel had flowed from this land to the entire empire. Today, those once glorious structures lay in ruins. The half-collapsed factory, the severed conveyor belts, and the colossal machinery consumed by rust once stood as harbingers of death during the years of the zombie outbreak. However, with the assistance of Xia, this wasteland has been reignited with the flames of life. Tons of discarded steel are being resmelted, and the old factory buildings are being transformed into temporary workshops. New production lines are gradually coming to life. Technological experts and engineers from Daxia have introduced a fundamental yet practical industrial system. The once downtrodden populace of the Qinghai Empire, who had huddled in the ruins as refugees, now stand tall, brimming with pride as they reconstruct their new homeland amidst the debris. Some are erecting steel frameworks, others welding and pouring concrete, and still others driving makeshift vehicles crafted from salvage parts, transporting materials in abundance. For the first time, their faces radiate light beyond mere sweat. The movement for ideological liberation brought by Daxia has awakened their consciousness. They are no longer vassals of the empire or mere cogs in a machine. They possess rights, dignity, and the power to shape their future. Thus, those who were once enslaved by the nobility and pursued by the undead have now become the architects of their own city. In just a few months, Hope City has risen from the ground, from the desolate steel ruins to the brilliantly illuminated new metropolis. This miracle is the dual manifestation of the people's awakening and technological aid. The populace has finally grasped the meaning of the phrase "Long live the people." This is not merely a slogan, it is a profound belief. In nearly every newly constructed home, one can observe similar decorations. Portraits of the great figure from Daxia adorn the walls, his expression solemn yet kind. They light candles and silently gaze at the image during the night, whispering to their children, "It is he who has allowed us to live as human beings once more." To them, that great figure from another world has transcended mortality, becoming a messenger sent by the heavens to rescue them. On this day, Gong Yinfeng patrolled the streets of Hope City. This city, reborn from the ruins, now buzzes with life. The streets are filled with the sounds of vehicles and voices. Children chase each other joyfully in front of the tin-roofed houses, and the air is thick with the scent of kerosene, dust, and hope. As he passed through a square, he suddenly encountered a lively crowd gathered around. What could be the cause of this commotion? Gong Yinfeng furrowed his brow and approached with his accompanying guards. In the midst of the throng, two locals stood facing each other, their faces flushed with anger. One was fuming, while the other stammered, "This is clearly my possession. You stole it and refused to admit it." "I did not steal," the accused replied, his head bowed, his voice trembling. "Did not steal? Then dare you swear before the portrait of the great figure from Daxia?" Following the direction of his finger, Gong Yinfeng noticed a portrait of the great figure affixed to the nearby wall, a symbol of reverence, even displayed by the street vendors. The accused trembled, hesitated for a moment, and then stammered, "I swear." Before he could finish, his voice caught in his throat, and with a thud, he knelt. "I stole. I was wrong." Chapter 84. Reigniting the nuclear fusion. The crowd fell silent. Only the wind rustled past the street corner, stirring the edges of the portrait, as if the gaze of the great figure were silently observing them. The accuser paused in surprise, then sighed, waving his hand as his tone softened. "Forget it. It is good that you recognize your mistake. The item is not worth much. You may keep it." The man who had stolen raised his head, tears streaming down his face. He was unable to articulate his emotions, only bowing repeatedly. Someone in the crowd murmured, "See how well the Daxiao people guide the hearts of men." In the days of the Qinghai Empire, such matters would have ended in bloodshed. Gong Yinfeng silently observed this scene, and in that moment, a warmth surged within him that was difficult to articulate. This was not obedience born of disciplinary constraints, nor order imposed by the barrel of a gun. It was the self-awareness that blossomed from deeply rooted beliefs. He smiled and instructed his aides, "Document this and send it to the city hall. This is a civic lesson for Hope City." The wind blew from afar, and the portrait of the great figure flickered in the sunlight, as if quietly smiling. Gong Yinfeng's encounter with a minor street dispute was merely a coincidence. His true mission was of far greater significance. Ever since Chen Mo and his team retrieved technological data from the remnants of the Qinghai Empire, the military and scientific departments have extracted two core technologies capable of transforming the world: carbon-based chip manufacturing technology and steady-state fusion power generation technology. The breakthroughs in these technologies have ushered Daxia into a new era of energy and information. Yet, Daxia has not hoarded these achievements for itself. From the perspective of Daxia's leadership, true civilization should not be monopolized by a single world. Therefore, they resolved to impart this technology back to the descendants of the Qinghai Empire residing in the wasteland. The Xingzhou Core Photolithography Factory and the Steady-State Fusion Energy Center, once controlled by the imperial nobility and reserved for flaunting their power and status, are now being restored by waves of Daxia's technical experts and engineers. The dilapidated towers are once again illuminated, and the collapsed control rooms resonate with the sounds of commands. Cables and light arcs awaken the slumbering giants. Amidst the ruins, those who were once oppressed and forgotten have donned protective gear for the first time, entering the experimental chambers to participate in the restoration of miracles that their ancestors could only dream of. The engineers from Daxia do not regard them as mere laborers but as students. They impart knowledge hand in hand, covering topics from electromagnetic confinement, material structures, to fusion principles and energy feedback. Each lesson leaves the locals wide-eyed, as if witnessing light for the first time. Now, the perimeter of the Steady-State Fusion Energy Center is surrounded by tens of thousands of locals who have come voluntarily. Inside the security cordon, a joint security team of Daxia soldiers and local militia stands guard, safeguarding the heart of this impending miracle. As the door to the central reactor chamber slowly opens, a familiar low-frequency vibration resonates from beneath the ground, the sound of energy awakening. The crowd erupts in jubilation. An elderly man, his hair graying, wipes away tears and trembles as he speaks. This was once the pride of our Qinghai Empire. I thought I would never see it light up again. Gong Yin Feng stood quietly at the back of the crowd, gazing at the blue and white beam of light that had reignited, his expression profound and resolute. In that moment, he understood that the flame of civilization had been rekindled on this land, once engulfed in darkness. With the successful restart of the Steady-State Fusion Energy Center, the long-dormant energy begins to surge once more beneath the wasteland. A deep rumble echoes from below, as if the heart of steel has begun to beat anew. Turbulent currents of electricity rush through underground transmission lines, flowing into another monumental relic that had remained silent for decades: the Xingzhou Core photolithography factory. This colossal industrial marvel, once the most dazzling symbol of power in the hands of the Qinghai Empire's royalty, has now welcomed its new masters, the people. The factory is ablaze with light. Rows of photolithography machines, cooling pipes, and plasma-focusing lenses awaken under the blue arcs of light. The joint research team is diligently engaged in final system adjustments. The Daxia researchers here race against time, while alongside them stand the locals emerging from the ruins. Their foundational knowledge is meager, and they are nearly ignorant of formulas, instruments, or the concepts of quantum lithography. Yet their earnestness and enthusiasm profoundly move the expert from Daxia. Some individuals tirelessly perused the translated textbooks throughout the night. Others were bent over their desks, meticulously crafting photolithography circuit diagrams. And some, grappling with uncertainty, sought clarification and eagerly absorbed knowledge, even while battling sleep. Their lips murmuring terms such as photolithography wavelength, reflection angle, and energy density. This fervent thirst for knowledge evoked memories for the researchers from Daxia, reminiscent of the arduous beginnings of scientific advancement in their homeland. The survivors of Qinghai understood that the people of Daxia were distinct from the royalty and aristocrats of the Qinghai Empire. Those former rulers had treated them as mere slaves, cogs in a machine. Yet the present-day researchers of Daxia regarded them as students and companions. They did not indulge in the opulence of noble wine, nor did they look down from lofty heights, but instead squatted beside them amidst the ruins, imparting to them a newfound understanding of the weight of knowledge. At the moment the main system of the photolithography factory powered on, the lights throughout the facility illuminated abruptly. Blue and white energy pulses radiated from the central control tower, illuminating the night sky. The crowd erupted in cheers. Some were moved to tears, while others knelt, cradling the dust in their hands. We have succeeded, this time, not for the Empire, but for ourselves. They comprehended that this desolate ground no longer belonged to the aristocracy. It belonged to every laboring worker, every eager apprentice, and every ordinary person yearning for enlightenment. The future of Qinghai would no longer be inscribed by the privileged atop their towers, but rather redefined by those who emerge from the ruins. As the fusion energy center's roar stabilized, the surging energy finally flowed into the main grid of the Xingzhou Core photolithography factory. The industrial giant, dormant for decades, was awakened in that moment. The vast photolithography chamber gleamed with an eerie blue light. Mechanical arms slowly moved, and a mist of cooling liquid filled the air, while carbon-based chips, shimmering faintly, completed their final etching process within the vacuum chamber. Successful wafer production, exclaimed a researcher from Xia, his voice brimming with excitement. The entire factory seemed to freeze for a few seconds before applause, shouts, and cries of joy erupted simultaneously. As the first batch of carbon-based chips was delicately installed into an antiquated computer, the screen flickered and a soft blue light glowed. In that instant, everyone held their breath. And then a thunderous cheer broke forth. "We have succeeded!" Some leapt for joy, while others were overcome with tears. An elderly engineer, his hair mottled with age, trembled as he caressed the newly illuminated computer, his voice hoarse. "I thought I would never witness this again." The older survivors of Shanghai were filled with memories. It was a dream from their youth, a symbol of the empire's golden age. Back then, they could only kneel outside the factory, gazing up in reverence, unable to approach or cheer. Now, however, they were no longer mere spectators, but the architects of a miracle. They participated in the design and debugging, personally welding circuits, transporting materials, and polishing the lenses of the photolithography machine. They had earned the right to raise their arms and celebrate their achievements. This success was not the glory of a dynasty, but a victory for the people. A middle-aged man, choked with emotion, opened his arms to embrace a Xia researcher beside him. Thank you for restoring our dignity. You have achieved this yourselves." The researcher smiled and returned the embrace, replying, "We merely showed you how to ignite the light." At that moment, the factory's overhead lights blazed as bright as day, and arcs of blue energy wove through the air like a radiant river. The old and young, the survivors of Shanghai and the scientists from Xia stood shoulder to shoulder beneath that light, all sharing the same expressions of pride, astonishment, and a long-lost faith. From that day forward, this desolate land pulsed once more with the rhythm of civilization. Just as the people of Hope City rejoiced in the miraculous rebirth, the square was illuminated with laughter and light. Deep within the central region of the Shanghai Empire, another voice roiled amidst the tide of corpses. Among the endless sea of the dead, a distinctive zombie came to a halt. Unlike ordinary low-tier zombies, it radiated a unique sheen, marking its exceptional nature. Yet a fragment of human consciousness still struggled within. It raised its gaze to the treetops in the distance, where a lowly zombie draped in imperial robes mechanically waved its limbs, unconsciously humming a tune. Then, with its unusually sharp senses, it detected a wave of nuclear fusion energy fluctuations erupting in the east. Was there a new emperor emerging from that direction? The peculiar zombie murmured, its voice embodying both fire and ice. Hatred trembled within its words. It turned its attention to the zombie in the treetops, questioning and expressing its loathing. "Old wretch, tell me, how can you, a parasite like yourself, kill one only to have another arise?" The zombie atop the tree remained unresponsive, with only the wind rustling through the dry branches, the leaves trembling silently. In the stillness, the eerie zombie's consciousness began to fracture, as human memories and the instincts of a zombie tore at one another within. A flash of human memory surged forth. "No, I have wrought endless slaughter. I cannot go out again. I cannot go out again." Its voice trembled with regret, as if on the verge of breaking. "In the past, I listened to you, followed your instigation, allowing the zombies to besiege the city and sweep across the continent. Yes, we killed the emperor in the end, but how many lives were destroyed as a result? Millions of beings." The roar of the zombie soon drowned out that regret. "Every emperor is our enemy. Have you forgotten that it was because your sister did not kneel when he set out that he cast your whole family into the zombie cage for disrespect?" Its tone was filled solely with hatred, sharp as a knife, burning like fire. "The nobles reveled in your cries, relished your despair. That damned emperor laughed the hardest. We cannot allow them to act as they please any longer." The human consciousness struggled to counter. Yes, they are enemies. But last time we allowed the zombies to run rampant, what was the result? Countless innocents were affected, and we could not distinguish friend from foe. It cannot happen again. The exhaustion and self-reproach were palpable in its voice. The zombie consciousness gritted its teeth. "Then be clever. This time, only bring the elite, target precisely, eliminate the emperor, and depart. No more blind slaughter like before." The human consciousness hesitated for a moment, then secretly calculated. "Fine, this time we will only bring elite zombies. We must kill the emperor, but we cannot create another indiscriminate tragedy. Our enemy is the emperor, not ordinary civilians who were once like us. As the night deepened, the breath of the corpse tide rose and fell in the distance. The chaotic being raised a hand to caress its battered cheek, as if stroking a conscience long buried. Its gaze was as cold as a blade, penetrating through its decayed eye sockets, fixed on the eastern direction where the new imperial throne quietly gathered light. Good, it whispered, its voice imbued with both hatred and resolve. This time, only the elite. Eliminate him, then retreat back to the sea of corpses. Do not let any innocents die. The night was as dark as ink, the tide of corpses as vast as the sea. The peculiar zombie finally rose to its feet. At that moment, it was no longer merely an unconscious monster, nor should it be referred to as an eerie zombie, but rather as the Emperor Zombie. Its murky eyes flickered with faint light in the darkness, as if deep in thought or calculation. Countless zombies around it crouched low, awaiting the will of their king. Ordinary zombies were entirely bypassed. The raspy voice echoed in its mind, low and ominous like a curse. This time, it was not a massacre, but a reckoning. It slowly surveyed the writhing sea of corpses beneath it. Giant zombies? Too clumsy, too slow. Aside from their size, they are utterly useless. Its brow furrowed, its gaze icy. Those towering monstrosities, capable of withstanding anti-material sniper fire, appeared to it as nothing more than a herd of awkward beasts. Soul Ripper, it murmured, its tone thoughtful. The Soul Ripper is not bad. With exoskeletal blades on its back, it is swift, lethal, and can shred armor in close combat. It gazed upon a group of colossal monstrosities, their bodies encased in metallic bone spines. The Gangjing show, indeed, with their skeletal forms rendered in metal, towering above 5 meters. Their tough skin offering formidable defense. Yet more were required. The selection process was both brutal and efficient. Those unchosen zombies were forced to retreat, plunging back into the tide of corpses, while the selected elite monsters knelt in half-submission under its mental oppression, emitting deep and fervent roars. Enough. The voice of the Huangja Zongshi resonated with cold satisfaction. This time, no legion was needed, only sharp blades, to slay the new emperor. And then we shall retreat to the sea of corpses. Hundreds of Lianjia and Gangjing show simultaneously howled at the heavens, their resonant growls causing the ground to tremble slightly. Slowly, it turned, its gaze piercing through the swirling black mist towards the distant east. There, lights flickered in the night sky. Survivors were laughing, rebuilding, calling upon the name of hope. That was indeed Hope City. The Huangja Zongshi stood atop the highest point of the corpse tide, the light of the waning moon casting an eerie silver gray upon its half-decayed visage. Its lips twitched slightly, a semblance of a smile, as it whispered softly, as if savoring hatred. Ah, the East, yet another new emperor. Its eyes, though decayed, shone with a blinding light. To it, that area in the East, where the brilliance of nuclear fusion once again blossomed, that illuminated region was the new imperial capital, a new tyranny, a new oppression. It could not hear the laughter from there. It could only sense the breath of power. In the next moment, it raised a hand marred by corpse spots, stiff and slow, pointing towards the east. Onward. In an instant, the earth trembled. The Lianjia unfurled their exoskeletal blade wings, producing a piercing metallic friction. The Gangjing show moved with heavy steps, their bone spines clashing against the muddy ground, sending up scorched earth. They roared, crawled, and ran. Hundreds of advanced zombies surging forth like a dark torrent, tearing through the night towards the city shimmering in the distance. That was the palace of their emperor. But in truth, it was Hope City. There, countless residents of the Shanghai were rebuilding civilization in the name of equality, illuminating the ruins with the fire of freedom, and calling forth tomorrow with faith. However, the Huangja Zongshi was oblivious to all this. In its remaining human memory, lights belonged solely to the oppressors. An order merely signified shackles. Thus, it was mistaken. It misjudged the new city belonging to the people of the Shanghai as the dawn of a new empire. Chapter 86. Eradicate the Zombies. Defend our homeland. The command center where Gong Yin Feng was located was ablaze with lights. Here stood the highest command hub of the Great Xia in the zombie world. From the very first day they arrived on the Shanghai continent, they swiftly commenced their operations. Satellites launched, networks established, signals seized. Within mere weeks, they completed comprehensive monitoring of the entire Shanghai continent. Initially, Gong Yin Feng and his advisors found it peculiar. Logically, this continent had once been a hell ravaged by zombies, yet the detected zombie density was far below theoretical values. Based on biological diffusion rates and infection speeds, it should have been at least tenfold of the current count. The technical officer reported that, however, our measured data has consistently remained at an extremely low level. To verify, they dispatched troops to conduct purges in the surrounding areas. After several operations, they indeed encountered hordes of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of zombies, but these were merely scattered groups. Once annihilated, large areas surprisingly returned to silence. For a time, no one could comprehend, until a high-orbit reconnaissance satellite focused its lens on the central region of the Qinghai continent. What is this shadowy strip? The intelligence officer was the first to notice that indistinct area, appearing at first glance like a continuous mountain range. However, upon retrieving the high-definition images, everyone gasped in shock. That was not a mountain, it was a horde of zombies numbering in the billions. Dense and layered, stretching from the horizon to an invisible end, as if the life of the entire continent had been drawn into that black hole. My heavens, that was a moving sea of corpses. Someone murmured, their voice laced with primal fear. At that moment, Gong Yinfeng fell into a long silence before finally, speaking slowly, submit the assessment report. I need to apply for permission to launch a nuclear strike to the command center. But halfway through the application, he retracted it himself. Though nuclear weapons could obliterate a portion of the sea of corpses, they could also trigger unpredictable chain reactions. He stared at the writhing black mass on the screen and murmured, "This thing is too bizarre. It has neither spread nor attacked. It is merely waiting." Thus, the command center decided to alter its strategy. They mobilized satellites for all-weather monitoring and dispatched multiple high-altitude drones to conduct 24-hour patrols, capturing the dynamics of that area in real time. However, as time passed, the horde remained utterly still, like a slumbering behemoth. Everyone assumed it was merely a dangerous dead zone. Until today, with the successful ignition of the constant flow fusion energy center, the eastern part of the Qinghai continent was once again illuminated by the brilliance of nuclear fusion. Yet, shortly after this radiance filled the ruins, the screens at the satellite monitoring center began to flicker erratically. Command center, this is not a signal interference. The technician suddenly looked up, voice trembling. The AI recognition system has detected an anomalous target. Almost simultaneously, the high-altitude drone responsible for monitoring the central region transmitted images. On that desolate land, an unprecedented shadow was moving. A group of over 1,000 unknown zombies was emerging from the depths of the sea of corpses, heading towards the east. Alarms instantly erupted above Hope City. The piercing buzz resounded throughout the command center, red lights flashing, and the alert system was fully activated. Gong Yinfeng rushed into the operations hall. Situation report. The intelligence officer immediately reported, "We have detected a special zombie group. The numbers are not large, approximately 1,000, but the individual variations are immense, and they have never appeared in the database." The leading one, an officer zoomed in on the magnified image, his tone trembling. Its size is similar to that of an ordinary zombie, but its entire body is covered in a metallic, glossy carapace, moving in coordination, consciously issuing commands. "We suspect it possesses intelligence." The image shifted, revealing two types of monsters behind it. The first type, possessing exoskeletal blade wings on their backs, moving at extreme speeds, seemingly capable of gliding or launching aerial assaults within a short time. They are named Lianjia. The second type, their skeletal structure is metallic, muscles in a steel-like state, towering over 5 meters, capable of generating shockwaves that can shatter concrete structures. They're named Gangjingshou. Everyone gasped in horror. From their trajectory, it was inferred they were heading straight towards us, with a high likelihood of targeting Hope City. The air in the hall instantly grew tense. Gong Yinfeng narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. All troops enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. His voice sliced through the air like a blade, severing the fear. Do not underestimate them, due to their small numbers. He stated gravely, this group may be advanced zombies we have never encountered before. Their threat is no less than that of a giant horde of zombies. All brigades assume battle positions. All artillery preheating, aircraft standing by. With his command, Hope City erupted into fervor. The night sky over Hope City still shimmered with the afterglow of the nuclear fusion ignition. The lights of the Xingzhou core lithography factory had not yet dimmed, and the main tower of the constant flow fusion energy center still radiated a gentle blue light. The indigenous people were still immersed in the joy of miraculous rebirth. They had just witnessed the glory of the empire, once reserved for the nobility, truly belonged to the people for the first time. Yet, before the cheers could dissipate, alarms tore through the night sky. Enemy attack. The zombie horde is moving towards Hope City. That brief statement froze all smiles. However, no one fled. No one cried. The expressions on their faces bore only anger. An anger forged for being repeatedly crushed by history, yet rising time and again. Kai Fei and Su Fei stood atop a high platform. Behind them lay the newly rebuilt streets and factories, and countless pairs of eyes burned brightly in the night. Listen, Kai Fei's voice reverberated, causing the loudspeaker to crackle with static. Once, the Emperor oppressed us, stripping away our dignity. Later, the zombie tide came, devouring our families and homes. We fled, we hid. We wept, but so what? He raised his hand, pointing into the depths of the night. Now, we finally possess a city of our own. Our nuclear fusion center has ignited, and our carbon-based chip factory has been revived. This is the miracle we have forged ourselves. He roared. But now, those monsters have returned. They seek to obliterate our hope, to destroy the dignity we have only just regained. His gaze swept across the dust-covered, tear-streaked faces. Can we allow this? The crowd erupted in fervor. No, we cannot allow it. The roar of the masses shattered the tranquility of the night like an earthquake. Su Fei stepped forward, his voice hoarse yet resolute. We may not possess the combat prowess of the warriors of Xia, but we can transport ammunition, deliver supplies, and build fortifications. Let the warriors of Xia fight while we guard their backs. Exterminate the zombies. Defend our homeland. Exterminate the zombies. Defend our homeland. In the night, countless makeshift weapons were raised high, as everyone braced themselves for the possibility of crisis. The entire city of Hope was ignited by rage and conviction. In that moment, they were no longer mere survivors. They had transformed into true guardians. Chapter 87. The Terrifying Zombies. Meanwhile, leading a group of high-ranking zombies. The monarch zombie was making its way eastward, intent on beheading the emperor. It muttered, half in consolation and half in resentment. Kill one emperor, and another emerges? Forget it. I will come to rescue you soon. This time, I will not incur such a catastrophic blood debt. I need only to take that head and leave. However, it soon furrowed its decayed brow and looked around. Something seemed to be watching them from above. With its dwindling senses, the feeling of being observed was odd and intense. Am I being monitored? It murmured to itself. But no kindred spirit was nearby to provide answers. The soul rippers and steel-spined beasts under its command were driven by instinct and violence, swift and forceful, yet their capacity for independent judgment was woefully lacking. The monarch zombie turned its gaze toward the night sky, identifying several small mechanical figures circling above. In its memory, there were vague images of aircraft. Once, the Empire had sent planes to thwart its might, and it had dispatched many aerial foes in that time. Now, those iron birds were once again hovering above, making it feel nauseous. How bothersome, it muttered, pointing toward the sky and coldly issuing an order. Shoot down those things over there. Thus, it selected several soul rippers and hurled them into the air like weapons. The soul rippers spread their blade-like wings, resembling death as harbingers, being used as a primitive yet fierce air-to-air weapon. At that moment, Gong Yinfeng and the command center were monitoring the movements of the zombie horde via drone. On screen, a soul ripper was suddenly flung from the group, diving toward the reconnaissance aircraft. The command room erupted in chaos. Wait. They stopped as if they noticed the presence of our reconnaissance drone. A staff member exclaimed, "What the hell, did they just throw zombies? Are they trying to use zombies as missiles?" A young officer stood frozen in disbelief. My goodness, don't joke around, they actually hit it. The Soul Ripper hurriedly adjusted its wing angles in midair, using its exoskeletal blades to slash and entangle, closing in on the evading drone. Subsequently, several reconnaissance aircraft fell from the sky amidst flames and debris, trailing short paths of black smoke across the night sky. The command room was engulfed in astonishment. "This batch of zombies is quite extraordinary," a tactical officer murmured. The monarch zombie nodded silently from a distance, revealing a satisfied smile at the clever ploy of using zombies as missiles, muttering a disquieting thought. "It seems like something else is watching us from above." After uttering this thought, It dismissed it and urged its troops to continue pressing eastward, their footsteps echoing in the night like an advancing tide. Gong Yinfeng stood before the command screen, observing drone after drone plummet to ruin. His brow furrowed tightly as if to squeeze blood from it. These zombies clearly cannot detect satellite signals from outer space. At least they cannot reach the satellites. He paused, his tone growing somber, but they can counter our reconnaissance efforts, a fact we underestimated. The immediate analysis from the staff felt like a cold splash of water on everyone's heads. The data was chilling, and the conclusion was terrifying enough to make palms sweat. The lead zombie is no ordinary foe. It can launch soul rippers at supersonic speeds, colliding head-on, rendering our armor as fragile as candy. The voice of a technical officer was laced with unmistakable shock. The weight of a soul ripper is estimated to be between 500 kilograms and 1 ton, another officer continued, and that projection, from launch to reaching 8,000 meters in altitude, generated an equivalent force conservatively estimated at 180 meganewtons. This translates to the impact force of an object weighing thousands of tons, comparable to that of hundreds of super aircraft carriers at full capacity. How is this possible? Someone voiced the initial reaction of many. What drives this immense power? Does it possess an energy mechanism akin to nuclear fusion? Is it still a carbon-based organism? Another staff member whispered, "Can nuclear weapons eliminate it?" More began to test the most extreme options in their minds. Every corner of the meeting room fell silent. That silence infused with scientific impotence and military dread. Not because the enemy was numerous, but precisely because, despite their small numbers, they possessed capabilities and tactical ingenuity that defied common sense. Even more chilling was the fact that the Soul Ripper, having been hurled to 8,000 meters and crashing down to create a massive crater, could rise unscathed from the edge of the pit to rejoin the main force. As if nothing had occurred, continuing to fight. This uncanny resilience sent chills down spines. Gong Yinfeng immediately issued orders, his tone devoid of hesitation. Launched the bombing squadron to conduct the first wave of precise strikes on the target. He then turned to scrutinize the sand table and satellite replay. Frontline ground troops, assume positions immediately, fortify defensive positions. All counterattack units, artillery fire, and anti-armor arrays prepare for action. The enemy will enter the operational radius in half an hour. All forces will proceed according to plan. At this moment, everyone understood. Previously, they had been puzzled as to why a horde of zombies could force an empire with nuclear fusion and heavy industrial civilization to the brink of collapse. Now, faced with this leading zombie, the feeling was dire, truly dire. On the outskirts of Hope City, the night was illuminated by explosions. Several Daxia Air Force bases simultaneously lit their runway lights, and hundreds of unmanned bombers soared skyward like a swarm of black arrows. There was no roar of cockpits, only the precise and calm mechanical symphony. Launch! Orders surged through the command chain like electricity. The drone formations spread out, laden with heavy payloads, unleashing their wrath upon the advancing tide of corpses. The night sky was torn apart by the flames of the bombs, and the ground was enveloped in billowing smoke, with flames licking orange tongues in the darkness. The monarch zombie sensed the upheaval in the sky. It looked up, its metallic eyes narrowing slightly. "Are there planes?" it murmured, a tone laced with unsettling curiosity. It felt different, tinged with danger, but there should not be too many. Then, hundreds of heavy bombs rained down. The ground erupted into colossal craters, earth and corpses flung into the air as if the land had been plowed. Smoke blanketed the horizon like a monstrous shroud. Amidst the smoke and gunpowder, the consciousness of the monarch zombie debated. The zombie instinctively scoffed. Is this all the force they bring? The Emperor truly knows how to sow discord, compelling us to deliver ourselves to him. Had I foreseen the presence of such celestial entities on the opposing side, I would have summoned a flying, high-tier zombie. It is somewhat vexed. Yet, the remnants of human memory remain calm and pained. If we allow them to continue their slaughter, humanity faces extinction. The human consciousness laments. Our aim is clear. Eliminate the Emperor. Advance into this territory, where no one shall dare to claim the title of Emperor again, nor enslave the common folk. Do not forget, you have witnessed significant events before. The human consciousness continues to remind when the Emperor unleashed hydrogen bombs. Did you not endure it? What bombs can truly annihilate you all? The zombie consciousness grits its teeth. It is indeed frustrating. As the smoke dissipates, the battlefield reveals its true nature. A few high-tier zombies, struck by numerous bombs, collapse, their shattered exoskeletons emitting wisps of white smoke. Their flesh and blood are rendered unrecognizable. However, more of the Laihan and Gongji beasts merely stagger, foam spilling from their mouths and noses, yet they persist in crawling and charging forward. Overall, it appears to have no decisive impact. The bombs seem to merely strike the hide of a colossal beast. Painful, yet not fatal. Chapter 88. Plans for Evacuation. At this moment, in the Daxia Command Center, everyone is fixated on the transmitted images. The screen is still shrouded in smoke. The silhouettes of the zombie horde gradually becoming clearer. The air feels as though pierced by icing needles. How is this possible? Someone gasps. Are they still carbon-based beings? Another whispers. Should we retreat? If we do not, we will be annihilated. Voices tremble with fear. A sense of panic spreads. Gong Yinfeng grits his teeth, his fingers tapping a rhythm on the control panel. No, we cannot retreat. His voice is as cold as steel. Let's not even mention the precious Xianhui stones. Shuanglan crystals and Lingtan Mother are here. He pauses, fire igniting in his eyes. There are these indigenous people. They have gathered with great difficulty and begun to resume production. If we leave, we are abandoning them to the jaws of the zombie tiger, to the claws of doom. As his words echo, the command room erupts into a cacophony of arguments. Some calculate calmly. This is not our own world. We need not sacrifice ourselves for strangers. Others vehemently retort. They are human. We have aided them. They consider Hope City their home. A suggestion arises. If all else fails, let's take them with us and evacuate together. The debate intensifies until a scout bursts in, his voice taut with urgency. Commander, many natives are spontaneously participating in transporting military supplies at the front. They are moving ammunition, repairing fortifications, and delivering provisions. This statement strikes like a lightning bolt. The entire command center falls silent. They're not from here. This is indeed the case. Yet those faces, those busy figures, are etched into their hearts. Fight! Gong Yinfeng quietly commands, his eyes filled with resolve and fatigue. He immediately requests from the Daxia Central Command, in critical moments, authorize the deployment of hydrogen bombs for strikes. His words are laden with determination. Subsequently, he plans a closer counteraction. The second wave of strikes is arranged, with thermal pressure bombs leading the way to shred the zombies' cover. Next, full nitrogen anionic salt bombs, delivering immense explosive power while creating ionization and suppression effects. Finally, the even more potent metallic hydrogen bombs, as the finishing touch, to land the heaviest blow upon that darkness. Orders are given, and a series of actions are executed swiftly and decisively. Night deepens. The lights in the command room remain glaring. Outside, on the distant high ground, the indigenous figures scurry back and forth, transporting supplies and constructing defenses. They're doing everything they can. Gong Yinfeng gazes at the screen, his fingers trembling slightly, yet not a thought of retreat crosses his mind. He understands one thing. Defending this moment is not merely about warfare. It is for those who have believed, for this city that has just flickered to life. It is to preserve hope. Gong Yinfeng fixes his gaze on the satellite imagery. That tiny black shadow, like a dagger, tears through the night along the horizon. The Emperor Zombie, accompanied by its elite squad, accelerates, directly threatening the defenses of Hope City. They are nearing the combat zone, Gong Yinfeng whispers. In the next instant, the second wave of drone strikes commences. This is the last strike before the army engages. A moment's delay, and they will be forced into close combat. The heavens explode into daylight. Small mushroom clouds rise as thermal pressure bombs tear through the air. Full nitrogen anionic salt bombs flash with lethal flames amidst the dust. The impact of the metallic hydrogen bombs strikes like an invisible sledgehammer upon the earth. The ground is riven. Laihan are concentrated upon, reduced to fragments, severed wings, blood splattering. The unfortunate ones are blasted into char. Yet the Gongji beasts withstand it. They shake their iron tower-like bodies, dirt stripping from their bone spikes, still standing firm. As for the Emperor Zombie, it remains unscathed. Its metallic skin glimmers slightly, as if yawning at the scent of gunpowder. Quite resilient, it chuckles lowly. Accelerate. Get in front of the defenders and personally slaughter them. Let us see how they scream. It roars, ready to charge. But in that moment, Human memories surge forth like a tide, drowning out its roar. No, the human consciousness screams. We cannot blindly kill, as we did last time. That leads to tombstones, to extinction. What we seek is the Emperor. The human consciousness regains its composure. Let's clarify our targets. We will go after the Emperor. Do not harm the innocent civilian fighters. They are also oppressed kin. The zombie consciousness retorts furiously. Cowardice! Have you forgotten the thrill of the hunt? When you were dormant, how exhilarating it was for me to kill. The human consciousness retorts with fierceness. And what are the cost? How many villages have turned to mud? How many children have become specters? Eradicating humanity renders our so-called victory utterly meaningless. A brief silence ensues. The zombie consciousness, like a blade tasting blood, finds its voice hoarse. Do zombies also desire civilization? It questions, both mockingly and introspectively. Without humanity, the so-called future of zombies is but an empty shell. The human consciousness replies, each word resounding with conviction. What we seek is order, not extermination. The goal is clear, clean, and decisive. Then return to the shadows, to be guardians of civilization. And slay oppressors like the Emperor. The eyes of the Emperor zombie narrow slightly. In that moment, amidst its fury, a scheme takes shape. Fine, it mutters lowly. Let us only pursue the Emperor, ensuring that no new Emperor disrupts our future. As feedback from a second wave of strikes pierces the command center like an icicle, the air becomes instantly still. The visuals explode, smoke billowing, dust swirling. The transmitted data hits like cold water to the face. Conventional weapons are nearly ineffective. Gong Yinfeng gazes at the screen, his brow furrowing. How can this be? Someone hoarsely inquires, suppressing their voice. An aide urgently reports. Their defenses are far stronger than we estimated. Thermal pressure, anionic salt, and metallic hydrogen bombs only tear at the surface of the Laihun and Gongji beasts. Those struck have fallen, yet overall, the impact is negligible. Another aide quietly asks, once the zombies enter the firing range of the synthetic brigade, can we truly force them back? Force them back. No one in the room dares to mention the word kill any longer. Fear and helplessness seep into their voices. After a moment of silence, someone raises a question that had not been previously considered. This horde of zombies, with a vast sea of corpses in the central continent, logically speaking, should have pushed them all over, crushing us. Why have they brought only about 1,000? Could it be due to their benevolence? Someone voices incredulously. Or perhaps they are overwhelmingly confident, believing they can annihilate us with just over 1,000 elites? Gong Yinfeng studies the trajectory of the lead zombie's movements. Contemplating. Its command style suggests it is not merely a creature of instinct. It is organized, purposeful, and restrained. To some extent, it possesses intelligence. A glimmer of hope flickers in the aide's eyes. If it has intelligence, perhaps communication is possible. Communicate with zombies? Are you joking? That is utterly insane. Another scoffs, disbelief lacing their tone. The topic has been placed on the table. Conventional weapons have proven ineffective, and nuclear arms are the last resort. If the situation escalates beyond control, should we retreat with everyone here to our original world? Gong Yinfeng spoke in a low voice. Do not hastily resort to nuclear weapons. That is our final line of defense. We still have other options. He turned to the advisors, his tone steady and resolute. First, dispatch a small team to establish contact, to conduct reconnaissance and negotiations, and to ascertain the intentions of this leading zombie. The room erupted into a brief debate. Some expressed concerns about the small team falling into a trap. However, reason ultimately prevailed. Gong Yinfeng steadied his thoughts. If the adversary is intent on slaughtering the innocent, if its goal is the extermination of humanity and negotiation is impossible, we will immediately execute the evacuation plan. The order was given. A small team prepared for deployment, fully equipped with arms, communications, and evacuation routes. Meanwhile, the evacuation plan was quietly set into motion. Chapter 89. I Come to Save. Gong Yinfeng pushed open the door to the command center, the wind rushing down the corridor, carrying a sense of urgency. He hastened to the tent outside the combat zone, where Kai Yifei and Su Fei were inspecting supplies. Yifei, Su Fei. Gong Yinfeng's voice was deep. Follow me for a moment. The two exchanged glances and promptly followed. Once inside the temporary command tent, Gong Yinfeng wasted no time and spoke directly. After our time together, you must understand that we are not from this world. Kai Yifei paused for a moment, then nodded sincerely. We understand. To receive your assistance is a stroke of immense fortune for us. Gong Yin Feng pondered briefly. Looking directly at the two, the zombies we are facing this time are different. The atmospheric pressure in the tent seemed to drop several degrees. Kai Yifei and Su Fei exchanged alarmed glances. Different? What do you mean? Gong Yin Feng accessed satellite imagery on his military device, revealing a mass of black figures spreading across the screen, the shape of their leader unmistakably visible. They are unjustifiably strong, he said, a rare gravity in his voice. Conventional weapons are nearly ineffective. We suspect they possess intelligence, even the capacity to command. Jai Fi Guspit, intelligent zombies. Yes, Gong Yin Feng affirmed. Thus we have decided to send a small team to make contact and test the waters. If communication is possible, that would be ideal. If not, we must prepare for evacuation. Silence enveloped the air for 2 seconds. Evacuate? Su Fei asked softly, his gaze drifting to the brightly lit city walls outside the tent. He smiled, though with a hint of bitterness. Are we really leaving this time? Gong Yin Feng regarded them earnestly. Rest assured, we will not abandon you. We will take you with us. Kai Yifei and Su Fei remained silent, gazing out the window. The city lights of Hope City flickered in the wind. The first light they had kindled with their own hands. But this is our route, Kai Yifei murmured. We were once driven away and enslaved. Now, for the first time, we have become the masters. Even if life is hard, we do not wish to flee again. The air fell into silence once more. After a moment, Su Fei slammed the table, his gaze resolute. If you are sending a small team to negotiate, then take us with you. If negotiations are possible, we will negotiate together. If not, then we should die first. Kai Yifei nodded in agreement. Yes, we of Shanghai are not cowards. If this is indeed the final battle, we will share life and death with you. Gong Yin Feng looked at the two, paused in silence, and suddenly smiled. The smile was not radiant, yet it bore a steely strength. The night wind howled, the air at the battlefield's edge tinged with the scent of scorched metal. Kai Yifei, Su Fei, and the accompanying Xia small team rode the armored vehicle toward the front lines of the zombie tide. The vehicle jolted over the barren ground, its tracks crunching over gravel, producing a dull clatter. No one spoke. They all understood that this journey was a gamble with their lives. Given the defense and mutation of that horde of zombies, if they truly came to exterminate, Hope City would be left in ashes. Kai Yifei murmured, "We are truly grateful for your Xia assistance. From here on, you should disembark. We can handle it." The leading Xia soldier shook his head, smiling. "It is unreasonable to have civilians charge ahead while we hide behind." He patted his chest badge, his tone as resolute as steel. "We are Xia soldiers. Wherever we go, our flag will be planted." Kai Yifei smiled silently, his eyes filled with complexity. This statement reminded him of their fallen empire, which had once only allowed civilians to stand in the front lines. The armored vehicle continued onward. In the night, the wind swept up dust, and the distant zombie tide remained eerily still, like a frozen sea. Yet the Emperor Zombie had already sensed their approach. He raised his head, aware of the metallic monstrosities drawing near. The human consciousness surfaced in his mind. They wished to negotiate. The zombie consciousness scoffed. Negotiate? Boring. It seems this game is becoming tedious. This time, the human consciousness suppressed the bloodthirsty agitation. "Let me handle the negotiations." Fine, you lead." The zombie consciousness replied lazily. "As you're the primary consciousness, after all." Subsequently, the Emperor Zombie let out a low growl. The hundreds of high-tier zombies behind him immediately ceased their movements, standing in formation on the wasteland, eerily silent. The armored vehicle gradually halted several hundred meters away. Kai Yifei peered through the observation window, witnessing the bizarre spectacle of hundreds of zombies lined up like a military formation. They did not charge, nor did they howl. They merely stood, gazing at them. "They are not attacking?" Su Fei swallowed in astonishment. "It seems we still have a chance." Kai Yifei took a deep breath and pushed open the hatch. Steadying himself, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Fei, facing the nearly 2-meter-tall Emperor Zombie, whose body gleamed with a metallic sheen. Those eyes, glowing with an eerie light, held a glimmer of rationality. "Why have you come here?" Kai Yifei's voice was low yet laced with caution and suppressed anger. The corners of the zombie's mouth curled slightly, as if in amusement. "Me?" he replied softly, his voice dry yet steady. "I have come to save you." The air abruptly thickened. Save us? Kai Yifei and Su Fei exchanged incredulous glances, questioning if they had misheard. You, zombie, come to save humanity? Indeed. The Emperor Zombie's response was casual, yet it carried a strange confidence. Was it not I who killed that emperor back then? Since then, have you not been free from oppression? This statement sliced through their memories like a knife. Kai Yifei gritted his teeth, his chest heaving. Yes. The emperor is indeed gone. But what cost? He stepped forward, his voice hoarse and trembling. Back then, how many of us perished in the tide of zombies? How many became monsters like you? The Emperor Zombie fell silent for several seconds. The night wind blew, casting a faint glow on his exoskeleton. I do not deny it, he said. I have taken too many lives. That is my fault. Therefore, this time, he paused, his tone unusually calm. This time I have learned my lesson. I only brought a small number of high-tier kin. I do not wish for destruction. I only want to eliminate the new emperor. I have come to liberate you. Su Fei Dawen, Libo Da. Do you think that killing the rulers constitutes liberation? The Emperor Zombie suddenly raised his voice as if seeking to persuade them and himself. You do not need an emperor sitting high above. You do not need a god who survives by draining your flesh and blood. Without them, you can still live and live better. These words momentarily stunned Kai Yifei. In that moment, he even forgot that he was facing a zombie. This creature was actually reasoning. He was even more rational than many people they had encountered. Kai Yifei hesitantly asked, but the problem is, we no longer have an emperor. The air fell silent once again. The glowing eyes of the Emperor Zombie flickered slightly. What? His voice dropped a pitch. No emperor? You are deceiving me. Sci-Fi shook his head, asserting, I am not deceiving you. After the demise of the emperor, the empire crumbled. Now, we rely on ourselves to rebuild our home upon the ruins. The Hongliu Jubian Zhongxin and the Xingzhu Guankachang were restored with the assistance of Daxia. Suddenly, the voice of the royal zombie became rigid, as if the program had momentarily stalled. The Hongliu Jubian Zhongxin was restarted without the emperor's oppression. Sci-Fi nodded in affirmation. At that moment, the expression of the royal zombie froze completely. Without the emperor, how could it be restarted? His voice carried a hint of astonishment for the first time. In his memory, it was a miraculous feat monopolized by the royal family, with the populace enslaved. Without the emperor's decree, without millions being exploited and forced into labor, the Hongliu Jubian Zhongxin could not have been reignited. He gazed at the two ordinary humans before him, his tone almost a whisper. Did you accomplish this on your own? Sci-Fi and Xu Fei exchanged glances and slowly nodded. Yes, we did. With our own hands. Chapter 90. With conviction. Utterly bury the emperor. The royal zombie's demeanor suddenly shifted. In that instant, a cold, golden glint flashed through his pupils, as if something had struck a nerve. The next moment, with a roar, he extended his massive hand, covered in metallic scales, and effortlessly grasped Sci-Fi and Xu Fei by their throats, lifting them off the ground like chicks. Coughing, Sci-Fi's face turned crimson as he desperately clutched at the iron grip, but was unable to budge an inch. Daxia team, on high alert, the commander bellowed, and a dozen guns were instantly raised, their dark muzzles aimed at the royal zombie. They understood that this firepower would be nearly ineffective against the creature, yet instinctively squeezed the triggers. It was a soldier's instinct. The zombie's eyes glowed coldly as he growled. You are deceiving me. Did that dog of an emperor send you? Are you speaking on their behalf? The air grew taut. Sci-Fi struggled to utter a few words. I'm not deceiving you. Really, I am not. If you do not believe me, ask the people over there. Hope City, everyone is striving to live. They do not depend on the emperor or privileges, only on their own hands. The royal zombie fell silent, his breathing deep like a brewing storm. Hope City? He murmured, his tone eerily calm. Is that the city you established? Sci-Fi nodded with difficulty. Yes. It is called Hope City. The royal zombie tilted his head, seemingly pondering, and after a moment, his voice rumbled like thunder. That is a pleasant name. He gradually released his grip, and the two fell heavily to the ground, coughing painfully. You had better not be deceiving me, he said softly, his tone laced with a chilling threat. If I find out you have lied, you will learn what it means to suffer worse than death. Sci-Fi struggled to stand, his voice hoarse. We are not deceiving you. Go and see Hope City. Ask the people there if they're not all working hard for their tomorrow. The royal zombie fixed his gaze upon him, remaining silent for a long time. Then he nodded slightly. Very well, he said. I shall see for myself. With that, He turned and let out a low roar. The hundreds of Li Huns and Gangjishu behind him immediately sprang into action, encircling the Daxia team like a tide. There was no attack, only a prohibition against leaving. The royal zombie then bent down, grabbing Sci-Fi and Sci-Fi in each hand, and leaped into the night sky. As he landed, the ground trembled violently beneath him. In the next moment, he transformed into a black streak, racing towards Hope City. Simultaneously, in the command center of Gong Yinfeng, the communications officer burst in, visibly astonished. Report. That zombie claims he has come to kill the emperor. What? Gong Yinfeng nearly failed to comprehend. Where do we get an emperor? Hope City is a republic. All present exchanged bewildered glances. The next moment, even more shocking intelligence arrived. Chief, that zombie has covered nearly 100 kilometers in under 10 minutes. What on earth? Is he a zombie or an intercontinental missile? Gong Yinfeng's heart sank. If this speed were true, there would be no time to react. At this moment, at the Daxia front line, soldiers were fully armed, the defensive line arrayed in formation, with all fire control systems activated. Not far away on the hillside, indigenous labor teams were nervously supporting supplies, yet remained steadfast. Just then, the figure of the royal zombie descended from the sky. As his feet hit the ground, the earth trembled thrice. He surveyed the battlefield and shouted, "I have come to slay the emperor who enslaves you." The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. He raised his hand, pointing at Sci-Fi and Sci-Fi, whom he had brought back. These two have informed me that you no longer have an emperor. Each of you is your own master, fighting for your own future. His gaze swept across the crowd, his voice low and hoarse, but imbued with an undeniable force. I wish to know if this is true. In the air, the wind howled. Frontline soldiers and the indigenous people in the rear stared at him tensely. Additionally, the royal zombie spoke again, shifting his gaze to the row of Daxia soldiers. I can sense that you are not of this world. I hope the people of Xinghai Digua will step forward and tell me whether these outsiders are enslaving you. The moment his words landed, the previously quiet work area erupted into a cacophony. Nonsense! A young indigenous worker carrying a supply box shouted first. The Daxia soldiers are our saviors. Yes. Another female worker raised her oil-stained rag, tears shimmering in her eyes. They taught us to read, to repair machines, enabling us to support ourselves again. They made us realize that we are the masters of Hope City. Indeed, without them, we would have perished in the ruins long ago. Do not think to destroy our future with violence. We do not believe in the emperor. We believe in ourselves. This time, we will safeguard hope. At that moment, voices rose in a chorus of anger, pride, and hope, echoing loudly. Their faces illuminated by the sunlight bore an expression the royal zombie had never seen on any human: determination. He was taken aback. In the depths of his mind, memories flashed, those of the Empire's common folk, numb, terrified, and despondent. Yet now, the eyes of these people sparkled with light. He slowly smiled. So that is how it is. He murmured, the Daxia people are truly remarkable. In his mind, the zombie consciousness scoffed. Remarkable? I feel they're just average. I could wipe them out with a sneeze. The human consciousness replied lightly, you do not understand. He gazed at the rows of Daxia soldiers standing in formation. We once used violence to kill the emperor, yet they have buried the emperor entirely with conviction. The zombie consciousness fell silent. This time, it found no retort. At the frontline position, the wind and sand swirled. The air still tinged with the scent of explosions. Gong Yinfeng arrived at the scene, accompanied by a translator and several attending officers. Upon witnessing the sight of the royal zombie, covered in metallic scales, yet standing calmly, he was taken aback. I never expected. Gong Yinfeng squinted, his tone complex. There exists a zombie that regards liberating the people as its mission? Beside him, Sci-Fi could not help but chuckle, pointing at Gong Yinfeng. He is the highest commander on our side. The zombie, or rather the person, nodded slightly. His voice was deep and hoarse, yet carried an unmistakable gravity. I have a name. He paused, then slowly stated, Xiao Xuan. The air fell silent. Though I have transformed into this, I still remember who I am. He lifted his head, his gaze flickering. I was once a member of the Xinghai Digua, a person enslaved, exploited, and trampled by the emperor. My family, my sister, all perished under his command. Transformed into experimental subjects, they became mere corpses, leaving no ashes behind. At that moment, his voice trembled slightly, as if suppressing a surge of rage. And then, at a certain point, I awakened. I realized that my body was no longer human. Within my mind, he gently tapped his head, a new voice emerging. Suddenly, a frivolous male voice resounded within him, brimming with arrogance and exuberance. What new voice? But how unpleasant. Call me Liangzai. Chapter 91. Crisis averted. Everyone was taken aback. Gong Yinfeng nearly burst into laughter. Liangzai? Xiao Xiuwen, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and sighed. Yes, Liangzai. The atmosphere immediately lightened, and several soldiers of Daxia could not help but stifle their laughter. Even Sci-Fi almost suffered internal injuries from holding back. However, Xiao Xiuwen's expression soon darkened again. During my period of confusion, it was Liangzai who controlled my body, fueled by my obsession at the moment of my death. He unleashed a tide of corpses upon the entire empire. In just 3 days, the 3 main forces of the Qinghai Empire were annihilated by the high-level zombie legion led by Liangzai. Gong Yinfeng exchanged glances with the strategists, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. To annihilate a national military force in 3 days was not war. It was a natural disaster. Ultimately, we invaded the imperial city. Xiao Xiuwen's voice was laced with a mix of suppressed pleasure and intertwined pain. The emperor perished within the palace, or more accurately, he was infected and became a zombie. Regrettably, that old fool never awakened his consciousness. He died too easily. After that, he raised his head to gaze at the desolate wasteland. The entire continent plunged into an apocalypse. The tide of corpses spiraled out of control, with 90% of the population infected, humanity nearly extinguished. When I truly awoke, all I saw was a sea of flames, ashes, and despair. He inhaled slightly. I urged Liangzai to cease his actions. Though he reluctantly agreed, he complied. Thus, we forced all the zombies to retreat to the center of the continent, limiting their spread. This was the final act we could perform for humanity. However, the damage was already done. He shook his head with a bitter smile. I would not claim that killing the emperor was a merit, nor would I absolve myself. I only wished to achieve one thing, to ensure that this continent would never again have an emperor. As he spoke, he slightly raised his head to look at Gong Yinfeng and Sci-Fi. His gaze clear, yet his voice quivered slightly. Today, I sensed the fluctuations of nuclear fusion reactivating. I feared another emperor was being born. Yet unexpectedly, his lips curled slightly upward, a hint of relief gracing his features. It turned out to be you who awakened the people. You made them believe they're the masters of their own destiny. This is far greater than the violence I once wielded. He paused, turning to gaze toward the horizon, softly laughing. Thank you. I must take my leave. The wind rustled his cloak, dust swirling as his massive figure slowly faded